Damn it. Lin Mu stared at the card in his hand, feeling utterly devastated. Indeed, he was a reincarnator. In his previous life on July 12, 2034, a doomsday had descended upon humanity. Within less than 2 months after the apocalypse, at least 80% of the world's population had been infected and turned into zombies. The entire civilization order of the world collapsed overnight. Yet besides zombies, humanity also had to face mutant plants and animals, especially carnivores like cats and dogs. As companion pets, the numbers of cats and dogs were terrifyingly huge. After mutation, these creatures' primal wildness was thoroughly unleashed. Even a human armed with a firearm had little chance against a mutant beast in unknown combat. Even more terrifying was that both zombies and mutant flora and fauna could evolve through some means. After evolving, these creatures became even more dreadful. Once targeted by them, ordinary humans had almost no chance of survival. Fortunately, the world also offered humanity a glimmer of hope to survive. At the very start of the apocalypse, a batch of mysterious items descended from the sky, each capable of enhancing personal strength to some degree. Some even obtained evolution potions, directly becoming evolvers. Of course, the first batch was limited, only a few could obtain them. After that, mysterious shops also appeared in various places around the world. By killing zombies or mutant beasts and obtaining the crystal cores within their bodies, one could trade at these shops. As a reincarnator, Lin Mu was determined to seize the first wave of benefits. Only by obtaining the benefits first could he have the confidence to face the zombies after the apocalypse. In his previous life, Lin Mu had muddled through 2 or 3 years without even becoming an evolver, merely doing manual labor in survivor camps to stay alive. After reincarnation, he immediately rushed to the artificial lake near the school. In his previous life, he had heard that a couple had obtained something good there. However, when he arrived at the lake, the couple was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps the world had deviated after reincarnation, or his own arrival had altered others' fates. Regardless, he was determined to claim this big gift package. Lin Mu took out his phone and began a countdown. Just as noon struck, an imperceptible wave of energy swept across the entire world. Almost simultaneously, beams of light descended from the sky. Here it comes. Right before his eyes, above the reachable pool, a golden card spun in midair. Joy surged in Lin Mu's heart, and he immediately reached out and grabbed it. After taking the card into his hand, he glanced at it. On the face of the card was drawn an extremely beautiful young girl wearing a super short denim hot pants and a cropped tight top, with an astonishingly exaggerated pair of breasts. Just then, the card's information instantly flooded into his mind. Damn it. After receiving this information, Lin Mu nearly broke down on the spot. The card had only one function: to turn the user into the beautiful girl on the card. Why is this happening to me? Lin Mu was going insane. After all the trouble of being reborn, he never expected such an outcome. He had thought that by obtaining the first wave benefits, he would reach the peak of life with various beautiful women throwing themselves at him. But it turned out like this. Who the hell would want to become a woman? In the apocalypse, weak humans were merely assets of the strong. Especially women, and particularly beautiful women. In the end times, being weak and beautiful was a sin in itself. If he really used the card and turned into the big-breasted beauty on it in this lawless world, he would soon become someone else's plaything. Thinking of this, a shiver ran down his spine. No. No way. Absolutely not. Even as a reincarnator, Lin Mu wasn't very confident about himself in this apocalypse. It was like the college entrance examination. Some people repeated it many times, but never got into the top schools. While geniuses could reach that level even before starting high school, or just in their freshman year. In this world, there were too many geniuses. Even with a second life, he was no genius himself. He only knew a bit of advanced information. Competing with those genius-level people was simply impossible. But living a second life was still better than the first. At least in this life, he had to become an evolver. Only by becoming an evolver could he live like a human in this lawless world. Lin Mu initially wanted to throw away the useless card, but thinking it might come in handy for trade later, he put it back into his pocket. The timing of his reincarnation was not favorable for Lin Mu. If he had been reborn earlier, he could have prepared supplies in advance. Unfortunately, fate only gave him a few minutes to run to this lake and obtain that damned beautiful girl card. Lin Mu glanced around, then picked up a stone and ran toward a nearby mini fire station. Such mini fire stations were scattered along paths on campus containing some firefighting equipment. After smashing the glass, he retrieved a hand axe. This kind of hand axe was relatively short and light, more suitable for him than the long-handled heavy fire axe. Weighing the axe in his hand, Lin Mu quickly ran toward the No. 3 canteen on the west side of the school. In his previous life, a mysterious shop had appeared inside the No. 3 canteen. Since it was a weekend, no classes were held. Some students were sleeping in their dorms, others had gone outside the school, so there were few people on the road. He had run less than 100 meters still within the lake area, when suddenly a strong stench of rot hit him. At that moment, a zombie not far away charged straight at him. Who? Linmu took a deep breath, lowered his center of gravity, and swung the hand axe at the zombie's knee. The reason he didn't attack the head directly was that the axe handle was too short. When the zombie charged, its arms flailed in front, so a head strike would risk being scratched by the zombie's claws. With a thud, the zombie's knee struck, causing it to stumble and fall heavily to the ground. Then Linmu stepped forward and chopped its nape with the axe. These first-level zombies were slow and had not yet evolved special abilities. For an adult armed with a weapon, killing Unknown was not difficult. What was difficult was that in a while these zombies would appear in hordes. That would be the real horror. After the zombie was completely lifeless, Linmu immediately split open its head and dug out a thumb-sized crystal core. With a certain number of crystal cores, once he found the mysterious shop, he could trade with it and even purchase something called Evolution Potion. As long as one could drink the Evolution Potion and become an evolver, it would not only enhance all aspects of physical fitness, but also grant immunity to zombie infection. It could be said that in the apocalypse, crystal cores were currency. The so-called antiques in prosperous times and gold in chaotic times would lose their value in the apocalypse. The artificial lake was about 700 to 800 meters away from the third cafeteria. Although it was the weekend, there were still some people on campus. On his way rushing to the third cafeteria, he had already seen a dozen students screaming and fleeing desperately. As a girl screamed and ran past him, a zombie in high heels was closely chasing behind her. Linmu was about to dodge and then attack its back of the head when the zombie suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. This sight actually amused Linmu. It seemed this zombie hadn't yet adapted to the high heels on its feet, but it would never have the chance to adapt again. With a swift swing of the axe, Linmu directly finished it off, then quickly dug out the crystal core from its brain. Seeing Linmu kill the zombie that had been chasing her, the girl quickly turned back and shouted at him, "Hey, don't go to the cafeteria. There are more monsters like that over there." Grateful for her kind warning, Linmu also turned back and advised her, "If you don't want to die, don't run to the dormitory." On weekends at university, many students slept in. Initially, there weren't many zombies, but once one person in a dormitory turned into a zombie, some students still asleep would be bitten and infected without any defense. After saying that, Linmu ran towards the cafeteria without looking back. At this time, it wasn't mealtime yet, so the cafeteria was almost empty. He had to get to the cafeteria as soon as possible to confirm the location of the mysterious shop. The third cafeteria had 2 floors. Linmu carefully ran into the first floor hall. Before he could even look for any trace of the mysterious shop, he heard sounds of fighting and cursing coming from behind the usual serving windows. Without a second thought, it must be that while the cafeteria staff were preparing meals, someone turned into a zombie and attacked those around, so these people were trying to subdue it. In that short time, many people actually hadn't realized that these people had become zombies. Especially the older people. They would only think that this person was having an epileptic seizure or had some kind of illness. Usually those who reacted quickly were students with broader access to information. Seeing that there was no so-called mysterious shop on the first floor, Linmu turned and ran out of the first floor cafeteria, then took the outside stairs to the second floor. As for the people in the back kitchen, he had no time to warn them now. After all, explaining to them would take a long time and might not even convince them. As soon as he ran up to the second floor, before he even entered the hall, several pairs of eyes turned to stare at him in unison. What the? Linmu instantly stopped in his tracks. At this moment, there were actually 7 or 8 zombies in the second floor hall. Some zombies even held weapons, such as a zombie auntie with a ladle and a zombie uncle with a cleaver. He could handle 1 or 2 zombies, but facing 7 or 8, a single misstep would turn him into one of them. Normally, Linmu would at least greet them, hoping the auntie wouldn't shake when serving food. After all, he was still growing, and as a flower of the motherland, couldn't afford to lack nutrition. "Auntie, uncle, sorry, I might have come at a bad time. Your meal isn't ready yet, is it? Go ahead, I'm just looking. Linmu quickly turned around and ran for his life, hearing roars behind him. Just as he reached the downstairs, who would have thought that the zombie uncle upstairs would throw a pot down, hitting him directly on the head. As Linmu woke up, dazed, the auntie with a ladle was already in front of him. "Auntie, your pot." Linmu grabbed the pot from the ground and threw it at the zombie, then stood up with his axe ready to run. But the zombie uncle who had thrown the pot was already standing in front of him. "Uncle, I've returned the pot to your auntie." Seeing the zombie uncle about to grab him, Linmu quickly rolled on the ground, then scrambled up and ran. Because of the heavy blow to his head, he was still dizzy and ran in a disoriented manner. Linmu, over here. Who? Linmu looked around while running, but his vision was blurry. At that moment, a figure rushed towards him, quickly grabbed his hand, and pulled him into a fast run. "Linmu, what happened to your head?" At this moment, Linmu finally recognized the person as his childhood friend and roommate Linbai. The two had grown up in the same courtyard, attended the same elementary and middle school, and even had similar college entrance exam scores, so they applied to the same university. Oh, the uncle from the cafeteria gave me a pot. Dizzy from the blow, Lin Mu didn't even know what he was saying, just following Lin Bai by instinct. What? Gave you a pot? Lin Bai's mind was filled with countless question marks. But when he saw the leftover soup on Lin Mu's head, he roughly understood what he meant. Shortly after, Lin Bai pulled him to the school's golf course. The school's golf course was actually quite small compared to a standard one restricted to students taking golf professional courses. It was surrounded by a chain-link fence and usually not open to the public. Very few people chose this golf major, and since it was far from the dormitories and academic buildings, it was rarely visited. After running to the outside of the fence, Lin Mu snatched the axe from Lin Bai's hand and broke the lock on the gate with a few swings. Fortunately, the zombies moved slowly and hadn't caught up yet. Lin Bai helped Lin Mu sit on the grass, then went to the caretaker's room to get some wire and lock the gate. Xiao Bai, why are you here? Weren't you off campus? Lin Mu had sobered up a bit. I was afraid you'd die, so I came back to save your life. Lin Bai rummaged through the caretaker's room, found a first aid kit, and began to disinfect and dress Lin Mu's head wound. Bullshit, you didn't reincarnate, how would you know? Ouch. Be gentle, it hurts like hell. Lin Mu knew Lin Bai well. He had left campus in the morning probably to meet a junior girl, and he had no idea why Lin Bai suddenly appeared back at school. Pain your ass. I'm disinfecting you, stop blabbering like a damn woman. Despite saying that, Lin Bai's hands became much gentler. While Lin Bai was applying medicine to his head, Lin Mu idly wanted to pull the first aid kit over to see what was inside. However, in the next second, a terrifying thing happened. Xiao Bai, stop applying medicine, get away from me quickly. Following Lin Mu's gaze, Lin Bai noticed that his right arm had turned pitch black as if poisoned by some lethal toxin. What happened to you? Lin Bai immediately grabbed Lin Mu's arm and discovered a tiny scratch on his elbow. Looking at the wound, Lin Mu guessed he had likely been scratched by a zombie's nail while dodging earlier. He hadn't expected that being reborn would result in an even shorter life than his previous one, where he had merely survived in hiding. Xiao Bai, listen to me. Lin Mu gazed at Lin Bai, determined to reveal everything he knew before turning into a zombie. There's something in a zombie's brain called a crystal core. As he spoke, he noticed Lin Bai wasn't listening, but frantically searching through the medical kit. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Just then, Lin Bai pulled out a bottle of alcohol from the kit and sprayed it onto the blade of a fire axe. In an instant, Lin Mu had a foreboding feeling. Sure enough, Lin Bai intended to chop off his arm with the axe. You. Stop. Xiao Bai, brother Bai, you might as well split me in two with that axe. Sit still, don't move. Lin Bai stepped forward and pulled up Lin Mu's sleeve. Lin Bai, even cutting off my hand won't help. Lin Mu couldn't take it anymore. If amputation worked, so many wouldn't have turned into zombies in the apocalypse. Besides, having his hand chopped off like that would be excruciating. He'd rather just die. Then what do you suggest? I can't just watch you die. Lin Bai was on the verge of losing it. They had grown up together since childhood, and he couldn't bear to see him perish before his eyes. Xiao Bai, listen to me first. Lin Mu's voice softened as he looked straight at Lin Bai. Inside a zombie's brain, there's something called a crystal core. You can use these cores to exchange items at a mysterious shop. As for the mysterious shops, they appear at random spots. If you're lucky enough to find one, prioritize exchanging for an evolution potion. Once you become an evolver, you'll not only grow stronger, but also become immune to the zombie virus. Alright, wait here. They'll go kill zombies and get that potion for you. With that, Lin Bai grabbed the fire axe and turned to leave. Xiao Bai, you. Lin Mu was utterly speechless. He knew this might happen when he told Lin Bai. In their old neighborhood, Lin Bai had grown up without a father, and his mother barely made ends meet with handicrafts. Life was harsh. During those years, Lin Mu's parents had helped their family a lot, often inviting Lin Bai over for meals. Though he never said it, Lin Mu knew Lin Bai held that debt of gratitude close to his heart. Wait here, don't wander off. After leaving, Lin Bai even used a wire to lock the door again. Watching him disappear, Lin Mu felt helpless. By now, aside from the head wound, half of his body had begun to go numb. For ordinary humans infected with the zombie virus, depending on their constitution and unknown factors, the fastest transformation took half an hour, while the slowest could last up to a day. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Mu felt his consciousness starting to blur. Perhaps if his head weren't injured, he could have held on longer. How pathetic. Reborn, yet ending up like this. He had hoped to become an evolver and marry a beautiful woman. He had already seized the advantage. In the year or two he had lived through the apocalypse, he knew that the first wave of items falling from the sky were all incredibly powerful, including the evolution potion he had dreamed of. But why was he so unlucky to get this worthless card? Lin Mu reached into his pocket and pulled out the card, feeling an overwhelming bitterness. As a normal person, he was naturally afraid of death. Even reborn, he still didn't know how to face it. If only he could have one more chance. His vision was already growing blurry. He didn't want to die, Really didn't. He had barely been reborn. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a thought struck him. What if he used this card? Would it cleanse the zombie virus from his body? If so, would it be like being reborn again? At this point, Lin Mu had no choice. He gripped the card tightly and silently willed its use. In that instant, his body was enveloped in a gentle white light. His skin and bones began to restructure, and even his chromosomes subtly transformed. More than 10 minutes later, the white light faded. A beautiful young girl stood up from the ground, clad in denim hot pants, revealing 2 long fair legs and a crop top over a voluptuous chest. I'm alive. Amidst her elation, she felt at a loss with this new body. She hadn't expected that on the brink of death she'd choose to use that card to survive. Was being reborn meant turning into a girl? What about marrying a beautiful woman? This body could drive any man wild. But this wasn't the outcome she wanted. A grown man turning into a girl was hard to accept, especially since she had been a virgin for 20 years. Lin Mu grabbed her own chest. The softness was something she had never experienced before. If she had known, she should have had a proper relationship beforehand. Why did this misfortune have to be hers? If that worthless card had been anything else, things wouldn't have come to this. What should she do now? Should she go out to find Lin Bai, or wait here for him? If she left, and he returned, they might miss each other. If she didn't go, he might run into danger. If only her phone still worked. Since the apocalypse began, the world's network had collapsed instantly. Unless she could get a special SIM card from the mysterious shop, communication was impossible. Lin Mu checked the time on her phone. Lin Bai had been gone for about an hour. She decided to wait a little longer. If he still hadn't returned, she would go find him. Just as she was anxiously waiting, the card from before suddenly materialized in front of her. Card type: primordial card. Gender: female. Name: card effect: immune to zombie virus infection. After reading the information on the card and sensing a certain connection with it, Lin Mu focused her mind, and the card instantly vanished into her body. This card was now her lifebound card. Does this mean I can ignore zombie infection? Lin Mu muttered to herself. After the apocalypse, only evolvers could be immune to zombie infection. But logically, an evolver's physique should improve in all aspects, yet she felt no change. She was even weaker than when she was male. In other words, aside from being immune to the zombie virus, she was now nothing more than an ordinary girl. However, Lin Mu noticed that her card had the words card type on it. Since there was a card type that meant besides the primordial card as her lifebound card, there should be other types of cards. Why else would there be a classification? But that was a matter for later. Lin Mu still faced one problem: she had to give herself a new name. And it was unavoidable. The reason was that the name Lin Mu could not be imprinted on the primordial card. The primordial card was not a dead card. From a certain perspective, it was a system of rules, like an electronic chip with its own operating logic. If the name Lin Mu could not be imprinted, then the card effect would have nothing to do with her, and she would not truly be immune to the zombie virus. Then how about Lin Yang? Lin Mu closed her eyes, trying to imprint the name Lin Yang on the card. No, it wouldn't imprint. She thought of several names, but none could be imprinted on the card. Alright. Lin Mu finally realized that the names she had chosen were all masculine, and now she was a girl. Lin Mu covered her head, utterly speechless. Was she a grown man supposed to adopt a delicate feminine name? Forget it, a feminine name might be fine. A clean break from the past. She couldn't let anyone recognize her as Lin Mu. How embarrassing. What should it be? Lin Weiner. No, a man calling himself that is too disgusting. No sooner had she rejected the name Lin Weiner than she realized those 3 characters had already been imprinted on the primordial card. No, I want a different one. She frantically tried to erase the name Lin Weiner with her mind, but once a name was imprinted, it could never be changed. Fine, so this is how it works, huh? Just kill me already. She had planned to give herself a somewhat gender-neutral name, but instead this delicate name had been forced upon her. Since the card was imprinted with the name Lin Weiner, she had to use it from now on. Otherwise, the card would create an unstable fluctuation inside her, possibly endangering her life. Alright, Lin Weiner it is. It's fine as long as no one recognizes that I used to be Lin Mu. After waiting anxiously for over half an hour, just as she was about to lose her patience, a blood-soaked figure in the distance sprinted desperately toward her. Was that Lin Bai? It must be him. Although she couldn't see his face, clearly Lin Bai's 188 centimeters height and robust build made him stand out anywhere, and he was easy to recognize. As Lin Bai was about to reach the entrance, she instinctively stepped back, hiding behind a wall of the tool shed. Lin Mu. Lin Mu. Lin Bai outside the wire fence was unwinding the wire, locking the door, while calling her name anxiously. Lin Weiner glanced down at the massive pair on her chest, her face ashen, and walked out from the corner of the tool shed. Who are you? Where's Lin Mu? Caught off guard by Lin Bai's question, Lin Weiner froze on the spot, unsure how to explain. But seeing Lin Bai in such good spirits with his clothes intact, she felt relieved, whether he had gained anything from his trip or not, as long as he was safe. Seeing her silence, Lin Bai tossed aside the wire he had used to lock the door and rushed into the tool shed without a word. However, he found no trace of Lin Mu inside. "I'll ask you one more time, where is Lin Mu?" When he came out and asked again, his eyes were already reddening, and his gaze toward Lin Weiner was filled with fury. If she didn't answer him, Lin Weiner believed the axe in his hand would be aimed at her in the next second. "Xiaobai, it's me. I've turned into this." Lin Weiner turned her head away and replied faintly. "Huh." Lin Bai was momentarily confused. "I said him, Lin Mu. I've become like this now." To make Lin Bai believe her, Lin Weiner continued. "When you were little, you went fishing in the river, and Auntie whipped you with a belt. You cried and hid at my house, and my mom treated your wounds. In 4th grade, you fought for me and knocked out someone's front tooth. In your 1st year of high school, you tried to dunk on the basketball court, but the ball got stuck on the rim, and you fell backward, nearly dying." Lin Weiner listed a bunch of things. If he still didn't believe her, she was out of options. "Holy crap. You're really Lin Mu." Lin Bai walked up to her, staring intently, then circled around her. "Awesome." Lin Bai gave her a thumbs up. "Awesome, my ass." Lin Weiner, furious at his comment, kicked him. "Stop staring. What's there to see?" Blushing, Lin Weiner crossed her arms over her chest, blocking Lin Bai's blatant gaze. "So you're fine. Getting bitten by a zombie turns you into a chick. Damn, you're gorgeous." Lin Bai grinned, sizing her up repeatedly, even reaching out a hand. "Can I touch?" "Get lost." Lin Weiner finally snapped, slapping his hand away. "You were gone so long. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. What could happen?" "Look, is this that evolution potion you mentioned?" Lin Bai didn't mind the red mark on his hand from Lin Weiner's slap. He pulled a transparent test tube from his pocket with a cap on top. "You found the mystic shop." Lin Weiner was astonished. She wasn't surprised that Lin Bai had killed a few zombies. Low-level zombies moved slowly, and Lin Bai was tall and strong, a key player on the school basketball team. Scouts from the professional league had even come to watch his games and discussed him joining the men's professional team. But she had no idea how Lin Bai had found the mystic shop in such a short time. "Yeah, I found it. What do you think? Do you admire your Baigu now?" Lin Bai grinned mischievously at seeing him like this. Lin Weiner was speechless. At a time like this, he was still thinking about showing off in front of her. What a detestable expression. Completely ignoring that she had become a girl, wasn't he? She shot him a glare. "Let me tell you, I guess the mysterious shop was in the 3rd cafeteria. The 3rd cafeteria is so far from the dormitory, and it's not even mealtime. What were you doing there on a weekend? You've never been in love, so it couldn't be a date, right? So I figured the mysterious shop must be connected to the 3rd cafeteria. Would you believe it, I actually found it. So isn't your brother Bai quite the Sherlock Holmes?" Lin Bai looked at Lin Weiner with a smug expression. "Selling melons and praising their sweetness." Lin Weiner said, exasperated, though she couldn't help but admire him. "I don't need the evolution potion anymore. You drink it." "Me drink it." Lin Bai looked at Lin Weiner, then handed the potion to her. "Ladies first then. Your brother Bai is already strong enough, so I don't need it for now. Well, count it as mine when we get the next one. Get lost." Hearing those words, "ladies first," Lin Weiner's anger flared up. This little Bai really knew how to touch a sore spot. "Just drink it quickly. Although my physical condition isn't as good as yours in every aspect, I'm now immune to the zombie virus. It doesn't matter if I get scratched. But if you get scratched carelessly, you'll really die." Since she was already immune to the zombie virus, she naturally prioritized letting Lin Bai drink the evolution potion. After all, in this apocalypse, even if you were on the level of Mike Tyson, unless you were an evolver, no matter how strong you were, infection with the zombie virus would only lead to death. Learning that Lin Weiner was immune to the zombie virus, Lin Bai stopped being polite. He picked up the test tube, twisted off the cap, tilted his head back, and downed the potion in one gulp. The moment he drank it, an unprecedented surge of power instantly flooded his body. Even the fatigue he had felt earlier was swept away in an instant. Watching Lin Bai drink the evolution potion, Lin Weiner finally felt at ease. In her past life, after the apocalypse descended, she never saw Lin Bai again. But in this life, Lin Bai had already become an evolver. No matter what, this life should be better than the last one. "How do you feel now?" Lin Weiner asked, curious. Although she was a reincarnator, she had never seen such a thing in her past life either, nor did she know what it felt like to become an evolver. Lin Bai ran back and forth on the lawn, moving around, then said to her with some astonishment, "This evolution potion is amazing. If this weren't the end of the world with my current physical condition, those NBA scouts would definitely be fighting over me. Guys like Jordan, Kobe, LeBron. I could dominate them with one hand." Lin Weiner was somewhat speechless. This guy's head was always full of basketball. But precisely because of this, Lin Bai had always been the type popular with girls at school, tall, handsome, good at ball games, and liked by many girls wherever he went. "By the way, how many crystal cores did you use to exchange for the evolution potion?" 15. "Why? Nothing." Lin Weiner shook her head. 15 crystal cores for one evolution potion was indeed very cheap compared to later times. The items in the mysterious shop would increase in price over time, but it was still within a reasonable range. However, once a group of evolver forces were established, they would monopolize the mysterious shop, leaving no chance for ordinary people like them to exchange items. The main issue was that the supplies sold in the mysterious shop were very limited. Once sold out, one had to wait for the next restock. Little by let's go. We're going to kill zombies. As a reincarnator, and someone who had once been a man, if she didn't improve her strength quickly, she would inevitably become a plaything for those big shots in the future. Thinking of that scene, Lin Weiner felt nauseous. Why don't you wait here for me? Leave the zombie killing to me, Lin Bai suggested. After all, Lin Weiner was now a girl, and her physical condition couldn't compare to an ordinary guy's. If she encountered any danger, the trouble would be huge. No, I have to go too. Lin Weiner was very resolute. The road ahead was long, and she couldn't always live under Lin Bai's protection. After deciding, Lin Bai went to the tool room and grabbed a golf club, handing it to Lin Weiner. Compared to a hand axe, the golf club offered a longer attack range and was less likely to cause injury. Leaving the golf course, they hadn't walked far before a few zombies were attracted by them. Lin Bai charged forward without hesitation. As a one-star evolver, dealing with these ordinary first-level zombies was a piece of cake. So impressive. Watching Lin Bai take down zombies one by one with his axe in front of her, Lin Weiner inexplicably found his back quite handsome. After disposing of the zombies, Lin Bai quickly dug out the crystal cores, and then the two headed toward the supermarket near the stadium. The reason they headed toward the stadium was that there were fewer people there, and it was closer to the golf course. As everyone knows, there weren't many people on a university campus during the weekend, so in the early stages of the apocalypse, zombies were generally concentrated in dormitories and libraries. On their way to the stadium, they had already seen many people desperately fleeing the campus. In her past life, Lin Weiner had done the same. Since her school was located in the suburbs, leaving the school led to a road straight to the city center. Apart from large fields, there were few people around. It was precisely because of this that she had managed to survive in her past life. Arriving at the supermarket next to the stadium, Lin Weiner was about to push the door when she found it firmly blocked from the inside. There was no doubt someone was inside. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Bai stepped forward and knocked hard twice, trying to get the people inside to open the door. But no matter how hard he knocked, there was no response from inside. Let's go from above. Lin Bai pointed to the rooftop on the second floor. The supermarket was only 2 stories high, so getting to the second floor was very easy for Lin Bai. Beside the main door, 2 air conditioning units were stacked together. Lin Bai stepped onto the unit, jumped lightly, grabbed the edge of the balcony, and with a slight twist of his wrist vaulted up to the second floor. Quick, let me pull you up. Lin Weiner nodded, hastily climbed onto the air conditioning unit, stood on tiptoe, and raised one arm. Lin Bai lay on the balcony ready to grab Lin Weiner's hand, but through her collar, he caught a sight of something unexpected. So fair. Lin Weiner looked down, her face flushing red. She immediately pressed her hand to her collar and looked up angrily. Had your fill of looking? Yes. Lin Bai chuckled slyly and quickly reached out to pull her up. Upon stepping onto the balcony, Lin Weiner pressed her finger against Lin Bai's forehead and said, Lin Bai, if you keep this up, I'll gouge your eyes out. Alright, I won't look anymore. Even if you beg me to, I won't. Lin Bai quickly raised his hands in surrender, though his gaze still drifted downward toward Lin Weiner's chest. He had never in all his years seen a woman so stunning. Even the actresses in movies paled in comparison to Lin Weiner, their beauty nothing but cheap and artificial. And to make matters worse, she was dressed so scantily. Get lost. But want you to look at me. Lin Weiner's anger flared uncontrollably. Was she going to be targeted by her own brother before any of those big shots got to her? Seeing that Lin Weiner was about to strike again, Lin Bai quickly bolted toward the rooftop door. When they reached the door, they found the supermarket still locked. Lin Bai knocked immediately and shouted, anyone there? Open up, please. After several calls, no one answered from inside. Kick it down. Lin Weiner looked at Lin Bai and said, regardless of whether anyone was inside, they had to get food now, if they couldn't afford to waste time here. Hearing her words, Lin Bai nodded, stepped back a few paces, then charged forward and slammed his foot into the door. Bang! The door didn't burst open, but the joint in the middle shattered, leaving a gaping hole. Peering through the hole, they saw several people standing by the stairwell inside, holding either steel pipes or watermelon knives. Lin Bai. The person at the stairwell spotted Lin Bai on the rooftop. The one holding the watermelon knife stepped forward and unlocked the door. Lin Weiner came over to look and immediately sensed trouble. She recognized a couple of them. Local thugs who often snuck into school to flirt with girls. The one who came out first had even fought Lin Bai on the basketball court. His name, if she remembered correctly, was Xiao Jinhu. Holy shit, Lin Bai, you brought such a hot chick along. Damn, Xiao Jinhu said as he stepped onto the rooftop, his eyes locking onto Lin Weiner, as if trying to pierce right through her. That lecherous stare made Lin Weiner deeply uncomfortable, as if she were standing naked before him. She quickly sidestepped and hid behind Lin Bai. Xiao Big Cat, you'd better not start trouble, or he'll fucking kill you. Facing his old enemy, Lin Bai spoke without any courtesy. Damn it, Lin Bai, trying to act tough in front of a beauty, huh? Xiao Jinhu cursed, and the other thugs from the stairwell stepped onto the rooftop, brandishing steel pipes and the like. Whoa, where did this stunning girl come from? Never seen her before. Hey beautiful, come hang out with us. Brothers, kill him. The outside world's already chaos. No one will care if we off him. Xiao Jinhu waved his watermelon knife, and the others immediately surrounded them. Little beauty, maybe you should come over here first, or we might accidentally hurt you, and then we'd have no fun. Forget her if she won't come. Let's kill this show-off first, then we can have our way with her. Hearing their words, Lin Bai raised his axe, and said to Xiao Jinhu, you just reminded me. Killing you now probably won't get me in trouble either. Lin Weiner had had enough of their filth, but she worried for Lin Bai. She tugged at his clothes, and said, be careful, Xiao Bai. Don't worry, I'm fine. Even if more of them showed up, they'd be no match for me, Lin Bai said, glancing back at her. Damn, why are you so full of yourself? One thug, emboldened by his longer steel pipe, stepped forward and swung it at Lin Bai. With Lin Weiner to protect Lin Bai couldn't stray too far. The thug charging at him played right into his hands. He swung his fire axe, and the pipe and axe clashed with a metallic ring. The impact from the pipe numbed the thug's hand instantly. Seizing the moment, Lin Bai slammed the axe into his chest. Crack! A sound of breaking bones echoed, and the thug clutched his chest as he collapsed. It was still the early days of the apocalypse, and as a student, Lin Bai wasn't yet prepared to kill. Otherwise, that blow would have landed on the thug's head. Damn it, rush him together. Xiao Jinhu yelled, and the remaining thugs swung their weapons in unison. Lin Bai didn't even dodge. He grabbed the first steel pipe that came his way, yanked hard, and pulled the thug in front of him. The other two couldn't stop their strikes in time, and their blows landed on their comrade's back. The thug screamed in agony. Lin Bai kicked him in the groin, eliciting an even louder shriek. He snatched the pipe from the thug's hands and swiftly delivered a blow to each of the other two. Seeing all four of his accomplices on the ground, Xiao Jinhu was stunned. Lin Bai's movements were too fast. He hadn't even seen how Head fought, let alone how Head caught the swinging pipe barehanded. Such ferocity was beyond anything Head encountered. As Lin Bai approached with a pipe in one hand and an axe in the other, Xiao Jinhu stumbled backward and stammered, Bai. Brother Bai, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Seeing Lin Bai unmoved, he turned to Lin Weiner and begged, sister-in-law, please. Talk to Brother Bai, don't hurt me. Killing is against the law. Are you insane? Who's your sister-in-law? Lin Weiner fumed. If Lin Bai hadn't been an evolver, she might have been trapped here and toyed with by these thugs. The very thought made her want to retch. With that, she picked up her golf club and walked over. Don't come closer. Xiao Jinhu was terrified. His companions lay on the ground, their fates unknown, and his turn was next. He swung his watermelon knife wildly, trying to keep Lin Bai at bay. Seeing Lin Weiner ready to act, Lin Bai lunged forward, snatched the knife from Xiao Jinhu's hand to prevent him from accidentally hurting her, and kicked him to the ground. As a reincarnator, Lin Weiner had seen life and death before. Facing such repulsive thugs, she wouldn't show the restraint Lin Bai did. Scum! Lin Weiner cursed, raising the golf club and striking him heavily on the head. After 2 blows, she didn't know if he was dead, but at least he was unconscious. Xiao Bai, throw them off. Lin Weiner pointed toward the rooftop below. Although there were no zombies nearby at the moment, as soon as they smelled blood, they would eventually come running. Since they enjoyed playing games, let the zombies come and play with them instead. As you command, sister-in-law. Lin Bai replied with a grin. Xiao Bai, are you itching for a beating? Lin Weiner raised the golf club, pretending to strike him. No way. That thing hurts like hell. Lin Bai quickly dodged, then grabbed the men one by one and tossed them all off the roof. Whether someone was feigning unconsciousness or not, Lin Weiner heard a scream as they were thrown down. After entering the supermarket from the 2nd floor, the two immediately grabbed food and water and began to eat. By the way, Xiao Bai, are there any other items in that mysterious shop? Lin Weiner sat on a stool, took a bite of bread, and casually grabbed a bottle of water. Lin Bai thought for a moment, then said, there are some weapons like knives, spears, and clubs. I took a glance. They're just like in games with different qualities, but your situation was urgent then, so I didn't look closely. It's not just those items that have levels. The mysterious shop itself also has tiers. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Weiner began to educate him on some future knowledge. The mysterious shop in the cafeteria is probably just the lowest tier. Once its items are sold out, it will disappear completely. But some high-tier mysterious shops, even after their items are sold, won't vanish. After a period of time, they will refresh with new goods. So in the future, those high-tier mysterious shops will be occupied by major powers. Ordinary people, without connections, can only pray for good luck, hoping to stumble upon a random low-tier mysterious shop. As she spoke of the events before her rebirth, Lin Weiner couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. That period of life was worse than death itself. In those so-called settlements, ordinary people had to work themselves to the bone just to get a meal, and many were literally worked to death. The official settlements were slightly better, but in some self-organized ones, ordinary people lived as if in hell. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. As Lynn Weiner was lost in her sadness, she suddenly felt an arm rest on her shoulder. It's all my fault. In the past life, I shouldn't have left the school gate in the morning. If I had been there, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Lynn placed a hand on her shoulder, offering comfort. Lynn Weiner turned her head, glaring at his hand with irritation. She was speechless. This guy never missed a chance to take advantage of her. Seeing her extremely unfriendly gaze, Lynn quickly withdrew his hand. Ahem. He then grabbed a pack of beef jerky, opened it, and began eating while saying, "So after you were reborn, did you immediately go get that card that turns you into a girl?" Lynn Weiner nearly spat out all the water she had just drunk. She glared at Lynn with wide eyes. What did he mean by saying she immediately went to get a card to become a girl after rebirth? As if she couldn't wait to turn into one. As a normal man, picking up girls was fine, but who the hell wanted to become a girl? Drink slowly, Sister Weiner, careful not to choke. Lynn quickly reached out and patted her on the back. Lynn Weiner decided to ignore him. Whatever, as long as he didn't go too far. After eating and drinking their fill in the supermarket, Lynn Weiner rummaged through the front counter. Besides some cash, she found a car key. The logo on the key was a domestic off-road vehicle brand, one she was familiar with. She remembered watching a video where a car of this brand fell off a dozen-meter-high bridge, and the people inside were barely injured. Why are you taking the car key? Can you even drive? Lynn looked at Lynn Weiner curiously. They were both only in their sophomore year. Although many students their age had driver's licenses, he didn't recall Lynn Weiner ever getting one. Moreover, Lin Bei's family was extremely poor, so he rarely had contact with private cars. Getting a driver's license cost several thousand yuan, so as a student without the means to earn money, it was a luxury he couldn't afford. Besides, even if he had a license, he couldn't afford a car. It's an automatic, easy to drive. Just put it in D and step on the gas. Lynn Weiner said casually, then stood up and looked out through the glass door. Parked at the supermarket entrance was a red off-road vehicle, its brand matching the key in her hand, likely belonging to one of the supermarket staff. Sure enough, when Lynn Weiner pressed the unlock button, the off-road vehicle's lights flashed. We can't stay at school too long. Although there aren't many zombies in sight now, soon all the zombies in the dormitories will come out. Once a large number gather, a corpse king might emerge. So we can only stay at school for 2 or 3 days at most before we need to leave quickly. A corpse king was an extremely special zombie. In a sense, it possessed a certain level of intelligence, could control other zombies, and had strange abilities. In her past life, the first settlement Lynn Weiner lived in was breached by a corpse king leading a horde of zombies. Alright, whatever you say. Lynn knew Lynn Weiner had been reborn, so he naturally followed her arrangements. Then let's put some food in the car first, so we can leave any time. Lynn Weiner turned to look at the supermarket shelves and began to sweep them clean. First, sugar. Sugar had an exceptionally high energy density. Its caloric content was many times that of other foods. It was easy to carry and wouldn't spoil easily. A few pounds of sugar could provide enough calories for many days, and it could also be used for emergency wound treatment to inhibit bacterial growth. Unfortunately, this was a small supermarket near the sports field that mainly sold drinks for people to hydrate after exercise. So there wasn't much sugar in the store. After taking all the sugar, it only amounted to 1 box. Next came various canned goods and other foods, prioritizing those with high energy density. After a flurry of activity, several large boxes were packed to the brim. If not for the car's limited capacity, Lynn Weiner would have emptied the entire supermarket. If only she had a space ring like in those novels. Thinking about this, Lynn Weiner felt a bit speechless. In the past, when she read those stories, other people's rebirths or transmigrations always came with all sorts of abilities. Yes, she did get an ability too, the ability to turn into a girl. What are you thinking about? Seeing Lynn Weiner lost in thought, Lynn picked up a small blue box from the front counter and tossed it to her. Here, have some gum. Lynn Weiner caught the box instinctively, but when she was about to open it, she noticed it said something like ultra-thin hyaluronic acid. Lynn Weiner's face flushed red, and she angrily threw it back. Lynn caught it, looked at it, and stammered this. I really didn't see clearly. I thought it was gum. Would you believe me? Get lost. Perhaps you could wait for me here. After packing up the food and loading it into the vehicle, Lynn proposed this suggestion. After all, Lynn Weiner was not an evolver, and going out to kill zombies carried certain risks. Lynn Weiner shook her head. Let's go together. In her view, separating at any time was a huge pitfall. Having watched so many TV dramas, especially horror films, whenever they split up or searched for something separately, there was a high probability that something would happen to one of them. Moreover, as long as they weren't afraid of infection and didn't get surrounded, these ordinary first-level zombies posed little threat to them. Now the two could still support each other in the apocalypse. If they separated, unable to contact each other by phone, it might truly be like in the TV dramas. A permanent farewell, due to some unforeseen reason. Alright, let's go together. Since their school was located in a seismic zone, all buildings except the library, which had over 4 floors such as teaching buildings and dormitories, did not exceed 3 stories. This also meant the school covered a larger area than typical universities, with distances between points being very far. The sports field where they were now was on the west side of the campus, very far from several dormitory complexes, with many teaching buildings in between. Because it was the weekend, there were even fewer people at the sports field. Now almost all the zombies were concentrated in the dormitory area on the east side. After discussing it, the two agreed that the eastern dormitory area posed uncertain and dangerous risks, so they decided to clear some zombies around the teaching buildings near the sports field, gather enough crystal cores, then head to the mysterious shop in the third cafeteria to exchange for the remaining items, and finally leave the school. By now about 4 or 5 hours had passed since the apocalypse began, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Most students who could run had already fled the troubled school grounds. Lin Weiner followed behind Lin by watching him effortlessly slay a wandering zombie, feeling a hint of envy inside. But fortunately this person was Lin Bai. She believed that even if she never became an evolver in this life with Lin Bai by her side, she would never endure the same suffering as in her past life. What am I thinking? I must become an evolver. Lin Weiner silently scolded herself. If she couldn't become an evolver with her current figure and face, Lin Bai might not be able to protect her. In the future apocalypse, even though the human living environment would be extremely harsh, there would always be some people who wielded great power. With power and strength, but no corresponding oversight, these people would act without restraint. In her past life, she had witnessed a high-ranking figure in a settlement take a liking to a married woman. He brutally beat her husband to death, took the woman back, and after he grew tired of her, he threw her to his subordinates until she wished for death. Thus in this lawless apocalypse, possessing beauty itself was a sin. With this conviction to become stronger, Lin Weiner did not simply follow behind Lin Bai in comfort. Whenever she had the chance, she tried to act on her own, even if she wasn't an evolver, to train herself as much as possible. The two walked along the walls of the teaching buildings, killing any wandering zombie they saw, and quickly extracting the crystal cores. Just as it was getting dark and they were about to return to the supermarket, a pen refill suddenly fell from upstairs. Lin Bai picked up the pen refill, then stepped back and looked up. Only then did he notice someone in the middle classroom on the 3rd floor waving at him. On the corridor outside their classroom door, several zombies were pacing back and forth. There are people up there. Should we help? Lin Bai pointed to the 3rd floor window and said to Lin Weiner. She walked over to him, took the pen refill from his hand, and looked up. Indeed, she saw several figures waving at the window. If you're willing, helping them wouldn't hurt. Thinking back to her past life, the people in that classroom must have been utterly helpless. As long as it didn't endanger the two of them, lending a hand was not unreasonable. Most importantly, these people were sensible. They didn't scream, but chose to drop a pen refill to get their attention. Presumably they knew that shouting would attract zombies. If they yelled, they would first draw the surrounding zombies, putting Lin Bai and Lin Weiner in immediate danger. People with such awareness were worth saving. Alright, I'll go bring them down. With that, Lin Bai made an okay gesture to those above. Seeing Lin Bai's response, the people in the classroom were overjoyed. They had witnessed from upstairs how easily Lin Bai had dispatched several zombies. He saw us. He saw us. Inside the classroom, Yi Qingyan was so excited she almost jumped. What's the use of him seeing us? There are still so many zombies in the corridor, and maybe even more on the 2nd floor. Can he really kill them all? Yi Qingyan's best friend Yang Wan muttered quietly. Stop talking, keep your voice down. Liang Xiaosong made a shushing gesture to Yang Wan. Shush what? Look at him, and then look at yourself. What use are you, a grown man? I really don't know what Qingyan sees in you. Yang Wan glared at Liang Xiaosong, as if she bore a deep grudge against him. You? Liang Xiaosong was speechless and didn't want to argue with her. This weekend, he had originally planned to use studying as an excuse to go on a date with Yi Qingyan, but Yang Wan III will insisted on coming along. For some reason, ever since he started dating Yi Qingyan, her best friend had found fault with him at every turn and often spoke ill of him in front of Yi Qingyan. Earlier, when Yang Wan saw the two people downstairs, she had wanted to shout for help, but he had stopped her in time and came up with the idea of dropping the pen refill. As the three waited anxiously, a commotion came from the corridor. Lin Bai's figure appeared in the hallway, and he swiftly swung the hand axe in his grip. Almost every strike took down a zombie, and the few in the corridor had no chance to resist. Alright, the zombies are dead. You can come out now. Lin Bai gently tapped on the glass window. Liang Xiaosong was about to open the door, but Yang Wan behind him pulled him aside and stepped forward to open it first. Handsome, you're amazing. I knew you could save us. Yang Wan's voice was syrupy, sweet, a complete change from the tone she had used with Liang Xiaosong. It seemed she wanted to cling to Lin Bai and act coquettishly. Witnessing this scene, Liang Xiaosong was utterly speechless. I'm so grateful to you, man. After coming out, Liang Xiaosong immediately thanked Lin Bai. No problem. Lin Bai sidestepped a little, dodging Yang Wan's attempt to cling to him. The zombies downstairs have all been cleared by me. You all go down first. Aren't you coming down? Liang Xiaosong was taken aback, not understanding Lin Bai's intention. He'll be down in a moment. As he spoke, Lin Bai crouched down, cleaved open a zombie's head with his axe, and extracted a crystal core from within. Ugh! Seeing this, the two women nearly vomited. Lin Bai shook his head in exasperation, thinking that was why he told them to go down first. Watching Yi Qingjian's face turn pale, Liang Xiaosong immediately said, "Then we'll wait for you downstairs." At that moment, Yang Wan, having barely suppressed her nausea, suddenly spoke up. "If you want to go down, go ahead. This young hero saved us, and I want to stay with him." Seeing Yang Wan like this, Liang Xiaosong felt an urge to strangle her. "Qingyan, let's go down first." Yi Qingyan truly couldn't bear this scene, so she allowed Liang Xiaosong to pull her downstairs. At the stairwell, Yi Qingyan suddenly said, "Would it be bad if we just left like this? Would that person think we?" "Don't overthink it. That guy is incredibly strong, and he's already killed all the zombies. He just wants us to leave. We men don't have all the twisted thoughts you women do," Liang Xiaosong replied. "Are you implying something about Yang Wan? She's just like that, as she doesn't have any bad intentions." "Implying her? She has no bad intentions. She's always bad-mouthing me in front of you, and I know it." Liang Xiaosong curled his lip. "She's just worried about me, afraid I'll be deceived." Yi Qingyan defended her best friend. "All right, I want to argue with you about this." Liang Xiaosong didn't want to continue this topic. Upon reaching the first floor, he saw Lin Weiner standing at the stairwell. So beautiful. With just one glance, Liang Xiaosong was stunned by Lin Weiner's beauty. Could such a beautiful person only exist in comics or anime? Even ignoring her face, just her figure was enough to drive any man wild. By the way, this incredibly beautiful person was with that absurdly strong man upstairs. Who were these two? How could they deal with zombies so easily? Liang Xiaosong recalled Lin Bai's action of digging out the crystal core and thought of the novels and TV shows he used to read when bored, sparking some ideas and guesses in his mind. "Are you two alone? Where's Lin Bai?" Seeing them come down, Lin Weiner asked. "No, there are three of us." Liang Xiaosong quickly replied, "That guy is digging something out of the zombie's brain. There's one more person upstairs with him." "Oh, then we'll wait." After speaking, Lin Weiner leaned against the wall and sized up Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan. Liang Xiaosong, though not exceptionally handsome, was a fair-skinned, clean-cut young man with a scholarly air. Yi Qingyan was also quite attractive, tall, and slender, a beauty except for her lack of curves. Of course, she couldn't compare with Lin Weiner in appearance or figure. That transformation card was simply too overpowering. Before long, Yang Wan and Lin Bai came downstairs. The moment she saw Lin Weiner, Yang Wan was stunned. The light in her eyes vanished instantly. "Young hero, is this your girlfriend?" Yang Wan looked at Lin Weiner and asked Lin Bai. At that moment, for some unknown reason, even though they hadn't exchanged a single word, Yang Wan felt a strange hatred towards Lin Weiner. Yet within this hatred, there was also much inferiority and helplessness. "We're just buddies," Lin Weiner casually replied. Hearing this, Yang Wan's eyes, which had been dim and lifeless, suddenly sparkled with vitality. "So you're not a couple?" Lin Weiner was a bit speechless. Why did this woman talk with such a grating, syrupy voice? It was almost suffocating. Thinking it was getting late, and they had 3 extra people, they quickly returned to the supermarket. In the apocalyptic world, the night was more dangerous than the day. Back at the supermarket, Yang Wan eagerly struck up a conversation with Lin Bai. Lin Bai felt a bit helpless, but responded politely. Lin Weiner found it somewhat amusing and didn't bother with them. Lin Bai, I have something I want to ask you. That thing you dug out of the zombie's brain today, what's it for?" Liang Xiaosong carefully observed Lin Bai's expression and continued. "If it's not convenient to say, that's fine. Just pretend I didn't ask." Lin Bai glanced at him. He was actually happy that Liang Xiaosong was talking to him. It was a temporary escape from Yang Wan's pestering. After looking at Lin Weiner, who smiled and nodded for him to go ahead since this secret would soon be known by many, Lin Bai began. "What you're talking about is the crystal core. After the apocalypse, shops will appear all over the world. These shops are completely randomly distributed. Whether you find one is purely a matter of luck." Lin Bai thought about what Lin Weiner had told him and organized his words into a brief explanation. The crystal core is a crystal inside a zombie's brain. With crystal cores, you can go to the mysterious shops to buy evolution potions and various items. Among them, the evolution potion is the most important for ordinary people. If you can buy an evolution potion, you can become an evolver. Once you become an evolver, you not only become immune to the zombie virus, but also greatly enhance your physical abilities. As you've seen, I am an evolver. So you should understand what an evolver is like without me saying more. Also, generally speaking, the supplies in the mysterious shops are limited. Once they're sold out, they're gone. Upon hearing this, Liang Xiaosong's mind was filled with immense shock. What was this talk of evolvers, mysterious shops, and trading crystal cores for supplies? How had the world suddenly become like this? Lin Weiner added from the side. All items in the mysterious shops are graded. For example, evolution potions range from level 1 to level 9. Ordinary people can only drink a level 1 evolution potion. If you skip levels and drink a level 2 potion, you'll explode on the spot. Thinking that although level 2 and higher potions were very expensive, and these people would almost certainly never be able to afford them, since she had already started explaining it was better to give a warning just in case. Evolvers are the same, divided into 9 levels. To reach the next level, you need to buy the corresponding evolution potion. In short, your most important task now is to gather crystal cores and become evolvers as soon as possible so you can survive in this world. Lin Weiner was simply telling them what she knew. But in reality, in her past life, she was just an ordinary person and couldn't access many things. What she knew was only the tip of the iceberg of this world. Thanks Lin Bai and Weiner. Liang Xiaosong didn't know why they knew so much, but given Lin Bai's ability to kill zombies effortlessly and without fear of infection, what they said must be absolutely true. There was no reason for them to lie. It's nothing. We're just telling you this. What you do next is up to you. Lin Weiner looked at Liang Xiaosong and continued, Lin Bai and I plan to leave the school tomorrow or the day after. You should make your plans as soon as possible. Leave? Liang Xiaosong had thought they would leave, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon, and where to go was still unknown. On the contrary, right now, they were in the supermarket with plenty of food and drink. If they left, what would they do if they couldn't find anything to eat? As everyone fell into deep thought, a sugary voice sounded again. He'll go wherever Brother Lin Bai goes. Yang Wan moved her stool closer to Lin by trying to get nearer to him. Ahem. Lin Bai glanced at Lin Weiner awkwardly and said with some apology, sorry, but our car is already full. There's only room for the 2 of us at most. However, such an obvious rejection still didn't work on Yang Wan. It's okay, I can squeeze in, she quickly said. Hearing this, Lin Weiner almost laughed. She tilted her head, holding back her amusement, and waited to see how Lin Bai would handle this. But then Yi Qingyan tugged at her sleeve and shook her head slightly, whispering, Xiao Wan, don't say that. What did I say? Is there something I shouldn't have said? Yang Wan suddenly became annoyed and started berating Yi Qingyan. I've noticed that ever since you started dating Liang Xiaosong, you've completely changed. Yang Wan's tirade made Yi Qingyan's face turn grim. Lin Weiner already didn't like this person much. Initially, she just wanted to see Lin Bai get flustered by the harassment, but now she had had enough of Yang Wan's incessant chatter. So she looked at Yang Wan and said, if you've said enough, then stop. I haven't said enough. Yang Wan, already in a rage, shot back. Lin Weiner was taken aback. In over 20 years of life, she had never seen someone so shameless and clueless. This was a first. If you say one more word today, I swear I'll throw you out to spend the night with the zombies. At this, Yang Wan was stunned and turned her gaze to Lin Bai. You'd better listen to her. Lin Bai shrugged, implying that Lin Weiner was the one in charge here. Seeing Lin Bai's attitude, Yang Wan finally understood that the man she had tried so hard to please didn't care about her at all. And all her little schemes in front of Lin Weiner now seemed utterly childish and ridiculous. Watching Yang Wan suffer defeat, Liang Xiaosong felt an immense sense of relief. He had once feared that if she kept meddling, his relationship with Yi Qingyan might eventually fall apart. However, in the current situation, he had no time to dwell on those grievances. When Lin Weiner announced their departure, Liang Xiaosong couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. At this moment, he had no idea what to do or where to go. Lin Bai and the others possessed such extensive knowledge and were even evolvers. Following them was undoubtedly the safest option. Lin Bai, can we come with you? After saying this, Liang Xiaosong quickly explained, it's fine if your car is full. We'll find another vehicle tomorrow and follow along. There are plenty of cars outside, as surely one of them has keys, and I doubt anyone will claim them. Hearing this, Lin Bai turned his gaze to Lin Weiner, signaling that she was the one in charge. If you want to follow, then do so, Lin Weiner said without refusal. To survive in the apocalypse, personal strength alone wasn't enough. One's own faction was equally crucial. If possible, Lin Weiner intended to form a small team to better establish herself in this post-apocalyptic world. However, the selection of team members was also vital, though everyone who joined the small team had to be screened. That night, spent resting in the supermarket, Lin Weiner was the only one who managed to sleep soundly. When she awoke, she found the others already up and visibly restless. Aren't you going to sleep a bit more? Lin Weiner asked casually. They weren't evolvers, and in times like these, rest was even more crucial. Can't sleep. Liang Xiaosong replied with a bitter smile. Are you going out to hunt zombies again today? Lin Weiner nodded, casually grabbing a clean towel, wetting it, and washing her face. Then, can I come with you? Liang Xiaosong quickly asked. Though his tone carried some hesitation, it was clear he had mustered the courage to speak those words. Lin Weiner greatly admired someone who volunteered to hunt zombies. After all, it was only the second day of the apocalypse, and the supermarket they were in was still relatively safe. Having such awareness under these circumstances already put him ahead of most people. I can take you, but do you know the consequences of being scratched by a zombie? Lin Weiner reminded him. Yes, I know. Liang Xiaosong nodded. Since he was prepared, Lin Bai and Lin Weiner decided to bring him along. After grabbing a quick bite in the supermarket, the three of them opened the door and stepped outside. Although Liang Xiaosong was ready, he was now their teammate, and Lin Bai couldn't just abandon him. This time Lin Bai had to protect two people bearing a heavier burden, so they moved with extra caution. By the afternoon, the three had collected over 100 crystals. With enough crystals in hand, they promptly headed to the second floor of the third cafeteria, determined to exchange all the items from the mysterious shop. After cautiously reaching the second floor of the third cafeteria, they suddenly spotted a small hut in the corner by the right wall, illuminated by colorful neon lights. The hut was about the size of a small tea shop, with a sign above the door that simply read shop in glowing letters. In her past life, Lin Xiaowan had seen the mysterious shop, but had never entered it or purchased anything. We want to trade. Arriving before the shop, though it appeared empty inside, Lin Bai still called out. In an instant, the three found themselves in a peculiar pure white space with a large shelf placed before them. The basic mysterious shop had a sizable shelf, but the items on it were sparse. At a glance, only a single blade lay on the shelf. Its shape resembled a sword, but it was single-edged. Besides the blade, there were also a pair of gloves and a crossbow. Item: simple Tang Dao. Quality: white. Type: weapon. Price: 28 crystals. Tier 1. Trait / Item: simple gloves. Quality: white. Type: armor. Price: 32 crystals. Tier 1. Trait: strength. Item: crossbow. Quality: white. Type: weapon. Price: 32 crystals. Tier 1. Trait: embed. Oh, why have the prices gone up? Looking at the item information on the shelf, Lin Bai clearly remembered that when he came to exchange for the evolution potion, these items were only a dozen or so crystals. It must be that other mysterious shops have been discovered. They say all the mysterious shops in the world are connected. When someone buys the same item, the price keeps rising until it reaches the maximum, Lin Weiner explained. I feel like these things are just like items in a game with quality levels and all, Liang Xiaosong said, filled with curiosity on his first visit to the mysterious shop. Something like that. After saying this, Lin Xiaowan urged Lin Bai to quickly take out the crystals, make the exchange, and leave. Fortunately, the prices hadn't been raised too high, and the crystals they had were enough to buy everything with some leftover. Just as they were about to leave, a white card suddenly materialized before their eyes. Item: enhanced transformation card, level 1. Quality: white. Type: derivative card. Price: 0 crystals. Description: a special type of item only purchasable by customers who meet the usage conditions. The three studied the card closely. On its face was a depiction of a girl with white hair who looked somewhat familiar. Isn't that you? Lin Bai and Liang Xiaosong said in unison, looking at Lin Weiner. Me. Unlike others, Lin Xiaowan could only see her own reflection in a mirror, so she was less familiar with her appearance than anyone else. But after they pointed it out, she too felt that the girl on the card resembled her, just with a different hair color. An enhanced transformation card. She had no idea what it was. Was it supposed to make her transform again? Wasn't torturing her once enough? Now she had to go through it again. Becoming a girl was bad enough, but now she had to turn into a white-haired one. Lin Weiner was speechless. If it's like a game based on the name, it should be an enhancement card. Maybe using it would make you stronger, Liang Xiaosong speculated, looking at Lin Weiner. Yeah, maybe ITLL make you stronger. Just buy it. Lin Bai winked at Lin Weiner. Why don't you buy it? Lin Weiner snapped at Lin Bai angrily. I can't buy it. I don't meet the conditions. Lin Bai shrugged, then pointed at Liang Xiaosong. Ask him, he probably sees unable to purchase, just like I do. Yeah, I see it too, Liang Xiaosong nodded. But he didn't understand why Lin Weiner was hesitating when there was a chance to get stronger. See, I told you. Just buy it, you've already turned into. Shut up. Before Lin Bai could finish, Lin Weiner shot him a fierce glare, then reached out and took the card into her hand. After obtaining the enhancement card, the mysterious shop in the third cafeteria vanished as if it had never existed. Since everything from the mysterious shop had been purchased, there was no point in staying any longer. Coming down from the second floor of the third cafeteria, Lin Weiner decided to help Liang Xiaosong and the others find a vehicle first. After circling the third cafeteria once and pulling at the doors of over a dozen vehicles, she finally managed to open the door of a pickup truck. Upon opening the door, she saw that the keys to the vehicle were placed on the center armrest. Driving back to the supermarket, Yang Wan and Yi Qingyan, who were guarding inside, quickly opened the door. At this moment, even Yang Wan, whom Lin Weiner disliked, showed a trace of joy on her face. After all, if something had happened to Lin Weiner and the others, the two of them would have been left alone in the supermarket, unsure of what to do next. Upon returning to the supermarket, Lin Weiner saw several large boxes of supplies stacked in the corner. These had been packed by Yi Qingyan and the other after they left the supermarket. Load them all up. Lin Weiner pointed to the pickup truck outside. Okay. Without any hesitation, the two immediately began carrying the boxes filled with food and loading them into the pickup truck. Yi Qingyan, being weaker, accidentally bumped into the rear of the truck while carrying a box. The box fell to the ground, and all the food spilled out. Liang Xiaosong, who had just entered the house, immediately stood up to help. Let them do it themselves. Lin Bai patted Liang Xiaosong on the shoulder and said, this isn't like before. If they can't even handle such simple tasks, how will they survive in the future? Liang Xiaosong nodded. Although he hadn't contributed much during the zombie-killing expedition, he was just an ordinary person, and the intense concentration had left him feeling extremely exhausted. Perhaps sensing a certain crisis within the team, Yang Wan was much quieter than the day before, and worked especially hard while moving things. Of the 3 items purchased from the shop, Lin Bai took the simple Tang sword. The characteristic of the simple Tang sword was its cutting ability, making it sharper than ordinary blades. As the strongest member of the team, having the Tang sword would enhance their overall combat capability. Lin Weiner didn't really want anything in particular. Using a crossbow required talent, and she was completely unable to aim accurately, so she took the pair of gloves. The gloves could slightly enhance strength, which suited her current needs. After putting on the gloves, her strength, though still inferior to Lin Bei's, was now considerably greater than that of an average adult male. As for the crossbow, it was given to Liang Xiaosong. The crossbow's special trait was embedment. Due to this trait, it didn't need physical arrows, instead it only required embedding a crystal core, which would automatically form an energy arrow when used. However, one crystal core could be used up to 3 times before turning into powder. After another night spent in the supermarket, everything was ready. In her previous life, Lin Weiner had left the school on the very first day of the apocalypse. Fortunately, she encountered a rescue convoy organized by the city's Armed Forces Department on the way. The Armed Forces Department was not the military. They had limited personnel and equipment. It was already their limit to transfer and escort the students who had escaped. As for those still inside the school, they had no remaining personnel or weapons to carry out a rescue. After that, they were sent to an uninhabited development zone where a settlement was eventually formed. Since she never had the chance to become an evolved, Lin Weiner had spent her entire previous life in the settlement, mostly doing manual labor for a living with almost no contact with the outside world. In other words, in this rebirth, apart from knowing about the apocalypse in advance, she didn't know much else. Everything she now knew came from what she had heard others say. When dawn broke, they got into the vehicles, preparing to head to the settlement from her previous life. Are you ready? Lin Weiner sat in the driver's seat, rolled down the window, and looked at Liang Xiaosong and the others in the pickup truck beside her. Ready. Liang Xiaosong nodded nervously. He had only recently obtained his driver's license, and was not yet proficient at driving, but among the 3 of them, he was the only one who could drive. After starting the engine, Lin Weiner stepped on the accelerator and drove straight toward the west gate. Within less than 100 meters, zombies from all directions heard the noise and rushed toward their vehicles. Lin Weiner glanced at the rearview mirror, and seeing that Liang Xiaosong could keep up, she sped up with relief. She tried to avoid hitting the zombies whenever possible, as she didn't want the car's airbags to deploy after colliding with one. Despite her careful avoidance, she still scraped against a few. Why are there so many? At the entrance of the west gate, Lin Weiner discovered that there were actually 20 to 30 zombies gathered there. As soon as they saw the vehicles, they charged madly toward them. They'll take care of them. In this situation, ramming through wasn't feasible. Lin Bai, sitting in the passenger seat, volunteered and got out of the car with the simple Tang sword. Facing the oncoming zombies, he swung the blade, cutting down one after another. In no time, all the zombies were eliminated. After getting back into the car, Lin Weiner handed him a pack of tissues. Then she immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the school gate. You know, this sword is pretty handy, Lin Bai said as he wiped the blade with a tissue. How about it? Isn't your brother Bai impressive? Look at you showing off. Lin Weiner kept her eyes on the road and retorted. Why don't you try that new transformation card sometime? Maybe after using it you'll be even stronger than me, Lin Bai said with a grin. Lin Weiner turned her head and shot him a glare, too lazy to respond. Even when Sister Weiner is angry, she's so beautiful. If you could transform, you'd surely be even more stunning. Lin Bai placed the clean Tang sword back into its sheath, then turned sideways to keep staring at Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner ignored him. Lin Bai clearly just wanted to see her transform. By the way, I have a question for you. Lin Bei's tone suddenly turned serious. Lin Weiner thought he was going to ask about what happened after the apocalypse, so she nodded. Go ahead. Have you ever watched Sailor Moon? A mischievous grin appeared on Lin Bei's face. Tell me at the moment they transform, are they wearing anything or not? Lin Bei. Lin Weiner was speechless and called out his name loudly. I'm here, Lin Bei replied cheerfully. He picked up a water cup nearby, held it in front of him in a mock pose, pointed at a zombie in the distance, and chanted, Warrior of love and justice, crystal moon transform. In the name of the moon, I will punish you. Lin Bei's actions left Lin Weiner both amused and exasperated. Even growing up in such a family, he was still a natural optimist, afraid of nothing. Perhaps if they had been together in the past life, his fate might not have been so miserable. In this life at least, he had become an evolver. No matter what, he would never again be reduced to the bottom of society, scraping by as a laborer. As they drove forward, the road was littered with abandoned vehicles. Fortunately, this suburban road was sparsely trafficked, and the derelict cars did not obstruct their path. Occasionally, they encountered a crashed car blocking the road, and Lin Bei would get out to move it. Just as he wrapped his fist in a white cloth, shattered the windshield of a vehicle blocking their way, opened the door, shifted into neutral, and prepared to push it aside, a thick gray fog suddenly rose around them. When Lin Bei returned to the car, and they continued driving, the gray mist soon grew denser. In her past life, Lin Weiner had already reached the settlement by this time, and a year or two had passed. She could not recall this heavy fog clearly. She vaguely remembered hearing that after a great fog the zombies generally became stronger, and some even discovered advanced-level zombies. But back then it was irrelevant to her. She was just an ordinary person following orders and working day by day. As the gray fog thickened, visibility plummeted until they could no longer even see the hood of their car. Cautiously, Lin Weiner pulled over. Driving any further would risk losing Liang Xiaosong behind them, and the road was completely obscured. When Lin Weiner stopped, Liang Xiaosong breathed a sigh of relief. He had only been able to make out a faint glow from the fog lights ahead, and his heart was pounding as he drove. What should we do now? Seeing Lin Weiner's car halt, Liang Xiaosong quickly got out and opened his door. Lin Weiner shook her head. Everywhere she looked was shrouded in gray, making it impossible to continue driving. At that moment, Lin Bei pulled out his phone and opened the map app. Though the network was down, the offline map was still functional. Look, the highway entrance is not far ahead. Maybe we should drive slowly and figure things out when we get there. We don't know how long this fog will last, and there might be a guard booth or something where we can rest if the fog doesn't lift tonight. Lin Bei showed the map to the others. It indicated the highway entrance was less than 2 kilometers away. All right, let's do that. Lin Weiner agreed, as staying in this desolate area was unsafe. Liang Xiaosong and the others had no objections and followed Lin Weiner's lead. They got back in the car, and Lin Weiner stepped on the accelerator. With zero visibility, they crept forward, even slower than a walking pace. It took nearly half an hour to cover the 2 kilometers. When they were still dozens of meters from the highway entrance, they could go no further. Countless abandoned vehicles blocked the entire junction, packed tightly together. They'll go check it out. With so many cars here, there might be zombies lurking. Lin Bei reached back and grabbed the Tang Dao resting on the rear seat. Be careful, Lin Weiner warned. Don't worry, just a few zombies. No sooner had Lin Bei spoken than several zombies slammed against the windows. I wasn't looking for you, but you come to me seeking death. He yanked open the door, kicked a zombie away from the car, and decapitated it with one swift stroke. In no time, he dispatched the few zombies surrounding the vehicle. Then he tapped on the driver's window. When Lin Weiner rolled it down, he pointed toward the highway entrance. Wait here. He'll scout ahead. Be careful, Lin Weiner repeated. The fog obscured everything ahead, hiding unknown dangers. Yet it was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and this area was remote, so powerful zombies from a cluster effect seemed unlikely. Lin Bei made an okay gesture and walked forward with his Tang Dao. Less than half a minute later, a dull thud echoed from ahead. Worried, Lin Weiner quickly got out of the car. Weiner, what's happening up there? Liang Xiaosong leaned out of his window. Nothing, you'll go see. You stay put. In this situation, if danger arose, Liang Xiaosong and the others would be useless and only add to the trouble. Saying this, Lin Weiner headed toward Lin Bei. Lin Bei, are you all right? She called out, but the fog was too thick for her to see him. Don't come over. Just a minor problem. They'll handle it soon. Lin Bei's voice came back, accompanied by the continuous thud of impacts against a vehicle. Minor problem. Lin Weiner frowned. Against ordinary zombies, Lin Bei as an evolver could deal with them easily. They wouldn't be a problem. If he considered it troublesome, something far more powerful must have appeared. Thinking this, she followed the sound, hoping to lend a hand. Lin Bei, where are you? I'm coming to help. The road ahead was so clogged with cars that there was no gap to pass through. Lin Weiner had to climb onto a car roof and leap to another. Don't. Lin Bei's voice grew urgent. A second later, he called out again, watch out. It might be coming your way. As his words faded, a dark shadow sprang from between the abandoned vehicles and lunged straight at Lin Weiner. Simultaneously, a gust of wind brought a nauseating stench of blood. Before she could react, a creature resembling a wolf dog slammed into her. It's a mutated canine. Lin Weiner felt a tremendous force throw her off the roof, crashing to the ground. It hurts. She landed in a shape in the gap between two abandoned cars. Fortunately, her head struck the tire of a vehicle behind her, softening the impact. A searing pain shot through her shoulder. Undoubtedly the wound from the zombie dog's claws. In desperation, Lin Weiner took a deep breath, and a white card materialized out of thin air from her body. Derivative card enhancement transformation. My name is Lin Bai, and I am currently a sophomore in college. Standing at 188 centimeters tall and weighing 156 pounds, I possess a strikingly handsome appearance. Before I could form any memories, I lost my father, and afterward I moved with my mother into an unfamiliar courtyard. According to my mother, my father had left behind a sum of severance pay. However, less than half a year after our move, a sudden severe illness struck my mother down. During the time of her sickness, my world was shrouded in grayness and silence. Staying by her bedside in the hospital, all I could recall was the place filled with sorrow where everyone's face seemed steeped in lifelessness. The cost of treatment was exorbitant, so high that it consumed every last bit of the money my father had left. My mother wanted to give up, hoping to save the funds for me, who was still young at the time. Just as she was about to make the most crucial decision of her life, a family living across the courtyard appeared. Like me, that family also bore the surname Lin. After learning of my mother's plight, they descended like angels into the lives of my mother and me. This brought the first ray of light into my life, which had been utterly helpless by the hospital bed. During my mother's recovery and hospitalization, I was too young to do much, and it was thanks to Lin Mu's companionship and care. They had a child around my age named Lin Mu. Although we were similar in age, he was half a head shorter than me. My mother once told me that their family was our benefactor, and if Lin Mu ever got bullied at school, I must stand up for him. I understood this well. Young as I was, I knew that their arrival had persuaded my mother to abandon her thoughts of giving up treatment. In essence, they had saved my family. My mother often told me that since we had weathered such hardships, life always held hope. Therefore, no matter what happened, I should relax and keep a calm mind. Lin Mu excelled academically and was a very kind person. Kind people usually have softer personalities, and coupled with his small stature, he was often easy to bully. At school, whenever someone bullied him, I would stand up for him. This earned me many criticisms and numerous calls from my parents, but every time my mother came, she would sincerely apologize to the other party and then praise me for doing the right thing. After her recovery, my mother's health was never the same. She could only do some handicrafts at home, and our family often struggled to make ends meet. Fortunately, thanks to Lin Mu's family's help, I never went hungry during my childhood. To keep pace with him, I studied with all my might. In the end, during the college entrance exams, my total score was only 3 points lower than his, so I chose the same university. After starting university, every time I left home, Uncle Lin would give me a sum of money for living expenses. Naturally, I felt embarrassed to accept it, but Uncle Lin insisted I take it, study hard, and repay them well after graduation. At university, after the freshman basketball tournament ended, a girl confessed her feelings to me. I agreed. It was the first romance of my life, but unfortunately, it ended 2 months later. The reason was that I was too stingy. I didn't give her gifts on the monthly campus Valentine's Day on the 14th. Nor did I take her to big shopping malls during our dates. Only after the breakup did I realize that love was very expensive. I increasingly felt the importance of money. I never told Lin Mu about the breakup, perhaps out of wounded pride. Later, I landed a tutoring job. So every weekend, I would go out to earn money, lying to Lin Mu that I was going on dates. Until that weekend, I told Lin Mu I was off for a date, and then hurried out of the school gate to wait for bus No. 11 at the stop outside campus. After waiting for over an hour, the No. 11 bus, which usually came every half hour, still hadn't arrived. Normally, it would have come by then. I thought about taking a taxi instead. Although it was more expensive, I couldn't afford to lose this hard-won job. So I hailed a taxi. The taxi stopped, and just as I opened the door to get in at that moment, for some unknown reason, I felt as if the entire world had paused for an instant. Then inexplicably, my mouth started blurting out the same phrase repeatedly. Save Lin Mu, save Lin Mu, save Lin Mu. I was startled by myself, not knowing why I suddenly uttered those 3 words. Clearly, I wasn't the only one frightened. The taxi driver glanced at me, probably thinking I was insane, and drove off, without even closing the passenger door. Could Lin Mu be in some kind of danger? But what danger could there be on campus? Yet why was I inexplicably repeating those words? I tried to call him, only to find my phone had run out of credit. I decided to go back to the dormitory first to check. If he really was in trouble, and I didn't go, I would never forgive myself. After all, his family were my benefactors. Panting heavily, I ran back to the dormitory in about 10 minutes, only to find he wasn't there. I thought the most dangerous place on campus might be the man-made lake in the middle. Could he have fallen into the lake? I rushed out of the dormitory building again and ran towards the lake. Unexpectedly at that moment a student by the roadside suddenly lunged at me like a madman. In that instant I saw his rotting face and smelled the foul stench all over him. I didn't know what was happening, but I kicked him away. Just then I heard screams coming from the dormitory building. At that moment a security guard came around the corner. Pointing at the student I had kicked down, he was about to say something when the student on the ground suddenly got up and began savagely biting him. This scene reminded me of the zombies in movies. Especially after the second and third zombies appeared one after another, I forced myself to accept this reality. I kept running along the lake, saw a zombie lying on the ground with its head smashed to pieces. Somehow I felt an inexplicable intuition about where Lin Mu had gone. Guided by this feeling, I sprinted frantically, praying that Lin Mu wouldn't be in trouble. Finally, near the third cafeteria, I spotted a person who looked like him being chased by zombies. I called out to him, but he looked around as if he couldn't see me. Seeing him running unsteadily, seemingly injured, I dashed over, grabbed him, and ran. He asked me if I wasn't supposed to be on a date. Why had I come back? Naturally, I couldn't tell him that I had inexplicably sensed he was in danger. That would be too sentimental. I dragged him all the way to the golf course, where I noticed his arm was scratched by a zombie. It was then that he told me he had been reborn from the future. He revealed some things about the future and urged me to find the evolution serum and survive. I believed him, of course. To keep him alive, I had to get the evolution serum as quickly as possible. After finding enough crystal cores, I went to the third cafeteria and sure enough discovered the mysterious shop he mentioned. I exchanged for a bottle of evolution serum and rushed back to the golf course. When I returned, I found a girl there. She was incomparably more beautiful than my ex-girlfriend. I dared say no woman more stunning than her could exist in the world. But I noticed Lin Mu was missing, and I suspected she might be behind it. No matter how beautiful she was, if Lin Mu's disappearance had anything to do with her, I would make her regret ever being born. To my surprise, this beautiful girl told me she was Lin Mu. At that moment my mind went blank. I was somewhat inclined to believe her. After all, something as absurd as Lin Mu's rebirth had already happened, so nothing seemed impossible. When she revealed some of my secrets, I was convinced. However, she seemed troubled by this transformation. But I didn't mind as long as she was alive. After all, I wasn't the one who turned into a girl. For some reason, she claimed she was already immune to the zombie virus and told me to drink the evolution serum myself. Fortunately, I survived too. What I didn't tell her was that I had also accidentally been scratched on the back of my hand by a zombie. So both of us managed to survive. After turning into a girl, she called herself Lin Wainer, apparently because of that card. And because her figure was simply too alluring and I was at a young, passionate age, I couldn't resist such temptation. Thankfully, she was once my good brother, so I could still tease her for fun. She told me about some post-apocalyptic settlements. Regardless, her family were my benefactors. Now that the apocalypse had come and I had become an evolver, it was only natural for me to protect her. Over the past 2 days at school, due to the circumstances, I had held her hand a few times. The touch was indescribably soft. Especially when she ran the pair of white rabbits on her chest, nearly dazzled me blind. I couldn't believe I was having those kinds of thoughts about her. But thinking about it, it was only natural. She was a girl now. Any man would be drooling over her, wouldn't they? If she hadn't turned into a girl, I definitely wouldn't have had those thoughts. This just proved that I was normal. After staying at school for 2 days, we met 3 classmates. After exchanging the crystal cores for items from the mysterious shop, we left the campus. Wainer obtained a card that seemed to allow another transformation. I was really curious to see what she would look like when she transformed. Just thinking about it made me drool profusely. After leaving the school gate, we encountered a thick fog. I suggested heading to the highway toll booth where there were small buildings. If the fog didn't lift, we could spend the night there. When we reached the toll booth, we found it blocked by abandoned cars. I decided to get out and have a look. The fog was dense all around. After I killed a few zombies, a dog-like creature lunged at me. It was incredibly strong, even stronger than me, an evolver. After a few rounds of fighting, I realized I was somewhat outmatched. If not for the thick fog, I was sure I could have killed it, but the fog hindered my performance. Just then I heard Wainer's voice. She might have heard the noise and was coming to help. That wouldn't do. The fog was thick everywhere, and this mutated beast had keener hearing and smell than humans. If she came over, I wouldn't be able to see her or protect her. So I quickly shouted for her to stay back. But it seemed too late. I suddenly sensed that the mutated beast was no longer near me. Then I heard screams and crashing sounds coming from Wainer's direction. It was over. That was her voice. She wasn't an evolver. If she was targeted by a mutated beast, she would almost certainly die. At that moment, I bitterly regretted ever suggesting we come here. As a white card materialized and passed through her body, Lin Wainer gently tapped it, causing the card to shatter like a broken mirror into countless fragments that surged into her being. In an instant, she felt power emanating from all around her and even the wound on her shoulder torn by the mutated wolfhound healed completely. The next moment, the mutated wolfhound leaped down from the car roof, its jaws wide open as it lunged at her head. Lin Wainer swiftly raised a foot and kicked it directly in the abdomen. With a pained howl, the wolfhound was sent flying, crashing heavily onto an abandoned vehicle. Shaoan. At that moment, Lin Bai followed the sound, sprinting across the car roofs in search of her location. I'm fine, Lin Wainer called out, quickly scrambling to her feet and standing atop a car roof. That kick had struck the mutated wolfhound's abdomen. For such creatures, the belly is their greatest weakness, and they rarely expose it to any being. After using the enhancement card, Lin Wainer was astonished to discover that not only had her physical strength increased, but her field of vision had broadened as well. Compared to before, even in the thick fog, she could now vaguely discern some shapes. You're okay. Reaching Lin Wainer's side, Lin Bai was taken aback to see her white hair dancing in the wind, and he immediately realized she must have used some kind of card. Where's that wolfhound? Lin Bai gripped his tang sword, staying on high alert. Aside from that single howl, he had heard nothing else. Lin Wainer shook her head. She didn't know where the mutated wolfhound had gone. Though her kick had been fierce, she didn't believe it was enough to kill it. Waiting idly in the dense fog was not a solution. The two looked around and spotted a large truck loaded with solid wood furniture. They decided to set the furniture on fire to disperse the surrounding mist. They moved some furniture to an open area, placing piles at intervals. Lin Bai retrieved some gasoline from an abandoned car and poured it over the wooden furniture. Soon the piles burst into roaring flames, pushing back the fog around them. That way, if anything approached, they would spot it immediately. Letting down some of their guard, Lin Wainer reverted to her original appearance. Don't stop now, that look was stunning. Lin Bai called out from the truck, tossing down a few sofa cushions so everyone could sit. He jumped down from the truck and said to Liang Xiaosong beside him, right? She looked better that way. Liang Xiaosong glanced at Yi Qingyan, who was washing rice to cook, and nodded awkwardly in agreement. Inside, however, he couldn't help but grumble. She's your woman. Why ask me? Everyone knows she's beautiful. Still, Lin Wainer's white hair had made her look like a character straight out of an anime, truly stunning them all. Lin Wainer shot Lin Bai an exasperated look. She wished she could maintain that form, but she found that staying in the enhanced state drained her energy rapidly, so she had to revert. Glancing at Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan, she suddenly wondered why Lin Bai hadn't tried to find his girlfriend during those 2 days at school. He wasn't usually the heartless type. She picked up a sofa cushion from the ground, sat down on the wooden furniture, and asked Lin Bai, "What about your girlfriend? I haven't seen you look for her these past 2 days." Lin Bai froze, remembering his earlier lie. Not wanting to explain, he grinned at Lin Wainer and said, "With a beauty like you around, why would I need her?" You scumbag, Lin Wainer blurted out. But as soon as she said it, she felt she might have been too harsh, almost coy. Even Yang Wan and Yi Qingyan, who were preparing food nearby, cast strange looks at Lin Bai after overhearing their conversation. Fine, I admit it. We broke up long ago. To salvage his reputation, Lin Bai had to confess. So for old-time sake, you didn't even think to look for her. Lin Wainer blinked at him, finally having a chance to tease him after all his flirting. See, men are all the same, she added. We. Men. Lin Bai snickered, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "So, does that mean you now admit and accept that you're a woman?" Cough. Lin Wainer's face flushed as she coughed sharply, spreading her fingers and pressing her entire palm against Lin Bai's face, pushing his head away. "Damn scumbag, get away from me. Caught red-handed, and now you're embarrassed, huh?" Lin Bai pulled her hand away, grinning. "Can't be bothered with you." After they finished eating around 4 in the afternoon, the fog finally began to thin. With nightfall approaching, they realized they wouldn't get far if they pressed on, so they decided to stay for the night. But before that, they made some defensive preparations. Not far from the highway exit was a police booth with 3 rooms. Lin Bai and the others moved the sofa from the truck inside, arranging them into makeshift beds for the night. They cleared all the abandoned vehicles around the booth and moved a steel barrier nearby to encircle the building. Then they sharpened some wooden stakes, found wire, and tied the stakes to the barrier with the sharp ends facing outward, creating simple defensive fortifications. Night is extremely unforgiving to humans when it comes to wild beasts. Fortunately, the solar panels still provided power. Before dark, Lin Wainer and the others turned on all the lights so they could spot anything approaching at once. They drove the unwanted abandoned vehicles dozens of meters away, positioning them around the perimeter. After starting them, they aimed their high beams into the distance. The added advantage was that if any beasts like the mutated wolfhound came, the blinding lights would first dazzle them. Once they had prepared everything they could think of, they arranged shifts for keeping watch while the others rested and slept. Lin Wainer was glad to have brought Liang Xiaosong and the other 2 along. Although they possessed little combat strength, they at least served as a form of companionship. In this apocalypse filled with despair, having only one or two people would bring an endless sense of loneliness. The night at the highway entrance passed without incident. At daybreak, Lynn Weiner and her group continued along the expressway. However, before long the weather changed again. "It's raining," Lynn Weiner said, activating the windshield wipers that swept back and forth, clearing the droplets from the windshield. After driving on for a while, Lynn Weiner finally noticed something amiss. "Xiaobai, look at the hood." She held the steering wheel with one hand and pointed at the engine hood through the windshield. Under the rain's onslaught, the originally red hood had begun to reveal the metal beneath, as if the factory-applied paint was slowly being washed away. After confirming with Lin Bai that she wasn't mistaken, Lin Weiner quickly slowed down. The car behind them, driven by Liang Xiaosong and his team, caught up. Sure enough, just like there's the paint on Liang Xiaosong's blue pickup truck was also dissolving under the rain. "This damn rain isn't rain. It's sulfuric acid." Lin Bai, sitting beside her, cracked open the window and reached out to test the rain. Although the rain didn't cause any visible damage to his skin, he could feel a slight stinging sensation. Liang Xiaosong must have noticed it too. He slowed down, opened his window a crack, and shouted over. "This rain is corrosive. We can't keep driving like this. We need to find shelter." "All right, let's rendezvous at the service area up ahead." Lin Weiner replied, then accelerated toward the nearest service area. After about 10 minutes, the paint on Lin Weiner's hood had become rough and uneven, with at least 70 to 80% of it already dissolved by the rain. Fortunately, the road sign indicated the next service area was less than a kilometer away. When they arrived, they found the entrance blocked by a jumble of debris. There might be people inside. Lin Weiner stopped the car, gazing at the service area. "Even if there are, let's take shelter from the rain first," Lin Bai said dismissively. Without a second thought, he opened the door, grabbed an umbrella, and got out to clear the obstacles blocking the ramp. After returning to the car, Lin Weiner noticed that Lin Bai's rain-soaked skin had turned slightly red. Seeing him like this, she felt a pang of sympathy. After all, Lin Bai had always been a reliable person, except for the fact that ever since she had become a woman, he kept staring at her with lecherous eyes. "Hurry up, or the car will be corroded away." Lin Bai grabbed a towel from the back and wiped off the rainwater. Seeing Lin Weiner hadn't moved, he urged her. After driving into the service area, Lin Weiner found a covered carport to park under, and Liang Xiaosong's group followed. "Xiaobai, do you see anyone inside?" Through the glass door of the service area, Lin Weiner thought she glimpsed a few figures, but with the bright outside and dark interior, she couldn't be sure. "Should I go check?" Lin Bai pointed at the building's entrance. "Never mind." Lin Weiner shook her head. She didn't know how many people were inside, and in the apocalypse, human hearts were complicated. This was just a stop along their journey, as she had no desire to interact with these people. They would simply wait for the rain to stop and move on. Staying in the car was stifling, and since they had a canopy overhead, Lin Weiner and her group got out, fetched a few small stools from the car, and sat down to rest. The rain continued to fall, showing no sign of stopping. After they had been sitting under the awning for a few minutes, the glass door of the service area was pushed open, and a woman in her 30s dressed in purple walked out. "Would you like to come inside and take shelter from the rain?" the purple-clad woman called out loudly. "No need, we'll leave once the rain stops." "Thank you, sister," Lin Weiner replied with equal politeness. "Come on in. There's no telling when this rain will stop." "It's not convenient for you out there," the woman insisted. After a moment's thought, Lin Weiner conceded she had a point. If the rain lasted as long as yesterday's fog, they couldn't very well sit under the awning for half a day. So after repeatedly thanking her, they grabbed their umbrellas and jogged into the service area building. As soon as they entered, the scene before them left Lin Weiner and her team stunned. About a dozen meters away, several men lounged leisurely on sofas. Beside them, a few young girls lay in their arms, passively enduring their fondling. This scene was strikingly similar to those depicted in TV dramas. Lin Weiner glanced around. There were about 40 or 50 people inside, and each seemed to dare not utter a word. Even the woman who had invited them in earlier now stood silently to the side, completely devoid of the warmth she had shown just moments ago. Anyone could see that the few people sitting on the sofas held all the power here. The others had apparently submitted to them. Was this only the fourth day of the apocalypse? How had it come to this already? Lin Weiner remembered that in her past life at the settlement under official maintenance, everyone had been fairly orderly at first. It was only later, as Evolver's power grew and they occupied more resources, that such scenes gradually emerged. But even then, a semblance of order remained on the surface. But here it was obvious at a glance that the few on the sofas were the local tyrants of this service area. Lin Weiner guessed that among them there might be an Evolver, otherwise why would 40 or 50 people all obey them? Since there were other Evolvers, and she didn't know what they had obtained from the mysterious shop, Lin Weiner wanted to avoid any conflict. She therefore signaled Lin Bai and the others to simply stand by the door, avoiding any unnecessary trouble. However, trouble came looking for her, even though she didn't seek it. A young man in his late 20s sitting on the sofa stood up with a smirk and walked over to them step by step. Tisk tisk, what a figure, what a face. Absolutely stunning. 100 times more beautiful than those sluts in our club. As he spoke, the young man raised his hand to touch Lin Weiner's face. But his hand had only just extended halfway when Lin Bai seized it, twisted it with force, and instantly sent the man crying out in pain. Watch your mouth and keep your hands to yourself, or it'll cripple you, Lin Bai said, releasing his grip and adding a kick to the man's side. Lin Bai had always been adept at brawling. Ill fuck your ancestors, you dare hit me. The young man clutched his dislocated arm, kicked at those nearby, and roared, damn it, can't you see him being beaten? Get him. At the young man's furious command, a dozen men encircled Lin Weiner and the others. Lin Bai let out a cold laugh, unceremoniously grabbed the foremost attacker, and slammed him heavily into the rest. Don't move. At that moment, Liang Xiaosong produced a crossbow and aimed it at the group. Seeing the weapon, the men hastily retreated, and even the shouting youth scrambled back to the sofa in panic. Then another man rose from the sofa, casually tossing a baseball up and down. Suddenly, he hurled the ball at Liang Xiaosong. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Lin Bai, sensing the danger, immediately reached out and pulled Liang Xiaosong aside. The next second, the baseball slammed into Liang Xiaosong's shoulder with a crack, bursting into a mist of blood. His entire right arm drooped limply. Yet the ball's momentum didn't cease. Grazing his arm, it struck Yang Wan standing behind him, embedding itself entirely into her skull. Yi Qingyan, hiding behind Lin Bai, screamed in terror. A single thrown ball had caused one death and one injury. Quick reflexes, the young man who threw the ball remarked, eyeing Lin Bai with surprise. Zhou Peng was the star pitcher of their baseball club. Typically, a pitcher's ball speed reached at least 140 km/h. As a professional player and the team's ace, his throws exceeded an astonishing 160 km/h. Striking an ordinary person at such speed was like being hit by a speeding car, lethal or grievously injurious. That was why baseball players wore helmets and protective gear. And just days ago, the apocalypse had arrived. Mysteriously, Zhou Peng found his strength multiplied several-fold. Now, like the mutants in movies, he possessed unimaginable power. At his current speed, even a catcher with a thick mitt would suffer broken arms or fatal injuries from catching his throws. Lin Weiner was utterly stunned by Zhou Peng's attack. Hearing Liang Xiaosong's cries of agony, she sensed imminent danger. Derive card enhanced transform. A nearly translucent white card emerged from her body. She touched it, and the card activated instantly. The next second, her jet black hair swelled and lengthened, without warning, cascading to her waist as its color shifted from black to white. A silver mane manifested before the crowd. Take him to the car for medicine and to stop the bleeding. Lin Weiner shouted at the dazed Yi Qingyan. The small supermarket near the school sports field was stocked with remedies for bruises and sprains. They had brought plenty. Hurry, Lin Weiner urged, seeing her hesitation. Snapping back to reality, Yi Qingyan glanced at Yang Wan's lifeless body and quickly helped Liang Xiaosong out. Noticing Lin Weiner's transformation, Zhou Peng showed surprise. This wasn't a special effect, likely this woman like him had changed after the apocalypse. He hadn't expected another person to gain abilities like movie mutants. Get out of my way if you want to live. Lin Bei's face twisted with fury as he drew the long blade at his waist. Yang Wan, though initially unpleasant, had been one of their own. Now she was dead, her head burst open. Lin Bai felt responsible for her death, especially as the only evolved member of their group. Are you like me? Zhou Peng eyed Lin Bai warily. If both opponents were enhanced, he was in trouble. Who the hell is like you? Lin Bai cursed, charging forward with his Tang sword. Damn. Seeing Lin Bei's speed, Zhou Peng realized his miscalculation. He hadn't anticipated two evolved individuals. He should have scouted before acting. Without hesitation, Zhou Peng hurled a baseball at Lin Bai. As Lin Bai advanced, the ball flew at him instantly. Unable to dodge, he slashed at it with his sword, cleaving it in two. Damn it. Though he deflected the ball, the impact numbed Lin Bei's hands. Even as an evolved being, he felt the immense force. Ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance. Brother, wait. Zhou Peng called for a pause, seeing Lin Bei's relentless advance. Brother, you've seen mutant movies, right? We're the same kind now. There's no need for us to fight. Let's cooperate instead. In those movies, mutants lose because they're divided. United, no other force could stand against us. Don't you agree? Mutant, you're more like a bastard. Lin Bai had no patience for his words. After killing one of his own, this man dared propose an alliance. What was he thinking? Gripping his Tang sword, Lin Bai fixed his gaze on Zhou Peng's movements. Lin Bai feigned a forward charge to deceive him, a common basketball feint. The moment Zhou Peng released the baseball, Lin Bai dodged, lunged forward, and swung his blade downward. Clang! A metal baseball bat appeared in Zhou Peng's hand, as if from nowhere. The two weapons clashed, emitting a piercing screech. Don't forget in baseball a pitcher can also be a batter during defense. Zhou Peng sneered, blocking the Tang's sword. As a batter he could connect with super-fast pitches, a gleaming long blade was no challenge. Enough with the chatter. The blade in his hand was deflected by the baseball bat, and Lin Bai staggered back 2 steps, feeling a slight tear in the tiger's mouth gripping the hilt. When a sharp weapon clashed with a blunt one, Lin Bai was at a disadvantage. Moreover, Zhou Peng was a professional baseball player adept at wielding the bat, an area where Lin Bai was far inferior. While they fought, Lin Weiner snatched a baseball bat from another person. Seeing Lin Bai at a disadvantage in this exchange, she charged forward with the bat. Die! Lin Weiner wasn't skilled in fighting, but she believed that with Lin Bai nearby, Zhou Peng would be cautious, holding back some strength to guard against him. Yet she had no such qualms. A silhouette with silver-white hair flashed before the crowd, then leaped high into the air. Lin Weiner swung the bat with all her might, slamming it down towards Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng, whose focus was entirely on Lin Bai, could only hastily block her strike. Clang! The metallic clash reverberated through the hall. Due to his hasty defense, Zhou Peng lost his grip and his baseball bat clattered to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Peng turned and fled. Already at a disadvantage in a two-known fight, now unarmed, running was his only option. The moment Zhou Peng's bat fell, Lin Bai anticipated his escape, a lesson learned from countless schoolyard brawls. Gripping his blade, Lin Bai gave chase without hesitation. Get out of my way. As Zhou Peng reached the door, a figure blocked his path. He shouted, but the figure didn't flinch. In desperation, Zhou Peng pulled a phone from his pocket and hurled it at Lin Bai. With the distance so close, Lin Bai had no room to dodge. The phone struck his chest, but at the same time his Tang's sword cleaved toward Zhou Peng's head. Zhou Peng was dead. Damn, that hurts like hell. Clutching his chest, Lin Bai nearly stopped breathing from the impact. Lin Bai. Seeing him in pain, Lin Weiner rushed over to support him. Are you okay? It hurts, it hurts. Grimacing, Lin Bai grabbed Lin Weiner's hand and placed it on his chest. Quick check if my ribs are broken. After letting her hand linger there for nearly 2 seconds, Lin Weiner realized he was just trying to take advantage of her. With so many people watching, she shot him a glare and yanked her hand away. This is yours, right? The middle-aged man who had blocked the door picked up the crossbow from the floor and handed it to Lin Weiner. Thanks, uncle. If not for you, he might have gotten away. Lin Weiner took the crossbow and expressed her gratitude. Then addressing the others, she said, a friend of ours is injured. Is there a doctor or nurse here who could check on him in the car outside? I'm a doctor. We'll take a look. A bespectacled, slightly stout man stepped forward. Thanks. Lin Weiner smiled at the doctor. No problem. That beast's death is a relief. The doctor glanced at Zhou Peng's corpse and strode out of the hall. With Zhou Peng dead, his 2 cronies who had been bullying others alongside him stood pale and terrified in a corner. Lin Weiner straightened up, walked over to them, and asked, is there a mystic shop in this service area? A what? One of them stammered. You know how he became an evolver, right? Lin Weiner pointed at Zhou Peng. Thinking they might not understand the term, she rephrased. I mean, do you two know how he got so strong? The man stuttered. We ran from the club. Zhou Peng suddenly felt his strength grow. Your teammates from the baseball club? Lin Weiner asked casually. Yes. Are you sure he didn't go anywhere special? He just became this strong out of nowhere. Lin Weiner pressed. Sure. We drove here together in the same car. An awakener. Lin Weiner frowned. What's an awakener? Lin Bai asked from behind. Lin Weiner thought for a moment. You see, those mutated beasts can't exactly go to a mystic shop to buy evolution potions, can they? They become mutated beasts for some reason. The same goes for humans. A very small number of people can become evolvers without any potion. These are called awakeners. I've heard they're usually stronger than regular evolvers. He was tough. I might not have beaten him alone. Lin Bai glanced back at Zhou Peng's body. With the questioning done, the 2 men were of no further use. Uncle, these 2 are in your hands. Do with them as you see fit. Lin Weiner turned to the man who had blocked the door. Beside him stood a young woman with a decent figure and face. If she remembered correctly, this woman had been one of those being molested on the sofa by Zhou Peng and his gang when they first entered. Is that okay? Lin Weiner added. She didn't need to imagine what had happened here over the past few days. The fact that this man had mustered the courage to block Zhou Peng's escape spoke volumes about how they had suffered. It's fine. We've had enough of those beasts. The middle-aged man's eyes burned with fury as he looked at the 2. Lin Weiner smiled, then pointed at Yang Wan's body on the floor. This is our classmate. When the rain stops, could you please dig a grave for her somewhere? Don't worry, we'll give her a proper burial. Before the man could speak, several older people volunteered to handle it. At that moment, some in the hall looked at Lin Weiner and Lin Bai with fear, wondering if they would become the next Zhou Peng. Just as they were about to check on Liang Xiaosong, Lin Weiner noticed a young child holding a bag of snacks. When he saw her gaze, the child fearfully put the snacks back on the shelf. His mother likely quickly pulled his hand away, slapped it twice, and cast a nervous sidelong glance at Lin Weiner. Help yourselves to the food here. Don't mind us. Though he had lost his right arm, Lin Bei's timely pull had saved his life. After Zhou Peng's death, the remaining two were also voted to death by everyone in the service area. By nightfall, the rain had nearly ceased. They found a patch of open ground, dug a pit, buried Yang Wan's remains, and erected a simple wooden marker for her. The others in the service area felt as if they had narrowly escaped a catastrophe. The past few days had been like living in hell for them. Perhaps driven by some perverse amusement, Zhou Peng and his two accomplices, after seizing the wives and daughters of these people, did not kill them outright, but forced them to watch the heart-wrenching scenes unfold. In the evening, a rich aroma of food wafted from the service area hall. Under the control of Zhou Peng and his men, these people had been subsisting on rotten vegetable leaves left in the service area. Today they could finally enjoy a proper meal. The service area was far from the city, and its usual stock of provisions was enough to sustain them for a while. Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan were immensely relieved by the day's events. They had never imagined that someone could so easily end another's life. Thinking back, they felt a lingering fear. If when they first met Lin Bai and Lin Weiner, those two had been like Zhou Peng, using their status as evolvers to commit every evil, they would not have survived to this day. The service area had several rooms that usually accommodated travelers. Although there weren't enough rooms for everyone, no one dared to compete with Lin Weiner and her group for them. Why don't we take the room next to theirs? If Liang Xiaosong needs help, we can get there in time. At that moment, Lin Bai stood at the corridor entrance, pointing toward Liang Xiaosong's room. Lin Weiner nodded. In the apocalypse, where one slept didn't matter, all that counted was having a bed where she could rest in peace. But just as she was about to enter the adjacent room, Lin Weiner suddenly caught herself. She spun around and said to Lin Bai, "No way, I'm not sharing a room with you. Go find another one. There aren't any spare rooms left. We can't just bully others and kick them out, can we?" Lin Bai blinked, deliberately feigning helplessness. Lin Weiner was speechless, then pointed toward the hall. "Then go sleep on the couch outside. That couch is already taken. Besides, Zhou Peng and his gang did all sorts of nasty things on it. I don't want to touch that thing." Lin Bai shrugged. "I don't care. Go to Liang Xiaosong's room and swap with Yi Qingyan." Lin Weiner blocked the doorway, refusing to let him in. "That wouldn't be right. They're a couple and Liang Xiaosong is badly injured. It'd be a shame to separate them now." Then Lin Bai looked Lin Weiner up and down and added in a very low voice, "Besides, having your girlfriend sleep with you, isn't that a bit awkward? We're both WM." Before she could finish, Lin Weiner immediately clamped her mouth shut. "You're both what?" A hint of a smile crept onto Lin Bei's face. "Shut up." Lin Weiner angrily kicked him. "No, I can't admit I'm a woman. I'm a real man. Since I've been turned into a female body, there must be a way to change back." But Lin Bai had a point. Even though she was now in a female body, she was still a man at heart. Having his girlfriend sleep with her really wasn't appropriate. "Fine, do whatever you want." Lin Weiner resignedly entered the room and turned on the light. As the light came on, she suddenly realized that the room had only one bed. "Where's the other bed?" Lin Weiner stood in the entryway, pointing into the room and asking Lin Bai. There was no way she was going to share a bed with him. How there really is only one bed. Lin Bai also stepped inside. Seeing Lin Weiner's murderous glare, he quickly raised his hands in explanation. "I swear I had no idea this room only had one bed. Come on, we're both men. What's the big deal about sharing a bed? Remember when I stayed at your place as kids? We used to squeeze into one bed all the time." Lin Bai strode quickly to the bedside and plopped down. Lin Weiner calmed herself. She believed that Lin Bai at worst was just a talker and wouldn't actually do anything to her. "I'm going to take a shower. You want one?" Lin Bai walked into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and found the water still worked. The service area's water tank was full and sealed, so the corrosive rain from today hadn't gotten in. Lin Weiner nodded. They hadn't had a proper shower in days, there had been no safe place to do so, and they'd only managed to wipe themselves down with a damp towel. "Wait here. They'll grab some clean clothes from the car." By clean clothes, she meant the underwear they'd taken from the school supermarket. The shelves there had new undergarments, and they'd grabbed quite a few before leaving, but they had no spare change of clothes. Before long, Lin Bai returned with several packages of underwear and tossed them all onto the bed. "I didn't know which one you'd like, so I grabbed a few. But I think this pink lace one is the prettiest. Get lost. Go take your shower." Lin Weiner blushed and kicked Lin Bai in the leg again. Once Lin Bai was in the shower, and the sound of running water filled the room, Lin Weiner finally opened the packages to pick one. "Whatever, I'll take this one." Lin Weiner chose the one Lin Bai had recommended and set it aside. A real man reduced to wearing lacy little strips like this. How utterly mortifying. Just a few minutes later, Lin Bai emerged from the bathroom, wearing only a pair of shorts, his upper body bare, drying his hair with a towel. Showering that fast. You must still have a 3-inch layer of grime on you. Seeing Lin Bai out so quickly, Lin Weiner couldn't resist teasing him. Where's the grime? Lin Bai raised his arms, twisted his torso left and right, and said, us guys shower fast, okay? Not like you girls who dawdle in the bathroom for ages. No one's going to think you're mute if you keep your mouth shut. Lin Weiner grabbed the pink lace underwear, shot Lin Bai a glance, and headed for the bathroom. She had to admit Lin Bai, who played basketball often, had a pretty good physique with several defined abs on his stomach. I told you that one was nice. Looks like we have the same taste. Seeing that Lin Weiner had picked the very pair Head recommended, Lin Bai grinned with delight. In the bathroom, Lin Weiner removed her clothes. Ever since her transformation, she had noticed something peculiar. The denim shorts and crop top that came with the transformation card never seemed to get dirty. She had no idea how it worked, but after several days of wearing them and hunting countless zombies, they remained immaculately clean. That sneaky Lin Bai wouldn't be peeping, would he, as she wondered. Quietly, she cracked the door open and saw Lin Bai lying obediently on the bed reading a paper book. She was overthinking things. Lin Weiner closed the door again. Though Lin Bai often teased and flirted with her, he wasn't the kind of person to stoop so low. Through the bathroom mirror, she gazed at her own alluring figure and felt an inexplicable urge to strangle herself. This body was undeniably exquisite, and she herself found it quite pleasing. If she were still a man, she would undoubtedly adore a girl like this. But now she had become this. Damn heavens, granting her such a baffling rebirth buff. She was a man at heart. How could she possibly fall in love and live with another man in this body? The thought made Lin Weiner shudder. It was utterly impossible. How could a man like her ever be attracted to another man? Even with this transformation, it was unthinkable. She turned on the hot water, letting it cascade over her head. Under the stream, the exhaustion of the past few days seemed to wash away. But it's really soft, she murmured, squeezing herself. Then she remembered Lin Bai was still outside. If she lingered too long, he would surely tease her. She quickly washed up, dressed, rinsed her underwear, and hung it on a hanger to dry. Being a woman was truly a hassle. Lin Weiner habitually wiped her hair with a towel, only to find it still damp and tangled. In the past, a quick rub would have dried it in no time. Now she would need a hairdryer. As soon as Lin Weiner emerged, Lin Bai's gaze roamed over her freely. Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, she grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and it'll gouge your eyes out. Lin Bai caught the pillow, set it aside, and chuckled. You're not planning to sleep in those clothes, are you? None of your business, she shot back with a glare. It couldn't be helped. She would have to find some clothes from a clothing store when she got the chance, especially pajamas. With that, she walked over to the TV cabinet, picked up the hairdryer, and began drying her hair. After a few minutes, her hair showed no signs of drying, and she grew impatient. How about I help you? Lin Bai set down his book and came up behind her. Here, take it. Without a second thought, she handed him the hairdryer. Lin Bai took the hairdryer and spread her long hair with his other hand. After blowing for a dozen seconds, he moved the hairdryer away and asked, is the nozzle too hot? No, it's fine, she replied casually. Standing behind her, Lin Bai held the hairdryer in one hand while lifting her hair from her left cheek with the other. The moment his fingers brushed her earlobe, Lin Weiner's body trembled involuntarily, as if struck by a spasm. What's wrong? Lin Bai paused. Her face flushed. She didn't understand why her earlobe was so sensitive to his touch. Nothing. Hurry up. I'm tired and want to sleep, she said, quickly changing the subject. It was too embarrassing to explain. But drying her hair inevitably meant touching that sensitive spot again. After enduring it for a while, she finally told him to stop, snatched the hairdryer, and roughly finished the job herself. When it was time to sleep, Lin Bai lay on his side, propping his head on his hand, staring at Lin Weiner. She pulled the covers over herself, wrapping up tightly. Come on, we've known each other so long. Is there no basic trust between us? He said helplessly. Lin Weiner shook her head, firmly signaling she didn't believe him at all. Since you don't trust me anyway, I might as well. Lin Bai grinned mischievously, sat up, curled his fingers into claws, and gave her a lecherous look as he slowly inched closer. Lin Bai, don't you dare. Though she knew he was just fooling around, it still annoyed her. She stuck a leg out from under the covers and kicked him in the shin. The sudden move threw Lin Bai off balance, and he tumbled directly onto her. After a brief silence under Lin Weiner's furious gaze, Lin Bai sheepishly climbed off her. It's not my fault. You kicked me, so I fell. Shut up. I'm warning you, Lin Bai, I'm a man. I'm a man, she shouted, sitting up and pounding his chest, a wave of inexplicable resentment washing over her. All right, stop hitting me. It's all my fault, Lin Bai said, quickly apologizing and soothing her when he noticed tears welling up in her eyes. After a while, Lin Bai managed to calm her down and changed the subject. Liang Xiaosong was badly injured. I wonder if he can travel with us tomorrow. Maybe we should stay here for a few days. You decide, Lin Weiner said, uncertain. In her past life, she had been a laborer at the bottom, knowing little. But now she understood that leaving Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan behind would likely mean their deaths, yet rushing to the settlement without caution could also bring danger. Lin Bai nodded. We'll see tomorrow. After chatting for a while, drowsiness overcame Lin Weiner, and she slowly closed her eyes. She didn't know how long she had slept when a cold sensation touched her belly in a dream. Lin Bai, stop it. She mumbled sleepily, too tired to argue. She reached out to push his hand away. But when her fingers touched the object, it felt soft, wet, and slippery. Instinctively, a certain image came to mind, and she felt a chill run down her spine. Panic set in as she struggled to process the situation. No, that wasn't right. The cold touch didn't match that thing. But if it wasn't that, what could it be? She grabbed it tightly, and it coiled up, struggling violently. A snake. Startled, she flung it toward the foot of the bed. What was going on? Where had the snake come from? The room was pitch black. When had the lights gone out? She reached for the spot beside her. Where was Lin Bai? Why was he gone? Lin Bai. Lin Bai. Lin Weiner rose from the bed, groping along the wall, until she found the switch. She clicked it, but the light did not come on. What's going on? Why won't the light turn on? The service area ran on solar power. Even if yesterday's acid rain had damaged the solar panels, the backup power should have lasted for a considerable time. Where are my shoes? Lin Weiner climbed out of bed and stepped onto the floor, only to find it rough beneath her feet. She rubbed her soles against the surface and felt countless grains of sand. That wasn't right. When they had entered, the floor, though not spotless, should not have been covered in so much grit. In an instant, panic seized Lin Weiner. She dashed out of the room barefoot, and as she reached the doorway, a chill wind swept in from the depths of the corridor, carrying with it an ominous silence. Qingyan, is Lin Bai in your room? Guided by instinct, Lin Weiner shoved hard at the door of the adjacent room. With a loud bang, the door flew off its hinges like a kite, with a broken string, and crashed to the floor. Yet despite the tremendous noise, Lin Bai and the others remained silent. No, I need to calm down. Lin Weiner felt her way along the wall slowly, making her way down the corridor. When she reached the hall, a dark, crimson moonlight filtered through the glass windows. Finally, she could make out some shapes. No, that couldn't be right. Since when was the moon dark red? A chill ran down Lin Weiner's spine. In an instant, a card materialized from within her body. Enhanced transform. After the transformation, her vision sharpened, and under the moonlight, she could see every detail of the hall clearly. No, that was wrong. The layout of the service area's hall was completely off. This was impossible. In the dead of night, who would bother rearranging the hall's layout? Moreover, the positions of the shops in this service area were clearly incorrect. What on earth had happened? Was she dreaming? She hurried to the glass door of the hall and pulled it open. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, a foreboding sensation gripped her heart. At the same time, her long white hair stood on end, pointing straight up toward the sky. I see you. I see you. Hee hee. The next second, a terrifying female voice echoed from all around her. Before she could react, a pallid, bloodless arm rested on her shoulder. Startled, Lin Weiner spun around and swung a punch behind her. With a loud crash, she struck nothing but shattered the glass door behind her. You broke the door, you're doomed, you're doomed. You broke it yourself. Since the door is already broken, won't you invite us in? As eerie voices surrounded her, Lin Weiner felt her mind gradually clouding. Then Lin Bai's infuriating face appeared before her. Lin Bai, where have you been? Seeing Lin Bai, Lin Weiner felt a sudden sense of relief, as if she had found an anchor. Let's go inside and talk. It's dangerous out here, Lin Bai said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Okay. Lin Weiner nodded and turned back into the hall, but Lin Bai remained standing outside. Come in, why are you still standing out there? No sooner had the words left Lin Weiner's mouth than Lin Bai's face twisted grotesquely. Are you inviting me? Inviting you. Xiao Bai, enough with the games. Tell me what's going on. Why has everything changed since I woke up? Lin Weiner stood at the doorway, inexplicably feeling that everything was utterly absurd. Are you inviting me in? Lin Bai repeated the same question. Fine, I invite you in, okay? Lin Weiner said in exasperation. But the moment the words left her mouth, Lin Bai before her suddenly transformed. His two eyes fused into one like the mythical Cyclopes, and his body collapsed, becoming fluid-like. The next second, the creature's body clung to Lin Weiner like a stubborn plaster, and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't tear it off. Gradually, the fluid coiled around her body, finally wrapping around her neck. After an endless struggle, just as her strength was failing, the blood moon outside had already dissipated. A ray of dawn appeared in the east. Day had broken. Feeling the grip around her neck loosen slightly, Lin Weiner gasped for air. As her mind cleared, a thought struck her. She tugged desperately at the thing around her neck and screamed with her last ounce of strength, "You! Get out of here!" The moment the words fell, the monster clinging to her was hurled out the door by some mysterious force. The sun. The one-eyed monster, now expelled, stared at the eastern horizon with terror in its gaze. With a piercing shriek, its fluid body burst into purple flames, and in an instant it was reduced to ashes. Cough. Cough cough. Lynn Weiner knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Surveying her surroundings, she realized with sudden clarity that this was no longer the world she had known. Had she been transported to another world? What in the world was that thing? Lynn Weiner stood up, her hair reverting to its original black. If she hadn't used the enhancement card earlier, she would surely have been strangled by that monster. But because she had maintained the transformation for too long, she was now utterly drained, barely able to stand. And so she sat at the doorway, watching the world outside gradually brighten. After resting enough to regain some strength, she rose and stepped outside. In the parking lot, the charging station and canopy for new energy vehicles had vanished, and the gas station, near the exit on the right, seemed to have disappeared as well. It was now certain this was no longer the world she had known. Why? Where was this place? Lynn Weiner walked slowly to the steps at the entrance and turned back to look. The building before her was nothing more than a dilapidated and not the service area they had arrived at. At this moment, if they realized she was missing, they must be frantic with worry. Especially Lynn Weiner could almost imagine how he would lose his mind searching the entire service area, unable to find her. A card. As she stepped down the stairs, Lynn Weiner noticed a black card lying where the monster had been scorched by flames. The card had been hard to spot on the ground, but as she drew near, it suddenly floated up, as if connected to her. Lynn Weiner reached out, and the black card flew over to hover in midair above her hand. On its surface was depicted a black skin-tight bodysuit reminiscent of outfits from cosplay anime. The moment she touched the card, its information surfaced before her eyes. Item: battle suit. Name: Nightshade. Quality: white. Type: derivative equipment card. Traits: 1. Catwalk in the darkness. Even when moving quickly, footsteps are as subtle as a cat's, making them difficult to detect. 2. Night vision grants partial vision enhancement in dark environments. Description: a very form-fitting bodysuit that enhances agility after use, making it better suited for combat in the dark. Could you please give me some normal cards? How am I supposed to wear this in public? Lynn Weiner sighed helplessly, already imagining the effect of using this card. Reluctantly absorbing the card into her body, she wondered why only the mysterious shop could sell equipment. How come defeating a monster now drops equipment? Still, having this gear was better than nothing. The one-eyed monster from last night had been terrifying. Even with her enhancement card, she could only hold it off briefly. If the sun had come out any later, she might have died here today. In front of the inn was an asphalt road with cracks appearing long neglected. Lynn Weiner glanced back at the inn. The abandoned vehicles around seemed unusable. She had no idea where she was, so she could only walk along the road. After about an hour, the roar of an engine came from the road ahead. The sound of a vehicle meant there were people. Though uncertain whether they were friendly, not knowing her location, she had to take the risk and see if she could communicate with them. After walking a few more minutes through a forest, she spotted a plantation. At that moment, over a dozen agricultural vehicles were neatly parked along the roadside, each loaded with workers in the cargo bed. When the vehicles stopped, the workers jumped down carrying various tools. In addition to the workers, there were people holding weapons like swords and knives, appearing to be overseers or bodyguards. Lynn Weiner approached step by step along the road. Just then, a man sitting on top of a vehicle with a large sword slung over his shoulders spotted her and pointed. All the armed people gathered in front to look at her. "Excuse me, where is this place?" she asked as she drew near. A middle-aged man holding a giant sword stepped out from the crowd, seemingly the one in charge. He scrutinized Lynn Weiner, frowning as he replied, "I don't think I've seen you before. You're not from our settlement." I think I'm lost," Lynn Weiner said. No sooner had she spoken than the man swung his giant sword at her. Derivative card: enhancement transformation. Not knowing why he attacked, she knew she would die if she couldn't dodge this strike. As her hair color changed, Lynn Weiner's senses and physique instantly strengthened. But just as she prepared to evade, the giant sword pierced through her body. Yet she felt no pain. But it was only polite to return the favor. Lynn Weiner kicked the middle-aged man square in the chest, sending him stumbling back several steps. "Well done, lass. I told you such a pretty girl couldn't be a demon beast." "Exactly, Captain. Liu has no chivalry at all. When do demon beasts ever appear in daylight?" "That's not certain. I heard a settlement was invaded by a demon beast during the day a few days ago." "Come on, you forgot about the solar eclipse that day." A group of onlookers behind were chattering incessantly. "Sorry, but after what happened in Sector B3, we had to be cautious," the giant sword-wielding man apologized. Lynn Weiner had heard everything they said. She had no idea what a demon beast was. But why did a single sword strike from him prove she wasn't one? And why did the sword, which had clearly pierced her, cause no harm? Seeing Lynn Weiner's puzzled expression, a burly man with a mace on his shoulder stepped forward and said, "Lass, this is our boss, Captain Liu Bin. His sword only harms demon beasts." As he spoke, the burly man walked over, extended his hand, and introduced himself. I'm Zhang Yao. What's your name, lass? Sensing their goodwill, Lin Weiner also extended her hand. I'm Lin Weiner. Just as their hands were about to touch, Zhang Yao was pulled back by someone behind him. Zhang Fatty, don't dirty her hand. Then the person who had pulled him away flashed a broad smile at Lin Weiner and introduced himself. I'm Wang Peng. Before he could finish, Liu Bin next to him shot him a fierce glare, and Wang Peng withdrew his hand sheepishly. Sorry, these guys are a bit rowdy, but they mean no harm, Liu Bin said with a smile. Which settlement are you from? Why are you alone? Lin Weiner didn't know how to explain. Before she figured things out, she didn't want to reveal everything. So she said, I'm not really sure. I only remember being with some friends. When I woke up today, I was inexplicably in an inn ahead. She pointed in the direction she came from and continued. After leaving the inn, I encountered a jelly-like one-eyed monster, then walked along the road to here. Besides that, you remember nothing else? Liu Bin asked with a frown. Lin Weiner nodded. She was almost certain this was not her original world. She hadn't encountered any zombies on the way. Could you have encountered the strange flower lady? Zhang Yao suddenly spoke up from the side. Strange flora maiden, what is that? Lin Weiner asked, curiosity tinging her voice. It is a peculiar entity resembling a flower, typically a dark crimson hue. It is said that its scattered pollen can rob individuals of certain memories. Liu Bin explained, however, this is merely hearsay. Hearing this, Lin Weiner began to doubt herself. Could she truly have been poisoned, causing her to forget the events of this period? No, that could not be. Even in her past life, Lin Weiner had never encountered or heard of such things. Time. If her memory was flawed, then time would be the ultimate proof of whether she had lost a segment of her past. Captain Liu, may I ask what the current date is? Lin Weiner promptly inquired. Today should be June 18th, Liu Bin replied after a moment's thought. June 18th. Yes, that was correct. From the onset of the apocalypse, today was indeed June 18th. Her memory was intact. What is it? Have you found a clue? Liu Bin looked at Lin Weiner as he asked. Lin Weiner shook her head. In that case, why not return with us to the settlement for now, and then decide your next move? Lin Weiner nodded. She understood that it was likely her striking beauty that had earned her such courtesy from these strangers. Regardless, a girl with a lovely visage would always be welcomed anywhere, and would more easily evoke a protective instinct in others. Our settlement is quite far, Liu Bin said, gesturing behind them. If you wish to come with us, we will have to wait until the afternoon. All right, I will follow Captain Liu's arrangements. As the group grew more familiar, they found a spot by the roadside to sit. Wang Peng retrieved a small folding stool from the vehicle and handed it to Lin Weiner. Please sit. Don't mind me. Lin Weiner felt a bit embarrassed. How could we let a great beauty sit on the ground like us rough men? Wang Peng chuckled, insisting she take the stool. After accepting it and chatting with them for a while, Lin Weiner fully confirmed that she might have crossed over into a parallel world or something similar. In this world, the level of technology was similar to her own. 3 months prior, over half of the global population had inexplicably vanished. Soon after, all manner of bizarre and eerie entities emerged. Fortunately, these things only appeared at night. Moreover, they did not easily enter human dwellings. However, some creatures that originally existed in this world could become infected by the anomalies, turning extremely ferocious. These creatures were akin to the mutated beasts of her original world. Unlike the anomalies, these infected beings could appear during the day. Among the surviving humans, some had awakened certain talents, much like evolvers. They became the main force against these monsters. In this world, they were called ability users. Liu Bin's team of ability users had taken on a mission to protect these ordinary people working in the fields, as grain was of utmost importance to every settlement. By noon, the previously overcast sky turned exceptionally clear, with the sun reaching its zenith. The scorching sunlight caused beads of sweat to trickle down Lin Weiner's skin. One of the team members initially brought her an umbrella for shade, but Liu Bin stopped him. It was only after more than half an hour had passed that Liu Bin explained to Lin Weiner that given her unknown origins and claimed memory loss, they had to be cautious. As a precaution, he had her endure the midday sun for over half an hour, for no anomaly in this world could survive under the blazing sun. Lin Weiner expressed her understanding. In her view, the troubles in this world were even more terrifying than those of her original one. Zombies and mutated beasts at least were tangible threats. But the dangers of this world felt far more ominous. She wondered how Lin Bai and the others were doing. Would that fool still be searching for her at the service station? Finally, the time came to 3:30 p.m. Sacks of wheat had been loaded onto the truck. Liu Bin took the blade of grass from his mouth and rose from the ground. Is it about time? Liu Bin asked a nearby team member. The member checked the time and nodded. Yes, it's 3:40. Let's call it a day, Liu Bin said decisively. After giving the order, Wang Peng returned to the vehicle and honked the horn several times. The people who had been harvesting wheat in the fields hurriedly bagged the freshly cut grain and working together dragged the bags to the roadside. Liu Bin and his team did not remain idle. They stepped forward to help load the grain onto the truck. Seeing everyone else working, Lin Weiner felt uneasy just sitting there, so she moved to help. There's no need for your help. I can see your ability. You only become stronger after transforming through some means, right? Liu Bin stood on the cargo bed of the farm truck, taking bags handed up from below and stacking them inside. His implication was that if Lin Weiner did not transform, her strength would be of little use for such labor, and transforming just to help with the work was hardly necessary. Lin Weiner gave an awkward smile, then stood to the side, clasping her hands behind her back and fidgeting with her fingers. Around 4 o'clock, all the grain was loaded. Liu Bin counted the group and the convoy began its return journey. Lin Weiner rode in Liu Bin's pickup truck at the very rear of the convoy. According to him, the captain was responsible for covering the retreat. In this world, just like in Lin Weiner's original one, all long-range communication devices had inexplicably failed since the apocalypse began, including walkie-talkies, which had been reduced to worthless bricks. The convoy drove along the road for about half an hour when the vehicle ahead suddenly stopped. "Captain, there's a situation up ahead." A voice suddenly echoed in Lin Weiner and Liu Bin's minds. That's Qing Yuan's ability. Liu Bin briefly explained to Lin Weiner before stepping on the gas and driving to the front of the convoy. As they passed a few vehicles, Lin Weiner saw through the windshield a sight that utterly shocked her. On the road ahead, the roadside trees that should have lined the street were now standing in the middle of the road. Moreover, these trees moved like living creatures, slowly shuffling step by step toward the convoy. "Captain." As Liu Bin's truck reached the front, Zhang Yao and the others were already armed, standing guard before the convoy like a formidable wall. "Trouble." Liu Bin's face darkened as he watched the massive trees moving across the road. For their squad, evading these slow-moving trees was trivial, but the road was lined with farm vehicles laden with grain and ordinary people seated atop them. "Captain, let me test them first." Zhang Yao hefted his mace and glanced at Liu Bin. Liu Bin nodded. It was already 4:30. Any further delay would bring dusk, and once the sun set, they would be in dire straits. Let Zhang Yao gauge the combat prowess of these eerie trees. If they proved too formidable, they would have no choice but to abandon the vehicles and take a detour. With Liu Bin's approval, Zhang Yao charged toward the trees. When he was still a dozen meters away, his mace doubled in size, its spikes growing sharper and more menacing. Yet almost simultaneously, the branches and roots of the foremost 2 trees shot toward Zhang Yao. In an instant, the tendrils ensnared his mace. His weapon is a blunt instrument, hardly suitable for dealing with these things right. Lin Weiner's heart tightened. Against such vine-like appendages, bladed weapons might be more effective. If the mace was entangled and lost, wouldn't he be in trouble? Just watch. Compared to Lin Weiner, Liu Bin and the others seemed far less concerned. Indeed, the moment the branches closed in, Zhang Yao's mace spun violently like a meat grinder. With a flash of rotating steel, it shredded every branch that came near, sending the fragments tumbling to the ground. Witnessing this, Lin Weiner breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared this group was far more formidable than she had imagined. But before Zhang Yao could savor his triumph, countless more branches surged toward him with wild abandon. "Watch over these people. I'm going to help." With that command, Liu Bin hefted his greatsword and leaped forward. Just as Lin Weiner wondered why they didn't all attack together, several identical trees erupted from the soil on both sides of the road. In an instant, the trees' branches lashed out at the ordinary people perched on the grain sacks atop the farm vehicles. Before they could react, those struck by the branches had their blood drained, leaving only limp husks draped over the grain bags. "Ah! Help! Help!" Screams, wails, and cries of terror echoed across the desolate landscape. "Save them!" Wang Peng and the remaining members immediately vaulted onto the vehicles, temporarily holding back the tree's onslaught. Derivative card enhanced transform. At the sight, Lin Weiner transformed, without hesitation, her hair turning white. Gripping the long blade Liu Bin had given her, she dashed toward the trees by the roadside. Wang Peng and the others had no choice but to prioritize rescuing the people. Felling these trees would be her task. Perhaps because she hadn't transformed earlier, the trees hadn't deemed her a threat and thus paid her no heed. In the span of a few meters, she closed the distance to a tree and swung her blade with force, cleaving into its trunk. The strike carved a wound over a dozen centimeters deep into the trunk. As a bizarre blood-red sap erupted from the gash, a sound like an infant's wail pierced Lin Weiner's mind. These things can make noise. Startled, Lin Weiner prepared to strike again, but the trees had already reacted. Countless branches gathered frantically before her. In an instant, a torrent of tendrils coiled toward her at breakneck speed. Lin Weiner swung her blade, severing the branches in front of her. But no sooner had she cut down one wave than another surged forward. A branch snaked up from the ground, wrapping tightly around her ankle, and yanked hard, sending her sprawling. Without a second thought, she slashed at the vine binding her ankle. Yet in the next moment, even more tendrils swarmed in binding her limbs fast. The branches tightened relentlessly. She strained with all her might, but could not break free. She had no desire to be torn apart by these branches, and the position she was bound in felt oddly familiar, like a scene from some anime, and rather embarrassing. Derivative equipment card combat suit equip. As a black card materialized from within her, a sleek, form-fitting black leather bodysuit enveloped her perfectly. The moment she donned the suit, the crushing force of the branches seemed to lessen. Fortunately, once Lin Weiner engaged, the pressure on the vehicles eased. Seeing her predicament, Wang Peng leaped down from the truck to assist. By the time he arrived, Lin Weiner had already broken free from the branch's grip. "Are you alright?" Wang Peng's expression was grim. If this continued, they might all perish here. Had Lu Bin and Zhang Yao not been holding back the trees at the front of the convoy, their situation would have been far worse. "I'm fine." For some reason, after donning the combat suit, Lin Weiner felt that the trees seemed reluctant to attack her. To test this, she picked up her fallen blade and charged at the trees. "Don't!" Wang Peng shouted in alarm. But before his words faded, he saw the trees actively evading Lin Weiner, refusing to strike at her. Taking advantage, Lin Weiner hacked at them without mercy. Although the trees' branches moved swiftly, their trunks were as sluggish as centenarians. Before long, she had felled the entire row of trees on the left. Just a change of clothes, and her combat power skyrockets. Wang Peng rubbed his eyes, scarcely believing the sight. Lin Weiner had an inkling as to why the trees suddenly feared her. Her equipment card had been dropped by a nocturnal abomination. According to Lu Bin, anything that could appear in daylight was a monster infected by those very abominations. In other words, the trees were actually afraid of the suit she wore. Seizing the moment, Lin Weiner moved to the right side. With everyone working together, they soon eradicated all the trees lining the road. The battle between Lu Bin and Zhang Yao was also nearing its conclusion. Under the immense greatsword wielded by Lu Bin, any tree that was struck by his blade would instantly wither. With the addition of Lin Weiner and her companions, the fight had turned into a one-sided affair. Finally, it's over. After vanquishing the last tree, Lin Weiner stood panting on the spot, then brushed her hair back from her forehead. At that moment, she suddenly felt a wave of burning gazes fixed upon her. She looked down at herself and realized that this black, form-fitting battle suit perfectly accentuated her figure, highlighting every curve in all the right places. Such an alluring and innocent physique before them was enough to stir the desires of any man. Ahem. A flush crept across Lin Weiner's face, and she felt somewhat embarrassed. She quickly deactivated the equipment in her enhanced state. However, as soon as both card effects were dispelled, a wave of fatigue and weakness surged through her entire body. Her legs gave way, and she swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Lu Bin caught her just in time and helped her into the vehicle. "Let's go, it's getting late." Without even taking stock of the wounded, the car sped off toward the settlement. Throughout the journey, Lin Weiner felt a deep soreness in her body akin to the muscle ache one experiences after a long period of inactivity, suddenly running 3 kilometers and waking up the next morning with every muscle in agony. After drinking some water and eating 2 slices of bread, her strength began to return and her mental state improved slightly. After driving for about another 20 minutes, Lu Bin pointed to a cluster of buildings in the distance and said, "Up ahead is our settlement." Only upon drawing closer did Lin Weiner realize that their so-called settlement was actually a large-scale architectural complex resembling an ancient city. Above the city walls, workers were busy repairing and raising the height of the fortifications. According to them, the apocalypse had only been 2 months in this world. How could a city have been built so quickly? Perhaps sensing Lin Weiner's confusion, Lu Bin explained as he drove, "Before the apocalypse, this place was originally planned as a tourist area. These buildings and walls are all replicas of ancient architecture. Construction was essentially completed before the apocalypse arrived, but since it hadn't opened to the public yet, there were hardly any people here. When the apocalypse struck, many refugees fled here, turning it into an excellent sanctuary." Lin Weiner nodded. As the car pulled up beneath the city wall, she noticed that dense rows of massive searchlights were hung all around the perimeter. The sheer concentration of lights triggered her trypophobia, and goosebumps rose on her arms. Wang Peng, take Xiaoan back first. After entering the city, since Lu Bin and the others had to report on their mission, Wang Peng was tasked with escorting her back to their convoy's residence. How is this ancient city so vast? It took a full 10 minutes by car to travel from the city gate to their residence, and Lin Weiner was astonished. By any measure, this ancient city was extraordinarily massive. Wang Peng parked the car and said with a smile, "This ancient city is divided into 2 parts. One part is the original site. After removing some dilapidated houses, there are about 3,000 rooms suitable for living. The other part was newly built with an investment of over 2 billion, including shops, warehouses, and so on. The total number of habitable rooms is at least 10,000. Lin Weiner nodded, opened the car door, and stepped out. The residence of Lu Bin's convoy was a very large Sihiyuan. Most of these buildings were 2 to 3 stories high, with a few reaching 4 floors. Brother Peng is back. As soon as they saw Wang Peng, several half-grown children guarding the courtyard gate, and some women sitting at the entrance rushed over to greet him. Noticing the torn clothes and bloodstains on Wang Peng, a woman in her 40s asked with concern, "Did something happen on the road? Where are Bin and the others?" Wang Peng shook his head. "It's nothing. The captain and the rest went to turn in the mission." "Sister, you're so beautiful." While Wang Peng was talking with the women, a child ran up to Lin Weiner, staring at her with wide eyes. "Thank you. Your eyes are beautiful too," Lin Weiner replied with a gentle smile, greeting him. Just then the other women at the entrance noticed Lin Weiner. Their first glance took in her attire. Sneakers, denim shorts, and a short crop top. In that instant their initial thought was that this girl had come to seduce Lu Bin and Wang Peng. Over the past 2 months of the apocalypse, most ordinary people couldn't get enough to eat, forced to do manual labor in the city, or go out to farm and harvest grain in exchange for food. But their team, with 5 or 6 ability users like Lu Bin and Wang Peng, had never lacked for food and clothing. Because of this, many people sought to ingratiate themselves with them. In this apocalypse, where even a meal was hard to come by, dressing like that, what else could it be but an attempt to seduce? However, when they saw Lin Weiner's face, that thought instantly vanished. It was like when someone discovers another person is just a little richer than them. They feel jealousy. But when they realize that person is actually a wealthy aristocrat far beyond their reach, the jealousy fades, replaced by admiration and reverence. Lin Weiner's beauty, figure, and complexion were such that even as women, they could find no fault. "This is Lin Weiner. Like us, she's also an ability user," Wang Peng introduced her simply. If Lin Weiner's beauty had made them feel inferior, the mere mention of the term ability user elevated her to an unattainable status in their eyes, transforming her from a vixen trying to seduce men into a goddess worthy of admiration. Hello. I'm Yang Liping, Lu Yuhang's cousin." A woman in her early 30s stepped forward to greet her. "Hello." Lin Weiner shifted her gaze from the child to the woman. She knew Lu Yuhang as well. He was another ability user in Lu Bin's convoy. "Well, don't just stand there. Come on in," Yang Liping said, her face beaming with smiles. If any other woman had come to their place, Yang Liping might have felt resentful. But Lin Weiner was different. Her standing was so high that there could be no rivalry between them. Conversely, if an ordinary beautiful woman entered their midst, she might have stolen some of their resources. Shortly after Lu Bin and the others returned, a series of bell tolls resonated through the city. As the chimes faded, the massive searchlights atop the outer walls of the entire settlement blazed to life, illuminating the sky as brightly as day. Outside the courtyard, Lin Weiner gazed at the spectacle in astonishment, realizing that the searchlights on the perimeter walls were prepared for the night. "As Sister Weiner, haven't you seen this before?" asked Wang Xiaoguo, Wang Peng's 7-year-old younger brother, his eyes wide with curiosity as he studied her. Lin Weiner shook her head, indicating she had never witnessed such a sight. "Then let me take you over there to have a look," Xiaoguo said, taking her hand and attempting to lead her out. "Xiaoguo, don't be naughty," Wang Peng immediately intervened, offering Lin Weiner an apologetic smile. "Dinner is almost ready. You can't skip your meal." "Oh." Xiaoguo's face fell with disappointment. "Those aberrations fear the light. While the searchlights aren't as potent as the sun, they can still weaken their abilities to some extent, instilling a sense of dread in them." Lu Bin, seated nearby, explained with a smile. Lin Weiner responded with a soft hum, concealing her curiosity about this unfamiliar world. Soon the meal was served, and everyone in the courtyard had gathered. Lu Bin's team was named the Radiant Squad. Initially, they had wanted to call it the Light Squad, but that name was already taken, so they reversed the characters. The Radiant Squad consisted of 7 superpowered individuals, while the rest were ordinary people, mostly friends and relatives of the 7. In such harsh circumstances, they would hardly bother with anyone else otherwise. In this world, superpowered individuals, much like evolvers, were divided into ordinary and special categories. Lu Bin belonged to the latter, wielding a massive greatsword as his ultimate weapon, capable of easily slaying aberrations of the same level. "Sister Weiner, do you have a boyfriend?" As they ate, Xiaoguo shuffled over with his bowl and asked. Looking at the child, Lin Weiner felt a bit speechless, but shook her head and replied, "No." Then, "Sister Weiner, Uncle Lu doesn't have a girlfriend either. You two would make a perfect pair. And Uncle Lu is super strong, the strongest adult here. He can protect you," Xiaoguo said, earnestly, speaking with precise deliberation. Hearing this, Lin Weiner nearly choked on her food. This child knew far too much. In this apocalypse, Lu Bin was indeed one of the most desirable partners for women, but that had nothing to do with her. Though her body was female, her soul was male. How could she possibly fall in love with another man? Xiaoguo, are you asking for a beating? Lu Bin reached out with one hand and pinched his ear. I think Xiaoguo is right. Captain Lu might be older, but he's only just over 30. In my opinion, few girls in this city are worthy of him. Sister Weiner is so beautiful and is superpowered herself. I think she'd be a great match. Wang Peng's cousin Yang Liping chimed in, playing matchmaker. The chatter from everyone made Lin Weiner feel quite awkward. Alright, enough. She just arrived. Are you that familiar with her? Lu Bin noticed her discomfort and immediately silenced the group. Once Lu Bin spoke, the gossiping women, aunts, sisters, and cousins, fell silent. Sorry, don't take it to heart. Lu Bin turned to her with an apologetic expression. It's fine. Lin Weiner shook her head, dismissing the matter as such a scenario was utterly impossible for her. After dinner, Lu Bin arranged for someone to prepare a room for her. As for going outside the walls to see the lights, she had little interest beyond a flicker of curiosity. Lying in bed, her thoughts drifted to Lin Bai and how she would survive in this world. She wondered if she could ever return to her original world. Lost in thought, she drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, sunlight was streaming into the room. She rose to find that Lu Bin and the others were already gone. Where did Lu Bin and the others go? Lin Weiner found Yang Liping. They said you should rest for the day, so they didn't wake you. Yang Liping replied, fetching prepared food from the kitchen and setting it on the table. Thank you. Not at all, it's the least we could do, Yang Liping said with a smile. As Lin Weiner ate, Yang Liping seemed hesitant, as if wanting to say something. Finally, she pulled up a stool and sat beside her, asking mysteriously, Sister Weiner, may I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. Lin Weiner took a sip of rice porridge, set down her bowl, and looked at Yang Liping. Well, Sister Weiner, I wanted to ask, before the apocalypse, did you look like this? Having gained Lin Weiner's consent, Yang Liping stammered out the question. The query caught Lin Weiner off guard. She didn't understand what Yang Liping meant. Could it be that she knew she had once been a man? It wasn't impossible given the strangeness of this world. If someone discovered her past identity, it would be incredibly awkward. How could she face others? What identity would she use to interact? Once a man, how could she act delicate and feminine? Seeing Lin Weiner's puzzled expression, Yang Liping quickly added, I've heard that after becoming a superpowered, one's figure and appearance improve. You're so beautiful, could it be? What? Lin Weiner was startled, then breathed a sigh of relief. So that was it. But the idea that ordinary people would gain a better figure and beauty upon becoming superpowered. She wondered who had spread such a rumor. After all, they were superpowered, not cultivators. She had heard that cultivators could undergo marrow cleansing through training, but superpowered individuals. She had never heard of such an effect, and having just arrived in this world, she knew even less about it. Thus Lin Weiner looked at Yang Liping with a hint of uncertainty, and said probably not. Seeing her reaction, Yang Liping suddenly realized her words were problematic and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Weiner, I didn't mean to say you weren't good looking before. I've just never seen a girl as beautiful as you, and hearing that rumor made me. Implying someone's lack of beauty was a major taboo among women, especially suggesting that their looks were acquired through some means. Such words would likely offend deeply. It was like those variety shows before the apocalypse. Men could poke fun at each other's ugliness, but women absolutely could not. It's fine. Lin Weiner truly hadn't thought much of it, as she still operated with a male mindset and didn't dwell on such trivialities. Since Lu Bin and the others had not taken her along after finishing her meal, Lin Weiner decided to take a stroll through the streets on her own to first familiarize herself with the surroundings. Regardless, she had to survive in this world. I'm going out for a walk. After Lin Weiner finished eating, Yang Liping promptly cleared away her dishes. She then politely informed Yang Liping of her plans to avoid causing unnecessary worry. You're going out. Yang Liping picked up the bowls and took a few steps before turning back with a smile. Things are different now from before the apocalypse. If you run into any trouble, just mention Captain Lu's name. It carries weight in our city. Since Lu Bin had already informed them about Lin Weiner's amnesia, Yang Liping kindly offered this advice, knowing she might be unaware of the current situation. She then went on to describe the main commercial streets in the city. Thanks. Lin Weiner nodded and stepped out of the courtyard. Walking along the street, she looked around. Compared to the desolation beyond the city walls, the settlement was a hive of bustling activity. Hello, are you looking to buy clothes? After walking a few hundred meters along the street, the shops were open and doing business just like before the apocalypse. As she entered a clothing store, a young girl of about 17 or 18 immediately rose from the counter to greet her. Just browsing, Lin Weiner replied casually as she stepped inside. The girl followed closely behind, ready to introduce the merchandise at any moment. To be honest, Lin Weiner disliked this kind of attention, as she preferred shopping without a salesperson hovering nearby. But it didn't bother her much, as she wasn't overly particular. After a quick look around, she picked out two outfits, a simple tracksuit and a pair of jeans with a t-shirt. Her current attire, denim hot pants and a crop top, was simply too conspicuous for the post-apocalyptic world. She changed into the tracksuit in the fitting room and paid with food coupons. Food coupons were the settlement's currency. Before leaving the Mingguang convoy's courtyard, she had brought some along. As a member of the convoy and an ability user, it was only natural she could take some. After changing, Lin Weiner examined herself in the mirror. The outfit was comfortable and not tight, yet from the reflection it clung perfectly to her figure, accentuating every contour flawlessly. "So beautiful," the young shop assistant blurted out involuntarily. Lin Weiner had intended to check the fit more carefully, but the girl's comment made her feel a bit shy. She smiled awkwardly, quickly grabbed her shopping bag and left. Leaving the clothing store, she continued along the street. A few minutes later, she arrived at a square. The square once housed large amusement rides, a pirate ship, a Ferris wheel, but now they lay abandoned, the area almost entirely taken over by street vendors. The jostling crowd and the stares from men around her made Lin Weiner lose all desire to linger. Before the apocalypse, when she was still Lin Mu, she too enjoyed watching attractive women pass by on the street. But now the tables had turned, and she was the one being ogled. Feeling uncomfortable, she turned and slipped into another street. Unlike the bustling market, this street was much quieter, with every shop appearing rather deserted. Is this the street where they sell weapons and equipment for ability users? She recalled Yang Liping mentioning a street in the city dedicated to weaponry and equipment. These items were not ordinary swords or armor, as some were dropped by slain aberrations while others were crafted by ability users with forging powers. The giant trees Lin Weiner and her companions had destroyed the day before were merely infected organisms. Killing them sometimes yielded items, but the chances were slim. However, true aberrations that only emerged at night almost always dropped equipment or other things when defeated. When Lu Bin and the others first told her, Lin Weiner found it absurd. How could monsters drop equipment like in a game? But then she thought about it. Before coming to this world, weren't those mysterious shops just the same? Shinshin armor. Lin Weiner paused at a shop entrance, glanced at the sign, and stepped inside. The shopkeeper was an elderly man in his 60s. He sized her up, noticing the shopping bag in her hand, and kindly said, "Young lady, we sell weapons and armor here, not clothes." "I know, just browsing," Lin Weiner replied. Upon hearing this, the old man quickly apologized. "Sorry, miss, I didn't mean to look down on you. It's just that you seem too gentle to be one of those fighting ability users." "It's fine, uncle," Lin Weiner said, a bit amused. It was the first time someone had called her young lady, and she wasn't sure where that term came from. "If you see anything you like, just let me know. They'll give you a discount to make it up to you," the old man generously offered. "A discount?" Lin Weiner looked at the old man. Usually shops like this hired young girls as sales clerks. Why was an old man running this one? And did he have the authority to give discounts? "Uncle, are you an ability user too?" "Alas, I'm no ability user. This shop belongs to my two sons. I'm just helping them keep an eye on things since they don't trust anyone else," the old man explained from the side. "Oh," Lin Weiner responded, and continued deeper into the store. Just then a black greatsword caught her attention. The blade looked incredibly heavy. If stood upright, it would be nearly as tall as she was. Seeing Lin Weiner staring at the greatsword on the rack, the old man walked over and kindly said, "Young lady, this sword is almost as tall as you. I don't think it's suitable." Lin Weiner was left speechless by the repeated address of daughter, yet out of politeness, she refrained from saying anything. Still, the old man was not wrong. This sword was indeed unsuitable for her. It would have been a fine fit for Lin Bai, who stood nearly 1.90 meters. Just as she was thinking this, the great sword seemed to form an inexplicable connection with her, like a person who had not eaten for 3 days spotting a plate of chicken legs. A sudden intense desire to possess it surged within Lin Weiner's heart. In that instant, a transparent blank card emerged from her body, without any warning. The next second, Lin Weiner understood that this card intended to seal the great sword within it. "Uncle, I want this sword." Lin Weiner reached for the hilt, only to find the sword too heavy for her to lift. Seeing her predicament, the old man said earnestly, "Daughter, perhaps you should choose another. It's not that I won't sell it to you, but this sword weighs several hundred jin. You can't even lift it." Finding one hand insufficient, she gripped the hilt with both hands, yet still could not budge it an inch. "No need, uncle. I want this one. How much does it cost?" Lin Weiner intended to first store it in the card, but she decided to ask the price first in case she lacked sufficient funds. "Child, why won't you listen?" The old man grew somewhat displeased, but since Lin Weiner insisted, he stated the price. This sword was originally priced at 2,000 jin of grain, but it never sold. Even the awakened with strength-based powers didn't want it. Carrying it would drain half their energy before they could even strike an enemy. "Since no one wants it, if you must have it, I'll sell it at scrap metal price. 700 or 800 jin of grain coupons will do." 700 or 800. She had thought it might be far more expensive given that such a heavy weapon, if one could wield it, would be enough to smash opponents. But the old man was right. Even awakened with strength-based powers would expend tremendous effort just to lift such a heavy sword, making them clumsy in battle. A more suitable weapon would be far better. Yet the blank card within her had emerged on its own, suggesting this sword might be perfectly suited to her. 7 or 800 yen of grain coupons was not excessive. When she left, she had temporarily obtained 5,000 yen from Yang Liping. Here, uncle, 800 yen of grain coupons. Lin Weiner took the coupons from her pocket and handed them to the old man. To her surprise, he returned a 100 yen coupon, saying life isn't easy for a young lady. 700 will do. Seeing that he did not seem short of money, Lin Weiner accepted the returned coupon without refusal. Just as she was about to use the card to store the great sword, the old man suddenly said, "Tell me, daughter, are you taking pity on this old man and deliberately buying something from me? I tell you, this old man doesn't lack money." Lin Weiner was speechless. This old man's imagination was far too wild. "You must take this sword away or it can't stay here," he said, suspecting that she was trying to donate money by buying something she couldn't lift, then leaving it behind as an excuse. In fact, he had experienced such a situation before the apocalypse. Before the end, his family had been quite wealthy, especially his two sons who co-owned a large machinery factory, easily earning 8 or 9 million a year. But he had chosen not to live with them, finding city life uncomfortable, so he had planted a melon patch in the countryside to pass the time. Once the watermelons ripened, he would ride his electric tricycle loaded with a full cart of melons to sell them in town. One evening, with his melons unsold, he decided to stay a little longer. A group of young people, assuming he made a living selling melons, bought his entire stock. Since they couldn't eat so many melons, they gave them away to passers-by. When the old man learned of this, he felt deeply uneasy. He didn't need the money, yet these young people, just starting out in society, had paid for him. "Uncle, I truly want this sword," Lin Weiner said, somewhat helpless. "Really? You're not deceiving this old man?" After saying this, he still seemed doubtful, and added, "Then tell me your address, daughter, and I'll have a few people deliver it for you." "No need, uncle, I can take it." With that, Lin Weiner reached for the blank card that had emerged from her body, pressed it against the blade, and a white light flashed. The black great sword vanished from the rack, and the blank card now bore the image of a black great sword. Item: two-handed greatsword. Quality: purple. Type: derived weapon card. Feature: weight reduction. When wielded by the owner, the weight decreases by 90%. Special skill: sword shield. When under attack, part of the blade can transform into a shield to automatically block the assault. Description: a heavy two-handed greatsword capable of both offense and defense with extraordinary quality. Seeing the black great sword vanish from the rack, the old man, though unaware of the method Lin Weiner had used, finally felt relieved. "Uncle will take my leave now. If I need anything, I'll come back to you." After sealing the two-handed greatsword into the card, Lin Weiner bid the old man farewell, unable to bear hearing the word daughter, even for a second longer. The old man chuckled and nodded. "Daughter is a capable person. I underestimated you." Lin Weiner smiled, holding the card as she headed for the door. "By the way, daughter, may I ask which faction you belong to?" Before she could step out, the old man suddenly asked again. "On the Mingguang convoy," Lin Weiner replied with a smile. "The Mingguang convoy? The one with that young man Liu Bin, right?" The old man immediately named Liu Bin. "You know Captain Liu?" Lin Weiner turned and asked. The old man nodded and smiled. "Liu Bin is a good lad. No wonder you bought this sword. You must have been influenced by him." Influenced by him? Lin Weiner was taken aback, then recalled that Liu Bin also used a two-handed greatsword, though smaller than hers. She did not bother to explain further. There was no need. Since he thought so, she let it be. After chatting a little longer, she learned that the old man's surname was Zhao, and then she took her leave. Leaving the shop, Lin Weiner wanted to familiarize herself more with the settlement, so she did not rush back, but continued strolling along the street. Before she had gone far, several young men who brushed past her suddenly turned around. One of them stepped back, blocking her path, whistled at her, and put on a roguish expression. "Little beauty, how about making friends with Big Brother?" "Are you insane?" Lin Weiner shot a glare at the man before her. Having just arrived here not long ago, she had no desire to stir up conflict, so she attempted to walk around him. However, the youth with hair dyed in garish colors had no intention of letting her go, his arm blocking her path. "Don't leave, little beauty," he said as several other youths encircled her. Sigh. This scene drew a sigh from Lin Weiner. She knew that after becoming a woman, such troubles would inevitably arise, especially in this post-apocalyptic settlement. Though the settlement claimed to uphold law and order, that law was ultimately built upon the foundation of human rule and factional power. For ordinary people, without backing, any transgression might be punished, but those from major factions could do as they pleased. Killing a few people or seizing women was hardly a concern. "In with the Mingguang convoy. Are you sure you want to block me?" In this unfamiliar world, Lin Weiner wished to avoid conflict, so she decided to first intimidate them with the reputation of Lu Bin and his crew. If that didn't work, she could always resort to force. Clearly, she had underestimated the deterrent power of the Mingguang convoy within the settlement. Upon hearing the name Mingguang convoy, the smiles on their faces instantly froze. "We know the Mingguang convoy, but we've never seen you before. You wouldn't be bluffing, would you?" one of the thugs questioned, eyeing her suspiciously. After all, someone with her breathtaking beauty would be unforgettable at first glance. Yet the tone of his voice had already shifted dramatically from before. Even with doubt lingering, his demeanor had softened considerably. "The convoy's base isn't far. How about you come with me? Or should I wait until Captain Lu returns from his mission this afternoon and have him pay you a visit personally?" Lin Weiner stared into his eyes as she spoke. At the mention of Lu Bin, panic flickered in their hearts. The youth who had spoken earlier immediately forced a flattering smile and said, "We were just joking. Please don't take offense. We're sorry. We didn't know you were with the Mingguang convoy. We truly apologize. It was our fault." The young men hurriedly offered their apologies, their voices filled with regret, their attitudes shifting 180 degrees to groveling subservience. "Enough. Get lost now." Lin Weiner didn't bother to punish them. She simply waved them away. She wasn't one to stir up trouble, especially in a world still unknown to her. Keeping a low profile was the principle for surviving in such a realm. After they left, Lin Weiner walked back with her weapon card, pondering the power system of this world. In her original world, whether evolvers or awakeners' strength was measured by levels. The higher the level, the greater the power. Even the equipment and items sold in the mysterious shop had their own levels and quality tiers. Levels were straightforward: first, second, third, the higher the stronger. Quality from low to high was classified as white, blue, green, purple, orange, and so on. The psychics of this world were essentially similar to evolvers, but they didn't rely on the mysterious shop. Instead, they were more akin to awakeners. In her original world, the mysterious shop clearly displayed the levels of all items, making the hierarchy of both evolvers and equipment very apparent. In this post-apocalyptic world, psychics were divided into three categories: elemental, special, and combat. Elemental and combat types were easy to understand. Elemental controlled elements like wind, fire, lightning, etc. Combat types primarily enhanced their own abilities, such as increased strength, vision, hearing, or all-around enhancement. Special types possessed bizarre and unique abilities, and most psychics with such powers tended to conceal them. In this world, the majority of psychics were combat types, followed by elemental types. The rarest were the special types. For instance, Lu Bin of the Mingguang squad was a special type psychic. Among the psychics in the Mingguang convoy, Lu Bin stood at the top tier, followed by Zhang Yao and Wang Peng in the second tier, with the rest in the third tier. By her own estimation, Lin Weiner felt she was slightly stronger than the third-tier members, roughly on par with Wang Peng and the others. However, it was said that Lu Bin had been injured some time ago, causing his strength to decline significantly, and he still hadn't fully recovered. After his injury, Lu Bin's current strength was likely on the same tier as Wang Peng's. Yet aside from raw power, Lu Bin's special ability proved far more effective against those eerie entities than the combat types like Wang Peng. Originally in this settlement, aside from the authorities, the Mingguang squad's strength ranked among the top 3. However, a mission half a month ago had cost them nearly half their personnel. Besides Lu Bin's injury, half of the team had perished in that battle, causing the squad's strength to plummet. "Weiner, you're back." As she returned to the small courtyard, Lu Bin and his team, just back from their mission, greeted her. Lin Weiner nodded, surprised they had returned so early today. "You're back early today?" she asked casually. "There wasn't much grain left in that field today, so we finished up and came back," Lu Bin said with a smile. "He'll join you on the next mission." After putting her things away in her room, Lin Weiner expressed her intention to accompany them on future missions. She felt it was better to volunteer for such things if freeloading off others wasn't right, and to survive in this unknown world, she had to grow stronger. Hearing this, Wang Peng chimed in cheerfully. "If Sister Weiner joins us, that would be wonderful." "Exactly. It's just us men here, so dull. With a beauty around, would have more motivation to work. It's all Captain Lu's fault for not recruiting female members like Sister Weiner," Zhang Yao added with a teasing remark. "Where would we find a female member as beautiful as Sister Weiner in this settlement?" Wang Peng followed up. "You two, that's enough." Lu Bin shot them a glare, then said to Lin Weiner, "Don't mind them. They're like this, but they mean no harm." Lin Weiner smiled and shook her head, indicating she had no objections. After a day or two of interaction, she had come to understand these people. Besides, to integrate into the group, there was no need to be overly sensitive. "By the way, Weiner, since you've joined the team and decided to go on missions, can we get to know your abilities?" After asking, Lu Bin looked at her and added, "This way we can understand each other better and coordinate our efforts in battle." Lin Weiner nodded. A card materialized from within her, and and she held it in her hand, explaining simply, "My abilities are all on this card. You could say that using the card enhances my physical functions. You've all seen it before." Then she used the card, and her hair instantly turned white. Next, she produced a second equipment card which she called Nightshade due to its stealth capability. As a black bodysuit clung to her figure, Zhang Yao and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. "This is an equipment card." After speaking, Lin Weiner quickly reverted her transformation. The Nightshade combat suit, with its form-fitting design, made her feel quite embarrassed. Noticing their unblinking stares, she grew uncomfortable. Remembering the greatsword she had acquired that day, she summoned another black card with a thought. Equipment card Greatsword appear. In the next moment, a massive black sword taller than a person stood before Lin Weiner. "Holy shit!" Zhang Yao leaped from his stool, pointing at the sword in disbelief. "Isn't that the one from Zhao Xin's shop, the one weighing hundreds of pounds?" He glanced at the others. Lu Bin Rose curiously stepped forward and examined it closely before saying, "It looks like that very sword." He looked up. "Where did you get it?" "I bought it at Xinshin Armory. I felt a connection to it, so I just took it." With that, Lin Weiner lifted the sword and swung it a few times. She had a private motive, knowing they were aware of its weight. She wanted to demonstrate her strength. She knew that if she didn't show them, they would likely argue that the sword was too heavy for her. So she decided to display her prowess outright, saving herself the trouble of explanations later. Indeed, after watching her effortlessly swing the massive blade, Wang Peng and Zhang Yao were speechless, their faces etched with shock. Who would have thought such a beautiful girl could possess such immense strength? Zhang Yao muttered under his breath. The sword was as wide as half a door, yet its wielder was a seemingly delicate young woman. "By the way, I don't know much about your abilities either." Lin Weiner sighed in relief, finally diverting their attention from her. "Aside from the captain, most of us are braves. Our enhancements are primarily physical," Wang Peng said, taking over the conversation. "I am nothing like you ordinary ability users." Zhang Yao shot Wang Peng a scornful look, then pulled out his mace, addressing Lin Weiner. "Besides physical enhancement, I can empower my weapon. You saw it last time, didn't you?" Lin Weiner nodded. She had indeed witnessed the formidable power of his mace. She had assumed it was a specially crafted weapon, but it turned out to be his own enhancement ability. This left her uncertain whether he was a brave or a specialist, though the distinction hardly mattered. "So what if you can empower a crappy stick?" "Stop showing off." Wang Peng, fuming, kicked at Zhang Yao, who dodged and hid behind Lu Bin. Pointing at Wang Peng, he said to Lin Weiner, "Sister Weiner, see that? He's just jealous." Watching their horseplay, Lin Weiner felt helpless and could only offer an awkward smile. "My ability lies in this heavy sword." Lu Bin, who had been sitting nearby, spoke up. His greatsword weighed about 200 pounds, but it seemed smaller compared to Lin Weiner's. "Exactly. Our captain uses a heavy sword, and Sister Weiner does too." "Talk about fate." Zhang Yao chuckled from behind Lu Bin. Lu Bin smiled. "When I activate my ability, this sword deals multiple times the damage to aberrations or infected creatures with a chance for a one-hit kill. But against ordinary beings it has no effect." Lin Weiner understood now. She had previously thought his sword couldn't harm normal people. It was only when he used his ability that it became harmless, otherwise it could still inflict damage like any ordinary blade. The ability to deal multiplied damage to aberrations was indeed formidable, allowing Lu Bin to fight above his level against such foes. Had he not been weakened by his injuries, he might have single-handedly dealt with those giant trees infected by aberrations that day. Thus, the current configuration of the Mingguang squad was Captain Lu Bin Tier 2, injured, severely weakened specialist. Vice Captain Wang Peng Tier 1, Peak Brave. Zhang Yao Tier 1, Peak Brave. Members Lu Chong Tier 1, Brave. Lu Xiaowei Tier 1, Brave. Chen Xiaodong Tier 1, Brave. Zheng Yusin Tier 1, Brave. And now Lin Weiner herself. She wondered if she counted as an ability user, what category would she fall into? Card Specialist. If such a classification existed, it would likely be grouped under Specialists. Or perhaps a variant of Braves, since her cards enhanced her own body. The next day after breakfast, a middle-aged man she had never seen before arrived at the Mingguang squad's courtyard and spoke with Lu Bin. "That's someone from the authorities. They must be planning something and sent word," Wang Peng explained beside her. "Oh." Lin Weiner nodded, then asked curiously, "What exactly is our relationship with the authorities?" "It's sort of a partnership, but they have more power, more experts, and better information. So while the boss hasn't recovered his strength, we've been helping them out for rewards. Also, when there's a large operation, they invite all factions to join. Since they're so powerful, why haven't you joined them?" Even as she asked, Lin Weiner already knew the answer. "We're too used to being free," Wang Peng said with a smile. Lu Bin's conversation with the man at the door did not last long. After the man left, he closed the door and gathered everyone together. "In a couple of days there will be a mission." He swept his gaze across the group and continued, According to official sources, there is still a large stockpile of grain in the granaries of Jinhua County. It is estimated to be at least several thousand, or even tens of thousands of tons, perhaps even more. Jinhua County. Lu Chang furrowed his brow and said, Jinhua County is a major grain-producing area. If the grain is all still there, their granaries would hold not just thousands of tons, but tens of thousands of tons with ease. But isn't the distance too far? The others nodded in agreement. Jinhua County was hundreds of miles away from their location, and the greater the distance, the greater the accompanying dangers. What do the other teams say? Wang Peng asked. Except for Lin Weiner, everyone knew he was referring to the top-ranked teams. Lu Bin shook his head. They didn't say. I reckon they're also waiting to see how things play out. Anyway, the official faction has given a strict order to capture that granary at all costs. So, are we going to vote? Lin Weiner blinked. Hearing Lin Weiner's words, everyone laughed. Wang Peng then explained, we don't do voting here. We all listen to the boss. This time, it was Lin Weiner's turn to be stunned. Weren't they supposed to be free? If it was freedom, then letting Lu Bin have the final say, was that still freedom? Don't listen to his nonsense. Every decision in our team is the result of everyone's discussion. It's just that I'm the one who makes the final call. Lu Bin explained with a smile. Before Lin Weiner could speak, Lu Bin continued. You're part of our team now, so you should share your thoughts on this matter too. They'll just go along with whatever you all decide. Lin Weiner shook her head. She wasn't very familiar with this world and couldn't offer any effective advice. How about this? In a little while I plan to visit a few other teams. Weiner, you can come along and get acquainted. What do you think? Lu Bin asked, looking at her. Lin Weiner nodded. As the leader of the third strongest team in the settlement after the official faction, the people Lu Bin would visit were certainly influential figures. Getting to know them would surely be of some help for her survival in this world. After chatting for a while, Lu Bin, Wang Peng, and Lin Weiner set off to visit the other team's residences. After driving for only 5 or 6 minutes, Wang Peng stopped the car. Getting out, Lin Weiner looked up to see a row of 3-story wooden buildings painted with dark red lacquer with shops on the ground floor. Looking at the surroundings and the signs and advertisements that hadn't been taken down, it seemed this place was a commercial snack street in a scenic area before the apocalypse. This is the territory of the Blood Wolf Squad. They're pretty close with the official faction. Wang Peng pointed at the shops before them and explained to Lin Weiner why they had come. The Blood Wolf Squad's strength ranked among the top 5 in the entire settlement. After the Mingguang Squad lost nearly half of its psychics in the last mission, the Blood Wolf Squad had even firmly surpassed them in power. The main purpose of this visit was to gauge the attitude of these teams toward the upcoming mission. After a few exchanges, a middle-aged man on the second-floor balcony grinned at them. Oh, my Captain Lu and Captain Wang. What brings you two to my humble place? Come sit inside. With that, the middle-aged man leaped directly from the balcony, landing steadily before Lin Weiner and the others. Brother, will you look to be in good spirits after half a month? Lu Bin said with a smile to the man. Ah, the middle-aged man waved his hand and said, I'm over 50 now, can't compare to you youngsters. Then his gaze fell on Lin Weiner, and with a slightly surprised expression he asked, and this is This is Lin Weiner, also a member of the Mingguang Squad, Lu Bin introduced. Hearing this, the middle-aged man burst into laughter. I was wondering why the Mingguang Squad never had any female members. So you've been keeping her hidden away. Lu Bin smiled without further explanation and then extended his hand to introduce. This is Wu Qingyuan, captain of the Blood Wolf Squad. Captain Wu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Weiner gracefully extended her fair and delicate hand. After all, he was a captain-level figure, and she had to observe proper etiquette. A pleasure, a pleasure. Wu Qingyuan also extended his hand, gave hers a light shake, and then let go. The reason he hadn't initiated a handshake earlier was that he considered Lin Weiner a woman of striking beauty, and he felt it would be inappropriate to be the first to request a handshake. Shall we talk inside? Wu Qingyuan gestured toward the interior. Subsequently, the group entered the house to discuss the mission. About 20 minutes later, a burst of loud, boisterous laughter came from outside. Seconds later, several young men in their early 20s strode into the reception hall. What's all this noise? Can't you see I have guests? Wu Qingyuan scolded the group with some displeasure. At the sight of Wu Qingyuan, the group immediately fell silent. Only the young man at the front seemed unconcerned, a grin still plastered on his face. Captain Lu and Captain Wang are here. Aren't you going to greet them? Wu Qingyuan said, clearly annoyed. Captain Lu, Captain Wang, the young man at the front called out lazily, offering a perfunctory greeting. Then his eyes lit up the moment he noticed Lin Weiner sitting nearby. Dad, who is this? The young man asked, looking at Lin Weiner and then at Wu Qingyuan. This is Lin Weiner, also a member of the Mingguang Squad, Wu Qingyuan replied, casting a warning glance at the young man. However, the young man paid no heed to the warning. He immediately walked up to Lin Weiner, grinning and extending his hand. Hello, Sister Weiner. In Wu Nanhao, Lin Weiner felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, but still stood up and shook his hand. But in that instant of the handshake, Lin Weiner felt as if her heart had stopped for a moment. It was a tangible sensation. For that brief second, she even felt she couldn't breathe. Captain Liu, Captain Wang. After shaking hands with Lin Weiner, Wu Nanhao proceeded to greet Liu Bin and Wang Peng in turn. "Dad, I have some things to attend to. You all go on talking, I won't disturb you." With that, Wu Nanhao offered an apologetic smile to Liu Bin and the others before leading his group upstairs. Alas, after Wu Nanhao left, Wu Qingyuan shook his head, then looked toward the stairs and said to Liu Bin and Wang Peng, "If only my son had half your qualities." Realizing his words might be misinterpreted, he quickly apologized. "Sorry, I mean you're all of similar age. If my wayward boy had even half the ambition of Captain LV or Captain Wang, I wouldn't have to worry so much." Wang Peng smiled nonchalantly and shook his head. "Captain Wu, what are you saying?" Lin Weiner didn't bother listening to their trivial chatter. She was still replaying that moment of their handshake in her mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. After leaving the Blood Wolf squad, the three of them visited several other teams in the settlement. Later, on the third floor of the Blood Wolf squad's headquarters in Wu Qingyuan's private office. "Don't blame your father for not warning you. Stay away from that Lin Weiner." Wu Qingyuan glared sternly at Wu Nanhao, who was lounging carelessly on the sofa. "Relax, Dad, what could I possibly want with her? She's with the Mingguang squad. Ooh, I know how formidable LV Bin is." Wu Nanhao lay on the sofa, playing a single-player game on a tablet, his fingers tapping rapidly across the screen as he answered absent-mindedly. Despite his assurances, Wu Qingyuan remained uneasy. He knew his son's character all too well. In this settlement, especially now in the apocalypse, ordinary women could be toyed with and compensated with some food or money afterward. Although the Mingguang squad had recently suffered a decline in strength and the Blood Wolves had decent relations with them, if his wretched son crossed the line and provoked LV Bin, even the best of ties could shatter in an instant. In his view, LV Bin was far more complex than he appeared. "In a couple of days, there's a critical mission. You'll join too. Time for some real training." Wu Qingyuan lit a cigar and walked to the window, gazing outside. A critical mission. Recalling the Mingguang squad's visit, Wu Nanhao dropped his tablet and sat up. "What mission?" "Grain transport. There's a massive stockpile in Jinhua County's granary. We need to help the authorities secure it." Wu Qingyuan took a deep drag of his cigar, exhaling slowly. Hearing this, Wu Nanhao's eyes glinted with cunning. "Does that mean LV Bin's Mingguang squad will be there too?" "They have no choice. The authorities are dead set on this operation. If everyone participates except a few, they'll face repercussions later. The Mingguang squad already lost half their psychics. Being targeted by the authorities would be disastrous." Exhaling another puff of smoke, Wu Qingyuan turned back and sighed at Wu Nanhao. His son was a psychic, but only of the most ordinary type, the combat type widely regarded as the weakest. The special type was unpredictable depending on one's ability, while the elemental type was the most sought after. Wu Qingyuan himself was a wood element psychic. "Stay home these 2 days. I've hired several free fighting coaches, one of whom was a national champion before the apocalypse. Train hard." Wu Qingyuan stared at him seriously. "Look at LV Bin or even Wang Peng. He's just combat type too." He rambled on, and normally Wu Nanhao would have grown impatient. But this time he nodded obediently. "I understand, Dad. They'll train hard." "Huh." Wu Qingyuan thought he misheard. "Oh, Dad, don't worry. Let's not waste time. Have the coaches come over now." Wu Nanhao stood up from the sofa, appearing eager to accept the training. Pleased, Wu Qingyuan walked to his desk, stubbed out the cigar in the ashtray, and said, "Wait in the backyard. They'll be there soon." "All right, I'm off." Wu Nanhao left the office. Closing the door behind him, a cryptic smile curved across his lips. With a snap of his fingers, a pink heart-shaped pattern materialized before him. In the next moment, Lin Weiner's face appeared within the heart. Gazing at her exquisite features, Wu Nanhao's eyes glazed over with obsession as he muttered incessantly, "My little beauty, in just 2 days you'll be crawling into my bed." That night in the Mingguang squad's courtyard inside a room. After today's visits, they had essentially confirmed their participation in the mission. Beyond the pressure from the authorities, the Mingguang squad had many ordinary people to feed, mostly relatives of their psychics. The families of fallen psychics also relied on the squad for support, a significant expense. The Jinhua County granary held vast amounts of grain, so joining this mission served the squad's own interests. However, due to the distance and the logistics of loading grain, relying solely on psychics was insufficient. Ordinary people from the convoy were also needed. Thus the mission became even more arduous. In the event of danger, they would have to protect these defenseless civilians. "Oh, what's this?" Lying in bed, Lin Weiner idly fiddled with her card and noticed something peculiar. A pink heart-shaped pattern had appeared at the bottom right corner of her origin card. Moreover, the card's color seemed to have shifted, The originally white surface was gradually being tinged with a faint pink. Under this pink haze, the portrait on the origin card had become blurred as if viewed through frosted glass. Card type: origin card. Name: Lynn Weiner. Gender: female. Card effect: immunity to zombie virus infection. Negative effect: unknown. Negative effect. Seeing this new entry on her origin card, Lynn Weiner felt a sense of foreboding. After all, this was her origin card, not an equipment card or a derivative card. The origin card was her very existence, her life itself. In essence, this card was Lynn Weiner, and Lynn Weiner was this card. If something went wrong with it, she might cease to exist. Despite her deep discomfort with becoming a woman, she was still alive. But what had gone wrong? 2 days later, in the early morning, a dense array of trucks of all sizes had gathered in the open space before the city gate, lined up row after row, presenting a magnificent sight. For this mission, the Mingguang squad had not only to follow the main official force, but had also arranged 2 large trucks of their own. Although after the mission, when the settlement's official forces seized the granary's grain, they would distribute it based on merit, that was ultimately at their discretion. By bringing their own 2 trucks, whatever they hauled back would be theirs. They were not the only team doing this. Other groups had also arranged for some cargo vehicles, more or less. The official forces naturally permitted this, but to prevent factions from only attending to their own trucks, each faction's vehicles had to be mixed into the official convoy. The superhuman members of each team were then positioned from the front to the rear of the convoy. The superhumans of the Mingguang squad were assigned to the rear waist of the entire convoy, while their 2 trucks were placed in the front half. As the trucks ahead started one by one, the 2 pickup trucks carrying Lynn Weiner and her team began to move forward as well. The convoy traveled in a grand procession without encountering any danger, and Lynn Weiner, sitting in the back seat, even felt drowsy. Everyone wake up. Jinhua County's urban area is ahead. No one knew how much time had passed before Wang Peng, who was driving, turned back and called out to Lynn Weiner and the others. Hearing Wang Peng's voice, Lynn Weiner instantly snapped awake. Watching the receding scenery outside the window, she felt that compared to her original world teeming with zombies, this world seemed far safer. Since the granary was not in the county center, they bypassed the city along the national highway. After about another 30 minutes, the vehicles ahead stopped one after another. Lynn Weiner got out of the car with the others and learned they had arrived at the granary. All the trucks needed to do was line up and load the grain in turn. However, even though they had arrived according to the arrangements, they as mutants were not allowed to wander around and had to stay in their positions. Just as she got out of the car to get some fresh air, Lynn Weiner saw Lu Bin, Zhang Yao, and the others leaning against a large gray pickup truck with a team of evolvers behind them, each holding a lit cigarette and chatting. Just as she was idling about, several gazes turned her way. Since they had already looked over, Lynn Weiner had no choice but to walk over and greet them. "This is Lynn Weiner, our new member of Mingguang." Every time they introduced her, Lu Bin and the others could already anticipate the reaction, so a hint of a teasing smile played on their faces. "Hello, hello," and Gao He, captain of the Hopes team. A middle-aged man about the same age as Lu Bin extended his hand. "Hello." Lynn Weiner smiled sweetly and extended her hand for a brief handshake. After the other members of the Hopes team had introduced themselves, Gao He looked at Lu Bin and joked, "So our great captain Lu Dongbin of Mingguang has finally found his immortal, huh?" Hearing this, Lynn Weiner was momentarily stunned, not quite catching on before she realized Gao He was teasing her and Lu Bin. She felt somewhat speechless inside. Indeed, when one was too attractive, they became the center of attention wherever they went. Just like back in school, the prettier girls in the class always had boys who liked to joke with them. Through her observations over the past 2 days, Lynn Weiner noticed that Lu Bin seemed to be quite well liked in the settlement, maintaining good relations with many teams. For instance, the Hopes team ranked among the top 8 in overall strength within the entire settlement. Although it was only the top 8, this ranking considered comprehensive strength. The Hopes team had relatively few mutants, only 4, including Captain Gao He. One must know that at its peak, the Mingguang squad had nearly 20 mutants, yet even then it only ranked in the top 3. The Hopes team's top 8 ranking was enough to show how formidable these 4 individuals were. After Gao He's teasing, Lu Bin, leaning against the door of the large pickup truck, rolled his eyes at him, and without another word flicked the cigarette, but from between his fingers, straight at him. In an instant, the butt was about to strike Gao He's face. Yet the next second, Gao He extended a finger, and a palm-sized clod of earth instantly appeared before his fingertip. The moment the cigarette butt hit the clod, it burst apart with a loud bang. Before Lynn Weiner could react, a piece of the shattered earth shot toward her face. At this moment, without transforming, she was too slow to dodge. Fortunately, Zhang Yao beside her reached out and intercepted the clod. Phew. Lynn Weiner breathed a sigh of relief and shot Zhang Yao a grateful look. "I say, kid, was that too harsh?" Gao He hadn't expected Lu Bin to flick the cigarette, but with such force. "See that? You almost hurt immortal He," Gao He continued with some displeasure. If you keep running your mouth, it'll extinguish the hope of your hopes. Lu Bin retorted. Come on then. Saying this, Galha rolled up his sleeves and stood before Lu Bin declaring, let's see who extinguishes whom. He'll make sure you never see the light of tomorrow. Just then, perhaps because the foremost truck had finished loading, the convoy moved forward a bit. Wang Peng and the others quickly got back into their cars and drove ahead. Watching the convoy move, Lin Wanner also hurriedly walked forward a few steps, essentially trying to escape their roughhousing. The captain and Galha from the Hopes team were classmates in the same university 10 years ago, so they have a pretty good relationship. After driving the car forward a bit and getting out, Wang Peng began to explain their connection to Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was about to respond when Galha and the others approached. Then Galha said to Lin Wanner, Sister Wanner, let me tell you, don't be fooled by Lu Bin's usual serious demeanor. He's actually a lecher. I tell you, back in college, everyone called him Lu Dongbin. Do you know what other nickname Lu Dongbin from the Eight Immortals has? Lin Wanner was taken aback and then shook her head. The lecherous immortal, an immortal fond of women. Galha looked smugly at the helpless Lu Bin and said loudly, let me tell you, during college. Ow wow. Galha was about to share some of Lu Bin's old gossip with Lin Wanner when at that moment an extremely terrifying roar echoed from afar. Lu Bin and Galha's expressions changed instantly, and they leaped onto the roof of a truck to survey the situation. At the same time, standing on the ground, Lin Wanner also felt a slight tremor in the asphalt road, a sensation similar to the vibration caused by a pile driver striking the ground at a construction site. Run! Hurry! Lin Wanner was still unaware of what was happening in the distance, but the faces of Lu Bin and Gao He atop the truck suddenly shifted. They immediately shouted at Lin Wanner and the others, a tremor of fear and panic evident in their voices. What's happening? Run! Where to? Lin Wanner glanced around. On both sides of the national highway lay vast stretches of muddy farmland. Beyond the fields on their side, the urban area of Jinhua County town loomed in the distance. No time, hurry! Lu Bin shouted behind him. Seeing Lin Wanner hesitate, Wang Peng grabbed her hand, leaping over the drainage ditch by the roadside and onto the ridge of the farmland, then dashed desperately toward the town. The trucks. Aren't we leaving them? Lin Wanner was pulled along as she turned back to point at the large trucks still on the highway. In that single glance, she saw several groups also fleeing frantically toward the town. No time to worry about them. Wang Peng pulled her along, running desperately. Though he saw nothing, he knew Lu Bin well. Even when the Mingguang squad had lost nearly half its members last time, he had never seen Lu Bin so panicked. In an instant, Lu Bin and Gao He caught up. Derived card in hands. Coming to her senses, a card materialized before Lin Wanner, and a cascade of crystalline white hair spilled down her back. I can go on my own. Lin Wanner gently withdrew her hand from Wang Peng's grasp. Damn, can it really work like that? Watching Lin Wanner transform with a head of white hair, Gao He's eyes widened in disbelief mid-flight. No time for chatter. Find a tall building. The taller the better. Move. Lu Bin shouted back immediately. After running for about half a minute, a girl named Sun Kiki from Gao He's team pointed to the front left. This way. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone, including Lu Bin, followed the direction Sun Kiki indicated and kept sprinting. Roar. The beast's roars echoed from behind once more. Lin Wanner couldn't resist looking back. Behind them, aside from a crowd of fleeing ability users, several massive beasts, some even larger than the multi-ton trucks, were charging after them. These beasts came in all shapes: saber-toothed tigers reminiscent of the Ice Age, enormous cockroaches, and giant centipedes with countless legs. Help! Save me! Before these colossal creatures, the ability users were utterly powerless. It was a one-sided massacre. Their attacks had no effect, leaving them with no choice but to flee. Don't look back, run. Lu Bin glanced at Lin Wanner. With his and Gao He's speed, they should have been far ahead, yet they kept pace with the team, ready to lend a hand to anyone falling behind. Soon the group left the farmland and entered the town. The streets were littered with haphazardly parked vehicles and trash blown about by the wind with no signs of life. In the old world, the center of a county town like this would have been teeming with tens of thousands of zombies. Where had all these people gone? According to Lu Bin, after the apocalypse struck, a vast number of people had vanished from the world. Compared to a zombie apocalypse, this world's end was far more eerie. Stepping onto the asphalt road past the defunct traffic lights, a green sign clearly read Xinxing 8th Road. After crossing the wide Xinxing 8th Road, Sun Kiki, leading the pack, stopped and signaled for silence. She then cautiously pointed to a narrow street on the right. What's that? Following her finger, in the middle of the narrow street, a creature resembling the King Kong from the movies stood with its back to them. This way, Sun Kiki whispered, pointing to the opposite street. Seeing the gorilla nearly 3 stories tall, Lin Wanner's heart pounded wildly. Primates were incredibly agile. If discovered, they might not survive the day. After navigating several more streets and evading two monsters under Sun Kiki's guidance, a row of high-rise buildings appeared before them. In this agriculture-focused Jinhua County town, most buildings were around 11 stories high. The few structures over 20 stories were rare. Lu Bin chose the farthest building and led them directly into the unit. Once inside Gao, he didn't rush up the stairs. After both teams entered, he placed his hands on the unit door, and slowly a thick layer of mud sealed the entire entrance. The mud accumulated until it was at least 2 to 3 meters thick, then he followed the others upstairs. Ascending the staircase, he used the same method to seal the ground floor windows and corridor. As he explained, while the giant beasts couldn't enter, smaller eerie creatures might climb up, caution was paramount. Soon Lin Weiner and the others reached the rooftop. Through binoculars, they could clearly see many ability users who had also fled into the town, desperately running along the walls of the streets below. Minutes later, the pursuing giant beasts entered the town. Simultaneously, screams, roars, shattering glass, curses, and blazing fires filled the once eerily quiet little town. Watching the beasts wreak havoc below, Lu Bin leaned despondently against the elevator shaft wall, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it with a click. "Sorry for leading you all into this danger again. And Weiner, I shouldn't have brought you this time." Lin Weiner was about to speak when Gao He, who had been peering over the rooftop wall, turned back and said to Lu Bin, "What's this?" Leaving a final testament. Expecting a rebuttal, Lu Bin only gave a bitter smile, took a deep drag of his cigarette, tilted his head backside, and exhaled all the smoke. "All right, it's already come to this. As the captain, you can't afford to falter now." Seeing LV Bin in such a state, he walked over and patted him on the shoulder. He knew that nearly half of LV Bin's squad had perished last time, an event that weighed heavily on LV Bin's conscience. As the captain, he held himself primarily responsible for leading the team into danger. Old Gao is right. These were decisions we all made together. Don't take all the blame on yourself, Wang Peng added from the side. LV Bin let out a long breath. He knew well that the current situation left no room for dwelling on such thoughts. "Let's search the rooms on each floor first, see if we can find some food. Given the circumstances, it looks like we'll be staying here tonight." Then, pointing at Lin Weiner and Sun Kiki, he said, "Weiner, you three stay on the rooftop to keep watch. Notify us if anything happens." Lin Weiner nodded. LV Bin hadn't assigned her to search for food, which was actually his way of looking out for her. After LV Bin and the others went downstairs to look for food, only Sun Kiki and another young man named Su Jiming remained on the rooftop. Lin Weiner wasn't very familiar with the two and didn't know what to say, so she walked to the edge of the wall and observed the street below. Just then she saw a small team running into the tall building next to theirs. The Blood Wolf Squad. From over 20 stories up, Lin Weiner couldn't make out their faces, but for some reason she felt certain that one of them was Wu Nanhao from the Blood Wolf Squad. In her heart, there was even an urgent desire to meet him. "Are you thirsty? Want some water?" At that moment, the young man named Su Jiming approached Lin Weiner and asked, "Water?" Lin Weiner nodded. After running all this way, she was indeed a bit thirsty. "Open your mouth." "Huh?" Lin Weiner was taken aback. Open her mouth. Was he going to feed her? Was this guy out of his mind? Was he trying to flirt with her? "Don't tease the young lady." Sun Kiki shot Su Jiming a glare from the side. Then walking over to Lin Weiner, she said, "He's a water-type ability user, and we don't have any bottles to hold water, so." Sorry for the misunderstanding," Su Jiming said with a smile, raising his right hand and extending a finger. The next moment, a water sphere began to condense about a centimeter from his fingertip. Su Jiming then gently flicked his finger toward Lin Weiner, and the water sphere slowly drifted in front of her. Staring at the floating orb of water, Lin Weiner was at a loss. How was she supposed to drink it? Just put her lips right up to it. That would be so undignified. She's a young lady, you expect her to gnaw on a water ball. Sun Kiki shot Su Jiming another glare. Realizing his mistake, Su Jiming immediately split the sphere into several smaller ones, each the size of a single gulp. Seeing the water spheres had shrunk, Lin Weiner said thanks, stepped forward, and swallowed them one by one. But Sun Kiki's words made her realize something. If she were still a man and hadn't transformed into her current self, she wouldn't have hesitated and would have just drunk directly from the big sphere. But why was she now so concerned about appearances? Was her original male consciousness being influenced by this body? Thinking back, she realized that these past few days she had been accepting LV Bin and the others' care, almost taking it for granted that she was a little girl. No, absolutely not. Even if my body has become a woman, I must not let my soul be assimilated. Maybe one day I can change back. Lin Weiner shook her head vigorously. She figured that since there was a card that turned her into a woman, there might be one that could turn her back into a man someday. If her consciousness and soul were also assimilated, she'd end up effeminate. No, absolutely not. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the water? Su Jiming asked, puzzled by her head shaking. No. Lin Weiner quickly replied. Boom. Just then a violent crashing sound came from the building next to theirs, followed by the shattering of glass. They rushed to the rooftop edge and saw a massive tiger-like beast with fangs, and standing nearly 4 meters tall, leaping and slamming into the adjacent building. There are people in there, about 5 or 6 of them, Sun Kiki said, pointing at the neighboring building. These tall buildings line the street, and the one next to them was about 20 meters away. Looks like it's the Blood Wolf squad members, Lin Weiner added. It seemed this enormous saber-toothed tiger had its sights set on them. Fortunately, the building was tall, and the tiger's body too large to get inside. This was exactly why LV Bin had chosen a tall building as a refuge in the first place. Their car had been stuck on the road, and they couldn't drive any further. If they hadn't found shelter quickly, they would have been caught. The Blood Wolf squad. Sun Kiki glanced at Lin Weiner and asked, How do you know? I saw them go upstairs. As she spoke, Lin Weiner realized she was worried for them, especially for the one named Wu Nanhao. Are you close with the Blood Wolf squad? Sun Kiki's ability was a special perception type. Many times when the Hope squad was in danger, her power had turned the tide. Her ability wasn't just for sensing living beings, she could even feel Lin Weiner's current emotions. She asked because she sensed that Lin Weiner seemed deeply concerned about this team. No, I've only seen them once, Lin Weiner shook her head. Is that so? Sun Kiki looked at Lin Weiner with skepticism. She trusted her intuition, especially after gaining this perception ability. Roar! The giant saber-toothed tiger below rammed the building several times, each impact accompanied by violent tremors. However, although the beast was terrifying, these high-rises were designed to withstand magnitude 8 earthquakes. The building's main structure remained largely undamaged. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the saber-toothed tiger leaped high once more. This time, with a sound of crumbling masonry, it smashed through a brick wall. But because of its enormous size, after the wall collapsed, its front half got stuck between the structural columns on either side of the room. Roar! The giant tiger struggled desperately, then kicked off the wall with its hind legs, finally pulling its head out of the building. The sight made Lin Weiner and the others tremble with fear. If the floor hadn't been high enough, even hiding inside the room wouldn't have saved them from being dragged out by the beast. Under the impact of the giant saber-toothed tiger, the members of the Blood Wolf squad hastily scrambled onto the rooftop not long after. It's you. Upon reaching the rooftop, Wu Qingyuan immediately spotted Lin Weiner and her 2 companions and asked in surprise. Su Jiming shrugged, looked at Wu Qingyuan and his sweat-drenched group, then pointed at the colossal beast below and said, You all are quite fortunate. I don't even mention it. No one expected to encounter these things, Wu Qingyuan said, waving his hand wearily. He then looked behind them and asked, By the way, why are only the 3 of you here? Where are Captain Liu and Captain Gao? In another floor, Sun Kiki replied, pointing downward. I knew it. With their abilities, they wouldn't have. Wu Qingyuan paused, letting out a sigh of relief, appearing genuinely concerned about the fate of Liu Bin and Gao He. This was not feigned concern. After all, facing such a dire situation, relying solely on the Blood Wolf squad was impossible. As long as the 2 powerful ability users Liu Bin and Gao He were still alive, cooperation between their groups offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Subsequently, Wu Qingyuan addressed the 3 of them. Let's come over and discuss a strategy together. After speaking, he glanced around, and on the corner of the rooftop noticed several flower pots made from foam boxes containing some green plants. Not bad. With these I can save a bit of effort. Saying this, he placed his hand on one of the pots. As a surge of green energy transferred, the pot hose inside began to grow wildly. Before long, its vines thickened to the size of an arm. Go! Wu Qingyuan pointed toward the rooftop, where Lin Weiner and her group stood. The pot hose vines shot out, instantly coiling around the pillars by the parapet. Soon over a dozen arm-thick vines formed a bridge between the 2 buildings, and the Blood Wolf squad members crossed over to the other rooftop along this vine bridge. Once everyone had crossed, the once vibrant arm-thick pot hose vines began to wither and dry up at a visible rate. With a gust of wind, these withered vines, as if weightless, were blown out of sight in an instant. Hello, we meet again. After crossing, Wu Nanhao approached Lin Weiner, offering a smile and a greeting. In that instant, Lin Weiner felt her heart pounding wildly, lowering her head, almost too afraid to face him. What's happening? Not only was her heart racing, but even her cheeks were burning slightly. Was this the feeling of liking someone? Could she be falling in love with him? Impossible. They had only met once. How could this be? Moreover, damn it, I'm still a man at heart. How could I possibly fall for him? Yet no matter how Lin Weiner struggled and wrestled within herself, the moment Wu Nanhao stood before her, she felt an overwhelming urge to throw herself into his arms, even wanting to kiss him, and even more. Moi. Sun Kiki looked at Lin Weiner, sensing something was off. She then walked over to Lin Weiner and touched her forehead. So hot. Upon contact, Sun Kiki was startled. She had been perfectly fine just moments ago. How could she suddenly have a fever? Moreover, given an ability user's physical constitution, catching a cold or fever out of the blue was impossible. This was highly abnormal. Sun Kiki's ability was perception, which meant she was exceptionally perceptive. Sensing Lin Weiner's unusual condition, she immediately turned a sharp gaze toward the members of the Blood Wolf squad. Damn it, why does it have to be this woman? Seeing Sun Kiki's suspicious look, Wu Nanhao cursed inwardly. He was somewhat wary of her perception ability, uncertain of what she might detect. If she sensed anything related to him, the trouble would be immense. Though he believed the chance was slim, he couldn't take the risk. Are you injured? Wu Nanhao quickly stepped forward, asking with feigned concern, while subtly severing part of his connection with Lin Weiner. As a result, the influence on Lin Weiner diminished by more than half, and her physical reactions eased considerably. Please stay away from us until our captain arrives. Sun Kiki looked at Wu Nanhao, then pulled Lin Weiner back a few steps. Sister Kiki, I'm fine. Hearing Sun Kiki's tone, which carried a clear keep your distance warning toward Wu Nanhao and his group, Lin Weiner felt a desire to speak up for him, but managed to hold back. Her mind was also growing dizzy and fuzzy. At that moment, she could only strive to suppress the overwhelming urge to go to Wu Nanhao's side. Though she had transformed into a woman, actually running into his arms would be too humiliating for someone who had once been a man. Noticing Sun Kiki's unfriendly gaze, Wu Nanhao offered an awkward smile and stepped back a little. What's going on? Wu Qingyuan, who had been about to exchange a few words with Su Jiming, sensed the tension in the air, puzzled by what had transpired. Similarly, Su Jiming didn't understand why Sun Kiki was reacting so strongly, but he didn't ask. He knew she must have her reasons. Ignoring Wu Qingyuan, Sun Kiki led Lin Weiner back to the stairwell entrance on the rooftop, and Su Jiming followed suit. What's wrong? Do they have issues? Once they retreated to the stairwell, Su Jiming finally asked. I don't know. Sun Kiki shook her head, then continued, Xiao Wan isn't right. Hearing this, Su Jiming looked toward the Blood Wolf squad at the other end, and said, You suspect they did something? I'm not sure. It's just a feeling, Sun Kiki said solemnly. Then he'll call the captains up. Without hesitation, Su Jiming extended his right hand and placed his palm into the gap between the stairs. Instantly, a powerful stream of water gushed down through the stairwell with a loud whoosh. What's happened? Moments later, accompanied by a rapid clatter of footsteps, Lu Bin and the others rushed up the stairs and arrived at the rooftop. Over there. After Lu Bin and his team came up, Sun Kiki pointed toward the Blood Wolf squad. What a coincidence, why are they here? Then she prepared to go with Gao He to greet them. Captain Lu. Before Lu Bin could leave, Sun Kiki called him back, then gestured for him to look at Lin Weiner. My. Lu Bin glanced at Lin Weiner and immediately noticed something was off about her condition. What's wrong? He stepped closer to Lin Weiner, a frown creasing his brow. To be honest, I don't know either. Sun Kiki pointed in a certain direction and continued, but ever since they arrived her state has been off. I'm fine. Lin Weiner shook her head vigorously. Over the past few minutes her dizzy and groggy mind had nearly recovered. Looking at Lin Weiner, then glancing back at the Blood Wolf squad members, Lu Bin pondered for a moment before asking, What do you think? Does it have anything to do with them? Probably not. Lin Weiner blurted out. Logically, she should have told Lu Bin about her condition and feelings, but she had no intention of doing so. It wasn't that she was unwilling to speak, rather she simply didn't realize she needed to. Or even if she did, under Wu Nanhao's influence, she would only think of him and remain silent. Lu Bin nodded, then, after getting a clearer picture of the situation, he said, I know the Blood Wolf squad fairly well. There shouldn't be any special ability users among them, and at a time like this they wouldn't stoop to such tactics. In that case, Weiner, I'll leave her in your care. He'll go over first, and see if we can figure out a way to get out of this predicament. With that, Lu Bin glanced at the Blood Wolf squad where Gao He and the others were already talking with Wu Qingyuan. After entrusting Weiner to Sun Kiki, he walked over. As time passed, it became clear that the giant saber-toothed tiger downstairs had no intention of leaving. That meant they would have to spend the night here. Night was the most terrifying time in this world, especially in the absence of light. Fortunately, they noticed that above every window in these buildings a rain shield was installed at an angle, and all these shields were black solar panels. These panels were connected to the emergency power supply in the hallways. Typically, as soon as the grid went down, the emergency bulbs in the corridors would light up instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone began gathering wires, bulbs, flashlights, and anything that could emit or aid light from every floor. As time ticked by and dusk approached, they had nearly connected all the solar panels on the entire floor in parallel. The electricity stored by the hundreds of panels was more than enough for their night's needs. As the sun fully set, the outside world was plunged into endless darkness. Only the top 2 floors of the building where Lin Weiner and her group were located were illuminated by the lights. After darkness fell, some unknown creatures emerged from within the giant saber-toothed tiger downstairs, and the other giant beasts that had gathered around, causing them to revert to their original sizes. Almost simultaneously from the unlit floors below, a faint rustling sound began to emanate, accompanied by low sobs, intermittent singing, and inexplicable laughter. Under the influence of these noises, everyone grew dizzy and disoriented. "Damn it, I can't take this anymore." Gao, he cursed, grabbed a high-powered flashlight, stepped out of the room, and shone it down through the gaps in the stairs. Up. As the light penetrated the stairwell to the floor below, a piercing scream echoed through the entire building. "Will you just shut the hell up?" Gao, he roared downward. Instantly the sounds from below fell silent. Yet that silence lasted only a few seconds before a spine-chilling laughter erupted from beneath. Standing at the stairwell, Gao, he felt a chill run through his body. After shuddering, he hurried back into the room. "Forget it, leave them be. With the lights on, they won't dare come up," Lu Bin said to Gao He. "I shouldn't have come in the first place." Gao He angrily tossed the flashlight onto the sofa and plopped down beside it. Normally, he wouldn't have been so agitated, but the sounds from below were driving him mad. "Not come. If we hadn't, things would probably be even tougher for us in the future," Wu Qingyuan remarked casually. Then glancing out the window, he added, "The official convoy probably went back, right?" When they arrived, aside from the trucks being randomly arranged, the official ability users were stationed at the front and rear of the convoy, supposedly for protection, but in truth to keep an eye on them. After the giant creatures appeared, Lin Weiner's vehicle was trapped in the middle of the convoy, making it impossible to drive away. They had no choice but to abandon the car and flee on foot. However, the official ability users positioned at both ends of the convoy found it much easier to drive away. Hearing Wu Qingyuan's words, Gao, he clenched his fist tightly. The officials had escaped, but they were left behind. If they couldn't make it back, their families in the settlement would soon lose their means of survival. Without ability users to protect them, they might even lose the properties they had left behind. In contrast to before, Lu Bin was now calmer. He stood up and addressed the group. "Let's take shifts keeping watch. The rest of you rest first. After daybreak tomorrow, we'll decide what to do based on the situation." After some discussion, no one had any better ideas, so they followed Lu Bin's suggestion. Each team arranged for 2 people to stand watch for 3 hours while the others rested inside the rooms to recover their strength. As the only woman in the group, Lin Weiner was given special treatment and wasn't assigned to any watch. But the room was too brightly lit for her to fall asleep. She took a towel, folded it several times, and placed it over her eyes. She didn't know how long it took before she drifted into a drowsy sleep. In the dead of night, when it was the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps turned to stand watch, Wu Nanhao glanced at Lin Weiner in the other room and volunteered for duty. Half an hour later, seeing that everyone in every room was fast asleep, Wu Nanhao stood up. A pink heart visible only to him floated slowly in the air. "Nanhao." In her sleep, Lin Weiner murmured a few words, then slowly sat up in bed and step by step left her room. "Here she comes, here she comes." Gazing at Lin Weiner's exquisite figure and stunning face, Wu Nanhao struggled to contain his excitement. "You've walked right into my trap. Even if they find out, they can't blame me." As Lin Weiner approached his bedroom door, step by step, Wu Nanhao's heart began to race. Before the apocalypse, under his father's management, their family assets had exceeded tens of millions, making them a well-off household. Relying on his family's wealth, he had pursued many beautiful girls over the years. Yet he had never encountered anyone with Lin Weiner's allure. Logically, being in danger should have tempered his impulses, but once a man is blinded by lust, he casts all reason aside. "My little beauty, come in quickly." Wu Nanhao had already begun shedding his upper garments, eager to finish swiftly once Lin Weiner entered to avoid any complications. Lin Weiner stepped into his room only to be suddenly embraced by Wu Nanhao, his arm around her waist. "No, don't." Instinctively, Lin Weiner broke free from his embrace. Though now in a woman's body, she still retained the soul of Lin Mu, and being held like this by a man stirred an innate revulsion. Wu Nanhao was taken aback. This shouldn't be happening. His ability could control the minds of the opposite sex, making them fall for him, become utterly compliant, and develop an incurable dependence. And the closer the distance, the stronger the effect. Did it fail, eh? Wu Nanhao dared not force her lest he alert Lu Bin and the others and ruin everything. But if Lin Weiner came willingly, they would have no grounds to object. With that thought, he took a deep breath and, mustering all his strength, conjured a vividly colored pink heart. As the heart merged into Lin Weiner's body, an inexplicable heat surged through her, leaving her entire form exquisitely sensitive. Gazing at Wu Nanhao before her, she unhesitatingly embraced him, then was effortlessly pushed onto the bed. Gulp. Watching Lin Weiner's flushed face on the bed, Wu Nanhao swallowed hard and wiped the sweat from his brow. Creating that heart had drained nearly all his energy. Yet it was all worth it. In a few swift motions Wu Nanhao shed his jeans, leaving only a pair of boxers. But just as he moved to proceed, a shadow flashed, and a massive sword pressed against his neck. Then Sun Kiki, Gao He, and the others appeared at the doorway. This sight sent Wu Nanhao's mind reeling, his prepared excuses dying on his lips. Sun Kiki hurried to the bedside and helped Lin Weiner up. "Brother Wu, what do you have to say for this?" Lu Bin held the sword to Wu Nanhao's neck, not even glancing at him, but staring coldly at the approaching Wu Qingyuan. As Wu Qingyuan drew near, the others parted to make way for him. "You beast!" Wu Qingyuan strode up to Wu Nanhao and dealt him a resounding slap across the face. He held nothing back, knowing that if he showed leniency, Lu Bin and the others would not. The blow sent Wu Nanhao flying crashing into the bedroom wall with a thunderous thud. Picking himself up from the floor, a vivid palm print marked his face, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "No, Dad, Captain Lu I." Wu Nanhao's mind raced, trying to use his pre-prepared excuses to defend himself. She came to my room on her own, I didn't." Before he could finish, Lu Bin flashed before him, seized his neck, and pinned him against the wall. "Lift the ability on her, or it'll end you right now, even if your father is here." Meeting Lu Bin's ferocious glare, Wu Nanhao turned to Wu Qingyuan for help. But Wu Qingyuan merely sighed and looked away. If it were only the Mingguan squad, he might have protected his son, but with Gao He's team present, any conflict would mean certain defeat. Seeing his father powerless, Wu Nanhao grabbed Lu Bin's wrist, struggling as he gasped, "I'll lift it. I'll lift it, let me go first." Wu Nanhao hadn't anticipated Lu Bin's ruthlessness, denying him any chance to explain and immediately accusing him of using his ability to control Lin Weiner. This rendered all his carefully crafted excuses and strategies utterly useless. Once Lu Bin released his grip, Wu Nanhao limped toward Lin Weiner. "What are you doing?" I need to get close to her to lift it." Seeing Lu Bin about to strike again, Wu Nanhao quickly raised his hands, signaling he only meant to dispel the ability on Lin Weiner. As Lu Bin lowered his sword, the tension in Wu Nanhao's throat eased slightly. He stepped before Lin Weiner and extended a finger toward her. "You'd better not try anything." Sun Kiki, supporting Lin Weiner, watched him intently. Wu Nanhao's ability was likely a specialized one, and such powers demanded caution. I wouldn't dare." With a bitter smile, Wu Nanhao touched his finger to Lin Weiner's forehead, and with a surge of effort slowly drew a pink mist out of her body. Half a minute later, Wu Nanhao withdrew his finger and announced to the group, "It's done." "Are you sure?" Lu Bin asked, though his gaze shifted to Sun Kiki. She nodded, confirming that Wu Nanhao seemed to be telling the truth. "Good." Lu Bin trusted Sun Kiki's perceptive abilities, as they had collaborated multiple times before and knew each other well. "Then Wu Nanhao cautiously stepped back, grabbing a piece of clothing to cover himself. "Seems you still have some shame," Sun Kiki taunted. Just then Lin Weiner regained consciousness. "Huh, why is everyone here? What happened? Don't you remember anything?" Sun Kiki asked her. Lin Weiner shook her head, then concentrated, slowly recalling the events that had just transpired. "Fuck." The memory nearly made her blurt out a curse, but she quickly remembered her current female form and restrained herself, silently fuming with rage. Gazing at Wu Nanhao, who wore only a pair of tight boxer shorts, Lin Weiner shuddered at the thought of how close she had come to being pinned down by this man, had not others arrived in time. The mere idea of such a violation sent a chill down her spine, and goosebumps rose on her arms. "Xiaowan, he's yours to deal with however you see fit." Liu Bin cast a glance at Wu Nanhao, his words showing no consideration for Wu Qingyuan, who stood nearby. As the situation had escalated to this point, Wu Qingyuan hurried over to his son, pressing a hand on his shoulder, while kicking the back of his knee, forcing Wu Nanhao to drop with a thud to his knees. "What are you waiting for? Kowtow and apologize." Wu Qingyuan's harsh rebuke jolted Wu Nanhao into awareness. His father was trying to minimize the damage and protect him. He immediately began kowtowing to Lin Weiner, confessing, "It's all my fault. I apologize. I'm not human, I'm an animal. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Whatever compensation you want, I can give it to you." After the kowtows, Wu Nanhao slapped himself hard across the face, and after just a few blows, crimson welts appeared on his cheeks. It was clear he was going to great lengths to earn Lin Weiner's forgiveness. Seeing this, Lin Weiner turned away. Though she was furious enough to want to kick him to death, she knew full well that she could not do so now. Even though Gao's Hope Squad would surely back them up, a fight would leave the Blood Wolf Squad with almost no chance of victory. Yet if a conflict did erupt, who knew what would happen? After all, Wu Nanhao was Wu Qingyuan's only son. If she did anything severe to him, even if Wu Qingyuan held back now, it would plant a ticking time bomb within their team, and he might retaliate at any moment. So at this juncture, she must avoid doing anything that would set off Wu Qingyuan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Weiner said calmly, "This place isn't safe anyway, so let's forget the punishment. But as for the compensation you mentioned..." She fixed her gaze on Wu Qingyuan. Though she couldn't do anything to Wu Nanhao for now, she could at least demand some recompense. Hearing this, Wu Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Fine, well pay. How about 50,000? No, well, offer 100,000 jin of food coupons as compensation." 100,000 jin of food coupons. Lin Weiner was taken aback. She hadn't expected Wu Qingyuan to be so generous. In this apocalypse, food was an extremely precious resource. Even though food coupons were continually inflating in the settlement, 100,000 jin was still a massive fortune, though it could never actually buy 100,000 jin of real grain. Since Lin Weiner hadn't been in the settlement long, she glanced at Sun Kiki, seeking her opinion on the offer. Seeing Lin Weiner look her way, Sun Kiki gave a slight nod. Alright, deal. Since Sun Kiki had agreed, it meant the price was acceptable. Wu Qingyuan quickly pulled out a card containing 100,000 jin of food coupons and handed it to Lin Weiner, then led Wu Nanhao and the others out into another room. Just then a streak of light appeared on the horizon. I heard that the timeline of Universe 7 broke 2 years later. I wonder how those guys managed it. Aboard a massive spaceship, a group of people in combat suits sat in the cockpit chatting casually as they looked out the window. Don't dwell on it. Just eliminate them all. If they keep pulling off such insane stunts, the whole universe will collapse. Another person holding an unfamiliar firearm remarked offhandedly. At that moment, a broadcast echoed through the ship. It has been determined that this universe, Universe 8, underwent a catastrophic change 2 to 3 months ago. In response to the sudden upheaval, the human population here has undergone large-scale mutation. This is not the common zombie apocalypse, but a type of bizarre creature that is extremely afraid of light. Any sunlight can easily kill them. After the broadcast, a middle-aged man in a naval uniform stood up in the cockpit and addressed the crew. Alright, since the situation is clear, all teams will deploy immediately. Eliminate all mutated creatures, capture all mutated humans, and for those who resist and have no experimental value, you may execute them on the spot. Yes, sir. The team leaders who had been chatting moments ago answered promptly and filed out of the cockpit. 15 minutes later, small warships detached from the mothership and began flying to every corner of the planet. Soon one small vessel hovered above Jinhua County. "Captain, the building below shows a large number of mutated creatures," said an intelligence analyst pointing at the computer screen. The building she indicated was exactly the one where Lin Weiner and her group were. "Fire high-energy flashbangs continuously." "Yes, sir." With the captain's order, streaks of white light shot into every floor of the building. In an instant, the entire interior was engulfed in a blinding radiance. The bizarre creatures on each floor turned to ash in that blazing white light almost instantly. Even though Lin Weiner and the others instinctively closed their eyes, the intense light still blinded them momentarily. After the flash faded, everyone's eyes stung and tears streamed down. If they hadn't been evolved humans with robust physiques, they would have gone blind. Yet even after surviving the flash, their vision remained a blur of white. "Captain, the life detector shows signs of life on the top floor, likely humans." The captain nodded and ordered, "Team 1 handles the capture, Team 2 stands by to prevent escape." "Yes, sir." Following the captain's command, 2 squads in flight suits landed steadily on the roof platform. Soon they descended the stairs from the roof to the top floor where Lin Weiner and her group were. Hearing footsteps from above, Lin Weiner and the others stepped out of the room, blocking the fully armed group in the corridor. "Who are you? Was it you who threw those flashbangs?" Liu Bin rubbed his eyes, still suffering from the after effects of the white light, which left him seeing double. But seeing that they were human and unaffected by the light, his wariness eased somewhat. "We're here to rescue you. It's dangerous here. Come with us." The soldiers were clad in full armor, their voices transmitted through helmet speakers. "Save us." Liu Bin had just asked when someone pointed out the window and said, "Look in the sky." It was at that moment that everyone noticed the spacecraft with its lights on hovering above. "We are a human civilization far more advanced than yours, and we have come to save you." However, before the speaker could finish, Sun Kiki frowned at him and said, "No, you're lying." At these words, everyone, including Lin Weiner, stepped back several paces ready for battle. "Who exactly are you? What do you want?" Trusting Sun Kiki Gao, he immediately demanded in a stern voice. "Tisk, you people are such a nuisance." The speaker shook his head, a helpless tone emanating from the microphone in his helmet. Then pointing his gun at Liu Bin Gao, he and the others, he shrugged and said, "I suggest you behave yourselves. Otherwise, if things get rough, accidents are bound to happen." Hearing the threat, Liu Bin frowned. Logically, after the apocalypse began, the world's firearms had been rendered useless by some unknown rule. Yet for some reason, the weapons in their hands seemed completely unaffected, as evidenced by the blinding flash grenade moments ago. This suggested that what he said about coming from a higher civilization might well be true. After all, the apocalypse had occurred and bizarre creatures had appeared in the world. The emergence of a higher civilization was relatively normal. but it was unclear whether these so-called higher beings were friends or foes. If they were enemies, boarding the ship would be stepping into unknown territory, possibly becoming lambs to the slaughter. So he exchanged a meaningful glance with Gao He and the others. Understanding the signal Gao He acted immediately. He placed his right hand on the wall beside him, and the next second a large amount of sand and soil emerged from the walls on both sides of the corridor. Before the intruders could react, the layer of earth tightly encased them. At first they thought this would be the end of these people, as they had sensed no energy fluctuations, meaning they were merely armed, ordinary humans. But before the group could celebrate, cracks appeared in the encasing sand and earth. Just then Su Jiming activated his water elemental ability, conjuring a large amount of water that spread over the cracking layer. Under the effect of water, the dry sand turned into clay. "Let me." Wu Qingyuan, standing across the corridor, didn't hesitate. Vines wrapped swiftly around the clay-encased figures. Once the vines were tightly secured, Wu Qingyuan clenched his fist, and with a swish the vines sprouted dense hard thorns that pierced into the clay. The three acted in concert, a process that seemed lengthy, but in reality took less than 10 seconds from Gao He's first move to Wu Qingyuan's completion. As the thorn-covered vines tightened further, a clatter sounded, and several clay-covered spherical objects dropped to the ground, rolling down the stairs to the middle of the corridor. At first they thought these were the intruders' heads, but after a few rolls Liu Bin noticed there was no blood. These were merely their helmets squeezed off by the clay and vines. Once the helmets fell off, the actual heads were exposed. The leader among them looked at Lin Weiner and the others with a mocking smile, and said, "Interesting. You've got 3 of the 5 elemental attributes here. It seems you people have built quite a force in this world. Pity such abilities are all too common in our labs. Hardly worth capturing." As he spoke, his arm broke free from the clay and vines, then he grabbed the vines wrapped around his body and gave a light tug. Under his effort, the vines offered no resistance whatsoever. Wu Qingyuan was stunned. As a second-tier ability user, his vines were as strong as steel cables under his power, yet they tore like paper in this man's hands. "Don't be surprised. It's just an exoskeleton." The man chuckled, then raised his arm and tore off his protective suit, revealing a muscular arm. On his arm from shoulder to palm, several black lines clung tightly to his skin like tattoos. Between the lines, a thin layer of light seemed to envelop his skin completely. At the same moment, Zhang Yao charged out from the crowd, his mace rapidly enlarging as he swung it down at the man. Yet the speaker merely extended his hand with the black stripes and casually caught the enormous mace with his palm. "Oh, making objects grow in size and mass. That's an interesting ability." Then his hand quickly turned into a claw and his fingers dug several holes into the mace with ease. "You're the one. The lab is just missing an ability like yours." He yanked the mace, pulling Zhang Yao forward. "Let go." Liu Bin reacted swiftly, grabbing one of Zhang Yao's dangling legs and pulling him back. "Troublesome. Kill the useless ones first." Seeing Zhang Yao escape his grasp, the man turned to his companions behind him. At the command, his companions didn't hesitate. They fired their weapons. Several laser beams flashed, and without any warning, Gao He, Wu Qingyuan, and Su Jiming collapsed to the ground with a thud. "That's it. They're dead." Lin Weiner's heart was in her throat as she watched the 3 fall. They were among the strongest in their makeshift team, yet they hadn't even had time to react. What now? Although she had become a woman, she didn't want to die in the face of death's terror. What was a change of gender? Whether from the intense light or the sudden deaths, Liu Bin's eyes turned red as he glanced at the fallen Gao He. With Gao He and the others dead, the remaining members of both the Hope Squad and Bloodwolf Squad were ready to fight to the death. "Enough." Liu Bin held them back, then looked up and said in a hoarse voice to the man on the stairs, "We'll go with you." "Captain." Zhang Yao looked at him in disbelief. From the mention of the lab, everyone knew that boarding the ship would lead to a fate worse than death. Hearing the doubts of his team members, Liu Bin said nothing, merely casting a bloodshot glance at them before turning and heading up the stairs without looking back. Seeing him like this, the others exchanged bewildered looks, not knowing what to say, and could only follow him toward the rooftop. "Since you are also human, why must you exterminate us without mercy?" Upon reaching the rooftop, Liu Bin glanced at the spacecraft above and asked the leader, "Can a mutated human still be considered human?" The man retorted, looking at Liu Bin. Before Liu Bin could respond, he added, "If we let people like you run wild, the entire universe will eventually collapse." "The universe collapse?" Liu Bin laughed bitterly. "You give us too much credit." "Exactly. Since you claim to be a higher civilization, even if the universe were to collapse, only you could cause it," Sun Kiki said indignantly. After hearing her words, the man glanced up at the spacecraft and said, "The guidance beam still needs a few minutes to prepare. Since we have time, I might as well chat with you. This world consists of 13 universes, the meta-universe at the center and 12 surrounding it. Your universe is the 8th universe. A few days ago, through simulation calculations, we discovered that the seventh universe has already perished. To be precise, the seventh universe will cease to exist 2 years from now. Someone has severed its timeline. Whether you understand this or not, what it means is that the seventh universe has at most 2 years left. On a certain day, 2 years hence, it will vanish completely. There is a high probability that this is connected to you mutants. Once the seventh universe perishes, the balance of the 12 universes will shatter, leading to unimaginable disasters. If only one universe were lost, the higher authorities might find a way to remedy it. But if it happens again, even the meta-universe will be doomed. With that, the man swept his gaze over Lin Wainer and the others. So do you understand now? You mean your so-called method of saving the universe is to eliminate all humans from other universes? Lin Wainer finally couldn't help but ask loudly. I told you mutated humans are no longer people. As for ordinary humans, we won't touch them. These worlds cannot be without humans, or they too will perish, the man replied coldly. Then he looked at Lin Wainer, his previously indifferent expression suddenly turning to surprise. Oh, a low-level universe actually produces such a perfect human female. She had been hiding in the back and hadn't acted, so they hadn't noticed her until now. It was then that he realized how extraordinary she was. Just then the spacecraft above began to emit a golden glow. Seeing this, the man withdrew his gaze from Lin Wainer and said, "The guidance beam is coming. Line up and walk into it one by one. It's best not to try anything clever." But at that moment, Liu Bin, who had been silent, reached behind his back and drew his heavy sword. "So even if we board that ship, we're still doomed, right?" He lightly placed the sword on the floor before him and slightly raised his head to look at the leader. Seeing Liu Bin draw his weapon, the man made no move, as if he didn't consider him a threat. "Death? Not necessarily. It depends on how the lab uses you." Lin Wainer detected a mocking tone in his words. Clearly he meant to send her and the other psychics to the lab. The thought of being dissected or having countless needles, bottles, and instruments attached to her made Lin Wainer tremble all over. "To hell with your lab." One of the Blood Wolf squad members cursed at the man and raised his machete to strike. But as he lifted his blade, another figure aimed a weapon and fired a laser that instantly pierced his forehead. Like Gao, he and the others, he fell to the ground without even a scream. "I'd rather die than be used for experiments. Let's fight them." Wang Peng and Zhang Yao couldn't bear it either. Facing the prospect of being experimented on, death seemed preferable. As they spoke, dark muzzles were aimed at their heads. Judgment Field. In an instant, a faint white light, like a ripple, spread from the tip of Liu Bin's sword across the entire rooftop. The next second, everyone stood frozen in place, unable to move. What's happening? Lin Wainer felt the anomaly and thought it was the work of the so-called higher civilization. But to her surprise, at that moment, a phantom identical to Liu Bin emerged from his body, slowly separating from him. The phantom, which looked exactly like Liu Bin, walked over to Lin Wainer and the others and gently tapped their foreheads. After being touched, Lin Wainer found herself regaining control of her body instantly. What's happening? As Lin Wainer spoke, Wang Peng, Zhang Yao, and Sun Kiki also regained control of their bodies. "Don't ask. Run now. Remember, split up to have a chance to survive." Liu Bin's voice echoed in everyone's mind. "What about you?" Lin Wainer asked, looking at Liu Bin. "I can't leave. Hurry. Don't let the chance in buying go to waste," his voice shouted urgently in her mind. "Let's go." Wang Peng glanced at Liu Bin and resolutely urged everyone to run toward the stairwell. As the deputy captain of Mingguang, he knew all of Liu Bin's abilities. This move was Liu Bin's domain, the Judgment Field. The Judgment Field, as its name suggests, is a place to judge criminals. When activated, Liu Bin could interrogate the souls of all present and assign them charges. During the field's duration, those not convicted could not be harmed, or otherwise they would be forcibly sentenced. Within his Judgment Field, there were only 2 verdicts: death penalty or acquittal. Once the domain was deployed, Liu Bin's physical body could not move. Those he acquitted could leave freely, while those sentenced to death would have their souls utterly annihilated. However, issuing a death sentence required his psychic energy. Not only was he still recovering from old injuries, but even at his peak, he couldn't sentence so many people to death at once. Once his energy was depleted, the Judgment Field would end. If even one of these people regained control of their body, none of them would likely escape. Under Wang Peng's lead, Lin Wainer glanced back at Liu Bin, biting her lip lightly, then, without further hesitation, turned and dashed toward the staircase. In that moment, she too came to a realization. Isn't this exactly the kind of plot that often unfolds in movies and TV series? When a comrade sacrifices their life to buy time for others to escape, there are always those who linger and refuse to leave, ultimately causing everyone to be trapped. Since that comrade has resolved to help others by delaying the enemy, the more people saved because of him, the greater his joy would be. Watching Lin Wainer and the others descend the stairs, Liu Bin's phantom turned back and sat down on the ground. Instead of rushing to pronounce judgment, he waited quietly, sustaining the judgment field with the energy of his supernatural ability. Just then a golden beam of light shot down from the spaceship below. However, just as the beam was about to reach the rooftop, it was inexplicably blocked by some force. Seeing this, Liu Bin realized that those on the spaceship would also detect the anomaly, so he walked over to the leader of the group and initiated the judgment. I pronounce you, death penalty, immediate execution. As the words fell, a phantom heavy sword identical to the one in Liu Bin's hand materialized above the man's head, then slashed down from the air. The next second, the man's previously vibrant eyes turned hollow. At the same time, Liu Bin's true body trembled and beads of sweat as large as beans appeared on his forehead. For the sake of our school days, I suppose this counts as avenging you, Liu Bin's phantom murmured, swaying slightly. Then he moved to stand before another person and again pronounced the death sentence. The same scene repeated. After this execution concluded, Liu Bin's true form had turned deathly pale, and the domain of the judgment field began to shrink. Gradually, his supernatural energy could no longer sustain the field. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw several figures stepping out of that beam of light. He heard fragments of their conversation drifting intermittently. Squad leader, no signs of life. No obvious external injuries, and the exoskeleton shows no damage. Quick, bring him back to the medical pod immediately for examination. There's another human here. The instruments also detect no life signs. Forget about him, take these two up first. If anything goes wrong, we'll all be held responsible. After running up to the third floor along the stairs, they found that the unit door had been sealed by Gao, he using his supernatural ability. Lin Weiner and the others jumped directly from the third floor corridor window. Once on the ground, Wang Peng lowered his voice and said to the group, we should split up. Since they are a high-level civilization, they must have life detection devices and the like. If we stay together, the target will be too large, and we are bound to be caught in one fell swoop. Whether we survive or not depends on fate. Lin Weiner had nothing more to say, as she simply nodded vigorously, her lips pressed together. Take care. Wang Peng and Zhang Yao came over and patted her on the shoulder. Lin Weiner nodded again with force. Sister Kiki, best of luck. Before leaving, Lin Weiner said her final words to son Kiki. Although they had only known each other for a day, the events of that day had forged a deep enough bond of friendship. You two stay alive. After a simple farewell, everyone set off on their own paths of escape. Lin Weiner ran desperately along a small path. Although it was still over half an hour until dawn, blinding flashes of white light flickered intermittently at the horizon. These white lights were likely flashbangs or similar devices dropped by the advanced civilization, indicating their intent to thoroughly cleanse this world, both supernaturals and anomalies. Under the intense glare of these flashes, there was almost no need to worry about anomalies appearing. Lin Weiner simply ran with all her might. By the time a rosy glow of dawn appeared at the horizon, she had found a car that could start with over half a tank of gas left. Without hesitation, she got in and sped away along the road. She drove aimlessly, having no idea where she was headed. Several hours later, a very familiar building came into view. After a moment of stunned recognition, she realized it was the shabby little inn where she had first arrived in this world. How had she unconsciously driven all the way here? Just as she was lost in thought, a beam of light descended from the sky, and from it stepped fully armed beings from the same advanced civilization as before. In an instant, Lin Weiner's heart leaped into her throat. These people must have spotted her. What should she do? Flee. But how could she escape under the watch of these beings? It was simply impossible. However, the one who emerged from the beam merely glanced at her, placed some unknown device on the ground, and then prepared to step back into the beam. What did this mean? They weren't going to capture or kill her. Lin Weiner was bewildered. Hadn't they said they would eliminate all supernaturals and anomalies in this world? Just as she thought they were about to leave, one of them turned back and strode quickly toward her. If absolutely necessary, she would fight him. No, wait. They had been about to leave just now. Given their level of technology, they must have detected her long ago, yet they had chosen not to capture or kill her. That meant there had to be another reason. Could it be because of... Lin Weiner thought of a possible explanation and suppressed the urge to take out the transformation card. Sure enough, when the man approached, he did not make any offensive move, but instead spoke a few words to her. That device can dispel anomalies. Within 100 kilometers of it, ordinary people like you can live freely without worry. After speaking, without waiting for Lin Weiner's reply, he turned and walked back into the beam, teleporting up into the spaceship above. Watching the spaceship fly away, Lin Weiner let out a long breath. As she had guessed, as long as she didn't use the transformation card, she appeared to them as an ordinary human. According to what that man had said, they would not harm ordinary humans because the universe itself needed human existence. Perhaps if all humans disappeared it would bring about adverse consequences for the universe, thereby affecting their own universe. In other words, it wasn't that the universe needed humans, it was that for the safety of their own universe these advanced civilizations needed humans to exist. But all of this was merely her speculation. Fortunately, she had confirmed that she was temporarily safe, allowing her to step back from the tension and get some proper rest. After driving for several hours straight, Lynn Weiner was utterly exhausted, her eyes dry and sore. Normally, she would have closed her eyes and rested on the seat, but she couldn't. The reason was simple. She had been holding her bladder the entire journey, not daring to stop. So the first order of business was to find a place to relieve herself. After getting out of the car, Lynn Weiner glanced around. Though no one was in sight, she felt it was rather indecent to squat down and pee right there in the square. Of course, if she were still in her male body, she might have just opened the car door and relieved herself by the roadside. But the problem was she was now in a female body. If she acted like a man, it would be strange, wouldn't it? So she quickly walked into the rundown inn and found a secluded corner to take care of her business. Finally feeling relieved, just as she was about to leave the dusty, dilapidated inn, Lynn Weiner suddenly recalled the scene when she first arrived in this world. Those advanced civilization beings had said there were 13 universes in total, and they had all come to this one. That meant since she could inexplicably come here, could she also go back? Driven by curiosity, she walked toward the rooms at the back. When she had first arrived here, it was still early morning, pitch black all around, and she hadn't gotten a clear look at the place. Following the corridor and relying on faint memories, Lynn Weiner found the room where she had crossed into this world. The door was open, cobwebs clung to the corners of the ceiling, and a thick layer of dust covered the floor. Entering the room, Lynn Weiner walked straight to the large bed and began to examine it carefully. After all, when she had crossed over, she had been lying on this very bed. In retrospect, the most likely source of the anomaly was this bed. She turned the bed upside down, checked the floor beneath, and even dismantled the mattress and bedboards. Yet it proved to be just an ordinary bed. I was overthinking it. I knew finding a way back wouldn't be that easy. Lynn Weiner sighed and rummaged through the room again. Cabinets, drawers, shoe racks, and even the ceiling. She searched every corner of the room, but found nothing unusual. This left her slightly disappointed. After all, once she had entertained the thought of returning to her original world, hope and anticipation had taken root in her heart. But now finding nothing, that expectation crumbled, leaving her feeling deeply disheartened. Sigh. Lynn Weiner turned around, sighed, and stepped out of the room. Yet just before leaving, she instinctively glanced back. That single glance made her notice something she had overlooked earlier. So she turned back and walked to the head of the bed, reaching for a metal picture frame hanging on the wall. The pattern inside the frame was a blue equilateral triangle. Earlier, when she had inspected the room, she had touched this frame, lifting it to check behind it, but found nothing. However, just as she was about to leave and turned her head, she noticed that the blue within the frame seemed to extend backward. Taking the frame off the wall, she slowly reached out and touched the blue part in the center of the triangle. Miraculously, her fingertip passed through without any resistance. A teleportation array. The word instinctively came to Lynn Weiner's mind. Teleportation arrays were common in sci-fi movies and some games. After a moment's thought, she picked up a pillow from the floor and stuffed it into the frame. The next second, the pillow vanished instantly. Could it be that this picture frame is what brought me to this universe? Although she suspected it might be connected to her, and had determined that the frame was likely a teleportation array, the thought of using it to go back right now still made her uneasy. What if entering the teleportation array led to some other accident? Or what if it wasn't a teleportation array at all, and she would be trapped inside forever? Just as she was pondering whether to go through the frame, a sudden crack sounded from the metal edge above it. After the crack appeared, a faint red glow began to emanate from the edges of the blue triangle inside the frame. What does this mean? Is the teleportation array about to break? Seeing the red light, Lynn Weiner grew anxious. What should she do? Go through or not? If she didn't, and this thing broke, finding another teleportation array to return would be nearly impossible. But was it really safe? Would she die if she entered? Dying would be one thing, but if it turned out to be some strange space-time where she was trapped but couldn't die, that would be true suffering. She still had time to think, but the frame seemed to be running out of time. Less than 5 seconds after the first crack, another cracking sound echoed. This time, without a second thought, she dove straight into the frame. She feared that missing this chance would mean never returning, for in her original universe her family still awaited her. And Lin Bai, when she had suddenly disappeared, he must have been so worried. As soon as she entered the frame, an endless expanse of blackness appeared before her, dotted with a boundless array of colorful specks. Just then a voice sounded in her ear. Now heading to the 7th universe space. This transmission is a return journey. After this journey, the teleportation array's lifespan will expire, and it will be permanently deactivated. Return journey. Inside the teleportation array, Lin Weiner felt as if she were falling endlessly into an abyss, and a profound fear gripped her heart. What if? But the word return at that moment acted like a calming pill. Originally, she thought that even if the teleportation array encountered no mishaps according to those advanced civilization beings, there were 13 universes, and she had no idea where she would be sent. But since it was a return journey, and it was precisely the room she had crossed over from, there was a high probability she was going back to her original world. At that moment, she was beyond elated. In this transmission channel, time seemed non-existent, and Lin Weiner had no idea how long she had been there. It could have been a second, a few hours, days, or even years. Until she saw a glimmer of light, heard the sound of a car engine, heard Lin Bei singing. One day I woke up and found you not by my side. On my right is the toy you used to like, but when I hum 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 hum, all that's left is the scent of you. But that couldn't be right. Since it was a return trip, he should be going back to where he came from. He had been teleported out from inside the service station, so hearing Lin Bei's singing wasn't strange, but why did the engine sound seem so close, as if right next to his ear? It couldn't be that the car had been driven into the room, could it? As a flash of white light passed, the sound of Lin Bei's truly wailing singing reached his ears. Besides the singing and the engine noise, there seemed to be the roar of zombies in the distance. Finally, Lin Weiner opened her eyes. The first thing that came into view was her surroundings. She was in the cargo bed of a pickup truck. With a jolt, the vehicle was speeding forward. Beneath her was a folded white mattress, clearly taken from a hotel, and besides that, a very familiar photo frame pressed against her back. Damn it, stop chasing me. A very familiar voice reached her ears, carried by the rushing wind. Lin Weiner looked up and saw at least hundreds of zombies chasing behind the pickup truck. These zombies were much faster than at the beginning of the world's apocalypse. Damn it, will this ever end? Lin Bei drove the pickup, stomping on the accelerator and then frantically hitting the brakes. Although there were almost no people on the roads after the apocalypse, the abandoned vehicles scattered haphazardly across the road severely hindered his speed, preventing him from gaining any real momentum. Slow down, Xiao Bai, you're going to throw me out. Lin Weiner, sitting in the cargo bed, gripped the edge of the truck tightly, then half-crouched and pounded hard on the roof a few times before shouting loudly. Huh. Lin Bei looked up, wondering why there was a sound on the roof. Checking the rearview mirror, the zombies were still far behind. Where did the sound on the roof come from? Just then, Lin Weiner's voice reached his ears almost simultaneously. Although the wind noise from the open window was loud as an evolver, he could clearly hear Lin Weiner's words. What's going on? Am I hallucinating? Instinctively, Lin Bei glanced at the left side mirror and saw a familiar, delicate face smiling brightly, leaning over the tailgate, waving at him. Lin Mu, Weiner. At that moment, Lin Bei felt as if his heart had stopped beating. Was this real? About a week ago, after Lin Weiner fell asleep in bed, he simply couldn't sleep, especially hearing the sound of her breathing right beside him. Even though this person used to be his best buddy, now she was a living, breathing beauty lying next to him. How could he possibly sleep? After a moment of restless distraction, thinking he couldn't sleep anyway, he simply sat up. Idly, he reached out and fiddled with the photo frame hanging by the bedside. After fiddling a few times, he went to the bathroom to wash his face. Who would have known that the moment he stepped out of the bathroom, he would see the picture frame had already fallen off the wall. By the time he saw it, the frame was less than a centimeter away from the sleeping Lin Weiner. And so he watched helplessly as the frame hit her face. He had already prepared himself to be scolded, since it was likely his fiddling that caused the frame to fall. However, in the next second, a very bizarre thing happened. The moment the frame struck, Lin Weiner vanished. She simply disappeared before his eyes, leaving only the photo frame lying on the bed. That night, Lin Bei's heart was filled with endless self-blame and worry. He didn't know where Lin Weiner had gone, nor what had actually happened. He placed all the blame on himself. But the deed was done, and he wanted to make up for his mistake. At this point, he could only place his hopes on the mysterious shop. So he decided to leave the service station to hunt zombies and collect more crystals, hoping that one day he could trade for items through the mysterious shop to find Lin Weiner's whereabouts. At that time, Liang Xiaosong had a wounded arm, and Yi Qingyan had to stay to take care of him. Lin Bei didn't bring them along. Besides, they weren't evolvers, and bringing them would only hold him back. When leaving the service station, Lin Bei brought the photo frame. He took everything that had been in contact with Lin Weiner at the moment she vanished, including the mattress from the bed. Although he was almost 99% sure her disappearance was related to the photo frame, and not the mattress, he still brought the mattress along in the truck, thinking that, if she suddenly returned, she could use it to lie on. After so many days, the chance of Lin Weiner returning grew slimmer and slimmer, and he had even stopped hoping. But when he saw that very familiar face in the rearview mirror, time around him seemed to freeze. It was still that face, still just as beautiful. Finally, you've appeared again. Ahead. Look ahead. Seeing that the pickup was about to crash into a small car blocking the road ahead, Lin Wainer quickly shouted loudly. However, Lin Bai seemed not to hear her at all and made no move. Derivative card enhanced transformation. Just as the pickup was about to hit the small car, a card materialized from within Lin Wainer's body. Lin Wainer reached out and touched it, and instantly a cascade of pure white hair spread across her back. Bang! After Lin Wainer completed her transformation, the pickup truck crashed head-on into the small car blocking the roadside, and a loud bang came from the cabin. Damn it! Then came another angry curse from Lin Bai. Fortunately, Lin Wainer had already leaped out of the truck the moment of impact. Bang! As the pickup truck's door was kicked open, Lin Bai stepped out holding his nose, a trace of blood slightly visible between his fingers. Heh! Seeing Lin Wainer with her pure white hair, Lin Bai let out 2 awkward laughs, then wiped the blood trickling from his nose, pointing at the driver's seat, and saying, "The airbag packed quite a punch. Long time no see." Lin Wainer looked at him, her hands clasped behind her back at her waist, fingers interlaced, and then she spoke softly. A gentle breeze blew, lifting her long pure white hair, which shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Long time no see." For some reason at this moment, when the person who had haunted his dreams stood before him, Lin Bai suddenly lost his voice, unsure how to express his emotions. Seeing Lin Bai in such a flustered state, Lin Wainer couldn't help but laugh out loud, and her eyes unconsciously grew a little moist with her laughter. After her return, the photo frame in the cargo bed, the mattress, and the distant horde of zombies. Scene after scene seemed to tell the story of how Lin Bai had desperately tried to find her every single day she was gone. In the moment he appeared before her, all the hardships she had endured over these past days seemed to dissolve into smoke and drift away with the wind. Lin Wainer's smile was like the spring sun, warm and bright, as if it had dispelled all the exhaustion he had accumulated over these many days. Lin Bai raised the back of his hand, wiped it forcefully across his nose, and then walked up to her. At this moment, he had almost completely forgotten that the beautiful person before him was once Lin Mu, his closest buddy. "Wainer." Lin Bai couldn't help but open his arms, wanting to embrace her. But just as his hand was about to touch Lin Wainer, he hesitated. Before him, Lin Wainer looked so youthful, beautiful, and pure, like a maiden who had leaped straight out of an anime. He didn't know if it was appropriate to do so. While he hesitated, Lin Wainer, without a second thought, directly opened her arms and pressed her face against his chest. Heaven knows what she had been through these past few days. For some reason, the moment she heard Lin Bai's voice and saw him, she felt an indescribable sense of peace. Listening to the powerful, steady beat of his heart within his chest, the next second, she felt a warm, large hand gently rest upon her head, softly stroking down the length of her hair, his movements tender, as if soothing a frightened kitten. In Lin Bai's embrace, she could even clearly feel his strong, muscular arms, and for the first time she experienced an unprecedented sense of security. Ooh! Just then the roar of zombies and the clamor of collisions against roadside vehicles came from not far away. These discordant sounds abruptly jolted Lin Wainer out of her involuntary reverie. She quickly broke free from Lin Bai's embrace, her face instantly flushing to the roots of her ears. "No! This isn't right, this isn't right." Lin Wainer frantically repeated in her mind, now so embarrassed she could curl her toes, completely ignoring the approaching horde of zombies behind her. "No, it must be the lingering effects of Wu Nanha's ability, that's why I'm acting like this." Lin Wainer desperately tried to rationalize within herself. In truth, perhaps it really was the case. After pulling away from Lin Bai's embrace, Lin Wainer didn't dare to look up at him. If Lin Bai hadn't known her past identity, it would have been bearable, but he knew she used to be a boy, and now he had to see her. This feminine side of her. How utterly embarrassing. Derivative card, weapon, two-handed greatsword. To mask her inner turmoil, a card depicting a black, long sword materialized from within her body. Almost simultaneously, Lin Wainer's hand touched the card's surface, then plunged into it, and pulled outward with force, drawing out a massive black greatsword taller than a person. Lin Bai had initially wanted to pull her and flee, but to his surprise, Lin Wainer charged straight at the zombies, swinging the greatsword. Bang! The first zombie that rushed at her was struck by the heavy sword, sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing into the windshield of a parked truck. Wah! What is she doing? Lin Bai was speechless at the sight. It wasn't that he was shocked by Lin Wainer's combat prowess, but rather her current state seemed like she had gone mad. Indeed, Lin Wainer was acting like a madwoman. She wanted to vent all the embarrassment from that earlier moment on these zombies. So under Lin Bai's gaze, a petite, beautiful girl swung a greatsword that looked bigger than herself, sending the gathering zombies flying one after another, as if they were tennis balls. It looked as if she harbored a great deal of resentment. Lin Wainer's fighting style left Lin Bai no room to intervene. He feared that if he stepped in to help, he might accidentally end up like those zombies under her indiscriminate attacks. After all, they had grown up together. No, considering her previous gender, a better term would be childhood friends. Having spent so many years together, after a moment's thought, Lin Bai roughly understood Lin Weiner's current state. After all, that earlier scene, perhaps driven by the atmosphere, had revealed her womanly side completely to him. Given her personality, it would be strange if she weren't embarrassed after coming to her senses. Die. Lin Weiner swung the greatsword in her hands, desperately venting the unsettling emotions within her. Although the zombies had improved in all aspects compared to the early days of the apocalypse, they were still only first-level zombies. In the face of this greatsword weighing several hundred Gene, even a light touch was enough to break their bones and tendons. However, before long, Lin Weiner's swing speed began to slow down. Although the enhanced transformation card temporarily granted her the physique and strength of an evolver, it constantly consumed her stamina during the transformation. Once her stamina was depleted, the enhancement would automatically be dispelled. Behind her, Lin Bai keenly noticed her swinging speed decreasing. With so many zombies, the two of them couldn't possibly kill them all. So he quickly rushed forward to stop Lin Weiner from continuing her frenzy. Weiner, quick, we need to go. Lin Bai first grabbed a bag from the original pickup truck containing the spirit crystals he had obtained from killing zombies these past few days. Then with a swift movement, he dashed to Lin Weiner's side, kicked away another approaching zombie, grabbed her arm, and pulled her back. What are you doing? Feeling a strong, warm hand grip her arm, a strange electric jolt shot through her entire body. She let out a startled cry and tried to shake off Lin Bai's hand. Are you coming or not? If you don't want to, I'll carry you. Lin Bai's voice, brooking no refusal, rang in her ear. Lin Weiner said nothing. She was indeed tired. If she had managed her stamina properly, she could have lasted longer, but she had gone all out from the start, exhausting her energy very quickly. After Lin Bai finished speaking, although Lin Weiner remained silent, her head of pure white hair instantly reverted to its original color, and the great sword in her hand turned back into a card and returned to her body. Seeing this, Lin Bai directly grabbed her hand and sprinted forward. Having lost the card's enhancement, Lin Weiner's physical abilities were only slightly better than an ordinary person's. If an ordinary person's physique was 1, and a first-level evolver's was 2 or above, then Lin Weiner's normal form physique was about 1, 2. So she was almost being dragged along by Lin Bai. After running just 100 or 200 meters, she began to gasp for breath, and her wrist was aching from Lin Bai's grip. After all, even a professional athlete would be panting and need a rest after a full sprint of 100 or 200 meters. Wait, hold on. After stumbling a few steps, Lin Weiner pulled Lin Bai to a stop. After stopping, Lin Weiner bent over and gasped for breath. Lin Bai then realized he had been dragging her along too fast, failing to consider her current physical state, so he asked, "Can't you use the enhancement card anymore?" Recovering, Lin Weiner straightened up and quickly pulled her hand out of Lin Bai's grasp. Why were boys' hands so hot? As soon as this thought surfaced, Lin Weiner shook her head, banishing it from her mind. Why did she suddenly have such an idea? Although when he held her hand, she did feel the warmth of his palm. I can use it, Lin Weiner replied. She hadn't deactivated the enhancement because she couldn't maintain it, rather it was an excuse to stop her own frantic behavior. Though her stamina was greatly depleted, it wasn't completely exhausted. If you can't use it, don't force yourself. Otherwise I could carry you on my back, Lin Bai said, looking at her with a smile. No, I don't need that. Lin Weiner quickly stepped back, eyeing him warily, afraid he might suddenly act like using brute force to pull her over and hoist her onto his back. So she hastily activated her enhancement transformation. This flurry of actions left Lin Bai speechless. So after just a few days apart, she was on guard against him now. Ahem. Seeing Lin Bai's expression, Lin Weiner realized her reaction had been excessive. She feigned a cough, steeled herself, stepped forward, took Lin Bai's hand, and said, "Let's go." Lin Bai was taken aback, then followed, running behind her. As he ran, he watched her long white hair drift in the wind and brush against his face. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh. Women's minds were truly incomprehensible. Even if this person was once Lin Mu. On a road cluttered with abandoned vehicles, running was far more efficient than driving. Lin Bai knew this well, but when he was alone a few days ago, he had to carry supplies, and most importantly, the large picture frame that had caused Lin Weiner to vanish inexplicably. After completely shaking off the horde of zombies behind them, Lin Weiner finally ran out of strength, and the enhancement card automatically deactivated entirely. Let's find a car, Lin Bai said, pulling out his phone to check the offline map. You decide, Lin Weiner replied, unwilling to think now that Lin Bai was by her side. By the way, where are Liang Xiaosong and the others? They should still be at the service area, Lin Bai said, walking while trying the doors of roadside cars to see if any had keys inside. Lin Weiner walked beside him, nodding, and said with a smile, "You've learned to drive in just a few days. Oh, and that song you sang wasn't bad. That's a piece of cake. When did you hear me sing?" As he spoke, Lin Bai casually opened the door of a black off-road vehicle. Lin Wayner chuckled and pointed at the car saying, "A Mercedes-Benz G-Class, what luck. Opening a blind box and getting a car like this. If it were before the apocalypse with a car like this you could pick up any girl." At that Lin Wayner's words abruptly stopped. Now that she had become a girl herself, talking about picking up girls was irrelevant. "It's not too late now," Lin Bai said, glancing at Lin Wayner before winking at her. "Get lost." Lin Wayner rolled her eyes and kicked him, then walked to the other side, opened the passenger door, and got in. "There's a small town ahead. Let's check it out," Lin Bai said as he started the car. For the two of them, surviving in this world meant they had to become stronger. To grow stronger, they needed the mysterious shop, which usually appeared in places once densely populated. Of course, there was a chance the mysterious shop could appear in the wilderness, but it was slim. In areas with more human structures and people, the likelihood of the mysterious shop appearing increased. After all, even a full new business thrived where crowds gathered, who would buy anything in the desolate outskirts. As the car drove on, Lin Wayner continued recounting her experiences over the past few days. Since those higher civilization beings could go to the 8th universe, why haven't they come here? Lin Bai asked, puzzled after listening to her story. "I don't know. Maybe they can't find the way," Lin Wayner joked casually. "You might be right. Look at those sci-fi movies. Starships need to set coordinates before interstellar travel, and crossing universes is even harder. I think they might just be lost." Lin Bai continued driving, following Lin Wayner's line of thought. Consider this: the apocalypse in the 8th universe had been going on for 2 or 3 months before they arrived. Why didn't they go earlier? Like right when the apocalypse started? Wouldn't that have solved the problem faster? Another possibility is that reaching each universe takes time, maybe 2 or 3 months. So after discovering something was wrong with that universe, it took them that long to get there. Lin Wayner nodded, finding Lin Bai's reasoning plausible. But what worried her most now was the 7th universe. The higher civilization beings had once said that the timeline of the 7th universe had been severed with the break point possibly on some day, 2 years ago. In her past life, she had survived in this world's apocalypse for over 2 years before inexplicably being reborn. Could it be that this world was the 7th universe the higher beings spoke of? And given the numerical order, the 7th and 8th universes were likely adjacent, so she might have crossed into the 8th universe through the picture frame. If that were true, a question arose: did the timeline break in this world cause her rebirth, or did her rebirth cause the break? Or perhaps it had nothing to do with her, and her rebirth was merely an accident. "By the way, Xiao Bai, tell me honestly, why did you suddenly come back on the day the apocalypse started?" Lin Wayner clearly remembered that in her past life Lin Mu had left campus early and never returned. When she had asked him before, Lin Bai had given a flimsy excuse, and she had let it go. But now thinking back, it was very strange. "Come back." Lin Bai thought for a moment, and said, "I don't know. I was planning to take a taxi out, but somehow the words popped out of my mouth telling me to come back and save you." He then looked at Lin Wayner and asked, "Do you mean that in your past life I didn't come back?" Lin Wayner nodded. Regardless, she felt this was another clue. She had originally thought her rebirth had changed the course of this world, but hearing Lin Bai's words, it was clearly not that simple. Before long, Lin Wayner and her companion had arrived at a fork in the road on the outskirts of the small town. In a town like this, most have a national highway running through it, with shops lining both sides. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered zombies, which they easily dispatched, and in doing so they had collected a dozen or so first-tier crystal cores. What struck them as odd was that they had expected the closer they got to the town, the more zombies there would be. Yet now that they had entered the town's limits, the surrounding zombies were few and far between. According to common sense in the biological world, there might be some extremely formidable creature here, causing all the zombies to stay away. But zombies are not living beings, they lack the instinct to avoid stronger entities. Moreover, for zombies, their instinct is more inclined to gather in groups. Once they form a group, some powerful individual within them will undergo a certain mutation to evolve into a stronger being. Except for some special individuals, after most zombies evolve, they also choose to blend into the zombie group rather than stand alone. Yet regardless, this situation was still somewhat abnormal. There's nothing to worry about. It's normal for the town to have no zombies. Seeing Lin Wayner's concern, Lin Bai pulled the car over to the side of the road and began to analyze for her. In a small town like this, a permanent population of 30 to 50,000 is already quite a lot, and you have to subtract those who work outside the city. Most people live in the villages after all. Such a town has little industry, the main occupation is farming. Living in town, besides running a shop, there's hardly any other work to do. So in reality, there aren't many people in town on normal days. It's only during market days that there might be more people. Look at the shops on weekdays. How many customers do they have? And after the apocalypse broke out, these people would have fled outward. Even if there were zombies, they would likely have chased after those people. Lin Wayner thought about it and realized that made sense. The main reason was that in the 8th universe those giant monsters had been too terrifying, leaving her with a considerable psychological shadow. But now there was no point in worrying too much. Their greatest enemy at the moment was no longer even these zombies, but the people from the higher civilizations. If they came to this world, without a doubt with their martial power, neither the evolvers nor the awakeners of this world would be able to pose any threat to those from the higher civilizations. As long as they arrived, Lin Wainer could escape, but Lin Bai would definitely die. Such a thing must never be allowed to happen. So no matter what, they had to do their utmost to increase their strength now. After parking the car, the two began searching the shops along the road one by one, hoping to get lucky and find a mysterious store. But after they had searched all the shops along the street, they found nothing. However, what was strange was that these shops seemed to have been searched already. Even the refrigerators in small restaurants had been cleaned out, leaving no edible items behind. Logically, after the apocalypse, everyone was scrambling to escape. Even if someone thought to take some supplies, it wouldn't be possible that every shop had been stripped so thoroughly. This likely meant that sometime after the apocalypse began, someone had come here and taken all the food and such. Let's go. First, let's get some gas for the car. Lin Bai spotted a relatively large gas station at the end of the town and decided to drive over to refuel. Although the car still had half a tank in this apocalypse, it was always good to fill up in advance. Of course, they could also find another car when the gas ran out, but Lin Bai felt that the G-Class was quite comfortable to drive, so he didn't want to change for now. When they arrived at the gas station, they found it surrounded by a wall with the gate tightly shut. Lin Bai got out, opened the latch of the gate, and drove the car inside. Since there was no electricity, the fuel pump couldn't be used immediately, but gas stations usually have generators for emergencies. However, just as they parked the car next to the pump and got out to look for the generator, a noise came from the building next to the station. What's that? As an evolver, Lin Bai naturally heard the sound before Lin Wainer. Then the two of them looked over warily. The small building of the gas station was not large, but it was a rare 2-story structure with the iron roll-up door on the first floor tightly shut. However, the two didn't pay it much attention. It was just a gas station. Even if there were zombies, how many could there be? At most a dozen or 2 dozen, which would pose no threat to them, and might even yield a batch of crystal cores. But what they didn't expect was that with a clatter the roll-up door was pulled open and out walked 7 or 8 young men, shirtless, wielding clubs and machetes. At a glance, these young men were covered in various tattoos. One of them was so heavily covered that it was impossible to find any original skin, and even his neck was not spared. The only thing missing was something tattooed on his face. Tattoos are a matter of personal taste. If they were well done, Lin Wainer wouldn't have minded. After all, everyone has their own way of living. But such full-body graffiti punks were clearly not good people. Seeing people like this, Lin Wainer usually went as far away as possible, not wanting any interaction with them. Now she realized why the surrounding shops had been stripped clean. There was a group of people gathered here. This gas station was actually a decent shelter in the apocalypse with walls around it. Damn, the boss has good eyes. She really is a beauty. One of the tattooed young men came over, looked Lin Wainer up and down, and then revealed a lecherous grin. From his words, it was clear that they had spotted Lin Wainer and Lin Bai when they were opening the gate. The reason they hadn't stopped them from entering earlier was to let them drive in. As soon as the tattooed youth finished speaking, Lin Bai stepped forward, blocking his line of sight to Lin Wainer. Then Lin Bai said to the tattooed youth, "We're just here to get some gas. You'd better not start any trouble." There was a hint of disdain in Lin Bai's tone. When he said this, the tattooed youth in front of him was taken aback at first, then pointed at Lin Bai with the knife in his hand, doubled over, and laughed heartily. Then he turned to the other tattooed youths and said, "Ha ha ha, did you hear that? This pretty boy tells us not to start any trouble. Is it that amusing?" Lin Bai asked coldly. "What did you say?" The tattooed young man stopped laughing while the others, armed with clubs and other weapons, encircled them. Damn it, this pretty boy really knows how to put on an act. Let's just kill him and be done with it. Another thug with long golden-dyed hair tapped a club against his palm. What's the fun in killing him? We should make his girlfriend entertain us while he watches. That would be truly amusing. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? Let your girlfriend entertain. The tattooed ringleader extended a knife, intending to tap it against Lin Bai's face to intimidate him and amuse themselves. In his eyes, Lin Bai, fair-skinned and appearing to be a mere teenager of around 20, was likely a student yet to step into society. Such individuals were typically well-behaved children unacquainted with the harsh realities of the world. People like him were at most stubborn, especially in front of their girlfriends, trying to show off and prove themselves, which was why they dared to speak so boldly. However, before the knife could even rise halfway, Lin Bai kicked him in the stomach. Bang! Before the tattooed man could comprehend what had happened, Lin Bai's kick sent him flying into the wall behind. For a moment, aside from Lin Wainer, everyone stared at him in shock. "I told you I'm just here to refuel. Provoke me again, and it'll cripple every last one of you." After these words, the tattooed youths who had surrounded him exchanged glances, then retreated a few steps with their clubs. An evolver? Are you an evolver? After stepping back, the blonde-haired thug pointed at Lin Bai and shouted in terror. Oh, so you know about evolvers? Lin Bai looked at them with surprise, then said, since you know about evolvers, that means you're also aware of the mysterious shop, am I right? As he spoke, Lin Bai walked toward the blonde-haired man. After all, they had come here specifically to find the mysterious shop, and now these people might hold a lead. What are you planning? Our boss is an evolver too. Think carefully before you try anything with me. That's right, you're no match for our brother Zhang. Just then a window on the second floor opened. Brother Zhang, help us. This kid is an evolver too. We can't beat him. Seeing the figure upstairs, the blonde-haired man quickly pleaded for help. Lin Weiner looked up and saw two men who bore a striking resemblance to each other, both appearing to be around 30 years old. As Lin Weiner gazed at the pair on the second floor, they too cast a glance at her. Although Lin Weiner was beautiful, Zhang Hao was more concerned with Lin Bai. Having navigated society for many years, Zhang Hao had always believed that women before the apocalypse were merely commodities, plentiful as long as one had money. Now, however, it was about strength. With power, women were abundant. Especially in the days since the apocalypse began, he had stumbled upon the mysterious shop. After learning its secret, he had done everything in his power to become an evolver and had gathered a group of thugs as his underlings. For the past 10 days, he had been the local tyrant. Everyone obeyed him, and no one dared defy his orders. He reveled in this lifestyle, even resenting that the apocalypse hadn't arrived sooner. Little did he expect that his reign as tyrant would be so short-lived, encountering another evolver like himself. In fact, before Lin Weiner and Lin Bai entered, Zhang Hao had already spotted them from the second floor. Although Lin Bai had gotten out to open the gate, while Lin Weiner remained in the car, the windows were tinted with black explosion-proof film. Though his view was somewhat obscured, his evolver's eyesight and years of experience allowed him to deduce that the woman in the passenger seat was likely a beauty. Thus he instructed the others to stay quiet and wait for them to come inside. As the local tyrant, he relished sitting indoors, legs crossed, calmly watching his lackeys carry out his orders. He had assumed the mysterious shop was exclusive to this location, having searched the entire town and found it only here. In his mind, the fewer people who knew about the mysterious shop, the better. This way he could gradually build a formidable force, making everyone obey him and serve him alone, eventually becoming a major power. Every time he thought of this, he was filled with immense excitement. But now the arrival of another evolver made him feel that his authority and status were being challenged. In his eyes, no matter what, Lin Bai had to die. Only with Lin Bai dead could he find peace. Two evolvers. Lin Bai sensed the aura of evolvers from both men upstairs who appeared to be twins. Apart from the professional baseball player at the service station, Lin Bai had encountered no other evolvers in recent days. Thus he knew little about other evolvers. If both of them possessed abilities similar to that baseball pitcher's, it would indeed be troublesome. Last time, if Lin Weiner hadn't been there, he wouldn't have been confident in taking down that pitcher on his own. More importantly, only two had shown themselves so far. What if there was a third? Lin Bai didn't want to be reckless. In this apocalypse, survival was the ultimate truth. He turned to Lin Weiner and said, forget it, let's leave. Lin Weiner nodded. Though she hadn't undergone her enhanced transformation, she instinctively felt that the two upstairs were no match for her and Lin Bai. However, since Lin Bai had suggested leaving, she didn't want to undermine him in front of outsiders. Besides, with evolvers already present here, the shop's goods had likely been bought up over the past few days. Moreover, there was no telling if he had acquired some formidable item from the mysterious shop. Yet Lin Bai and Lin Weiner's retreat led Zhang Hao to believe they were afraid of him. Trying to leave, one of the twins leaped down from the window, squinting at Lin Bai. You can leave, but your woman stays. Then you can get lost. Zhang Hao, who had jumped down, was uncertain of Lin Bai's strength. He intended to provoke Lin Bai in this manner to gauge his reaction. If Lin Bai truly abandoned Lin Weiner, it would prove he was all talk, and Zhang Hao would have him cornered. If he refused outright, then he would reconsider his approach. But this time, before Lin Bai could speak, Lin Weiner was already furious. What was with these people? Why did everyone, without knowing the situation, assume she was Lin Bai's woman? She admitted that Lin Bai was indeed tall and handsome. But damn it, I'm a guy. Even if my body has become female, my soul is still male, alright. Seething with rage, Lin Weiner instantly completed her enhanced transformation, her long snowy white hair once again billowing in the wind. Die! After transforming without any pause, she leaped and spun, delivering a side kick straight to Zhang Hao's head. Since his underlings had come to trouble her, he was undoubtedly involved, and it was almost certain he had ordered it. Therefore, Lin Weiner showed no mercy towards such a person. Aside from Lin Bai and Zhang Hao, none of the other thugs even saw this kick coming. As his head was about to be struck, Zhang Hao instinctively raised his left forearm to shield his cheek. So fast. The thought had barely crossed his mind when his left ear heard a crack from his arm followed by a heavy blow to his head. No one expected that with a single kick Lin Weiner would break Zhang Hao's arm and knock him unconscious. Nice. Seeing the enemy subdued in one move, Lin Bai immediately gave Lin Weiner a thumbs up. An evolver you. You are one too. The yellow-haired thugs stammered as they looked at Lin Weiner. They never imagined she was also an evolver. Having followed Zhang Hao for some time, they knew well the true power of an evolver. Had they known Lin Weiner was one, they wouldn't have dared to harass her even with 100 times their courage. But Lin Weiner felt something was off. After all, he was a genuine evolver. Even if newly evolved, he shouldn't be this weak. She looked up at the other person by the window. Could it be that they had shared the evolution serum between the two brothers? Half each. Was that possible? If they split it, could they still become evolvers? Lin Weiner couldn't figure it out. Just then the person by the upstairs window seemed about to leave. However, Lin Bai was already prepared. Since Lin Weiner had chosen to fight, he intended to eliminate all threats and give them no chance for revenge. So he took a few running steps, gripping his Tang saber, lunged forward, then leaped high, hooking one hand onto the lower edge of the second-floor windowsill. Pulling himself up, he vaulted into the room. Xiao Bai, be careful. There's something off about this guy. As Lin Bai entered the second floor, Lin Weiner called out and prepared to follow. Just then she heard Lin Bai cursing from the room, followed by the shattering of glass, and saw his back smash through the window as he flew out backwards. Xiao Bai. Lin Weiner quickly stepped forward to catch him, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Bai shook his head, then turned and sniffed toward Lin Weiner. Smells nice." Lin Weiner was speechless. What was wrong with him? He was clearly fine. She immediately let go of him and looked toward the second-floor window. "What happened inside?" she asked quickly. "We stirred up a hornet's nest." Lin Bai replied flippantly. Lin Weiner didn't understand and was about to ask him to explain properly. Just then 2 more people identical to Zhang Hao appeared at the second-floor window. The only difference was that each of these Zhang Haos had a crystal core embedded in their foreheads. "Yeah, that's it, we stirred up a hornet's nest." Lin Bai shrugged at Lin Weiner and continued, "There are at least a dozen more just like him inside. So he's not a twin." The thought had barely crossed Lin Weiner's mind when one of the Zhang Haos charged at her with a steel pipe. "Careful, he's very strong." Lin Bai quickly warned, but he was also under attack and couldn't help Lin Weiner. Equipment card: greatsword. With a flash of light, a massive 2-handed greatsword weighing several hundred jin appeared in Lin Weiner's hand. The next second, Zhang Hao's steel pipe clashed with the greatsword. The moment their weapons collided, Lin Weiner felt a tremendous force transmitted from his weapon. This powerful force numbed both her arms. Lin Weiner was confident in her own striking power, especially with a heavy greatsword weighing 700 or 800 jin. A single swing should have been impossible for a first-level evolver to withstand Hedon. But unexpectedly, the very person she had easily defeated with a single kick moments ago could now make her arms go numb. Although Lin Weiner's arms were numb, her opponent's steel pipe was sent flying directly out of his hand. After all, the steel pipe was much lighter than the greatsword. When the two objects struck, the lighter pipe vibrated violently. Coupled with Zhang Hao's surprise at Lin Weiner's immense strength, he lost his grip, and the pipe was knocked away by the greatsword. After disarming her opponent, Lin Weiner glanced at Lin Bai and saw he was completely on the defensive, overpowered in both agility and strength. To help him, she had to finish off the one in front of her quickly. So without holding back, Lin Weiner swung her greatsword down at Zhang Hao. Seeming to anticipate her desire to end the fight quickly, and now unarmed, Zhang Hao swiftly dodged the strike. She attacked several times in a row, but her opponent refused to engage, dodging and evading whenever possible. Lin Weiner frowned. If he kept avoiding like this, killing him quickly wouldn't be easy. Since he wasn't attacking, she decided to help Lin Bai first. So Lin Weiner ignored this Zhang Hao and turned to assist Lin Bai. With her intervention, Lin Bai's pressure immediately eased. However, the Zhang Hao she had let go picked up another weapon, and the two sides were locked in a stalemate once more. After a few exchanges, they both noticed that the combat effectiveness of their opponents seemed to be waning. Both their speed and strength were noticeably inferior to when the fight began. "I've got it. Look at their foreheads." During a standoff, Lin Bai suddenly had an idea and pointed at the crystal cores embedded in their opponents' foreheads. There can't be this many identical people in the world. These guys are either using some kind of clone technique from anime or something else he cooked up. If it's a clone technique, his original body would have to distribute his power evenly among the clones. If that were the case, these clones wouldn't be this strong. That means the source of their power is probably the crystal cores on their foreheads. Lin Bai quickly explained his theory to Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner was not foolish. The moment Lin Bai spoke, she instantly grasped his meaning. These clones, once embedded with crystals, drew their power from the crystals on their foreheads. Logically, if faced with a mere first-tier zombie, Lin Bai could slay it with minimal effort. However, the key difference lay in the fact that while zombies also derive their strength from crystals, they did not exhaust the crystal's power recklessly. In contrast, Zhang Hao's clones would drain all the energy from the crystals on their foreheads in a short time, which explained their exponentially enhanced strength and speed. The noticeable decline in their strength and speed now was due to the nearly depleted energy within the crystals. The clone that Lin Weiner had kicked away earlier was so feeble precisely because it lacked a crystal on its forehead and had no other energy source. Just then the eyes of two of Zhang Hao's clones suddenly gleamed, and powerful energy fluctuations erupted from them simultaneously. At the same moment, the crystals on their foreheads instantly turned to dust. Seeing this, Lin Weiner needed no further thought to realize that these two were about to unleash a final strike before their crystal energy was completely exhausted. The two clones attacked from different directions simultaneously. Lin Bai might not be able to withstand this blow unscathed, and Lin Weiner could not handle both directions at once. Thus, she immediately stepped in front of Lin Bai and thrust her heavy sword straight into the ground before her. Special skill Sword Shield. As Lin Weiner shouted, the blade of the heavy sword instantly began to extend around them, forming a circle that enclosed the two of them like an iron barrel. Bang! The attacks from the two Zhang Hao clones struck the iron barrel formed by the heavy sword. Buzz! Although they successfully blocked the assault, the sound reverberating inside the barrel left both Lin Weiner and Lin Bai dizzy and disoriented. Lin Weiner felt somewhat speechless in her panic. She hadn't thought it through. Next time, however, she would create small holes in the iron wall to let the sound dissipate. After this strike, with the crystals on their foreheads gone, the two clones lacking an energy source became useless. Almost simultaneously, two more clones with crystals embedded in their foreheads leaped down from the second-floor window. As soon as they arrived, they launched an attack on the pair. Two again. Lin Weiner and Lin Bai exchanged a glance. The first time the enemy had sent two clones, this time it was still two. If he had sent even one more, they would have found the fight extremely difficult. This likely indicated that the opponent could only control two clones at a time. No, we can't keep wasting our strength like this. After a few more exchanges, both Lin Weiner and Lin Bai realized the problem. It seemed the enemy intended to wear them down in a battle of attrition. At this rate, they would both have their stamina completely drained. The only solution now was to go upstairs to the second floor and find the main body of these clones. So the two immediately shifted their focus, preparing to break through to the second floor to locate Zhang Hao's true form. However, just as they defeated the clones and were about to leap toward the second floor window, two more clones appeared. This time they seemed intent on not descending, but instead blocked the window. Due to the narrowness of the window, it was difficult for them to break in. Since the window was not an option, they decided to go through the first floor and fight their way up to the second. As soon as they entered the room, Lin Weiner noticed that the windows inside seemed to be sealed shut, making the interior rather dim. Fortunately, the door was still open, allowing a sliver of light to filter in. At that moment, four clones materialized around them. What was going on? Couldn't he only control two? If he could control four, why hadn't he used all four to surround them earlier? The four clones attacked Lin Weiner and Lin Bai from different directions. The two hurriedly defended, and after a few exchanges, they were gradually pushed from the doorway to the center of the room. Clatter! After they left the doorway, the rolling shutter door of the first floor suddenly made a noise and was pulled down, plunging the entire room into darkness. By now, Lin Weiner understood that the room had been modified, otherwise the windows wouldn't have been sealed so tightly that not even a sliver of light could pass through. Since you're in, don't bother trying to leave. In the darkness, Zhang Hao's voice suddenly rang out. Oh, and let me tell you a secret. You must have figured out the clone thing, but you probably didn't expect that the closer I am, the more clones I can control. With four clones attacking together, you two should be no match. In the darkness, Lin Weiner pinpointed the location of the speaker and charged forward, swinging her sword. Bang! Their weapons clashed instantly. However, the next second, she heard several other sounds approaching, so she quickly retreated and changed position. She reasoned that since they were clones of the same person, they must share a telepathic connection. If one clone was struck, the others would instantly know her location. When the opponent still had all their crystal energy, Lin Bai could barely handle an unknown fight. Now, with four enemies and no visibility, Lin Bai would be at a severe disadvantage if a fight broke out. So Lin Weiner signaled Lin Bai to stay as quiet as possible. Equipment card: Night Concealment. Lin Weiner took a deep breath, never expecting that the Night Concealment combat suit she had obtained in the 8th universe would come in handy now. The Night Concealment equipment card in the 8th universe could emit an aura to threaten some weaker infected beings. But beyond that, it had two very important features. First, Catwalk, which enhanced the wearer's agility and made movement nearly silent and hard to detect. Second, Night Vision, which provided partial visual support to the wearer. Both of these features were perfectly suited for the current situation. As a set of pure black form-fitting clothing wrapped around her body, Lynn Weiner opened her eyes. The surrounding darkness seemed to recede somewhat, as if she were in a world shrouded in a thin mist. Although she couldn't see clearly, she could faintly make out several figures. Catwalk activate. Lynn Weiner took a step. When her foot touched the ground, it rebounded quickly, almost silently. Approaching one of the clones, Lynn Weiner moved like a phantom behind him, and with all her strength delivered a knife hand strike to his temple. At the moment of the attack, the clone seemed to sense something, but it was clearly too late. Before he could defend, Lynn Weiner struck heavily at his acupoint. With a muffled groan, she followed up with another strike, and swiftly moved away from the spot. With the aid of her enhanced vision and silent footsteps, Lynn Weiner swiftly eliminated all the doppelgangers. Let's go. In the darkness, she took Lin Bei's hand and hurried upstairs. Strangely, Zhang Hao did not send any more doppelgangers to stop them. Wary of his schemes, Lin Weiner and Lin Bei cautiously ascended the stairs. Unlike the first floor, most of the second floor's windows were covered with blackout curtains, but one shattered window allowed ample light, giving them clear visibility and sparing them from the complete darkness below. Upon reaching the top, Lin Weiner saw a dejected figure slouched on a sofa, his face resembling the doppelgangers, but aged by over a decade. Why? Why has fate treated me so cruelly? Why? Zhang Hao lifted his head, his expression twisted with pain and resentment. What, no more fighting? Lin Weiner sensed his weakened state, but suspected a trap in their easy advance. He's likely exhausted, Lin Bei murmured, covering his nose. Even if the doppelgangers used crystal energy, controlling them must drain his stamina or mental strength. Either way, he seems to have given up. Lin Weiner, not being an evolver, trusted Lin Bei's judgment. Spotting blood seeping through his fingers, she asked, "Are you injured?" "No." Lin Bei shook his head, quickly averting his gaze as the bleeding worsened. "Are you sure?" she asked. "I'm fine. Let's finish him first." Gripping his blade, Lin Bei charged at Zhang Hao, whose eyes flickered with despair before the sword pierced his heart, and he collapsed onto the sofa. Let's see what he left behind. With Zhang Hao dead, Lin Weiner knelt by a box and began rummaging. Why didn't he run? He just waited here. Lin Bei wiped his blade clean, turning to speak, but froze as Lin Weiner bent over the box, her form-fitting outfit accentuating her curves. The sight made him falter, blood trickling from his nose again. Moi. Sensing something amiss, Lin Weiner glanced back and caught him staring, dabbing at his nose. What's wrong with you? Following his gaze, she realized the cause. What's on your mind? We're like brothers. Don't tell me you've got weird ideas about me. She deactivated her night stealth gear and shot him a strange look. Hey, it's not my fault. That outfit's too tight. And my nose got hurt in the crash. It's bleeding uncontrollably. Lin Bei scrambled for an excuse. He used to scoff at anime characters bleeding at the sight of beauty, but now it was happening to him. Better be that way. I'm not gay. Lin Weiner wanted to nip any wrong ideas in the bud. You're a girl, I'm a guy? How is that? He stopped as she shot him a glare. Thinking he was hopeless, Lin Weiner resolved to find him a girlfriend at the settlement to keep his mind off her. Prolonged solitude clearly warped one's psyche. She dug deeper into the box and struck gold. At the very bottom, a small medical kit held a full stash of first-level crystals. Over 130 of them. Indeed, plunder was the quickest path to wealth. After searching the living room, she spotted 2 adjacent restrooms. Pushing open the door, she nearly screamed with excitement. Why, come quick. There's a mystic shop here. Lin Bei rushed over. They couldn't believe it still existed. They knew that emptying a mystic shop would make it vanish, so why hadn't Zhang Hao bought it out? Exchanging a glance, they stepped inside. The layout mirrored the one in the school cafeteria, with several shelves lining the room. The shelves were nearly bare except for a red sphere the size of a fist in the far corner. Item: heart of machinery. Price: 282 crystals. Used for mechanical products. Instructions: bind with personal DNA. At that price, it was no wonder it remained unsold. They couldn't afford it. Lin Bei dashed back to the car, grabbed his backpack, and emptied all the crystals had saved. After purchasing the heart of machinery, Lin Weiner handed it to him. For me, eh? Who else? You're too weak. How will you protect a girlfriend? When did I say I wanted a girlfriend? Never mind. Bind it, and see what it does. Urged on, Lin Bei pressed his finger against a slight protrusion on the sphere. A needle shot out and pricked him. Analyzing DNA. Verification complete. Binding in progress. What is that? The small sphere in his hand suddenly emitted a mechanical electronic voice, startling Lin Bei. Binding successful. Activating. Mechanical heart activated. Please select a host. Host. Lin Bei looked around, uncertain what kind of host he should prepare for this mechanical heart. How about putting it in the car? Lin Weiner suggested, pointing at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked beside the fuel dispenser. Judging by its name, she figured the mechanical heart might be akin to a human heart. Since there were no intelligent robots around to house it, and a car was a machine, why not give it a try? Alright, let's give it a shot. The two got into the car, settling into the driver's and passenger's seats. Lin Bai examined the sphere from all angles, unsure how to use it. There's no data port or anything on this thing. How do I connect it? As he spoke, Lin Bai brought the sphere close to the data interface on the center console, waving it around. At that moment, the small protrusion on the mechanical heart that had previously extended a probe to prick Lin Bai now extended a data connector. That actually works. Lin Bai and Lin Weiner exchanged a glance, then plugged the connector from the sphere into the console's interface. No sooner had the connector been inserted than the engine roared to life, and the vehicle started on its own. As the car started, the central control screen lit up, displaying an interface entirely different from the original. Analyzing mechanical data. Mechanical data analysis complete. Immediately, a data analysis page appeared on the screen. Machine type mid to large SUV. Manufacturing date July 2033. Energy type gasoline. Engine data V8 0T 420 HP. Fuel tank capacity 103 liters. Life support system none. Weapon system none. Reconnaissance system none. Defense level 1. Intelligence system mechanical heart version 1. 0. This doesn't seem very useful. Lin Weiner glanced at the data on the screen and reached out to tap an app labeled expansion modules. However, the moment her finger pressed down, the car's speakers warned, warning. This app is a core system component. Without the owner's authorization, others cannot use it. Lin Weiner was speechless and turned to look at Lin Bai. Lin Bai shrugged. He had no idea how to authorize it either. But since it was an intelligent system, perhaps speaking directly would work. So he said, I want to authorize. Please select the permission level. Permission levels are divided into level 1 or level 2. Highest level. Lin Bai interrupted before the mechanical heart could finish. Warning. Granting the highest level to another person may cause uncontrollable risks. Please confirm again whether to authorize. Yes. Lin Bai said immediately. Detecting the authorizer's brain emotional fluctuations. Detecting whether the authorizer faces any security threats. Detection successful. Confirmed. Please select the authorization target. Unbelievable. What a hassle. Lin Bai was exasperated. This thing had such an advanced security mechanism that it even checked if he was being coerced into granting authorization. But how was he supposed to select the target? Since it was intelligent, it probably worked like a human, right? With that thought, Lin Bai pointed at Lin Weiner and said, authorize her. Please extend a finger for DNA verification. Lin Weiner was also speechless, but stretched out her finger and placed it on the mechanical heart. She wondered if this thing would even be useful, otherwise all their efforts would be in vain. Just like with Lin Bai, the mechanical heart extended a needle, pricked her finger, and collected some blood. Warning. Warning. Detected that the authorized person belongs to a different race than the mechanical heart's owner. Please confirm again whether to authorize. What? Different race? Lin Bai was stunned. He looked up at Lin Weiner and said, what does different race mean? Are you not human? You're the one who's not human. Lin Weiner gave him a playful smack. Though she hadn't thought much about it before, the mechanical heart's words made her realize something. Her original human body had long been infected by the zombie virus. As for her current body, it was technically granted by that card. The original card she had picked up at the start of the apocalypse. In other words, her true form now was that original card. Since her body was a card, she naturally belonged to a different race than Lin Bai, who was human. Confirm authorization. After Lin Weiner smacked him, Lin Bai chuckled and said. After a moment's thought, he added, give her all the permissions I have. Don't ask anymore. She's the person I trust most. System recorded. Distributing all permissions. Lin Weiner scoffed softly at Lin Bai's words, then reached out to tap the expansion modules app. Upon opening it, she realized they might have stumbled upon a treasure. Within the expansion modules app, there were dozens of modules, including weapon module, space module, defense module, and even flight module. Reading the descriptions of each module, concepts like weapon module and defense module were easy to grasp. The most astonishing was the space module. The space module could increase the interior space of the vehicle without altering its external shape or size. In other words, once the space module was fully developed, the car would look like an ordinary SUV from the outside. But inside, the space might even surpass that of a motorhome. This would allow them to put a bed in the car and sleep comfortably at night without feeling cramped. Lin Weiner wondered if even the advanced civilizations they had encountered possessed such space-based technology. Could it be that the civilization behind the mechanical heart surpassed those high-level ones? If so, perhaps one day the two of them could stand their ground against those advanced civilizations, no longer being helpless lambs waiting to be slaughtered at the whims of others. Lin Weiner tapped on the space module to continue reading. Below the module, there was a virtual button for expansion upgrades with text beside it. Level 1 space expansion energy requirement, 300 energy units. She then opened other module units and found that nearly all of them required a certain amount of unit energy. However, every module required space expansion as a foundation. For instance, the defense module needed a plasma generator. Without expanded space, there was no room inside the car to install it. To activate the spatial expansion module, 200 energy units were required. These energy units referred to the energy within the crystals of zombies or mutated beasts. 200 units roughly equated to about 2,000 first-tier crystals. Yet each crystal's energy was not entirely uniform, so it could only be said to be around 2,000 crystals in total. 2,000 first-tier crystals was an astonishing number, but considering this was the spatial technology of a far more advanced civilization, what were 200 crystals in the grand scheme? After roughly understanding the functions of the mechanical heart, Lin Bai went to the generator room behind the gas station, started the diesel generator, and filled the car with fuel using the pump. They scavenged some food from the rooms to fill the trunk, then prepared to head to the next small town. The primary reason for heading to the town was that the zombie numbers there were manageable, though venturing into the county town risked being surrounded by thousands of zombies, a massive trouble. Shortly after leaving the town, thick clouds blanketed the sky and a light drizzle began to fall. Not long after the rain started, a chill began to seep through the air. The temperature dropped. As the drizzle gradually turned into moderate rain, strong winds began to blow. The temperature plummeted. Lin Weiner felt that within just 20 minutes it had fallen from over 30 degrees to around 10 degrees Celsius. In pre-apocalyptic times, such a sudden temperature drop might have sparked surprise and complaints on social media. But this was the apocalypse, and nothing could be measured by normal standards. Moreover, Lin Weiner had experienced countless such extreme weather events in her past life. From 30 degrees to 10 was nothing compared to the terrifying temperature shifts she had endured before. Lin Bai drove steadily onward. Due to the sudden cold, the car's heater was already on. The warm air blowing from the vents made Lin Weiner, seated in the passenger seat, feel drowsy. After a day spent almost entirely in combat, her body was utterly exhausted. She reclined her seat, slightly lying back comfortably, and stretched her legs onto the center console. The fatigue in her body made her long for sleep, yet when she finally tried to rest, sleep eluded her. So she reached into a box on the back seat, pulled out a bag of potato chips, opened it, and began crunching away. Maybe we should find a place to rest. Lin Bai glanced sideways at Lin Weiner, only to see two fair, slender legs resting on the dashboard in front of the passenger seat, a sight that was quite pleasing to his eyes. Let's rest for a while. Lin Weiner's body was still that of an ordinary person, so her recovery was much slower than Lin Bai's, an evolved being. Noticing his occasional glances at her legs, she couldn't be bothered to scold him. She was simply too tired. Still, she offered a reminder. Keep your eyes on the road, don't drive us into a ditch. How did I drive here if I wasn't watching? Lin Bai retorted stubbornly. All right. Lin Weiner said, crunching on her chips, unwilling to argue. Let him look, it wouldn't cost her anything. A few minutes later, Lin Bai parked the car under a rain shelter in front of a house by the roadside. The three-story building stood alone beside the highway, surrounded by vast fields with no other houses for hundreds of meters in any direction. After parking under the awning, Lin Bai got out to inspect the house. The front door was wide open. He made some noise to see if any zombies lurked inside. Lin Weiner remained in the car. After a while, Lin Bai came down from upstairs, opened the car door, and said to her, "The house is safe. Want to go inside and rest?" Lin Weiner let out a soft, reluctant sound, then said, "I don't want to move. Let me lie here for a bit." "All right, I'll sit too," Lin Bai replied, returning to the driver's seat. The rain grew heavier. Listening to the patter of raindrops on the stainless steel awning, Lin Weiner closed her eyes and slowly drifted off. "Xiao, don't sleep here. Go sleep inside." She heard Lin Bai's voice through her drowsiness. Come on then. I checked the wardrobe. There are several new sheets and blankets. They'll make the bed for you. What are you ming for? Get up. If you don't get up, I'll carry you upstairs." After that remark, a few seconds passed. Half asleep, she suddenly felt a gust of cold air as her door was pulled open. Then she felt an arm slide under her back, cradling her, while another arm hooked under her knees. At that, Lin Weiner snapped, fully awake. Opening her eyes slightly, she realized Lin Bai was holding her in a Princess Carrie walking step by step toward the house. Lin Weiner opened her mouth, words failing her. What was this? Being carried like this was utterly embarrassing. What was Lin Bai up to? "Awake, are you?" Seeing her open her eyes, Lin Bai teased with a grin. "Put me down," Lin Weiner said softly, turning her head away, unable to meet his gaze. What was going on? "Your shoes are still in the car, I'll get them for you later," Lin Bai said, nodding toward her bare feet, implying that since he was already carrying her, and she had no shoes, she might as well let him take her upstairs. Fine. Hearing his words, Lin Weiner had nothing more to say. She could only let him carry her up to a bedroom on the third floor near the balcony. Once there, Lin Bai set her on the bed, found a pair of slippers from somewhere, and laid out fresh sheets and a new quilt cover. After tidying up, he went back down to the car to fetch her shoes. Hungry? They'll cook you some noodles. There are vegetables in the garden beside the house. They'll pick some to add. I checked the kitchen. The gas canister still has gas, so it's usable. I am a bit hungry. Though she had eaten a bag of chips, it was just a snack and hadn't filled her up. Then rest for a while. They'll go pick some greens, Lin Bai said, and dashed downstairs. Watching him bustle about, a strange feeling stirred within Lin Weiner's heart. Throughout their childhood and school years, Lin Bai had always looked out for her, but it had never been like this. His care back then seemed more like gratitude for her family's help and support. Now she felt his actions went beyond mere gratitude. Suddenly a new, unfamiliar flutter of panic arose within her heart. She had been extremely drowsy, but after this commotion Lin Weiner truly couldn't fall asleep. So she walked to the balcony, watching Lin Bai dash through the rain to the vegetable patch to pick greens. Before long, Lin Bai had yanked out a large bundle of vegetables, roots, and mud clinging to them. Turning back, he spotted Lin Weiner on the balcony, flashed a grin, and raised the greens toward her, calling out, "Is this enough?" "It's enough, hurry back inside. The rain is so heavy, and you didn't even take an umbrella," Lin Weiner quickly shouted. "What's the big deal? Am not some delicate maiden ere I won't catch a cold that easily," Lin Bai said, raising his other free hand and clenching it lightly to show off his muscles to Lin Weiner. Hearing the term delicate maiden, Lin Weiner was so furious that she grabbed a mop from beside the balcony and hurled it down at him. Lin Bai caught the mop that had been thrown from the third floor in one hand, realizing he had misspoken. Then grinning sheepishly, he said, "I didn't mean you're a delicate maiden, you're a beautiful young lady." After saying that, he sprinted from the vegetable patch into the house. Bang! The moment Lin Bai entered, a heavy object slammed onto the stainless steel awning. Annoying. Hearing the word delicate maiden, Lin Weiner felt her heart give a painful lurch. Before long, Lin Bai came upstairs carrying 2 steaming bowls of soup noodles and entered the bedroom. Lin Weiner's anger had not yet subsided, but seeing him still in his soaking wet clothes, most of her fury melted away. Watching Lin Bai place the soup noodles on the bedside table, Lin Weiner took the chopsticks and said, "Why don't you change your clothes? Isn't it uncomfortable wearing those wet, clammy things?" "I wanted to, but there's nothing in his wardrobe that fits me," Lin Bai said with a shrug. He had indeed looked in the wardrobe earlier, but at nearly 6'3", none of the clothes there suited him. His clothes were in the pickup truck he had crashed earlier, but when they were fleeing for their lives, they only grabbed the spirit cores and left everything else behind. Though he wasn't worried about catching a cold, wearing damp clothes was indeed uncomfortable, so Lin Bai took off his shirt and casually hung it on the doorknob. Seeing Lin Bai's robust muscles and chiseled abs, Lin Weiner's face suddenly flushed. "Can't you undress somewhere else?" "I'm not taking off my pants, just my shirt," Lin Bai said casually. "Besides, we've known each other since we were kids." "All right, stop talking. Shut up and eat." Lin Weiner quickly cut him off, afraid of what he might say next. Then she picked up her chopsticks and began eating the noodles from her bowl in small, delicate bites. The only sound beside her was a loud slurping noise, and within half a minute the entire bowl of noodles was devoured. Lin Bai then stood up with his bowl and looked at Lin Weiner. "Are you still eating? I'll get you some more." When he stood up and saw that her bowl was still more than half full, he paused and asked, "What's wrong? Is it not good?" "No, it's delicious. You just eat too fast, like a pig, gulping it down in 2 bites. Lin Weiner teased. "What man eats like a delicate? Like a palace empress, all graceful." Seeing Lin Weiner glaring at him, Lin Bai quickly corrected himself and made up some nonsense. "Buff it." Watching Lin Bai ramble nonsense, Lin Weiner burst out laughing, nearly spraying the noodles from her mouth. "Just eat yours and stop worrying about me." Lin Bai clattered downstairs, and before long, he came back up carrying the entire pot and spatula. "Are you still eating?" "Just a little more," Lin Weiner said, handing him her bowl. Seeing her bowl extended toward him, Lin Bai scooped up a large portion and was about to put it into her bowl. "No, that's too much." Lin Weiner quickly covered her bowl with her hand. "You used to eat more than that," Lin Bai muttered. Still, he shook off half of it and placed the rest into her bowl. After dinner, as the sky gradually darkened, Lin Bai went downstairs early to lock the front door. By then the temperature was still dropping steadily, reaching single digits. With nothing to do for entertainment in the evening, the two lay on the same bed, each covered by their own quilt, chatting softly. Although they had separate quilts, Lin Bai still pressed close to Lin Weiner, afraid she might suddenly disappear like last time. As midnight approached, the temperature grew colder, and Lin Weiner felt her hands and feet turn icy. She curled up, shrinking into a ball under the covers. "What's wrong? Cold?" Just then Lin Bai's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. As an evolved being, his senses were extremely sharp. Even through the quilt, he could sense Lin Weiner trembling. A little," Lin Weiner said softly in the darkness. "Then I'll share my quilt with you." Saying this, Lin Bai spread his quilt and draped half of it over hers. Lin Weiner touched it with her hand. The quilt he had used was incredibly warm, soft, and cozy, unlike her own bedding which felt like an ice cave. As she drifted off, even with an extra quilt, Lynn Weiner still felt cold. After all, no matter how many quilts you piled on, without a heat source it was impossible to get warm. So she turned over, and as she did, a corner of her original quilt lifted, allowing the warmth from Lin Bei's side to seep into her bedding. Gradually Lin Weiner began to inch her feet toward Lin Bei's bedding, moving slowly, afraid he might notice. So warm. When her icy toes finally slipped into his quilt, she truly understood what warmth felt like. But in a careless moment, she stretched her foot too far and accidentally touched Lin Bei's leg. In that instant, Lin Weiner felt her heart nearly stop. What should I do? This is so embarrassing. Oh heavens, can I find a crack in the ground to crawl into? Lin Bei made a sound, then shifted his foot to touch hers. How are your feet as cold as ice? You're not catching a cold, are you? He reached out and felt her forehead. There didn't seem to be any sign of fever. You're not sick. Come closer to me, it's pretty warm over here, Lin Bei said, scooting nearer to her. He moved his leg a little into her bedding, intending to warm her feet with his own. But when his leg entered her quilt, he realized it was freezing cold inside. Why is your bedding so cold too? Are you sure you're not sick? Lin Bei started to sit up to check on her. No, I'm fine, don't get up, Lin Weiner said. Hearing his meticulous concern, she steeled herself, pulled open her quilt, and curled up in his embrace. Lin Bei was startled by Lin Weiner's reaction. What was going on? Wasn't she supposed to hate being treated like a girl? And now she was curling up in his arms. At that moment, Lin Weiner's heart was pounding fiercely. The main reason was that she was truly freezing. Even when temperatures dropped to -10 or 20 degrees in the past, she had never felt this cold. No wonder she had heard that girls' hands and feet got terribly cold in winter. She never imagined it was true. Right now she just hoped Lin Bei would stay silent and let her huddle in his arms for warmth. If she couldn't sleep well because of the cold, she'd have no energy for other things the next day. Getting sick from the cold would be even more troublesome. Fortunately, Lin Bei seemed to hear her unspoken plea and remained quiet. Yet she could clearly hear the thumping of his heart in his chest and his increasingly heavy breathing. After about half a minute, Lin Weiner felt an arm cautiously and tentatively rest on her shoulder. When it seemed she made no move to refuse, the arm wrapped tightly around her, pulling her close. So warm. Slowly her numb hands and feet began to thaw. She shifted slightly closer to Lin Bei, seeking more warmth. Although Lin Bei always seemed eager to tease her, Lin Weiner trusted him completely. She knew his words were just jokes, a way to pass the time, and that he would never truly do anything to her. Gradually listening to Lin Bei's increasingly labored breathing, Lin Weiner found it amusing. She knew exactly what that heavy breathing signified. A woman adorns herself for one who delights in her. At that moment, Lin Weiner didn't realize a small sense of satisfaction was blooming within her. Satisfaction that someone could be captivated by her charm. Gradually, in the warmth of Lin Bei's embrace, Lin Weiner gently closed her eyes and fell asleep. In her dream, she saw herself wearing a pure white wedding gown. In the surrounding scene, a handsome young man was walking toward her with a bouquet, but she couldn't quite see his face. She struggled to open her eyes, desperate to see who it was. Finally, with great effort, she opened them. Looking up, she saw Lin Bei, who was holding her, staring at her with wide eyes. Instantly, Lin Weiner's face flushed red to the roots of her ears. If Lin Bei had touched her, he would have felt how scorching hot her face and ears had become. Let me up, she murmured softly, lowering her head. Then she wriggled sideways, extricating herself from Lin Bei's arms. Turning over, she pulled her own blanket over herself and gazed at the brightening sky beyond the balcony. She wondered why the night had passed so quickly. During her time in the 8th universe, she had barely slept a single night well. Wait, why was it so bright outside? It seemed like light reflected from the ground. Had it snowed? Leaving Lin Bei's warm bed, she felt so cold. Had she gone too far last night? How could she have burrowed into his arms like that? Oh, help. This was so embarrassing. How could she face him after this? She had acted so girlish. What was she going to do? Don't talk to me, please don't talk to me, and if you do, don't mention last night. Lin Weiner prayed desperately in her heart. Just then Lin Bei's hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Startled, she flinched violently, a shiver running through her. What? What was he going to do? If he really tried something, what should she do? In that moment, less than a second had passed, but 100 thoughts had already flashed through Lin Weiner's mind. The next second, she felt Lin Bei's hand grip her shoulder firmly and pull her hard. For an instant, Lin Weiner's mind went blank. It's over. It's warmer over here. You sleep in my spot. They'll go downstairs and get something to eat. Suddenly, Lin Bei's voice came from behind her. Then came the creak of him getting out of bed, and a blanket wrapped her up tightly. Click, click. Lin Weiner's nearly frozen heart began to revive with the sound of Lin Bei descending the stairs. When she heard the front door open downstairs, she finally came to her senses and looked behind her. Phew. Finally, she let out a long breath. In the early morning sounds seemed to carry very far. Even with her head buried in the warm blanket, she could hear Lin Bai in the kitchen washing pots and scrubbing pans, the clatter of utensils colliding. Lin Weiner clutched the edge of the blanket, tightly wrapping herself securely. Listening to the sounds from the kitchen, she felt a little dazed. After an unknown amount of time, she heard footsteps on the stairs again. She quickly ducked her head, shrinking entirely under the covers. It snowed outside. It's a bit cold. I found some clothes in the closet. Try them on and see if they fit. Lin Bei's voice rang out again. Lin Weiner replied from under the blanket, a sound only she could hear. Come down and eat when you're dressed. The view outside is pretty nice. After answering again, she waited until Lin Bai had gone down the stairs before cautiously poking her head out. Once out of bed, a cold draft blew in through the gap in the balcony. She grabbed the blanket and wrapped herself in it for a while. When she caught the aroma of food, she finally stood up, shook off the blanket, and picked up the clothes Lin Bai had brought from the chair to try on. In the end, she chose a pair of thick sweatpants and a hoodie, threw on a jacket, and slowly walked downstairs. Eat quickly, the food will get cold. After last night, Lin Weiner noticed that Lin Bei's tone with her this morning seemed a little different. She couldn't quite describe the change. It was as if he had become more polite. This politeness wasn't exactly distance, but an indescribable feeling. It was like before last night, when they would bicker and tease each other. There was a certain camaraderie between them. But suddenly that sense of camaraderie seemed to have vanished. It felt as if Lin Bai was now treating her entirely like a girl he needed to take care of. No, this change was too dangerous a signal. She couldn't let it happen. So Lin Weiner forced herself to stay calm. She walked over to the seat, intending to act as if nothing had happened the night before, and talked to him as casually and boisterously as before. Perhaps worried she might be cold, Lin Bai had even placed a thick coat on the solid wood chair by the table. Seeing this, Lin Weiner's defenses crumbled instantly. Oh my God, Xiao Bai, did you have to be like this? Let's eat. Lin Weiner quickly sat down, grabbed her chopsticks, and began shoveling rice into her mouth. Have some dishes. As she was burying her face in her bowl, a pair of chopsticks placed 2 slices of canned ham onto her rice. Oh. Lin Weiner was on the verge of a breakdown. No way, Xiao Bai. You can't possibly have taken a liking to me, can you? We've been brothers through thick and thin. This was undeniably crossing into ambiguous territory. What's the plan for today? Are we still going out? Lin Weiner resolved to break this stalemate, refusing to remain passive any longer. Let's skip it. I'm fine, but with your condition, catching a cold would be miserable, Lin Bai said while eating from his bowl. We should still go? Time waits for no one. If those high-level civilizations arrive in our universe with our current strength, we'd be lambs to the slaughter. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Lin Bai chuckled. Seeing his almost indulgent smile, Lin Weiner grew frustrated and blurted out, Can't you as a man have a mind of your own? Instantly, she realized her words were off. Oh, what in the world was that? Why did I say something like that? It's practically admitting I'm a girl. All my dignity ruined. Fine, let's go then. There are a few villages nearby on the map. Let's check them out. There should be fewer zombies in the villages, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. We'll use this house as our temporary base. There's snow on the roads, so don't go too far. We can come back here to sleep at night. Hearing Lin Weiner's comment about him needing to be more assertive, Lin Bai immediately made a decision, factoring in the weather to plan the next few days. Sure enough, the guy had his own ideas all along. He just wanted to accommodate her. Fine, they were buddies anyway, and she could accept his kindness. Anything more would just be pretentious. Lin Bai quickly finished several bowls of rice, then went ahead to start the car, letting the engine warm up before turning on the heater. By the time Lin Weiner finished her meal, Lin Bai had almost everything ready. He had even found a fairly new-looking down jacket from the house and placed it in the car. Though slightly unaccustomed to it, Lin Weiner secretly enjoyed being cared for so meticulously. With the heater on in the car, Lin Weiner didn't put on the down jacket. After sitting in the passenger seat, she simply held it in her arms. The roads are slippery with snow. Fasten your seatbelt. Lin Bai glanced at her and reminded her after getting in. Okay. Lin Weiner moved the jacket aside to buckle her seatbelt. As she spoke, she deliberately drew out the word, okay, adding a sweet, coquettish tone to her voice. Cough. Cough. It was the first time Lin Bai had heard Lin Weiner use such a sugary tone. He nearly choked on his own saliva while about to shift gears and drive. Lin Weiner burst out laughing. She was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Since he wanted to treat her like a girl, she would play the part and see who could gross out whom more. Lin Bai drove while Lin Weiner used her phone's offline map to navigate. At a fork in the road, Lin Bai drove straight ahead because Lin Weiner didn't warn him in time. Brother, you took the wrong turn. Lin Weiner cooed again in her sugary voice. When Lin Bai backed up and got on the right path, she continued sweetly, Brother, go straight ahead. Brother, turn left up ahead. It's a small road. Brother, the road is slippery. Drive slowly, don't end up in a ditch. Seeing the discomfort on Lin Bei's face, Lin Weiner finally felt relieved. This served him right for starting this act since morning. As expected, Lin Bei, who had little experience with romance or interacting with girls, was indeed easy to embarrass. Alright, seeing a village just a few hundred meters ahead, she decided to stop fooling around. She unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to speak to Lin Bei. Suddenly, a dark figure dashed out from behind an electrical room by the roadside. Bang! Although Lin Bei slammed on the brakes in time, the distance was too short, and the snowy ground lengthened the braking distance, so they still hit it with a loud thud. Due to the sudden stop, Lin Weiner lurched forward. Just as she regretted unbuckling her seatbelt too early, an arm instantly appeared in front of her to shield her. Are you okay? Lin Bei asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Weiner shook her head, then looked down at the hand pressing against her chest, a jolt, like an electric current running through her. Ugh. Feeling perhaps a bit awkward, Lin Bei quickly withdrew his hand, then immediately opened the door and jumped out, leaving only a brief, "I'll go check it out." After getting out, Lin Bei saw a zombie stuck in the front bumper. He yanked it out with effort, then went to the trunk, found a cloth, and using snow vigorously wiped the fluids the zombie had splattered on the windshield. Sitting in the car watching Lin Bei busying himself in the snow, Lin Weiner suddenly felt completely at ease. This was fine, wasn't it? Why dwell on what had already happened? Why not just let things take their natural course? In this perilous apocalypse, who could be sure they would even see tomorrow? If those high-level civilizations appeared right now, though she might escape, could she stand by and watch Lin Bei be killed or captured? She would probably fight them with all her might. So were the things she had been agonizing over still important? It was better to just be her true self. Many thoughts flashed through Lin Weiner's mind as Lin Bei wiped the glass. The stone that had been weighing on her heart vanished completely, and in that moment her body and mind felt incredibly light. Xiaobai, that's enough. Come on up. Lin Weiner rolled down the window and called out in a very cheerful tone. Coming, almost done. With that, Lin Bei wiped the windshield a few more times with the towel before slowly opening the door and getting in. If I don't clean that fluid off, the wipers will just smear it everywhere. After getting in the car, Lin Bei spoke while avoiding Lin Weiner's gaze. I know. Lin Weiner looked at him with a gentle smile. You worked hard. Upon hearing the words, "You've worked hard," Lin Bei paused, sensing something amiss with Lin Weiner. He turned his head to look at her. As their eyes met, a faint, elusive smile graced Lin Weiner's face, making her appear like a spirit descended into the mortal world. What's wrong? Am I that good-looking? Lin Weiner winked at him with her left eye. What? This time Lin Bei was genuinely stunned. What had she just said? How could she have changed so drastically in the time it took him to wipe the glass outside? Lin Weiner let out a soft laugh. Stop staring, let's go. Urged by her, Lin Bei stepped on the accelerator, and in less than 2 minutes they arrived at Wangjia Village, as marked on the map. Due to the flat terrain, the layout of Wangjia Village was remarkably simple. All the houses were arranged in several neat rows, most being 2-story brick and concrete buildings. These houses looked very new, as if they had been built no more than 3 years ago. Just as they reached the village entrance, several figures scattered from the distant alleyways. Against the white snow, these dozen or so dark silhouettes stood out starkly. They'll handle it, you don't need to get out. Watching the zombies approach one by one, Lin Bei instructed Lin Weiner before stepping out of the car alone. Be careful. There were only a dozen zombies, and they were spaced apart, so they wouldn't swarm all at once. Lin Bei could easily deal with them alone. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Weiner simply watched as Lin Bei, wielding a tang sword, eliminated the zombies one by one and extracted their cores. Afterward, Lin Bei returned to the car and drove around the village, luring out all the zombies before annihilating them one by one. In the end, the entire village had no more than 30 or 40 zombies, suggesting that most of the people had likely already left. However, aside from these wandering zombies, some were trapped inside the houses. Upon seeing Lin Weiner's car, these zombies clawed frantically at the windows, baring their teeth, as if they wanted to devour Lin Bei and the others alive. To obtain more cores, the two opened the doors to release these zombies. At the end of the village, where another road connected by the river, there were over a dozen rather high-end villas, each surrounded by various styled gardens. The rich really are different. Gazing at these villas, Lin Bei sighed. Before the apocalypse, he couldn't even afford his university living expenses without Lin Weiner's family support, let alone a villa. Want to take a look? Sure. They had been out for half a day, so finding a house to rest in seemed like a good idea. Choosing a random villa, they pushed open the gate and entered. That chandelier must have cost a fortune. Once inside, the first thing that caught their eye was a chandelier hanging from the top floor, which, judging by the number of floors, was nearly 10 meters long. The living room was furnished mostly with solid wood pieces, decorated in an extremely luxurious style. What a shame. Living in such a nice place, and then the apocalypse comes, and it's all gone. Lin Bei remarked casually before heading to other rooms to search for anything useful. Lin Weiner, on the other hand, made her way directly to the walk-in closet, hoping to find some suitable clothes. Although she was prepared, she was still amazed to find that the villa's walk-in closet was even larger than her own bedroom. Besides the clothes hanging on racks, there were many packages on several shelves. Upon closer inspection, most of these packages contained clothing, some still unopened. Lin Weiner promptly opened them one by one and tried on the new clothes, finding that they fit perfectly. Among these packages were 2 brand new sets of pajamas, which Lin Weiner gladly claimed, as they were exactly what she needed. Before long, she had opened every unopened package and stuffed all the wearable new clothes, both outerwear and undergarments, into a large bag. Soon Lin Bai came down from upstairs holding a box in his hands. Finding Lin Weiner, he opened it and placed it before her. It was filled with all kinds of jewelry. "How about it? See anything you like?" Lin Bai asked with a grin. Lin Weiner glanced at the jewelry box. Most of the items were gold, along with some white pieces that looked like platinum or silver. In the apocalypse, gold still held value in some larger settlements, but in smaller ones, tangible goods were more practical. "Nothing catches my fancy. Keep them all, they might come in handy later." She wasn't particularly interested in the jewelry, having only been a girl for about 10 days. Not good looking. Hearing this, Lin Bai rummaged through the box again and pulled out a pair of shiny silver tassel earrings, holding them up to her. "I think these earrings are pretty. Want to try them? But I don't have pierced ears." "Right?" Lin Bai laughed and slapped his forehead, surprised at his own foolishness. "The earring post is quite sharp. How about you use it to pierce my ears?" She blinked at Lin Bai. A little romance in apocalypse life wouldn't hurt. "All right, wait a moment." With that, Lin Bai dashed upstairs and returned with a bottle of disinfectant alcohol. "Found it upstairs." He smiled at Lin Weiner, then took an earring from the box and disinfected it with the alcohol. After disinfecting, he held the silver post and moved to Lin Weiner's side. She tilted her head, exposing her ear as much as possible. "Are you sure you can pierce it? Don't mess it up. I'm really scared of pain." "It should be fine." Saying this, Lin Bai reached out with his left hand and gently pinched her earlobe. Feeling the warmth on her ear, Lin Weiner shivered involuntarily, realizing just how sensitive her ears were. "Hurry up," Lin Weiner urged softly. "Almost done." Lin Bai gently pulled her earlobe downward with his left hand, pressed the silver post against it, and pushed firmly. "How is it? Does it hurt?" Lin Bai quickly asked. "Is it done?" As she asked, Lin Weiner reached up to touch it herself. "It's done." She didn't know if others felt pain when getting their ears pierced, but she felt almost nothing at all. Using the same method, Lin Bai pierced her second ear. Strangely, the freshly pierced holes didn't bleed at all, as if they were natural. She gently pinched them and felt no pain whatsoever. This situation made Lin Weiner think of a phrase, "a body naturally blessed for earrings." She couldn't help but laugh to herself. Meanwhile, Lin Bai disinfected the posts of the tassel earrings with alcohol and then put them on her. How did they look? Wearing the shiny silver tassel earrings, Lin Weiner turned her head in front of Lin Bai to show them off. "Beautiful." Lin Bai nodded. Hearing this, Lin Weiner went to the nearby mirror to admire herself. "They really are pretty. If I were still a guy, I'd want to marry myself." "Isn't that a bit contradictory?" "Where's the contradiction? If you were still male, how could you marry yourself?" "Haha, that's not your concern. Maybe someday he'll find another card to turn me back into a guy, and then he'll switch back and forth." Better not." "What did you say?" "Xiaobai, you don't like me, do you?" "That? Impossible." "All right, remember what you said. We're good buddies." "We can't really be buddies anymore," muttered softly. So soft, so comfortable. After searching the villa, Lin Weiner directly collapsed onto a bed, her body gently bouncing up on the mattress. Truth be told, this bed was far more comfortable than the one they had slept on last night. "How about we rest here tonight?" Lin Bai asked tentatively. "Sure, I'm fine with that." Lin Weiner replied, cheerfully patting the empty space beside her, and said to Lin Bai, "Lie down for a while. You did the most work today, you need more rest." Seeing the spot Lin Weiner had patted, Lin Bai lay down beside her. Neither spoke, both staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Then Lin Bai broke the silence, saying, "If this weren't the apocalypse, being able to wander and stay wherever we pleased wouldn't be so bad." "That depends on who you're with." "If it weren't for the apocalypse, who would travel with you?" "Finding a pretty girl would be much better," Lin Weiner chuckled. "How pretty?" Lin Bai turned his head to look at her, also smiling. "As pretty as you are now." "Haha, definitely not." "Then let me ask you hypothetically, if the apocalypse were over, all those messy zombies were gone, and you couldn't go back to how things were before, what would you do?" "What would I do? I'd just keep living. It's not like I'm going to die." Lin Weiner rolled her eyes at him. Cough. Lin Bai cleared his throat and continued, "You know that's not what I mean. I'm asking if in that case you'd have any plans to get married." Shoo. Lin Weiner had barely uttered a word when Lin Bai suddenly sprang up from the bed, pressing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. "I hear a car engine." "A car? There are still people here." Lin Wainer quickly sat up motionless, staring at Lin Bai, afraid to disturb his hearing. They'll go upstairs to check. Listening to the engine sound that seemed to come and go, Lin Bai immediately bounded up the stairs to the 3rd floor, with Lin Wainer swiftly following. Over there, someone's coming. Seeing that Lin Wainer had also come up to the 3rd floor balcony, Lin Bai pointed toward the left front. Before long, a black off-road vehicle burst out from a road in the woods ahead. Even on the snowy ground, the car was speeding along at an incredible pace. Logically, driving at such speed on snow was highly unusual. Where there was strangeness, there must be a reason. Sure enough, about 7 or 8 seconds after the car passed, a snow-white humanoid monster suddenly sprang out from the road, hidden by the trees. Judging by the nearby trees, the creature stood at least 3 to 4 meters tall. What is that? A yeti? Lin Wainer stared for a long while before she could make out the monster. Its fur blended so perfectly with the snow that without intense focus, it was nearly invisible. Despite its massive frame, it could keep pace with the speeding off-road vehicle. Regardless, first-tier zombies were absolutely incapable of such speed, especially not with such a huge body. This likely meant the monster had reached at least the 2nd tier. That car seems to be heading our way. So let's just stay quiet. By now the car was very close to them. If they tried to start the car and flee, the roar of the engine might drag them into the mess. So for the moment, staying put and observing was the best course of action. However, things always seemed to happen in the worst possible way. They had hoped the car would speed past their location, allowing them to stay still and watch the monster chase the off-road vehicle away. But the next second, the car pulled up steadily at their front gate and started honking frantically. What's going on? Is this person insane? Watching this display, Lin Wainer was furious. If you're going to flee, just flee. Why stop here and honk like mad? Just then, the driver's door of the black off-road vehicle suddenly swung open. The moment he saw the top of the person's head, Lin Bai's hair stood on end. Quick, let's go. Without waiting for Lin Wainer to react, Lin Bai pulled her into his arms, leaped down, and fled desperately. As they ran, Lin Wainer quickly used an enhancement card to transform. After all, fleeing with Lin Bai carrying her would be much slower. What did you see? She asked while running. She hadn't clearly seen the person getting out of the car, mainly because the snow was reflecting harshly. Staring at the endless white all day had made her eyes sore. They ran to the edge of the village and quickly ducked into a small house. The person getting out of the car, it was that evolver from the gas station who could create clones. Once inside, Lin Bai explained to her. As an evolver, his eyesight was far better than Lin Wainer's when she was an ordinary person. He didn't die. Impossible. Lin Wainer had clearly seen Lin Bai finish off that man named Zhang Hao with one strike. If he hadn't died, it meant the one they killed in the end was just another clone. No wonder back then when Lin Bai was about to kill him, he hadn't shown any sign of resistance. Even if he knew he couldn't win, he should have at least tried to escape. Sure enough, the two of them were still too naive. They had been completely outmaneuvered. But if that were true, it meant Zhang Hao had been following them all along, and he had deliberately lured this monster here. Just as they were hiding in the room, a sudden loud bang erupted outside, sending snow flying everywhere. At the same time, 2 figures they knew all too well appeared downstairs. One of them even turned around and waved toward the upper floor. Stop staring, there will be plenty of chances later. One of Zhang Hao's clones waved his hand, and then directly entered the house where Lin Wainer and Lin Bai were. Lin Wainer also noticed that there were no crystal cores on the foreheads of these 2 clones, meaning they were purely sent by Zhang Hao to annoy them. As soon as Zhang Hao's clone entered the house, a snow pillar suddenly appeared in midair and charged straight toward the building. With a loud crash, the surrounding glass let out a crisp, shattering sound, and countless snow shards poured wildly through the windows into the room. Lin Wainer and Lin Bai immediately jumped out of another window, intending to find new cover as they had not yet seen the true form of the giant snow monster. The 2 tiptoed and hid behind a wall, nervously observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a giant snow hand formed from snow appeared behind them, opened its fingers, and slapped down. Derivative card: Heavy Sword. Skill Shield. In an instant, the heavy sword in Lin Wainer's hand transformed into a half-in-shaped cone that slammed into the ground, shielding the 2 of them inside. The giant snow hand slammed down, colliding with the fan-shaped shield formed by the heavy sword with a loud bang. Snow shards flew in all directions, and the immense impact even swept away all the snow within several meters around. However, before they could catch their breath, a sweeping wave of snow came crashing toward them. Shield. Lin Wainer quickly changed the shape of the heavy sword, covering the 2 of them completely inside. Even without seeing the true form of the enemy, they had already suffered several rounds of attacks. Fortunately, after the successive attacks, the assault seemed to cease. Lin Wainer deactivated the shield form of the heavy sword and climbed out of the snow pile. The 2 exchanged a glance, then quickly got up and climbed onto the roof of a 2-story flat house. Regardless, what they needed to do now was to first locate the true form of that monster. Roar. At that moment, a humanoid creature about 3 meters tall, covered in white fur, burst out from beside a house on the left rear side, constantly letting out deep, low growls. "He'll take the top, you take the bottom," Lin Wainer said quickly. Taking advantage of the monster's charge, she stepped back a few paces, dragged the heavy sword with both hands, and then took a running start. "Die!" Lin Wainer sprinted on the flat roof, leaped high into the air, and then swung the heavy sword with both hands, slashing directly at the monster's head. At the same time, Lin Bai quickly ran across the snow, slashing his tang sword heavily into the monster's calf. Schwa! Lin Weiner's heavy sword sliced through the snow monster's head like cutting tofu with ease. Lin Bai too, with several consecutive strikes, found no resistance in the snow monster's body. With a rumble under the cooperation of the two, the entire 3-meter snow monster collapsed into a pile of snow and ice on the ground. However, moments later, the snow pile quickly gathered together, reforming into a snow monster identical to the previous one. After the snow monster reformed, it let out a roar and swung its arms, smashing its huge fist heavily toward Lin Wainer. Lin Wainer was not afraid. She directly swung her heavy sword to meet it. But just as they were about to collide for a split second, she saw the sunlight reflecting off the snow monster's fist. Bang! With the collision of the fist and the giant sword, Lin Wainer felt a powerful force transmitted to her arm. After landing, she stumbled back more than a dozen steps, and with Lin Bai's help, she barely managed to steady herself. Meanwhile, the snow monster's fist also emitted a cracking sound upon collision, and large chunks of ice fell to the ground. "Are you okay?" Lin Bai supported her and asked. "I'm fine." Lin Wainer shook her head, her eyes fixed on the snow monster. "This thing is not easy to deal with." She distinctly felt that when the heavy sword made contact, the snow monster's fist had turned into extremely hard ice, and its strength had changed dramatically. Being able to control the physical state of ice and snow, and to reform its body with snow at any time, if they continued fighting, it would likely be another war of attrition. If it were just a test of strength with the boost of a 700 or 800 heavy sword, and her own enhancement, when she built up momentum and swung, she could unleash at least several thousand Gen of force. In terms of strength, Lin Wainer was truly not afraid. The reason she suffered a loss in the previous strike was that she thought her sword would simply pass through the monster's body like before, so she didn't put in full power. Now the key problem they faced was that this thing seemed unkillable. A few minutes later, Lin Wainer and Lin Bai once again dispersed the giant snow monster, and as expected, it restored its form using the snow again. Lin Wainer was extremely frustrated, feeling a sense of having strength, but nowhere to use it. Zhang Hao before, and now this giant snow monster. Both are damn gimmick monsters. There's no normal straightforward sword-to-sword fight. But since it's a gimmick monster, there must be a weakness. If it can keep resurrecting, wouldn't that make it invincible? Speaking of weaknesses, snow is low in temperature, so without much thought one thinks of fire. As for fire, the villages here mostly use gas canisters. There's fire. The flame from a gas stove is too small for such a large creature, isn't it? Even if it worked, would they have to chase it with a gas canister? A gas canister explosion could generate a lot of heat, but how to make it explode and not harm themselves in the process was another problem. Taking advantage of the phase when the snow monster was dispersed and reforming, Lin Wainer and Lin Bai quickly discussed a strategy. In the end, they decided that Lin Wainer would hold back the snow monster while Lin Bai would be responsible for finding a fire source. After all, facing a second-level monster alone was still a bit difficult for Lin Bai. "Be careful," Lin Bai warned, then quickly left the scene under Lin Wainer's cover. Since the tactics were decided, Lin Wainer no longer engaged in a direct fight with the snow monster. Derivative equipment, card Night Shadow. As a black tight-fitting suit clad her body, Lin Wainer's movements became much faster. Although she couldn't turn invisible in the daytime, the equipment's agility enhancement still worked. In the following time, Lin Wainer almost stopped attacking, instead flipping and dodging across various rooftops, waiting for news from Lin Bai. Before long, a very strong smell of gasoline came from the direction Lin Bai had left. Smelling it, Lin Wainer was delighted, but before Lin Bai gave a signal, she still had to hold the monster off as best she could. After another 5 or 6 minutes, a sharp and urgent whistle came from the distance. Hearing the whistle, Lin Wainer stopped dodging, directly swung her heavy sword, and slapped the snow monster's head, then quickly sprinted toward Lin Bai's direction. Soon she saw many burlap sacks of various sizes arranged by Lin Bai in the open space. They were piled in a dozen or so stacks, seemingly drenched in gasoline, with unknown contents inside. Still wearing this outfit. Seeing Lin Wainer running over, Lin Bai's gaze fell on her, unable to look away. It was mainly because the Night Shadow black, tight-fitting suit perfectly hugged Lin Wainer's figure, looking far too alluring. Fortunately, this time, he didn't have a nosebleed again. Seeing his burning gaze, Lin Wainer wasn't angry, as she simply reminded him. "Stop staring. Deal with the snow monster first." "What's inside those?" Lin Weiner pointed at the piles of sacks arranged in a circle. Those are corn cobs left after threshing. Every household here has plenty, and there are many more. I wanted to move more, but I was worried you wouldn't have the strength to keep up. Lin Bai replied, while pulling a handful of windproof lighters from his pocket. He wanted to ask about the gasoline barrels nearby, but he saw the silhouette of the massive snow monster appearing ahead. Do you have a plan? When do we light the fire? Lighting it early won't work. If we do, it might not come over, and then it'll take a detour to chase us when we leave. So let's scatter it first, Lin Bai said. Soon the snow monster charged into the circle formed by the sacks of corn cobs. All right, I'll follow your lead. Lin Weiner shouted loudly, then brandished her heavy sword and attacked again. A second-tier snow monster had some intelligence, though not much, but it knew its own strengths and how to exploit them against its enemies. So facing Lin Weiner's assault, the nearly immortal creature offered no defense whatsoever, instead attacking Lin Weiner in return. Lin Weiner knew it wouldn't defend itself. This was exactly what she was waiting for. When she saw the sunlight glinting off its fist rushing toward her, she immediately withdrew her attack and dodged. Her strike had been a feint all along. Bang! After Lin Weiner evaded, the ice-formed massive fist slammed into the ground, its tremendous impact sending up a flurry of snowflakes once more. At that moment, Lin Weiner surged forward, leaping high into the air. Her heavy sword cleaved straight down through the snow monster's head, splitting it in two. Mortally wounded, the two halves of the snow monster's body collapsed like a three-meter ordinary snow heap, crashing to the ground. Almost instantly, Lin Bai shouted from a distance, and Lin Weiner saw sacks of corn cobs reeking of gasoline flying toward her. Without hesitation, she reached out and intercepted the sacks Lin Bai had kicked over. Within seconds, a dozen gasoline-soaked corn cob sacks were piled atop the fallen snow heap that was the snow monster. Just then, the snow heap on the ground began to swell rapidly upward. Seeing the snow monster about to reform, Lin Weiner immediately pulled out a windproof lighter and touched it to the gasoline-soaked sack. Whoosh! The moment the lighter's flame touched the sack, the gasoline on it ignited instantly. Weiner oiled. Lin Bai shouted from a distance, then tossed two small tin cans toward her. Lin Weiner looked up, caught the gasoline-filled cans, opened their lids, and splashed the contents around. The splashed gasoline ignited upon contact with the flames, even setting the mouth of the can in her hand ablaze. Startled, she threw the oil can to the ground. A snow heap on the ground had just risen half a meter when the burning gasoline can struck it, instantly causing it to collapse back onto the ground. On the other side, Lin Bai was lighting the piles of corncob sacks around them. Soon the burning corncob piles formed a circle with Lin Weiner and the constantly swelling and collapsing snow monster right in the center. The reason for encircling these fires was mainly to prevent the snow monster from escaping, which would render all their efforts futile. As the temperature around them rose, the snow on the ground swelled and collapsed at an increasingly faster rate. Strangely, while the surrounding snow melted into water under the intense heat, this particular lump of snow refused to melt. Lin Weiner tried placing the burning corncobs onto this snow heap, but the moment the corncobs touched it, they were extinguished. After a moment's thought, an idea dawned on her. Special skill shield. In an instant, her heavy sword transformed into a large iron plate, which she then held over the flames to heat. Just then, Lin Bai, having fetched several large sacks from somewhere, crossed the ring of fire to stand beside Lin Weiner and kept adding fuel to the blaze. This thing can really hold out. Lin Bai felt his own face burning from the heat of the fire. The surrounding snow had all melted into water flowing on the ground, yet this snow heap kept writhing without cease. Soon Lin Weiner's sword hilt grew too hot to hold, and the iron plate, heated by the fire, had begun to glow faintly red. Judging the moment was right, Lin Weiner took the red-hot iron plate off the fire and pressed it down onto the still writhing snow heap. Sizzle. As the red-hot iron plate pressed down, clouds of grayish-white steam rose instantly. Is it dead, eh? After a long moment, Lin Bai asked cautiously from the side. It should be dead, right? Lin Weiner wasn't sure either, but when she had pressed down, she could feel the snow heap rising and falling beneath her hand, as if struggling. Now there was no movement under the iron plate. She slowly lifted the plate to look. The snow on the ground had almost all melted away, leaving only a palm-sized patch of white fur. Lin Weiner walked over and picked up the fur, but a round bead fell out from inside. She picked it up and examined it. The bead was completely transparent with a faint blue hue visible within. A second-tier core. In her past life, Lin Weiner had never obtained a second-tier core, but having survived the apocalypse for over 2 years, she had seen them before, though she had never seen a core that was perfectly round. After her heavy sword dissolved into a card and vanished, she handed the core and the fur to Lin Bai. I'm so tired. The next second, Lin Weiner collapsed onto Lin Bai's back, her black form-fitting suit slowly dissipating. Having expended so much energy fighting the second-tier snow monster, her stamina had long since bottomed out. If she kept moving she might have held on a bit longer, but once she stopped her entire body began to ache and feel weak. Feeling the warmth and softness against his back, Lin Bai instinctively wanted to reach back and hold her, but his hand paused midair, uncertain whether he should. Carry me. I'm tired. Lin Weiner wrapped her arms around his neck from behind and spoke softly. Even if you weren't tired, if you told me to carry you, I would have to. Lin Bai chuckled, crouching slightly, his paused hand reaching back to scoop her up, lifting her onto his back. Just then the sun fully emerged in the sky. The snowfield was bathed in brilliant sunlight. Lin Weiner lay on Lin Bai's back as the fire behind them slowly died down. With their footprints fading into the distance, the village seemed to return to its usual tranquility. Xiaobai, don't be like this. After the snow monster incident, the two of them lost their desire to spend the night in the villa, so they returned to the 3-story building where they had rested the previous night. After the sun rose, the melting snow carried away a great deal of heat, making the temperature several degrees lower than during the snowfall. By dusk, as night was about to fall, the temperature had already dropped below freezing. After dinner, in a brief wash, Lin Weiner changed into her pajamas and slipped into the bed covers. However, the bed was no better. Everywhere was icy cold. As soon as Lin Bai climbed into bed, Lin Weiner unhesitatingly burrowed into his arms. Though having a beauty in his embrace was a blessing, holding a beauty he could not touch was an excruciating torment for Lin Bai. Quieten your breathing. It's too loud and annoying. I can't sleep. Lin Weiner curled up and complained. Lin Bai was speechless, then defended himself. What can I do? I am after all a normal man. Tell me which normal man would hold a girl like this and not have some reaction? That only proves your heart is impure. Lin Weiner pouted. Lin Bai was exasperated into laughter by her words, then gritted his teeth and hardened his resolve. The next second, Lin Weiner felt a pair of large hands forcefully squeeze her buttocks. Ow! A wave of numbness surged through Lin Weiner's body, and she let out a loud scream. Lin Bai, are you asking for death? You said my heart is impure. Then let me show you what true impurity of heart means. With that, Lin Bai sat up from the bed covers. You. Xiaobai, what are you going to do? In that instant, Lin Weiner was a little frightened. What do you think? In the darkness, Lin Bai's voice sounded eerily ethereal, as if he were a sinister great demon king ready at any moment to pounce and devour her completely. Stop. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. At that moment, Lin Weiner was on the verge of tears, but couldn't cry, and even her voice began to tremble. If Lin Bai actually did anything, it would all be her own fault for playing with fire. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Bai's voice came through faintly. You don't trust me that much? I do. Lin Weiner nodded frantically, but quietly edged away from him. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. It's boring. Let's sleep. With that, Lin Bai reached out and pulled her into his arms. Amidst Lin Weiner's startled cry, the two of them fell into a deep sleep. Morning arrived bright and sunny. A gentle ray of sunlight streamed through the gauze curtain onto the head of the bed, and most of the snow outside had already melted. Downstairs, accompanied by Lin Weiner's tinkling laughter, a figure in a black hoodie, its face indistinguishable, slowly walked toward them across the distant unmelted snowfield. Xiaobai, do you see a person over there? Lin Weiner packed her clothes into the car and turned around to grab another bundle when she spotted a dark dot approaching them in the distance. Hearing Lin Weiner's call, Lin Bai came out of the house carrying a large backpack, and following the direction of her finger saw a figure slowly drawing nearer. Slow as it seemed, it was not actually slow. The person's manner of walking was extremely bizarre. It was as if an elevator were installed under his feet. With each step, he seemed to cover 7 or 8 meters, and even in the momentary pause between strides, he still appeared to be moving. Seeing this, Lin Bai quickly took off his backpack and tossed it into the car, and the two of them faced the approaching figure as if confronting a formidable enemy. Good morning, you two. Though there were still dozens of meters between them, the man crossed the distance in just a few steps, arriving before them. The man was dressed entirely in black, with the hood of his sweatshirt pulled up, and his face was inexplicably blurry, as if it were an abyss. Who are you? Lin Bai immediately stepped in front of Lin Weiner and demanded sharply. In this man he sensed a pressure, an unprecedented pressure, that made even the great snow monster seem insignificant as a single hair. It's you. Upon seeing Lin Bai, a golden light flickered in the black-clad man's eyes. He then looked at Lin Weiner behind him and nodded to himself. I see. Who exactly are you? Lin Bai drew his tang saber, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the man's movements. Don't misunderstand, young friends. I am merely a merchant wandering the world. Though his face was invisible, the black-clad man's tone was quite friendly. Are you a mysterious merchant? At his words, Lin Weiner blurted out immediately. Seeing Lin Bai's confusion, Lin Weiner quickly explained the mysterious shop sells supplies, while the mysterious merchant buys them. I don't know much either, but that's roughly how it works. Anyway, since there's a shop, there must be a merchant, right? So you mean he's here to buy something from us? Lin Bai was taken aback, then asked. Since the mysterious merchant was connected to the mysterious shop, he must have countless treasures. But if that was the case, they had nothing valuable. What could the mysterious merchant possibly want? Young friend, you are mistaken. In business, there is both buying and selling. It makes no sense to only sell without buying, or only buy without selling, the mysterious merchant said with a smile. So you're selling? Lin Bai blurted out, then immediately felt his words might have been ambiguous. The mysterious merchant didn't mind his words, and continued, I hear you two have a perfect ice crystal. Might you be willing to sell it to me? Ice crystal? What's that? Lin Bai frowned. Then, as if recalling something, he took out the crystal core left behind from killing the snow monster the previous day. That is exactly it, the mysterious merchant nodded. Then tell us what this thing is for first, and we'll decide whether to sell it, Lin Weiner quickly asked, afraid that if it were a treasure they might sell it at a loss. This object is a crystal of ice origin containing a portion of the primal ice power. The mysterious merchant rambled on, tossing out a bunch of terms while Lin Weiner and Lin Bai stared at each other blankly, not understanding a single word. Alright, we'll sell it to you. Lin Weiner was a bit exasperated. In short, this thing was greatly beneficial to anyone with ice-based powers. Since neither she nor Lin Bai could use it, it was better to trade it for something that could boost their current combat strength. Rest assured, young friends. A merchant values mutual benefit. I won't let you suffer a loss. Upon seeing Lin Weiner's agreement to sell, the mysterious merchant promptly produced 2 items, a black card and a pistol. He then picked up the black card and addressed Lin Weiner, strictly speaking, this card originally belonged to you. With that, he directly handed the card to Lin Weiner. Taking it, she observed that the card was entirely black, its surface adorned with a chaotic, indistinct pattern, though one could vaguely discern the silhouette of a figure. When she read the card's description, she was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the very card she had been yearning for all these days? But why had it appeared so suddenly now? Let me see, Lin Bai said, leaning his head closer. Instinctively, Lin Weiner withdrew the card into her body. What's there to see? She said with a pout. Oh, can't I even look at a card? Lin Bai remarked, somewhat speechless. Then, with a sly glint in his eyes, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, this card isn't some kind of seductive outfit, is it? After a sharp cry of pain, the mysterious merchant handed the pistol to Lin Bai and said, this weapon can temporarily enhance both of your combat capabilities. Lin Bai took the pistol. It appeared no different from an ordinary firearm, its design bearing a slight resemblance to the renowned Desert Eagle. However, it was no ordinary pistol. It required no bullets. He aimed at a distant road sign and fired a test shot. Whoosh! The blue sign was instantly pierced by a beam of white light. As he pulled the trigger, Lin Bai sensed the gun drawing upon his own evolutionary energy, though the drain was minimal and within an acceptable range. At that moment, the mysterious merchant gestured for Lin Bai to remove the magazine and explained, this magazine can hold 3 spirit crystals simultaneously. When you fire, it can channel the crystal's energy for attacks. However, the energy output per single shot has a limit. You'll have to figure out the specifics yourself. Holding this Desert Eagle-like pistol, Lin Bai couldn't deny his desire for it. It was a ranged weapon, simple to use and convenient, far superior to the crossbow they had previously purchased from the mysterious shop. From his own experience, the bullet fired from this gun was far faster than the baseball thrown by that pitcher at the service area, and the smaller projectile made it harder to dodge. Moreover, he still faced a problem. When confronting formidable monsters or opponents, he often held Lin Weiner back. As a man, how could he afford to be a burden to a woman? This gun was thus a perfect weapon for him. Alright, we accept this deal. Lin Weiner took the ice crystal and handed it to the mysterious merchant. She could see that Lin Bai genuinely liked the gun, and the merchant was right. It did enhance their immediate combat effectiveness. Wait a moment. Just as the mysterious merchant was about to take the crystal, Lin Weiner suddenly withdrew her hand and flashed a sly smile. Seeing the merchant's puzzled expression, she giggled and said, could I trouble you with a favor? What favor? Well, could you tell us the locations of the nearest mysterious shops? Please. Lin Weiner adopted a pleading tone. Her antics left the mysterious merchant utterly bewildered. It was the first time anyone had ever begged him like this. After a brief moment of thought, the mysterious merchant produced a scroll of a map from his sleeve and handed it to Lin Weiner. Thank you. She quickly passed the ice crystal to him, beaming with joy. She hadn't expected the merchant to agree so readily. Well then, you two, may our paths cross again. With the transaction complete, the mysterious merchant lingered no longer. Just as he had arrived, he turned and walked away step by step. Soon his figure grew faint and then vanished from their sight. After the merchant left, the two tidied up the room, loading everything they could carry into the car. Then, map in hand, they set off for the nearest mysterious shop. On the map, the merchant had marked 3 locations, the closest being near a small county town 50 kilometers away. Fortunately, according to the map, this shop wasn't in the county center, but in a resettlement area a few kilometers away. If you're tired, I can drive for a while, Lynn Weiner said from the passenger seat, watching the scenery recede outside the window, her expression somewhat unsettled. Thanks for your concern, Miss Lynn. Driving this short distance. I'm a man, how could I be tired? I wouldn't let a lady take the wheel. Lin Bai kept his eyes on the road ahead. With some icy patches on the surface, he maintained a moderate speed. Lin Weiner reclined in her seat, tilting her head to watch Lin Bai drive, with focused concentration. A faint smile unconsciously curved her lips. This kid Xiao Bai. She had always thought him tall, but now he looked rather handsome too. As she mused, the black card materialized in Lin Weiner's hand. In the box at the very bottom of the card was the description of this original card. Card type: original character card. Card name: Lin Mu. Gender: male. Special ability: unknown. Current status: half-sealed, can be forcibly used. Description: a half-sealed card, unusable under normal circumstances. Not recommended for use. Activation may result in permanent entrapment in the current character along with other unknown consequences. Furthermore, any other mismatched derivative cards would become unusable. Yes, this card's name was Lin Mu. If she used it forcibly, she might return to her original body. The side effect was that after using this card, she might be Lin Mu forever. Moreover, the derivative equipment card Nightshade might also become unusable, as it was a female's gear. Even if this card had fallen into her hands a few days earlier, she wouldn't have hesitated to use it to become Lin Mu. As for never being able to change back, being Lin Mu forever, wouldn't that be perfect? And other consequences, they didn't matter either. But now Lin Weiner hesitated. When she first saw this card, it brought her not joy, but a sense of anxiety, an unease, a fear of loss. When Lin Bai wanted to see the card, she didn't know why, but she instinctively hid it, unwilling to let him lay eyes on it. Anshin Jiyuan, as a resettlement community, was located about 2 to 3 kilometers from the county town. It had already gathered over 100 survivors, and it had clearly become a small survivor settlement. Among these survivors there were already 8 evolvers, and the first among them to become an evolver, Ma Wenxiang, was the undisputed leader. The reason for so many evolvers lay in the sudden appearance of a mysterious shop in Anshin Jiyuan. After accidentally discovering the shop's function and becoming an evolver, Ma Wenxiang forbade other survivors from approaching it. The 8 evolvers in the settlement now were his parents, his cousins, and his uncles. As for the others who wanted to become evolvers, they had to wait in line until Ma Wenxiang's relatives and friends were all taken care of. The items in this mysterious shop seemed inexhaustible. However, after each purchase, one had to wait for the next refresh, and the refresh time was not fixed, sometimes a few minutes, sometimes several days. Moreover, every time the shop refreshed, the price of any previously appeared items would increase to some extent. At that moment, several women and Ma Wenxiang's relatives were guarding outside the mysterious shop. They were waiting for the next refresh. Anshin Jiyuan, it should be ahead. Lin Weiner held the map given by the mysterious merchant in one hand and a phone with offline navigation in the other, pointing the way for Lin Bai. After entering the road near the county town, she also noticed many zombie corpses along the roadside, their crystals already extracted. This meant there might be other evolvers nearby. Following the navigation, the two carefully drove the car to the entrance of Anshin Jiyuan. Seeing the barbed wire at the community entrance and various other defensive arrangements, Lin Bai and Lin Weiner knew there must be people here. Lin Bai stopped the car and observed the surroundings. Looks like there are quite a few people here. Lin Bai said in a low voice, having spotted several figures behind the glass of the building ahead. Lin Weiner nodded, for according to the map from the mysterious merchant, the shop here was different from the ones they had seen before. This mysterious shop was a higher level type. After selling its goods, it would not disappear, but would continue to refresh. However, this refresh was not permanent. One day, it would vanish as well. Since there were people and they had settled here, it must be because of the shop. But Lin Weiner wondered if the faction occupying it would be willing to share. She thought about trying to negotiate. If they refused, they could leave later. At that moment, a dozen men carrying sticks led by 2 men in black suits ran quickly to the community entrance. To show goodwill, Lin Bai opened the car door and walked to the gate blocked by barbed wire. "Boss, is this a settlement? Can we join?" Lin Bai naturally did not reveal their true purpose. If refused outright, there would be no room for maneuver. As long as they could get in, they could figure things out later. One of the leading suit-wearing men looked at Lin Bai through the wire mesh. Despite Lin Bai's height of nearly 1.9 meters, his age and scholarly air made it obvious to the other party that he was still a student. In his eyes, students were naive and hadn't been tempered by society, so he let down his guard a bit, though he was curious how Lin Bai had survived the apocalypse. Thus the suit-wearing man banged the stick heavily against the wire mesh and asked, "You guys, how many of you?" "Just 2," Lin Bai replied, pointing to Lin Weiner in the car. Seeing Lin Bai point at her, Lin Weiner opened the door and got out. The moment they saw Lin Weiner, everyone's eyes widened. Damn, what a stunning woman. Even TV actresses aren't this good looking. Actresses are nothing, they're all caked in makeup. Look at her, no makeup at all, pure natural. She's absolutely top-notch. Damn, that kid is so lucky. When I was his age I hadn't even touched a woman. Behind the two suit-wearing men, the men with sticks muttered among themselves. After Lin Weiner appeared, the two suit-wearing men, who had been impatient, suddenly smiled. If Lin Bai and his companion were both men, letting them in would only consume their food, and they already had enough people. But Lin Weiner was different. Her looks, her figure. If they let her go, and their boss Ma Wenxiang found out, the two of them would be in trouble. In a man's world it all comes down to money, power, and women. In a small settlement like this, the leader had absolute authority, especially in the early days of the apocalypse when the world had just lost the deterrent of law. Many things people had dared not do before, suppressed deep in their hearts, would burst out completely. As the leader of the settlement, he naturally gained power, and then came the women. Ma Wenxiang was no exception. Before the apocalypse, he had been a driver delivering goods to supermarkets. After obtaining supreme power by chance, he naturally wanted to enjoy it fully. So the two suit-wearing men unhesitatingly opened the small door beside the wire mesh, invited Lin Weiner in, and said with a grin, "A great beauty wants to come in, of course we welcome you. Don't worry, we have plenty of food and drink here. We won't let you down." Since they had opened the door, Lin Weiner exchanged a glance with Lin Bai, and stepped over the iron bar at the bottom to enter. As Lin Weiner was halfway and one of the suit-wearing men reached out to help her, actually trying to take advantage of the moment. But just as his hand was about to touch Lin Weiner, Lin Bai quickly stepped forward, wrapped his arm around Lin Weiner's shoulder, and gently pulled her toward him. Then he shot the suit-wearing man a sharp glare as a warning. "You son of a bitch." The suit-wearing man couldn't tolerate such provocation. Not only was this their turf, but a student under 20 dared to look at him like that, making him lose face in front of so many people. In his eyes, Lin Bai was just spoiled, and had never suffered any setbacks. He still thought this was his school, or the pre-apocalypse world where the law protected him, and everyone would give in. Furious, the suit-wearing man raised his stick and swung it down at Lin Bai. Before the suited man's baton could land on Lin Bai, a dark muzzle of a gun pressed against his head the next second. Instinctively, the suited man halted his action and stepped back. Just when it seemed the matter was settled, another suited man looked at his companion in confusion and said, "Isn't this thing supposed to be useless now?" At that moment, the suited man who had been intimidated by Lin Bai suddenly came to his senses. That's right, hadn't the boss said all conventional human firearms had failed? Besides, he was just a college student. Where would he find a pistol? Even if he was lucky enough to snatch one from a police station in this country, police sidearms were typically Type 52 and Type 64 models. Even someone like him who knew little about guns understood that the odds of picking up a Desert Eagle in this country were nearly zero. In other words, regardless of whether firearms had failed or not, it was almost certain that Lin Bai's gun was a toy. With that thought, the suited man's embarrassment turned to fury. His retreat moments ago wasn't entirely due to the gun, more so, he had been startled by Lin Bai's eyes. When Lin Bai pointed the gun at him, he glimpsed death in that gaze. The reason he saw death in Lin Bai's eyes was that he believed Lin Bai was clearly at a disadvantage. When a person or animal is in a clear disadvantage, they become extremely fearful inside. Thus, when threatening others, their eyes reveal a ferocity, especially when at a disadvantage, to appear stronger and to make the opponent back off. Yet when Lin Bai aimed the gun at him, his eyes were strikingly calm, like a seasoned butcher holding a sharp knife over a trussed-up pig. So the suited man instinctively feared that look of disdain. But his companion's confusion, along with the need to save face in front of the crowd, made him abandon that life-saving instinct. He stepped forward, reaching for Lin Bai's gun, while cursing, "Fuck you, you little brat." However, just as his hand was about to touch Lin Bai's gun, bang! Lin Bai pulled the trigger, and a bullet instantly pierced his head. Lin Bai was not a bloodthirsty man. If he were, those people would have died when they made crude jokes about Lin Weiner, and the suited man would have perished when he reached for her. Precisely because he wasn't bloodthirsty, he only issued a warning. Yet the man should not have reached for Lin Bai's gun. To seize the gun meant bearing the consequences. After the gunshot, the suited man's eyes widened as he collapsed stiffly to the ground. Witnessing this, the others recoiled in terror, especially the other suited man, who dropped his baton in fright. While his original plan was to coexist peacefully, to negotiate and borrow the mysterious shop they had occupied. Now that he had killed one of their men, even if the boss here deemed a mere ordinary man's death trivial, he would still have to avenge his subordinate, to uphold his authority and face. Thus they were now enemies, and negotiation was off the table. "It's cousin is here." Suddenly the crowd stirred as a man in his 30s hurried over. "What's going on over there?" the middle-aged man shouted as he approached. "Cousin, it's him. He killed our man." The suited man rushed to greet him, pointing at Lin Bai to accuse him. Cousin, originally the cousin of Ma Wenxiang, the boss of Anshin Jiyuan, had previously worked in the city as a makeup artist for celebrities. By chance he returned home during the apocalypse. After Ma Wenxiang helped him become an evolver, everyone began calling him cousin. Kid, you're dead meat. Our cousin is an evolver. He probably doesn't even know what an evolver is, just relying on that gun. What use is a gun? Before an evolver, he won't even get a chance to fire. A gun. Cousin walked over, eyeing Lin Bai with some doubt, but he still bent down to check the suited man's wound. Are you also an evolver? After touching the wound on the suited man's forehead, Cousin sensed a trace of evolutionary energy there, leading him to conclude that the gun-wielding man was likely an evolver too. Yeah, are you the boss here? If you don't mind, take me to see your mysterious shop. This time Lin Bai stated his purpose outright. Hearing this, Cousin was stunned. Indeed, this guy was an evolver, and his gun was certainly no ordinary piece. Since he knew about the mysterious shop, the gun was likely purchased from one. Cousin looked at Lin Bai, feeling uncertain about confronting him. To stall Lin Bai, he said, "It's possible, but I'm not the one in charge here." As he spoke, he observed Lin Bai's expression, hinting that he wasn't the only evolver in this place. He also wanted to gauge Lin Bai's reaction to those words. Whoever's in charge doesn't matter. We just want to see if there's anything we need. You lead the way. Lin Bai gestured for Cousin to go ahead. Lin Bai's response only reinforced Cousin's belief that he was no ordinary evolver. Unless he was a fool who didn't catch the implication. Fine. Cousin immediately replied, pointing to a building in the west. The mysterious shop is in a fast food joint under that building. Alright, thanks. Lin Bai nodded and pulled Lin Weiner forward. Since Lin Bai had been blocking her view, it was only now that Cousin got a full look at Lin Weiner. Damn, where did this kid find such a stunning beauty? Cousin's eyes widened, even entertaining the thought that Lin Weiner might have been bought from a mysterious shop. Due to his work, he had seen plenty of beautiful actresses, so he couldn't believe a woman of Lin Weiner's beauty existed in this world. So is the sister-in-law also an evolver? Cousin asked casually as they walked. Sister-in-law. Both Lin Weiner and Lin Bai were taken aback by the term. However, Lin Bai clearly approved of it. He put his arm around Lin Weiner's shoulder and chuckled her. She's just an ordinary person, not an evolver. Over a distance of 50 to 60 meters, Lin Weiner and the cousin chatted casually. To the cousin, he seemed utterly indifferent to the fate of the man in the suit, nor did he harbor any significant hostility toward Lin Bai and Lin Weiner. Soon the trio arrived in front of the fast food restaurant the cousin had mentioned, and a crowd simultaneously emerged from all directions. You're the one who killed our man. A woman of decent appearance approached Lin Bai, clearly having been tipped off in advance. Yes, I killed him, Lin Bai admitted directly, then pointed at the fast food restaurant and asked, is the mystic shop inside? Are you playing dumb? Don't think that just because you're an evolver too you can come here and cause trouble, the woman said. As she turned her gaze to Lin Weiner, a flicker of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Though her own beauty could rival that of any actress in the entertainment industry, she was utterly outshone in Lin Weiner's presence. She had no blood relation to Ma Wenxiang. It was only after offering herself to him that she obtained a vial of evolution serum. Now her status in this settlement was second only to Ma Wenxiang and his parents, and she was on the verge of securing a position just beneath the leader. However, Lin Weiner's arrival stirred a sense of crisis within her. As the saying goes, jealousy distorts one's face and greed drives one to madness. The woman cast a displeased look at the cousin and demanded, Cousin, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to just bring people here casually? No, I just thought this brother is also an evolver with considerable strength, so I thought we could invite them to join. The cousin seemed to defer to the woman. No, she interrupted him flatly, refusing outright. She believed that if Lin Weiner joined, her own position would be in jeopardy. But she couldn't be too obvious about it, so she began plotting how to eliminate her. Sorry, Weiner, and I have no intention of joining you. We just want to use the mystic shop, Lin Bai shrugged, stating his request. Borrow. Another person sneered at Lin Bai. Kid, haven't you figured out the situation? We have 5 evolvers here, and you dare to rob us alone. What an idiot, did you get brainwashed by books? Just kill him, the little bastard. Why waste words? A middle-aged man in his 40s cursed. I said borrow, not rob. And watch your mouth, or don't blame me if you end up in trouble later, Lin Bai replied. Did you hear that? He says he'll make us suffer. Big sister, give the word, and he'll finish him off now. A young man in his late 20s, looking rather cocky, glared at Lin Bai angrily. Handle it yourselves, the woman said, her eyes fixed on Lin Weiner. Her mind was entirely consumed with how to make Lin Weiner disappear quickly. The mystic shop had just refreshed, and Ma Wenxiang and his parents were inside shopping. They might come out any moment. She was determined not to let Ma Wenxiang see Lin Weiner. Hearing her words, the young man charged at Lin Bai with a ferocious expression. Without a word, Lin Bai raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. This time he held nothing back, expending a third of the energy from the crystal core stored in the magazine. In contrast, when he killed the man in the suit earlier, he hadn't used the crystal core's energy at all. Bang! A beam of white light shot forth. Seeing Lin Bai raise his pistol, the young man sensed danger and tried to dodge. As an evolver, his dodge speed was remarkable. Against an ordinary gun, he would have evaded it. However, the white light, as thin as a chopstick at the muzzle, instantly expanded into a pillar of light that blasted toward him. Ah! A scream pierced the air. When the light pillar vanished, the young man lay on the ground wailing in agony. His left arm and part of his shoulder were a bloody mess with white bone exposed. Unable to bear witnessing such suffering, Lin Bai raised his pistol, aimed at the young man's head, and pulled the trigger again, ending his life swiftly. That way the pain would stop. It was like when cooking chicken, he preferred to end its suffering with a single clean cut. If the knife was dull and the chicken took too long to die, it troubled him. This had always been Lin Bai's principle for livestock raised for meat. One may kill, but should not torture. Watching this, the cousin's mouth twitched. He was relieved he hadn't chosen to fight him. After the young man's death, the ordinary people gathered behind, panicked, and the timid ones quietly retreated a few steps. So even evolvers could die. Seeing Lin Bai dispatch one of their evolvers with such ease, the remaining evolvers were too terrified to speak. I told you we're just borrowing. It's not like the shop won't refresh. Now another life is lost, Lin Weiner muttered. She wasn't thrilled about it either. After all, this was their territory, and it made them look like they were here to rob the place. If they had been refused entry at the door, she and Lin Bai would have simply left. Hearing Lin Weiner's muttering, the woman finally lost her temper and pointed at her, cursing, "You bitch, you don't get to speak here. When my husband comes out." She stopped mid-sentence, realizing that Lin Bai's gun was now aimed at her head. Lin Bai stared at her expressionlessly and said slowly, "Try cursing again." The woman trembled, her arrogance vanishing instantly. She bit her lip, fear flickering in her eyes as she recalled the devastating power of a shot. You should leave now while you still can," she managed to say, suppressing her fear. "Once my husband comes out, you won't be able to escape." Ignoring her, Lin Bai walked into the fast food restaurant with Lin Weiner. Behind them, the woman's resentful voice rang out. "You're a man, you should understand what I mean. Don't you care about your girlfriend? When Ma Wenxiang comes out, even if you're lucky enough to get away, she definitely won't. You want it? Here, take it." As the woman's words faded, Lin Bai and Lin Weiner, who were about to enter the fast food restaurant, halted their steps. Initially assuming the duo had heeded her command, they realized that three figures were slowly emerging from the establishment, led by Ma Wenxiang, accompanied by his parents Ma Guodong and Lu Daifan. Though Lin Weiner did not recognize them, she had gleaned their identities through the protracted exchange. Ma Wenxiang, upon reaching the entrance and witnessing the gathered crowd, intended to assert his authority with a reprimand. However, when his eyes fell upon Lin Weiner, his countenance cycled through a series of expressions. Beautiful, utterly breathtaking. Subconsciously, his mind raced with myriad thoughts, ultimately solidifying his conviction that Lin Weiner was a tribute presented by his subordinates. In this faction, he reigned as the undisputed sovereign, who all treasures were rightfully his, and only his leftovers would be passed to others. Women too were no exception. "Well done, lad." Ma Wenxiang beamed at Lin Bai, presuming he had come to offer Lin Weiner. Yet after a moment's thought, he failed to place Lin Bai, realizing he had never encountered him before. Such trivialities mattered not. He desired this woman, and as for Lin Bai, given his apparent compliance, Ma Wenxiang decided to reward him with an evolution potion, inducting him as the 9th evolved being here. Just then, the evolved man in his 40s hastened past Lin Bai to Ma Wenxiang's side, pointing at Lin Bai with terror. "Nephew, it's these two who intend to seize the mystic shop. They just slew your cousin." Hearing this, Ma Wenxiang's visage darkened instantly. Had he misjudged the situation? In that moment, fury ignited within him, as if his most sacred nerve had been trampled. "So you're not here to deliver a woman to me?" Ma Wenxiang's voice simmered with rage as he fixed his gaze on Lin Bai. "Are you deranged? Who would offer you a woman?" Lin Bai retorted with a dismissive glare, then glanced at Lin Weiner, adding, "If you refer to her, that's even more impossible. She belongs to me." "Who belongs to you?" Lin Weiner murmured softly, yet during such negotiations she refrained from undermining Lin Bai's authority, nor did she feel any aversion. "Yours, oi." Ma Wenxiang scoffed bitterly. "Fine, I've decided. I won't kill you yet. Instead, I'll make you watch as I strip her bare piece by piece, and then..." Xiao Bai shut him up. Lin Weiner could no longer endure such filth, baffled by these people's penchant for crude boasts. Without her prompting, Lin Bai was equally unwilling to see her insulted. As Ma Wenxiang spoke, Lin Bai raised his gun, training it on him. "Wenxiang, beware. His gun is formidable," the middle-aged man hastily warned. "What's so fearsome about a lousy gun?" Ma Wenxiang sneered, reaching out to teach Lin Bai a lesson. Bang! Without another word, Lin Bai pulled the trigger. He knew that with such a man, only force could facilitate communication. A streak of white light erupted from the muzzle, instantly striking the signboard on the fast food restaurant's second floor. Half of it disintegrated while the remainder was charred black as if scorched by a raging inferno. Moi. Both Lin Bai and Ma Wenxiang exchanged incredulous glances. Ma Wenxiang was astonished by the gun's devastating power far exceeding his imagination. A direct hit would be catastrophic. What's wrong? Lin Weiner looked at Lin Bai, doubting he would show mercy, or that his aim could be so poor as to hit only the sign. There's something off about this man. I felt a force lifting my muzzle just now, Lin Bai explained. Ma Wenxiang stared at Lin Bai for a long moment, then sneered. Impressive power, but it seems my ability is the perfect counter to your gun. How about lending it to me? As he extended a hand toward Lin Bai, the latter sensed an invisible force attempting to wrest the weapon from his grasp. Telekinesis. Lin Bai frowned, gripping his gun tightly to prevent its loss. After a tense standoff lasting over 10 seconds, Ma Wenxiang realized he couldn't seize the firearm. Undeterred, he knew that as long as he was present, Lin Bai couldn't aim accurately. He'll control his gun. You lot take him down. Be careful not to kill him. I want to entertain him properly later. Emboldened by Ma Wenxiang's orders, the others concluded that Lin Bai's only asset was his firearm. Without it, overwhelming him would be effortless. Evolution card enhance. Evolved equipment card greatsword. Just as the group surged forward to subdue Lin Bai, they witnessed Lin Weiner's hair suddenly lengthen into a flowing white mane, and a massive two-handed greatsword materialized in her hands. Special skill shield. In an instant, the greatsword in Lin Weiner's hands swelled to the size of an iron gate. Swinging it in a wide arc, the enlarged blade left no room for evasion, sending the assailants flying to an unknown distance. That's how you use the shield. Lin Bai remarked, aware that the greatsword's special skill could be employed defensively, but he never expected Lin Weiner to devise such an innovative application. In his view, as the man, he should be the one charging with the greatsword. Meanwhile, Lin Weiner, as a woman, ought to wield the gun. Yet here, he was a man firing from a distance while she charged into battle with the greatsword. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Weiner chuckled. Truly impressive. Lin Bai gave her a thumbs up. Watching their playful exchange, Ma Wenxiang's eyes blazed with fury. Where did these two acquire such an arsenal of bizarre weapons? With this thought, he extended his other hand toward Lin Weiner. Since he couldn't seize the gun, he would claim the sword instead. Feeling a force tugging at her greatsword, Lin Weiner looked up at Ma Wenxiang and blinked playfully. Do you want this sword? Nonsense. Do you think I can't overpower a mere woman? Once I take your sword, you're finished. With that, Ma Wenxiang exerted all his telekinetic strength to wrench the blade from her grasp. Then I'll give it to you. Make sure you hold it steady, Lin Weiner said with a sly smile, releasing her grip. Lin Weiner regarded him with a sly smile, then released her grip. Watching Lin Weiner release the heavy sword in her hand, Ma Wenxiang didn't think too much and simply made a grasping motion through the air, intending to pull the heavy sword into his own possession. However, he suddenly felt his wrist grow heavy, followed by a loud bang, as the sword crashed to the ground, cracking several fissures in the marble floor. Ma Wenxiang clutched his wrist, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. When he had attempted to grab the heavy sword from a distance, his strength proved insufficient, and caught off guard, his wrist nearly snapped. He deduced that even if the sword did not weigh 1,000 jin, it could not be much lighter. In truth, given Ma Wenxiang's actual power, had he tried to lift Lin Weiner's heavy sword with his bare hands, it would have been a strenuous effort, yet still barely possible. The problem, however, lay in the distance, which prevented him from exerting any real force. It's something you've already discarded. Lin Weiner bent down and picked up the heavy sword. In her hands, this 7-toei Thundregen weapon felt as light as a toy. Impossible, how can this be? Ma Wenxiang was dazed. The ability to telekinetically grasp objects from a distance was a power he had purchased at a great cost, for which he had even passed up some seemingly formidable weapons. But now, as he saw it, this ability was utterly worthless in his hands. Neither of the two before him could he handle. Especially this woman. How could she possess such terrifying brute strength? A weapon weighing over 1,000 jin was like a plaything in her grasp. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Bai beside him moved. Bang! A beam of light burst from the muzzle and instantly struck Ma Wenxiang's head. Son! Bang! Bang! Lin Bai fired 2 more shots, and Ma Wenxiang's parents fell dead on the spot. Then Lin Bai approached the few evolvers lying on the ground who were not yet dead, and finished them off. Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time he had killed so many people, but at this moment, he felt no hesitation whatsoever, not even blinking. In the end, only the cousin remained among the evolvers. Lin Bai glanced at him, then holstered his gun. Unlike the others, throughout the entire ordeal, the cousin had not spoken a single ill word about Lin Weiner, nor shown any significant hostility. After dealing with these people, Lin Bai searched the evolvers and found 4 bottles of first-stage evolution potion and some spirit cores on Ma Wenxiang's person. Well, take 2 bottles and leave the rest for him. Lin Weiner said, pointing to the cousin. She planned to give the 2 bottles of evolution potion to Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan. Liang Xiaosong had lost an arm earlier and would likely still be at the service area. As for leaving 2 bottles for the cousin, it was out of consideration that he seemed decent and that there were still many ordinary people here who needed protection. You're leaving? The cousin took the 2 bottles of evolution potion from Lin Bai and asked, stunned. What do you want to avenge them? Lin Bai retorted. The cousin then shook his head with a bitter smile. How could I possibly take revenge? Besides, although Ma Wenqiang's family and I are relatives, the connection is distant. Getting the evolution potion was actually because of my own efforts. Spare me your family affairs. I've given you the evolution potion. Distribute it as you see fit. Educate these people properly. If you provoke someone formidable again, it's uncertain whether you'll survive, Lin Bai said, casting a glance at him. The cousin nodded, holding the evolution potion as if recalling something, and said, there might be some good stuff in Ma Wenqiang's room. Do you want? No need. Keep them for yourself. With that, Lin Bai and Lin Weiner entered the fast food restaurant and then stepped into the advanced mysterious shop. Inside the shop, there were weapons like knives, spears, and clubs which were rather useless to the 2 of them. The display showed that the next refresh time would be 7 days away. They had no time to wait, so they packed up and left for the next mysterious shop on the map. The reason Lin Weiner thought of Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan was that the location of the next mysterious shop was not far from that service area. This time they drove for nearly 4 hours before reaching the vicinity of the mysterious shop, mainly because they had been continuously killing zombies along the way to gather spirit cores. Adding these to their remaining spirit cores, and those collected from Ma Wenqiang, the total number of spirit cores reached over 470. Overall, killing zombies one by one was not as efficient as plundering from others. During the journey they encountered other survivors, but to save time they avoided them by taking wide detours. The thought of robbing others had crossed their minds, but since those people had not offended them, their morality held them back. As for someone like Ma Wenqiang, killing him was justified since he had struck first, leaving no psychological burden. After arriving near the mysterious shop on the map, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. This time the location of the mysterious shop was rather tricky. It was near a hospital building in the county town. Before entering the county town, the 2 of them looked toward the county from a nearby hillside. Inside it was densely packed with zombies. The reason for this was that all entrances and exits of the county were blocked by a chaotic jumble of vehicles, making it impossible for any cars inside to get out. According to the map, the county's layout was centered around a large artificial lake with roads radiating outward. Each traffic route mostly intersected in a grid pattern. In the core urban area, there were 9 horizontal roads and 5 vertical roads. The hospital's location was at the intersection of the 7th horizontal road and the 4th vertical road. Fortunately, it was not in the city center. The 2 of them parked the car about 700 or 800 meters outside the 5th vertical road and carefully advanced on foot. Lin Weiner had already used a strength enhancement card. The 2 of them moved swiftly along the edges of the street's buildings toward the hospital. However, just as they neared the hospital's main entrance, a group of zombies wandering on the road in front of the hospital discovered them. The hospital consisted of 3 buildings, and the one containing the mysterious shop was the rightmost building. So they quickly dashed toward that building. Whenever zombies blocked their path, they killed them instantly, without a second glance, and burst into the building. As soon as they entered the first floor, 7 or 8 zombies lunged at them. After dispatching these, they saw the horde of zombies surging toward them from outside, and hurriedly ran up the stairs. Fortunately, each floor of the hospital had a fire door, which was quite sturdy. At every level, they firmly shut the door behind them until they climbed to the 16th floor. Grandpa looked down there. There seemed to be 2 people. A little boy stood before the glass window on the 17th floor of the hospital's inpatient building, calling out to the others in the ward. Yet no one in the room paid him any attention at that moment. The 17th floor had always been the VIP ward of this hospital, each room costing 4 figures a day just for the bed. As a county hospital, such VIP wards were rather awkward. Ordinary folks couldn't afford them, and the wealthy typically wouldn't choose a county hospital, opting instead for the city at least. Thus, there had always been few patients on the 17th floor. Over 10 days ago, retired cadre Yang Maosen had checked into the VIP ward here due to a minor ailment, not wanting the hassle of going to the city. Upon learning of his hospitalization, visitors came bearing flowers, fruits, and snacks, nearly filling his room to the brim. Fortunately, it was these very supplies that had allowed them to survive until now. On the 17th floor were 8 people: 56-year-old Yang Maosen, his 5-year-old grandson Yang Xiaoyan, his daughter-in-law, Zhou Miao Miao, and his son Yang Kaiqing. Also present were Kong Mei, a female nurse hired by the family to care for Yang Maolin, and a middle-aged man named Wang Jianfeng, who had come bearing gifts. In another ward, a woman in her 50s was a patient accompanied by her son Zheng Xiaolong. At that moment Zheng Xiaolong gazed out the window, deeply troubled. He had survived this long only because the day before his mother was hospitalized he had prepared some of her favorite snacks. Since his elder brother wasn't in the county, he alone was caring for their mother, and he had brought along some treats to nibble on during the dull hours of tending to her. Yet even so, despite rationing over these days, he and his mother had completely run out of food. On the ward's table lay the last 2 bottles of glucose. These 2 bottles were the final things sustaining their lives. Sigh. Zheng Xiaolong sat by the window and let out a sigh. Just then he suddenly spotted 2 people downstairs. A man and a woman, it seemed. Yes, living people. They dashed swiftly toward the building, instantly killing any zombies that tried to approach them. Are they even human? Zheng Xiaolong's mind was reeling with shock. The 2 moved with a prowess that surpassed even the martial arts masters in ancient costume dramas. Am I hallucinating? No, that can't be right. It must be real. Wait, they're heading into our building. What if? Suddenly a glimmer of hope sparked within Zheng Xiaolong. If he could get their help, might they be saved? So he immediately left the ward and made his way to the stairwell entrance. What are you doing? Wang Jianfeng, the middle-aged man who had come to gift Yang Maosen, spotted him from another ward. Zheng Xiaolong felt a surge of irritation at the sight of Wang Jianfeng. It wasn't just Wang, he had clashed quite a bit with the others in the other ward as well. Since the apocalypse began, Zheng Xiaolong had fought with Yang Maosen's family over the ownership of several boxes of glucose. But with only himself on his side, he had managed to secure some after the conflict. Later he had considered checking the 16th floor, but was stopped by Yang Maosen's family, creating further bad blood between them. However, at this point Zheng Xiaolong had no intention of arguing further. He shared what he had just seen with Wang Jianfeng. To his surprise, Wang didn't believe a word, suspecting Zheng was trying to open the door to the stairwell and doom them all. So Wang immediately called Yang Kaiqing out, and together they kept watch over Zheng Xiaolong. Zheng Xiaolong was utterly exasperated. Here was a chance for salvation. Though he didn't know if they would help, it was worth a try. If he didn't even attempt it, he wouldn't last many more days. Thus the 2 sides fell into another quarrel. Dad, I saw people down there too, a big brother and sister. 5-year-old Yang Xiaodian struggled to express himself, but everyone was caught up in the argument, paying no heed to a child of 5. Xiaolong. Just then Zheng Xiaolong's mother staggered out of the ward. Xiaolong, don't argue with them. Mom, why did you come out? Seeing his mother, Zheng Xiaolong hurried back to support her and led her into the ward. Upon reaching the 16th floor and clearing it of zombies, Lin Weiner discovered the mysterious shop they had been desperately seeking, located in the office behind the nurse's station. The 2 quickly entered the shop to inspect its wares. On the first shelf lay a staff and an axe, their grades comparable to Lin Beistang's sword, so they were passed over. On the second shelf sat a beautifully crafted box. Lin Weiner walked over, picked it up, and read the description. Item name: Flame Rune. Item type: Rune. Item color: purple, upgradable max orange. Item description: a high-grade rune. When an evolver merges with the flame rune, flames can envelop their entire body, enhancing attack and defense while adding fire damage. Shall buy, this is for you. Lin Weiner had no use for it. She wasn't an evolver, so she handed the rune directly to Lin Bai. Though he didn't know what a rune was, the color grade alone told him it was something valuable. Generally, the color rarity of items sold in the mysterious shop ranged from low to high: gray, white, blue, yellow, green, purple, orange. Lin Beistang's sword was white, and even the gun gifted by the mysterious merchant was only blue. While rarity didn't necessarily equate to power, it did to some extent highlight the preciousness of this rune. Lin Bai took the box and opened it, revealing a metal character for fire. Picking up the fire character, Lin Bai didn't stand on ceremony with Lin Weiner. After all, she was an ordinary person and couldn't use it. Moreover, since her current form was a card, even if she drank an evolution potion, she could never become an evolver. Holding the metal fire character, Lin Bai pressed it to his chest and began the fusion. In less than half a minute, the fusion was complete. Lin Bai opened his eyes and extended a hand. In an instant, his entire arm burst into flames. The flame rune was entirely different from fire control. Fire control allowed remote manipulation of flames, whereas after merging with the flame rune, Lin Bai could only envelop himself or his weapons in fire to enhance his attack power and such. Lin Bai's flame inscriptions cost 400 crystal cores, leaving only a little over 100. Continuing to browse, Lin Weiner spotted a familiar item, a card. She quickly picked it up and saw that on the front of the card was a fairy dressed in a white feathered gown whose face was identical to her own. This fairy seemed to be in a frigid, snowy environment, with swirling snowflakes falling from the sky around her, as if merging with her very being. Card type: character card. Princess Xiongfei Lin Weiner. Card category: derived enhancement card. Card grade: purple. Usage restriction: using this card consumes mental energy. If mental energy is insufficient, the transformation will be forcibly cancelled. Character skill: snow dance. Princess Xiongfei displays an elegant dance causing moisture in the air to condense into ice and snow, freezing enemies and reducing their agility. Character skill flight. Xiongfei symbolizes a snowflake. As long as air flows, Princess Xiongfei can fly like a snowflake on the wind. Character skill 6-petal instant kill. Xiongfei symbolizes a snowflake, and a snowflake is also called a 6-petal flower. Upon using this skill, Princess Xiongfei can transform the snowstorm into icy blades, silently claiming the lives of her enemies. Card upgrade. This card can be upgraded by absorbing crystal core energy. Description. Legend has it that when the first snowflake in the universe gained consciousness, it named itself Xiongfei, and the world reverently called her Princess Xiongfei. At that moment, Lin Bai leaned over, finished reading, and said excitedly, "I'm fire, and you've got ice. Damn, the perfect combination of fire and ice." Before he could finish, Lin Wainer stood on tiptoe, reached up, grabbed his ear, and twisted it, saying, "Lin Bai, are you asking for trouble again?" I didn't mean it that way, you misunderstood me." Lin Bai quickly crouched, slightly tilted his head, and pried her hand away with effort. "As if I don't know you." Lin Wainer shot him a glare. Lin Bai chuckled awkwardly, then noticed the card's price was 0 again, and muttered, "Why is it always 0? Last time your card was 0, and now it's 0 again. What's wrong with 0? It saves you money, doesn't it?" Lin Wainer said, exasperated. "Why would it be saving me money? If we were married, you could say that, since it's shared property, but we're not married yet, so it's not joint property." Lin Bai shrugged with an infuriating expression. Seeing Lin Wainer's unfriendly glare, he quickly stepped back, fearing she might pinch his ear again. Lin Wainer rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. She took out a crystal core and let the card absorb it to see if it could level up. It could absorb, but one core was like a single drop in the ocean. There was no reaction. It seemed this card would require an immense number of crystal cores to upgrade. After the Princess Xiongfei card absorbed the crystal core's energy, Lin Wainer noticed that the Linmu original card, given by the mysterious merchant, stirred slightly. It seemed to want to absorb crystal core energy too. Lin Wainer didn't know what to make of this black card. She still couldn't understand what the black card was. There was no mention of a black grade in the rarity rankings. Crucially, since the card was half-sealed, many of its keywords were inaccessible. In Lin Wainer's view, sealed items throughout history were rarely good things. So until she knew the card's full nature, she dared not use it. At least that was the most plausible reason she could find for not using it. Still, since it also wanted to absorb crystal cores, she decided to give it some. Maybe if it absorbed enough, its full attributes would eventually be revealed. After casually feeding 2 crystal cores to Lin Mu's original card, she noticed the card's image seemed slightly clearer, though still indistinct. She could only vaguely make out a silhouette. As for the hidden keywords, nothing appeared, even after absorbing the 2 cores. With just over 100 cores left, Lin Wainer bought a white machete and a bottle of evolution serum from a corner shelf. The machete could be given to Liang Xiaosong later, the rest was useless. After leaving the mysterious shop, the two went to a window and looked outside. They were startled to see a sea of zombies, at least several thousand. If they went down, they'd be done for in minutes. So they decided not to rush and waited for the zombie horde to thin out before making a move. Why is the door on the floor above locked? Could someone be there? Lin Bai looked around. They had been from the 1st to the 16th floor and never seen a fire door locked. Even if someone was there, they'd have starved by now. There's no food in the hospital, Lin Wainer said casually. What if they have food? Isn't the mysterious shop supposed to appear where people are? As he spoke, Lin Bai walked up the stairs and gently pushed the fire door. It was firmly locked. He pushed harder, and the door rattled, followed by the sound of something falling. Lin Bai then kicked the door with force, knocking the screws out of the frame. With a clatter, tables and chairs behind the door toppled over. Oh, there are people. After kicking the door open, Lin Bai saw several terrified faces. A man in his 30s grabbed an iron rod and pointed it at Lin Bai, shouting, "Who are you? What do you want?" Lin Bai detected a hint of officialdom in his tone, the kind of condescension used by those in power to scold commoners. "Looks like you're living well here. Sorry I won't disturb you." Lin Bai curled his lip, not wanting to engage further. "Wait," the man called out as Lin Bai turned to leave. Lin Bai looked back and the man immediately demanded, "What's the situation on the other floors?" "Come down and see for yourself," Lin Bai replied, annoyed by the man's arrogant interrogative tone. "Chief Lin, don't go. He might be up to something," a middle-aged man nearby warned. "I don't care if you come or not," Lin Bai said, turning to leave. Just then a frantic voice called out, "Hero, hero. I'll go. Please take me with you." "Hero? Where's a hero?" Lin Wainer was curious. Lin Bai had guessed right, there were people on the upper floor. She came up to see and heard someone shouting about a hero. No wonder they'd survived for over 10 days. They must have had seafood to eat. "What prawn?" Hearing Lin Wainer shout, Lin Bai was stunned. He turned around and saw a young man in his late 20s carrying a woman in her 50s rushing toward the fire exit. Seeing this, Lin Bai absent-mindedly replied, I don't have any prawns either. In truth, he half believed the man was asking for food, especially after Lin Weiner's mention of prawns. The young man paused, then continued, "No chivalrous hero, can you take me with you?" Chivalrous hero. Lin Bai finally understood, and couldn't help but chuckle. What nonsense about a chivalrous hero. At that moment Lin Weiner came closer. Through the crack in the door the young man caught sight of her, and his heart skipped a beat. As expected, a beauty matched a hero. He had guessed correctly. Such an exquisite woman could only be worthy of a chivalrous hero. Surely she must be a heroine herself, and with her looks calling her a celestial maiden would not be an exaggeration. Since she was a celestial maiden, she must be soft-hearted. If he begged her, perhaps she would lend him a hand. Celestial? Little celestial maiden, and you great hero, my mother, and I have been trapped here for over 10 days with nothing to eat. If you're leaving, could you take me along? The young man stood at the door repeating his plea. I can take you, but you've seen the outside. If danger arises, I might not be able to protect you. Hearing the man call Lin Weiner a celestial maiden, Lin Bai nearly burst out laughing. He agreed to take the man mainly because he was carrying an elderly woman on his back. Moreover, his attitude was the complete opposite of the others. Lin Weiner was speechless. A celestial maiden indeed. She decided to leave the matter to Lin Bai. Good. He'll try not to hold you back, the young man said, his face brimming with excitement. He then carried his mother toward the fire door. Wait. Someone else blocked his path, then turned to Lin Bai asking skeptically, are you saying you have a way out of here? None of your damn business. Lin Bai glanced at him, saw the fire door gap was too narrow, and pushed it wider to let the young man carrying his mother pass. In the apocalypse, when survival was uncertain, he admired someone who could still protect their mother. Once the young man walked over with his mother, Lin Bai even gave him a steadying hand. Hearing Lin Bai's blunt retort, the man's face turned green with anger. In this county town, few dared speak to him like that. Just then an elderly man and a 5 or 6-year-old boy emerged from a hospital room. The boy tugged at the trouser leg of the 30-something man, pointing at Lin Bai and the others. Daddy, that big brother and sister are superheroes. They're amazing. They can beat those monsters outside. Young man, wait. The nearly 60-year-old man called out to Lin Bai. My name is Yang Mousen, formerly the director of a certain department here. These are my family. If you can get us out, we'll be deeply grateful and reward you handsomely. Oh, so you're the esteemed director. Lin Bai glanced back at the old man, who indeed had an official air about him. In a small county, a director was a lofty figure far beyond the reach of commoners like him. No wonder his son spoke so arrogantly with a bureaucratic tone. He must have followed in his father's political footsteps. Hearing Lin Bai utter the words, esteemed director, Yang Mousen's son Yang Kaiching sneered. As expected, commoners were just commoners. They would grovel before the county's elite. You know your place. If you get us out, consider it a favor from our family. At the very least, ITLL save you 10 years of hard work. Yang Kaiching maintained his condescending tone. Having grown up in such a privileged family, he looked down on ordinary people. Not interested. Lin Bai couldn't be bothered to waste words with this family. Then a thought struck him. Did they still think only this area had fallen? So they still clung to hope, and with hope they would strive to survive. What would happen if he extinguished that flicker of hope? A mischievous grin crept across Lin Bai's face. For the sake of the esteemed director, I'll tell you this: the whole world is now like the outside. No one is coming to save you. As expected, the moment Lin Bai uttered those words, the family's expressions changed entirely. Yes, they had thought the same. But still, the zombies outside were merely flesh and blood. Under a hail of bullets and artillery fire, these creatures would eventually be eliminated. Are you telling the truth? Yang Mousen's face turned ashen. He doubted Lin Bai's words, yet for so many days the county had indeed remained silent. If that were true, wouldn't his entire family be doomed here before long? He was old, and his own death mattered little, but his son and grandson were still so young. Lying to you won't do me any good. Lin Bai shrugged and descended the stairs. Back on the 16th floor, Lin Bai and Lin Weiner surveyed the scene below, finding the zombies wandering aimlessly again. Checking the time, they decided to leave immediately. Every extra day in a zombie-infested place increased the danger unless they planned never to leave the building. If you're really leaving with so many zombies out there, how do you plan to get through? Just then the family that had been cowering on the 17th floor appeared at the stairwell, asking Lin Bai. Their arrogant tone was gone. However we go, taking the two of them is already our limit. Lin Bai hadn't intended to address them further, but seeing the 5-year-old boy at the stairwell softened his heart. He pointed to the mysterious shop and added, if you want to survive, go down and check that place out. Whether you make it is up to you. With that, they swiftly rushed down the stairs. Upon descending to the 3rd floor, one could see through the glass windows the dark, aimless horde of zombies wandering in the square outside. If they were surrounded, escape would be utterly impossible. As for the 1st floor of this building, it had long been overrun by zombies. After the zombies breached the door leading to the second floor, some of them had also flooded into the second floor. Fortunately, when the zombies destroyed the entrance to the second floor, Lin Weiner and the others had already ascended to the third and fourth floors. The zombies had not found the door to the third floor, so for now, only the first and second floors were infested. However, this meant they could not descend to the lower floors lest they alert the creatures. After the group scoured every corner of the third floor, Zheng Xiaolong noticed a window near the restroom and called Lin Weiner and Lin Bai over. Lin Bai, Xiaolong, come see if this way is viable. During their brief descent, Lin Bai had told Zheng Xiaolong about the evolvers, and the latter had finally stopped calling them heroes. Lin Weiner and Lin Bai looked outside the restroom window. Below there was a heating pipe as thick as a man's embrace. The pipe twisted and turned before reaching the ground of a green belt about 100 to 200 meters away. Alright, well, go via the pipe. After deciding, Lin Weiner thought for a moment, then took out a vial of evolution serum from her bag and handed it to Zheng Xiaolong, urging him to drink it. On their way there, after their earlier ruckus at the hospital entrance, the zombies had become far more alert than before, making the situation much more dangerous than when they first arrived. Now they had to bring Zheng Xiaolong and his mother Wang Yin along. If any misstep or unforeseen event occurred during the journey, it would be too late to remedy. Moreover, the mother and son had been suffering from food shortages for days, leaving them weak and sluggish, even less capable than ordinary people. In the event of an emergency, they wouldn't even be able to flee. Rather than scrambling to fix things after an incident, it was better to prepare in advance. This for me, eh? Seeing the evolution serum Lin Weiner offered Zheng Xiaolong, who now understood how precious it was, appeared flustered and at a loss. Enough, drink it quickly. Time is running short, Lin Bai urged, glancing outside. Alright. Zheng Xiaolong hastily agreed, fumbling to unscrew the cap and drink it down. The moment it entered his system, he felt a surge of power welling up from within, spreading through his entire body, instantly dispelling the fatigue from days of deprivation. Sensing the transformation, Zheng Xiaolong's face lit up with astonishment. Meanwhile, Wang Yin, standing nearby, didn't fully grasp the nature of the evolution serum, but from the earlier conversation on the stairs, she understood that after her son drank this potion, he would become extraordinarily powerful and immune to zombie infection. Seeing her son's delighted expression, Wang Yin gently patted him and shot him a meaningful glance. However, Zheng Xiaolong seemed not to catch her hint. Sigh. Wang Yin sighed helplessly, then approached Lin Weiner and said, Xiaolong, thank you for bringing us out and giving such a precious thing to Xiaolong. Whether we make it out today or not, we owe you our lives. In the future, if you need anything, just tell Xiaolong to do it. If he dares to disobey, feel free to discipline him. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Lin Weiner smiled. Naturally, she hadn't given away the evolution serum for nothing. She hadn't expected this aunt to be so perceptive. Truly, age brought wisdom, understanding, without needing explicit explanation. Given her refined attire and residence in the VIP ward, she must have navigated the complexities of society in her younger years. At that moment, Zheng Xiaolong snapped out of his excitement and quickly added, Yes, they'll follow you from now on. Lin Bai and I do plan to form a team, but let's talk about that after we get out, Lin Weiner said before beginning to plan their retreat route. Since Zheng Xiaolong had only become an evolver a few minutes ago and was unfamiliar with controlling his newfound energy, Lin Weiner would carry Wang Yin on her back and lead the way, with Zheng Xiaolong in the middle and Lin Bai bringing up the rear. Alright, let's proceed as planned. With that, Lin Weiner activated her enhancement card, and as before, a cascade of silvery white hair instantly grew out. Under the stunned gazes of Wang Yin and Zheng Xiaolong, she smoothed the hair from her forehead with her right hand, then hoisted Wang Yin onto her back. Climbing out the window, Lin Weiner, with Wang Yin on her back, leaped lightly and landed steadily on the thick heating pipe. Zheng Xiaolong and Lin Bai followed suit. Carefully navigating the winding 100-meter-long pipe, the trio finally reached the ground. However, before they could catch their breath, something stirred in the green belt less than 10 meters away. Run! Lin Bai shouted in a low, urgent voice as a hulking green-skinned monster, its muscles bulging, suddenly leaped from the greenery and lunged toward them. Lin Bai swiftly drew his Tang sword and slashed at the airborne monster. The creature, however, swung its arm directly at the blade. The moment they clashed, Lin Bai felt as though his sword had struck a non-Newtonian fluid. Then he saw a viscous green liquid gush from the monster's arm, enveloping the blade in a sticky mess. After landing, the monster kicked at Lin Bai with fluid motion. From the leap to the sword clash to the kick, the entire sequence took less than 2 seconds. The creature's elongated muscular form resembled a fitness enthusiast, no, a humanoid fitness freak. Lin Bai sidestepped the kick while straining to pull the green slime-coated Tang sword free. Meanwhile, Lin Weiner had handed Wang Yin over to Zheng Xiaolong. This location was unsuitable for a prolonged fight, both in terms of time and space. A swift resolution was imperative. Derived equipment card, greatsword. Special skill shield. As Lin Weiner hurled her greatsword behind the monster, it transformed into a semicircular iron shield, momentarily restricting the creature's movement. Flames. Almost simultaneously, a blaze erupted from Lin Bei's right hand, engulfing the entire tang sword in fire and forming a flaming blade. Before the monster could react, Lin Bei's sword was already at its neck. In an instant, a torrent of thick, viscous liquid gushed from the monster's neck, colliding with the flaming sword. Sizzle. The clash of liquid and fire produced a pungent, acrid gas. Die. Lin Bei gripped the sword tightly, gritted his teeth, and roared. The flames on the blade erupted with a thunderous whoosh, cleaving the monster's neck in two. Its head thudded to the ground. Seeing the monster fall, Lin Weiner waved her hand, and the greatsword reverted to a card, returning to her body. Lin Bei quickly stepped forward, slashed the creature's head, and retrieved the crystal core. Though only seconds had passed, the surrounding zombies had already heard the commotion and were rushing toward them. The group promptly fled. The coordinated move between Lin Bei and Lin Weiner just now left Zheng Xiaolong utterly stunned. Although he hadn't been involved in the fight, he knew that the monster was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary zombies. Yet their combined efforts had instantly killed it. In his gaming experience, this was the perfect synergy between a controller and a damage dealer. The group fled frantically along the road. At this moment, the haphazardly parked vehicles that had clogged the street became their cover from the pursuing zombies. After all, these ordinary zombies only charged forward with their heads down, and the cars effectively blocked their path. After nearly 2 minutes of desperate sprinting, they finally escaped from the county town. Finding the car parked outside, Lin Weiner took out some bread and had Zheng Xiaolong and Wang Yin eat a few bites to stave off hunger. Sitting in the back seat with his mother, Zheng Xiaolong munched on the bread while recalling the monster they had just faced. "That move you two pulled off was incredible," he said. Lin Bei had just started the engine. Hearing Zheng Xiaolong's praise, he chuckled and said, "Well, of course. When husband and wife are of one mind, they can cut through metal." Upon hearing this, Lin Weiner instinctively wanted to pinch his ear, but then thought better of it. The two people in the back would surely think they were flirting. This Lin Bei was truly exasperating. With no other choice, Lin Weiner could only shoot him a disdainful glare. Just then, a terrifying howl suddenly erupted from the direction of the county town behind them. The sound instantly struck Lin Bei and Zheng Xiaolong with an overwhelming sense of oppression, while also stirring a deep instinctive fear in their hearts. "What's wrong?" Although Lin Weiner had also heard the sound, she showed no reaction. Seeing Lin Bei's abnormal state, she asked. Lin Bei opened the car door, glanced back toward the county town, and said, "Looks like our luck is holding out. There's something fearsome in there." Then he turned to Zheng Xiaolong in the back and asked, "You felt it too, didn't you?" "Yeah." Zheng Xiaolong gasped for breath. In that instant, he had even felt his heart skip a beat, as if a terrifying presence had emerged somewhere in the city. As an ordinary person, Wang Yin, like Lin Weiner, had no such sensation. "Let's go." Lin Bei quickly stepped on the accelerator, determined to put distance between them and the county town. Whatever that unknown entity was, staying too close would inevitably bring misfortune. While he hoped that family in the hospital was doing okay. After driving for an hour following the offline navigation, Lin Bei got onto the highway. Once on the highway, they were still over 40 kilometers away from the service area where Liang Xiaosong and the others were. On the highway, covering 40 kilometers at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour was nothing. Just about 20 minutes. However, because some abandoned vehicles were blocking the road, they had to clear obstacles along the way, stopping and starting repeatedly. By the time it was completely dark, they were still a few kilometers short. Finally, around 8 o'clock, Lin Weiner and the others arrived at the service area. "Who's there?" As Lin Bei parked just outside the service area and was about to move the roadblock, a beam of flashlight shone on him. "It's me, Lin Bei." After saying this, he moved the roadblock aside and drove into the parking lot. Seeing a car approaching, someone turned on the lights in the service area hall. With the light, the darkness in the parking lot was somewhat dispelled, and then someone shouted, "Lin Bei is back." Soon people began to trickle out. "Did you find your little wife?" Before Lin Bei could even get out of the car, a middle-aged uncle leaned over to the window and asked. Hearing this, Lin Bei suppressed a laugh and nodded. "Yeah, found her." This exchange left Lin Weiner in the passenger seat utterly bewildered. "Little wife? What little wife? Whose little wife?" She had a strong impression of this middle-aged uncle. He was the one who had gone to block the door when that baseball player Awakener tried to escape. "Really found her?" The uncle lowered his head to peer into the car window. With her incomparably beautiful face, he recognized her at once. Good, good, good. Found her. That's good, that's good." These words nearly made Lin Weiner faint from embarrassment. What did he mean by "found her"? That's good. Combined with their earlier conversation, it made it sound as if Lin Weiner had really been a little wife who ran away in a huff and was coaxed back by Lin Bei. After getting out of the car, Lin Weiner entered the service area hall. Almost everyone had come out expressing their joy that Lin Bai had found his little wife. Back at the service area once more, although she hadn't stayed long last time, Lin Weiner found most of the faces here familiar. Looking at these people, she inexplicably felt a sense of home, even though it had only been about 10 days, and they hadn't spent much time together. Little Wan, Liang Xiaosong, and Yi Qingyan also came out to greet her. "How is your hand?" Lin Weiner walked over and took a look. It was obvious that Liang Xiaosong had become much thinner than before, and his complexion was very pale. "It's okay. It's a blessing that it didn't get infected." Liang Xiaosong smiled. It was clear that over these days of the apocalypse, even though he hadn't gone out, Liang Xiaosong had become more composed. "Now that you and Lin Bai are back, we feel much more at ease. And you're looking more beautiful than ever." Yi Qingyan beside him also chuckled. Just then the middle-aged uncle from earlier came out with several large bags of sunflower seeds and some candy snacks, saying, "Today Lin Bai and right little one have both returned. We're all very happy. We don't have much to offer as a welcome feast." As the uncle spoke, someone else brought out several cases of beer, placing 2 bottles on each table. "Uncle Jean, you're really going all out today," Lin Bai teased as he picked up a bottle, opened it, and poured it into his glass. Ever since that baseball player Awakener was killed, this middle-aged man, named Zhang Chinyan, had taken charge of the affairs here. After Lin Weiner went missing and Lin Bai left, he organized people to go out of the service area to harvest grain from the fields of nearby villages. During this time, they encountered a few zombies that had wandered out from the villages, but he gathered a group to eliminate them together. Gradually, Zhang Chinyan became the undisputed leader of the place. "Don't talk about going all out. If it weren't for you back, then we might have starved to death." With that, Zhang Chinyan filled his glass, and everyone present raised their glasses to celebrate Lin Bai's return with his little wife. For a moment, as the outside world was shrouded in boundless darkness, the lights within the service area radiated waves of laughter and joy. "What? Leave this place." The group sat together listening to Lin Weiner recount the experiences of her days away. Amidst their exclamations and tension, Lin Weiner proposed that everyone leave the service area for a large settlement from her past life. The moment she made this suggestion, the others looked perplexed. Yet considering she was an evolved, they hesitated to voice their doubts, and silence fell over the group. Zhang Chinyan, as their leader, finally expressed his concerns. "In this situation, isn't it the same wherever we go? Besides, we're relatively safe here. If we encounter danger on the road. Uncle Zhang, before coming here, we visited a nearby county town teeming with thousands of zombies. Once a corpse king with intelligence emerges among them, they will no longer remain confined to one place, but will seek out living beings." Looking at those present, Lin Weiner continued, "As we left the county, Xiao Bai sensed an extremely powerful pressure. I suspect it might be related to the corpse king. This place is close to the county. If the corpse king truly awakens, you will be the first to suffer. Moreover, it's not just the corpse king. I estimate that in a while a large number of mutated beasts will also begin to awaken. Mutated beasts are far more formidable than zombies. And here in the wilderness, even if the corpse king doesn't come, you'll have a hard time surviving the mutated beasts. Of course, if you're unwilling to leave, I won't force you. Originally, I only intended to bring Xiaosong and Qingyan back here today. But upon arriving, I suddenly felt like I'd come home. As if I'd been away for so long, and returned to my homeland surrounded by familiar faces. Uncle Zhang, please take tonight to consider. We'll leave tomorrow morning. If you decide to go, rest assured we'll do our best to protect you along the way." After listening to Lin Weiner, Zhang Chinyan fell into silence. Indeed, for them this place still felt very safe. But he was just an ordinary person, his horizons naturally not as broad as Lin Bai's or Lin Weiner's, nor did he know as much. After a moment's thought, he stood up and said to everyone, "I'd like to hear your opinions. I'm just an ordinary man like all of you. I don't understand what Xiaowan has said, but I trust her. So I hope we can take a vote. Whether to stay or leave, the decision is yours." At that moment, a man in his 50s rose from a table beside Lin Weiner, downed his glass of liquor in one gulp, and declared loudly, "No need for a vote. If you want, go, I will." Lin Bai and Xiaowan. These 2 young people could have left on their own, washed their hands of us entirely. We're nothing to them, and helping us only adds to their burden. And you still want to vote? I don't know what you're thinking. Have you all lost your minds? After these words, the hall fell utterly silent. Then one by one, everyone stood up, expressing their desire to leave. "Xiaowan, we were wrong. It's not that we don't trust you, we just didn't grasp the situation at first," another person said. "I understand." Lin Weiner nodded and continued, "Since everyone has decided to go, and there are many of us, let's use tomorrow to prepare and leave the day after." "All right, well, follow your lead," they replied in unison. After everyone left the hall and returned to their rooms to sleep, Lin Weiner called out Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan, then handed them the remaining 2 bottles of evolution serum. Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan had been with Lin Weiner since she left school. Both had witnessed the power of evolved individuals and fully understood the preciousness of the evolution serum. When Lin Weiner offered it to them, their joy was palpable. Especially Liang Xiaosong. Survival in the apocalypse was hard enough for an ordinary person, and with the loss of one arm it became even more difficult. Even in the service area after Lin Bai left when Zhang Qinyan proposed foraging for food in the fields, Liang's physical condition made it impossible. It was only out of respect for Lin Bai that Zhang Qinyan's rations for him weren't any worse than others. Lin Bai and Lin Weiner had saved their lives at school, and in the service area, he had again received Lin Bai's kindness. Now they had given him the evolution serum. It felt like a debt greater than that to one's own parents. After drinking the serum, Liang Xiaosong felt the pain in his severed arm ease. In recent days, especially late at night, the agony had kept him from sleeping. With that single bottle of evolution serum, Liang Xiaosong felt truly alive again. After watching them consume the serum, Lin Weiner spoke. You two came with me from school. Since we're from the same school, and of the same age, I've spent the most time with you compared to others, and I trust you more. So, I won't beat around the bush like I would with others. Once we reach the new settlement, there will be intense competition. As evolved individuals, various factions will try to poach you. I don't want to see either of you betray me or Lin Bai. Lin Weiner's words were direct and unambiguous. She gave them the evolution serum first before saying this rather than asking for their loyalty beforehand. Such questions were pointless, as she had learned in her past life. If someone in her past life had offered her the evolution serum and asked about loyalty, she wouldn't have hesitated. She'd have taken the serum first. Since it made no difference, Lin Weiner chose to give first and speak later, also conveying her magnanimity. Seeing Lin Weiner's stern expression, Liang Xiaosong immediately wiped the joy from his face and said solemnly, Classmate Xiao, one classmate Lin Bai Qingyan, and I owe you our lives. If either of us harbors even a hint of disloyalty, you may take our lives at any time, and I will have no complaints. Me too. Yi Qingyan nodded beside him. Don't be so serious. We're not master and servant, we're classmates, and even more companions, Lin Bai said, patting Liang Xiaosong on the shoulder with a smile. From now on, let us unite our hearts and strength to survive this apocalypse. Yes. Early the next morning, nearly everyone in the entire service area began bustling about. 2 tourist buses and 2 large trucks were driven to the auto repair shop on one side of the service area, where welding machines were used to weld steel bars onto the glass windows, sealing all the windows shut with iron reinforcements. Meanwhile, another group started loading cargo, hauling every movable supply from the service area onto the large trucks. In truth, the 2 trucks couldn't possibly carry all the supplies in the service area, but driving a large truck required a certain level of skill. Among the 50 or 60 people in the service area, only 2 knew how to operate such vehicles. Thus, items like beer had to be abandoned. By the afternoon, all the vehicles had been modified, with every window, including the windshields, reinforced by a layer of steel bars. This way, even if attacked by zombies, the passengers inside would be protected as much as possible. To ensure everyone could defend themselves in case of an emergency, they used tools from the repair shop to craft weapons from steel bars and iron sheets. By dusk, everything was ready. Gazing at the leftover supplies that couldn't be taken away from the service area, Zhang Qinyan felt a pang of heartache. So on this final night, they decided to hold something like a bonfire party, eating, drinking, and enjoying themselves, since they couldn't bring it along anyway. The beer they had been so frugal with yesterday was all brought out today. There was enough for everyone to have several cases left over, yet no one indulged excessively, knowing that tomorrow was the day of departure. They only drank in moderation. Lin Weiner was never much of a drinker, but after downing a bottle last night, she found she felt nothing, not even dizzy. Back when she was Lin Mu, a single bottle would have left her head spinning. Seeing Lin Bai and the other evolvers drinking bottle after bottle, she joined in and had 2 more. However, she forgot one thing: Lin Bai, Liang Xiaosong, and the others were evolvers. Even after drinking so much, their faces hadn't flushed at all. As the night deepened and a cool breeze swept in, she began to feel a bit lightheaded. After the party ended, Lin Weiner returned to her room with a flushed face, nearly bumping into the wall as she entered. Are you okay? Lin Bai quickly steadied her. I'm fine. Lin Weiner waved her hand, and with Lin Bai's support stumbled into the room. The moment she touched the bed, she collapsed onto it. About 10 minutes after the lights were turned off, Lin Bai heard a faint sound from Lin Weiner's throat. He immediately sprang up and helped her sit upright on the bed. Yet it was already too late. Lin Weiner had vomited all over herself. Oh dear. Lin Bai quickly grabbed a towel to wipe her clean, but some of the vomit had already seeped through her clothes and stained her undergarments. What now? How was he supposed to handle this? Lin Weiner was still dizzy and disoriented. Asking her to wash up in the bathroom was out of the question. But if he were to clean her up himself, he would have to lift her clothes and change her into fresh ones. That would leave her completely exposed before him. As a normal man with Lin Weiner possessing such an alluring figure, he couldn't deny that the thought of seeing something crossed his mind. Yet thoughts were just thoughts. He couldn't act on them. But if he didn't clean her, would he let her sleep all night in clothes soiled with vomit? That didn't seem right either. After a moment's thought, Lin Bai devised a plan. He could turn his head away while doing it. So he fetched a clean set of clothes, helped Lin Weiner sit up on the bed, and turned his head aside as he pulled down her top. Then reaching behind her back, he unclasped her bra. "I'm a gentleman. I must not look. I must not look." Lin Bai muttered to himself, struggling to suppress the turmoil within. But then a thought struck him. Why hadn't he gone to Yi Qingyan for help? I must have lost my mind. He slapped his forehead in frustration. But now that he had already pulled off Lin Weiner's clothes, going to find Yi Qingyan would only make things worse. It would be like trying to cover up the truth. Besides, everyone assumed they were a couple since they had always shared a room. In fact, asking Yi Qingyan to help change her clothes wasn't appropriate either. If anyone found out they weren't actually a couple, yet still lived together, it would tarnish Lin Weiner's reputation. After countless thoughts raced through his mind, he concluded that doing it himself was the only viable option. So he picked up the t-shirt with one hand and reached behind with the other to locate Lin Weiner's head. Once he found it, he could simply slip the shirt over her. After drinking a few extra bottles of beer outside, a cool breeze swept over Lin Weiner, and she felt she could barely hold on. Dazedly, she entered the room. It seemed Lin Bai gave her a hand, and then she fell asleep. Not long after lying down, she felt nauseous and vomited. After throwing up, Lin Weiner felt much better, and her mind gradually cleared. She realized she was sitting naked against the headboard with a large hand reaching toward her body. This sight instantly jolted her hazy mind into sharp clarity. Lin Weiner let out a scream, slapped away Lin Bai's approaching hand, and quickly grabbed the blanket to shield herself. Hearing the scream and feeling his hand being struck, Lin Bai, thinking something was wrong, immediately turned around. At that moment, he saw Lin Weiner leaning against the headboard, clutching the edge of the sheet in front of her, staring at him with a terrified expression. "Xiao Bai, what are you trying to do to me?" Her voice trembled as she spoke. Seeing this, Lin Bai was also stunned, quickly realizing that Lin Weiner had probably misunderstood him. But why did she have to wake up at this very moment? Not earlier, not later. And he hadn't even done anything. "You just threw up on yourself. I was changing your clothes," Lin Bai said with an innocent look, then added helplessly, "Don't you trust my character?" After he spoke, Lin Weiner shook her head vigorously while clutching the blanket, since she had clearly seen his hand reaching toward her unclothed body. "You don't believe me?" Lin Bai was speechless. Then a mischievous grin spread across his face. "You don't believe me, huh? Fine then. Since you don't trust me, I'd be missing out if I didn't actually do something." With that, he raised his hands, curling his fingers into claws, and reached for Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner screamed again, reached behind her back, grabbed a pillow, and started pounding it against Lin Bai. Die? Die. You pervert, die. Since this is a dream, I can do whatever I want, right? Are you sure you didn't see anything? No. And you didn't touch anything? No. Are you certain? Yes. Swear it. I swear if I touched or felt anything, I'm not human. I've already sworn. Why are you still staring at me like that? What an idiot. Muttered softly. After speaking, Lin Weiner shrank back and slipped under the covers. Lin Bai paused, then asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing, go to sleep." Lin Weiner said, her head buried under the quilt. "Women are really..." Lin Bai muttered helplessly, then pulled his own blanket over himself and went to sleep. Neither of them knew how long they had slept, but when they woke up, they both found themselves standing at the university gate. Students were coming and going all around, and vehicles were entering and exiting, as if the apocalypse had never happened. "Xiao Bai." Staring at this bizarre scene, Lin Weiner tugged at Lin Bai's clothes. Lin Bai was also stunned by the sight. How could this be? At this moment, shouldn't he be at the rest stop? Why were the two of them here? And what was going on? Where were the zombies? And what about these students? Could we be dreaming? Lin Bai murmured to himself. Lin Weiner glanced at him and said, "Can two people be in the same dream at the same time?" That's right, Lin Bai thought. It didn't make sense for two people to be in the same dream. Then maybe this is my dream and I dreamed of you. As he spoke, Lin Bai looked at Lin Weiner. So it was a dream. In a dream, she wouldn't know what he did right. Lin Bai grinned slyly, then rubbed his hands together as he looked at Lin Weiner. Just as he was about to do something, he suddenly remembered there were other people around. So he looked at a passing student nearby and reached out his hand, only to find it grasping at nothing. Now he was certain this must be a dream, since the people around didn't exist then. Haha. Lin Bai looked up at the sky, whistling casually, pretending to be carefree, then nonchalantly draped his arm over Lin Weiner's shoulder, while his hand slowly slid down toward her chest. Lin Weiner felt Lin Bai suddenly embrace her, and before she knew what he was doing, she realized his hand was reaching for her like a claw. Without hesitation, she drove her left elbow sharply into Lin Bai's stomach. Lin Bai stumbled back, clutching his stomach, and let out a pained cry. Damn, this dream feels way too real. Stop fooling around, Xiaobai. Something's off here. Be careful. Lin Weiner frowned, scanning their surroundings. After Lin Weiner's elbow strike, Lin Bai also realized the problem. If this were a dream, it would be too realistic. But if it wasn't a dream, why did these people have no physical form? Just as the two were about to explore further, the security guard at the school gate emerged from his booth, staring at them with a look of utter astonishment. Oh, I didn't expect you two to realize this is a dream. Who are you and where is this place? Seeing the security guard before him, Lin Bai immediately shielded Lin Weiner behind him. This person could speak to them, meaning he wasn't just an illusion. Moreover, judging by his words, he seemed very familiar with this place, and it was even possible he had created this so-called dream. Since you've already entered the dream, I don't mind explaining. The guard looked at Lin Bai and began. This place is indeed the dream space generated when you humans sleep, but it's different. Given the technological level of your 7th universe, you probably don't know that this world actually consists of 13 universes. I won't go into too much detail about the universe here, but think about it. If there are multiple universes, what lies in the gaps between them? You mean the gaps between universes are the dream space? Lin Bai asked. Smart. The guard gave Lin Bai a thumbs up and said, however, your dream space is actually a projection of the void between the cosmic gaps. Everything you dream about eventually returns to the cosmic fissures. Because dreams have no physical form, according to your world, science space is divided into one-dimensional, two-dimensional, three-dimensional, and four-dimensional space. And everything generated in dreams, being formless, belongs to 0 dimensions. Therefore, 0-dimensional objects without substance cannot exist in the real world and will ultimately penetrate the universe and return to the cosmic gaps. This is the essence of dreams and reality. But the dream you are in now has transcended the scope of a projection. In other words, this is the gap within the universe, constantly evolving, just like your dreams, different every night. After listening, Lin Bai frowned and asked, do you mean we've left our original universe and entered the cosmic gap? That's impossible. We were just sleeping. How could we? No. It's not that you left the 7th universe. It's that I invaded your real world. As I said before, dream beings have no physical form and cannot exist in the real world, so I need your bodies as vessels. The guard smiled at Lin Bai as he spoke. Originally, as 0-dimensional beings, we couldn't find the universe's entrance. But a few days ago, I stumbled upon a space-time passage. Though it has closed, I could trace its residual marks. Coincidentally, those residual traces appeared around you. Or perhaps on you. I'm curious, though. Given the technological level of your 7th universe, you shouldn't be able to breach the cosmic barrier. Yet I sense a very strong space-time residue on her. As he spoke, the guard pointed at Lin Weiner. So can you tell me how you did it? After hearing the guard's words, Lin Weiner was somewhat confused, but understood the gist. In short, this self-proclaimed 0-dimensional being had come through the traces left behind when she had crossed between 2 universes last time. And now it intended to seize the bodies of both her and Lin Bai. The next second, Lin Weiner took out an enhancement card and activated it to strengthen herself. At the same time, Lin Bai also prepared for battle. Moi. Seeing Lin Weiner transform, the guard's brow furrowed instantly, and he asked her, where did you get that thing that just flew out of your body? I don't need to explain myself to you, do I? As she spoke, a card flew out from within her once more. The moment Lin Weiner touched it, the card transformed into a great sword. This time the security guard saw it clearly. Interesting. Most interesting. He stared intently at Lin Weiner and continued, a 2-dimensional card. To think that such a backward universe as this still possesses such a thing. It seems I've truly stumbled upon a treasure. 2-dimensional card. Lin Weiner had no idea what he was talking about. All she knew was that this thing now intended to seize control of her and Lin Bai. The security guard then fixed his gaze on Lin Weiner and continued, for you humans, converting a 2-dimensional planar card into a 3-dimensional entity in an instant is nearly impossible. Unless you yourself are a 2-dimensional being. No, that's not right either. Even if you were a 2-dimensional being, it would still be impossible. In other words, at this very moment, you simultaneously possess the attributes of illusory 2-dimensionality and tangible 3-dimensionality. Yet by all logic, a being that embodies both 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional traits simply cannot exist. So can you tell me, what exactly are you? The security guard stared at Lin Weiner, his voice thick with confusion. Pa, you're the one who's a thing. Lin Weiner, unwilling to listen any further, swung her weapon and slashed at the security guard. Yet faced with her attack, the guard neither dodged nor blocked. The greatsword merely passed straight through his body. Lin Bai then drew his pistol and fired at the security guard. The bullet too passed cleanly through him. Useless. I told you I am a 0-dimensional being. I have no physical form. Your attacks have no effect on me whatsoever. The guard shrugged nonchalantly. And you? Since you have no physical form you can't harm us either, can you? Lin Wainer said. Hearing her words, the guard shook his head with a smile and replied, we are certainly not the same. You cannot strike me, but I can attach myself to your souls and seize your bodies. Upon hearing this, Lin Wainer and Lin Bai immediately stepped back several paces, watching him warily. They didn't know if the guard was telling the truth, but matters of the soul were profound and mysterious. If that were truly the case, the two of them were in grave trouble today. At that moment, the security guard looked at Lin Wainer, a flicker of wariness crossing his face. To be honest, you remind me of an incident that once occurred in the cosmos. So until I discern your true nature, I will not attempt to possess your body. He then pointed at Lin Bai. But he is different. He is merely an ordinary human. Taking over his body would be a trivial matter for me. With that, the security guard began to walk toward Lin Bai. Watch out. Though she knew her efforts might be futile, Lin Wainer immediately changed the greatsword's form, attempting to cage the guard within it. As expected, the guard simply walked straight through the cage. In an instant, Lin Bai's entire body burst into flames, hoping to use the fire to keep the guard at bay. Yet the flames proved just as ineffective. Once the guard drew close to Lin Bai, he directly entered Lin Bai's consciousness, searching for his soul. Soon the guard discovered Lin Bai's figure within the vast white expanse of the consciousness. Having found his soul, the guard wasted no time in attempting to attach himself to it. However, just as his form was about to touch Lin Bai's soul, he lunged into empty space. Then Lin Bai's soul suddenly reappeared before him. What's going on? After missing his target, the guard was bewildered. Dream creatures and souls were both zero-dimensional, so he should have been able to attach himself. But this felt exactly like when Lin Wainer had attacked him. He had grasped at nothing but air. Refusing to accept defeat, he lunged forward again, cautiously trying to adhere. Yet the same result occurred. Lin Bai's soul vanished, only to reappear ahead of him. Now the guard was truly baffled. A soul cannot be a physical entity. It cannot be one-dimensional, two-dimensional, or three-dimensional. It can only be zero-dimensional. But if it is zero-dimensional, why can't he attach to it? Could there be a negative dimension? A negative dimension? At that thought, the guard seemed to realize something and began repeating the process over and over. Outside, Lin Wainer waved her hand in front of Lin Bai's eyes. Are you still Lin Bai? I'm not Lin Bai. After a pause, Lin Bai continued. Then who else would I be? You. Lin Wainer pinched his waist hard and said angrily, can't you just finish your sentence in one go? Wait, don't tell me you're already that wretched security guard. Are you trying to trick me into thinking you're Lin Bai? No, I don't know why he didn't take control of me. I think he was just bluffing. Forget about him, let's find a way out first. Lin Bai shrugged, convinced the whole thing was a scam. Are you sure you're still Lin Bai? Of course. Don't you trust me? Well, then, tell me, are you? Lin Wainer stared at him wide-eyed. After hesitating several times, she finally asked. Just then the security guard's figure shot out from Lin Bai's body. You? What the hell is going on with you? Why is your soul not even in the same time dimension as your physical body? What exactly are you two? Emerging from Lin Bai's body, the guard pointed at him and ranted. What do you mean soul and body in the same time dimension? Lin Bai was completely confused. Oh, I get it. You can't actually control anyone. You were just bluffing, and now you're spouting nonsense to cover up your embarrassment, right? Lin Bai pointed at the guard and mocked him. Me bluff? It's your soul that. Fine. Let's drop that. Then he'll just take control of her instead. The guard seemed somewhat exasperated and immediately rushed toward Lin Wainer. No. Lin Bai quickly reached out to block him, but it was futile. Upon entering Lin Wainer's consciousness, the guard felt something was amiss. Sure enough, the next moment, he discovered that within Lin Wainer's consciousness there existed two souls. One was in Lin Wainer's current form, while the other was pitch black from head to toe, its very features indistinguishable. This black one felt ominous to him, so he decided it was best not to touch it. Just as he began to move toward Lin Wainer's other soul, suddenly, an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure rose from the depths of his being. This pressure had nothing to do with power. It was a pure natural racial oppression like that between a predator and its prey in the food chain. Who are you to dare trespass into our consciousness? A chill ran through the guard's heart. He slowly turned around, and what met his eyes was a celestial maiden suspended in midair, clad in a white feathered gown, with a snowflake-shaped halo floating behind her head. Queen Xiongfei. Upon recognizing her Dharma form and halo, the guard collapsed limply to the ground, unable to muster even a shred of courage to resist. At that moment, the fairy Xiongfei in midair scrutinized the security guard on the ground and slowly said, "Are you the dimensionless being from the void dreamscape?" The guard nodded hastily in affirmation, daring not to utter a single lie before this figure. Fairy Xiongfei was the incarnation of the very first snowflake in all the cosmos. It is well known that any entity bearing the title of first in the universe is no ordinary being. such as the first ray of light, the first spark of fire, the first drop of water. These primordial incarnations almost invariably wield the power of cosmic laws. Though dreamscape beings were zero-dimensional and untouchable, these great deities, when vanquishing enemies, erased even their souls. Their divine power was the bane of dreamscape creatures, much like light, dispelling darkness. Enough. Leave now. Fairy Qiongfei cast him a glance before vanishing from Lin Weiner's sea of consciousness. Yes, I'm going right away. With that, the guard hastily withdrew from Lin Weiner's mental space. Upon exiting Lin Weiner's consciousness and seeing her physical form, the guard stumbled back several steps. Only then did he realize that Fairy Qiongfei bore an exact likeness to the woman before him. Lin Weiner and Lin Bai were utterly bewildered by the guard's reappearance, unsure of his intentions. Are you still going to possess our souls? If not, can we leave? Lin Weiner demanded. No, I wouldn't dare. Thank you, Fairy Qiongfei, for sparing my life. I'll escort you out immediately. The guard forced a smile and scurried back into the security booth. Fairy Qiongfei. Lin Weiner was equally perplexed. How could this dreamscape creature know about her card? Just then the scenery around them began to warp incessantly, and in the blink of an eye they found themselves in the room where they had been sleeping. The two slowly awoke from their dreams, the window outside already faintly lit. Was that a dream? Lin Weiner sat up abruptly. Probably. At almost the same moment Lin Bai also rose from the bed. But as he turned his head toward Lin Weiner, his eyes went wide. Noticing Lin Bai's odd expression and gaze, Lin Weiner immediately looked down, and her mind went blank. That's right, last night Lin Bai had tried to change her clothes, but failed, and she had later slipped directly into her own blanket. So when she sat up, the upper half of her body was completely uncovered, fully exposed to Lin Bai. It was over. She had truly been seen naked. Her face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. Hastily covering herself with the blanket, she whispered, "Go get me some clothes." What about this one? Lin Bai picked up the t-shirt he had intended to put on her the night before and handed it over. Lin Weiner reached out from under the blanket, grabbed the shirt, and murmured in a voice as faint as a mosquito, "And underwear in the car." "All right, wait here. I'll get it for you." Lin Bai quickly rose and left the room. He knew better than to tease her now. After all, he had already indulged his eyes. If further jesting would be tactless. After Lin Bai left, hearing the door click shut, Lin Weiner finally lifted her head. How utterly embarrassing. Still, at least it was Lin Bai. A few days ago, because of the cold, she had even slept curled up in his arms. Letting him catch a glimpse probably wasn't such a big deal, was it? She could consider it compensation to him. Lin Weiner kept reassuring herself until she heard a click. The door opened. Lin Weiner quickly bowed her head again. Footsteps approached, and she sensed something placed beside her. "The things are in the bag. They'll step out now, or once you're dressed, come out for breakfast." Seeing her discomfort, Lin Bai knew she needed privacy, so he set the bag containing the underwear beside her. Hearing her soft assent, Lin Bai exited and closed the door behind him. Over an hour later, the sky was fully bright. Everyone had finished breakfast and boarded the vehicles one by one, casting a final glance at the service area where they had lived for over half a month. To prevent mishaps, Lin Weiner and Lin Bai's off-road vehicle took the lead with the bus and truck in the middle. Bringing up the rear was a pickup truck driven by Liang Xiaosong, Yi Qingyan, and Zheng Xiaolong. On this highway there were not many zombies, but the bigger trouble was the vehicles abandoned mid-road due to accidents. Almost every stretch required them to stop and move the obstructing cars before they could proceed. By noon, the highway section was nearly finished. After exiting the highway, a long national road stretched ahead. Not long after leaving the highway, Zheng Xiaolong suddenly overtook them and flagged down Lin Bai. "Clearing roadblocks one by one is too slow. Wait a moment. I have an idea." With that, Zheng Xiaolong dashed toward a construction site beside the national road. About 3 minutes later, a red heavy-duty truck emerged from the site and drove toward them. "They'll take the lead and just ram those cars out of the way. You all follow behind." After pulling the truck alongside the convoy, Zheng Xiaolong stuck his head out the window and shouted to Lin Bai, "Can you handle it?" Lin Bai asked, knowing that Zheng Xiaolong had little experience driving large trucks, let alone such a heavy one. "I've got it, don't worry. Whether I drive well or not, I'm just smashing through them. It doesn't matter if I wreck them," Zheng Xiaolong said with a grin. After all, it was like bumper cars. Skill didn't matter much. With Zheng Xiaolong's heavy truck leading the way, their speed indeed increased significantly. However, this brute force method also carried risks. During collisions, there was a chance of fire breaking out. At first, Zheng Xiaolong was cautious, but as he grew more comfortable, he began to drive recklessly. Sure enough, not long after following a collision, a loud boom erupted as flames burst forth. After a long and arduous journey, it was past 5 in the afternoon, and they still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the settlement. Traveling at night would only prove more treacherous, so Lin Weiner and the others decided to find a place to rest and continue the next day. Driving along for a while, they eventually settled on a roadside gas station as their resting spot. After getting out of the vehicle, Lin Weiner and the other evolved individuals cleared the surrounding zombies, while some began preparing the evening meal. Once the food was cooked and set on the table, everyone gathered to eat. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll reach a place called Launching tomorrow. As they ate, Lin Weiner briefed the others about the settlement. The Launching settlement was originally a large town and a tourist attraction primarily relying on tourism. Due to its remote location, the local authorities had temporarily closed the scenic area for expansion to ensure visitor safety. The town's economy was entirely tourism-based, with most houses used as rentals or hotels to accommodate tourists. After the scenic area was closed, the town lost its visitors, so when the apocalypse struck, there weren't many zombies here. Plus, with an abundance of vacant rooms, many people fled here, seeking refuge. Not only that, but this town, like our service area, has electricity, though the service area uses solar power, while this town relies on wind energy. The town is also divided into several major districts, such as the core area and the civilian area. Generally, the larger factions reside in the core area of the settlement, which is also the safest part. Aside from these major districts, there is another zone, the refugee district. The refugee district isn't actually inside the town. Because too many people fled here, the town couldn't accommodate everyone, so many gathered on the outskirts, building makeshift shelters with branches and tattered clothes. Hearing this, Zheng Xiaolong interjected, "So are there no vacant rooms left inside the settlement?" Lin Weiner shook her head. Not only are there vacant rooms, but there are even some empty villas. As she spoke, Lin Weiner recalled her past life. In truth, there were still many empty rooms in the entire Launching settlement, but these resources were all controlled by the major factions. For the refugees, having something to eat was paramount, a shelter was secondary. However, the refugee camp was left unmanaged, descending into filth and chaos. Over time, the entire camp was littered with excrement, and when the sun came out, the stench was unbearable. Moreover, in such an environment, diseases spread rapidly. One infected two infected four, and often one would wake up to find a corpse in the neighboring tent. The primary reason Lin Weiner wanted to come to the Launching settlement was the large population. The more people there were, the higher the chance of a mysterious shop appearing. With luck, it might even spawn directly in one's home. But for the refugees, even if a mysterious shop appeared before them, it would be useless. First, they had no spirit cores. They were already starving, lacking the energy to kill zombies for cores. Second, although some refugee groups did organize to hunt zombies, the key issue was if a mysterious shop appeared, who would get the evolution potion they purchased? Who would go in to buy the evolution potion? The buyer would surely down it on the spot. So whenever a mysterious shop appeared in the refugee camp, it often led to chaos, and deaths were common. Sometimes it was internal team conflicts, sometimes clashes between teams. Fortunately, Lin Weiner's team, including her, already had 5 evolved individuals. Though not a major force, they were still a considerable one. Lin Weiner and her team certainly wouldn't stay in the refugee camp. Moreover, evolved individuals were welcomed into the settlement. Not only welcomed, but also courted by the major factions. However, ordinary people had to pay to enter. Payment meant spirit cores. Of course, if one had no cores, food would suffice. But entering the city wasn't the end. To avoid the conditions of the refugee camp, the settlement administrators forbade setting up tents or sleeping on the streets, so one had to have a house within the settlement. Without a house, one had to buy it. Otherwise, after spending hard-earned resources to enter the city, one would still need to spend a large sum on housing. Hearing that there were still vacant rooms inside, the group didn't feel relieved, instead their expressions grew more somber. It seemed that no matter the time or place, the rich wallowed in excess, while the poor perished on the streets. By the way, since we're now a team, should we pick a name? Yi Qingyan blinked and asked, trying to lighten the mood, as everyone worried about the future. Yi Qingyan's question instantly enlivened the atmosphere. Names like War Wolf, Mighty Tiger, Radiance, and Dawn were tossed around. After much discussion, Lin Bai suddenly stood up and gestured for silence. "I have a name. How about Flower Guardians?" "That's awful." "No way." Lin Weiner was the first to object. But Lin Bai didn't back down. "Think about it. Every team picks a name that highlights their strongest point or unique trait. So what's our team's trait? Can you find anyone in another team as beautiful as Little Weiner?" "I think Lin Bai's suggestion is great. Flower Guardians. Weiner is the flower, and the rest of us are the guardians." "That includes everyone," Liang Xiaosong chimed in, supporting Lin Bai. "Ahem. I object." Lin Weiner was exasperated. She firmly opposed the embarrassingly awful name. It felt like it would cause social death. She couldn't imagine introducing herself with such a team name. She raised her hand high and retorted, "And what about Xingyan? Isn't she a flower in your heart?" "Huh." Liang Xiaosong was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Weiner's question. Yi Qingyan chuckled softly, watching him, curious to see his response. She didn't seem jealous. While Xingyan is the flower of our little home while Weiner is the flower of our big family. The entire team, Liang Xiaosong said, thinking on his feet. Lin Weiner was speechless, but in the end, under Lin Bei's insistence, the team name Flower Guardians was officially adopted. The more survivors gather, the more mysterious shops appear, and with more shops, it becomes easier to purchase higher-grade items. This was also the main reason Lin Weiner headed to the settlement. She had to find a way to make Lin Bei stronger, perhaps to avoid being taken away or killed by the people of higher civilizations. Lin Bei was still a first-level evolver, far weaker than Liu Bin of the 8th universe. Even Liu Bin couldn't resist those people, so when Lin Bei faced them, the outcome would be even more certain. So far they had encountered several mysterious shops, but none contained second-level evolution potions. The top priority now was to evolve Lin Bei to the second level, and to expand the entire team's influence. After dinner at the gas station, the others tidied up. Since the weather was hot, everyone rested in the bus with the air conditioning on. After lying in the bus for about half an hour, Lin Bei heard some noises. He rolled down the window to look outside. After dinner, they had casually thrown the leftovers onto the road outside the gas station, as no one cared about environmental protection anymore. As soon as the window opened, Lin Bei saw several wild dogs licking the food scraps they had discarded. However, when he looked at the pack of wild dogs, they stopped licking and turned their heads toward Lin Bei. As they raised their heads, he saw pairs of green eyes and fangs over an inch long in their mouths. Then one of the wild dogs staring at Lin Bei lowered its head and let out a low growl. From the surrounding darkness, nearly 20 more such wild dogs slowly emerged. Time to work. Lin Bei picked up his Tang Dao and got off the bus, followed by Lin Weiner, Liang Xiaosong, and the others. Strangely, though the wild dogs bared their teeth and growled, they only assumed an attacking posture without charging directly at them. 5 against 20, do we have a chance? Liang Xiaosong asked nervously. Although he had killed over a dozen zombies while clearing blocked cars on the road, he could sense these wild dogs were completely different from zombies. These are mutated beasts, not zombies. Be careful. Even though they're first level, they're much stronger in combat than zombies, Lin Weiner quickly warned. Since the mutated dogs hadn't attacked yet, the most likely possibility was that a beast king was nearby waiting for its command. Mutated beasts were actually similar to human awakened ones. Both could awaken naturally, without evolution potions. The probability of awakened humans appearing was already low, and the same went for mutated beasts. Lin Weiner hadn't expected to encounter so many mutated beasts in one place. Let me test them first, Lin Bei said. He pulled out a pistol from his bosom and aimed at one of the mutated dogs, pulling the trigger. Bang! After the shot, the hit dog fell to the ground, its head pierced by a large hole from Lin Bei's bullet. That's all it takes, one shot. Lin Bei twirled the pistol around his index finger and aimed at the next target. Just then, several mutated dogs could no longer restrain themselves and lunged at them. Bang, bang, bang. After a few shots, the leaping dogs were struck down midair before they even landed. Let's go too. Liang Xiaosong holding a large cleaver charged toward the dogs along with Zheng Xiaolong. Both knew clearly that no matter whether Lin Bei could eliminate all the mutated dogs alone, they couldn't just stand by and watch. In the future, Lin Bei wouldn't always be beside them. If they didn't act now, they would miss the best chance to grow. With Lin Bei and Lin Weiner watching over them, this was a perfect opportunity to train themselves and improve, without worrying about dying in a fight they couldn't win. However, at that moment, Lin Weiner and Lin Bei almost simultaneously reached out and pulled the two back. Just then, the restless dog pack suddenly ceased growling and parted to make way. 2 mutated dogs, each twice as large as the others, emerged from the darkness. Judging by their size, they likely weighed over 200 gene. Second-level mutated dogs, and 2 of them. Lin Bei released his grip on Zheng Xiaolong's collar, his expression turning wary. You can't handle these. Fall back, he said. With that, Lin Weiner also drew her heavy sword card and assumed a combat stance. As one of the most successfully domesticated animals by humans, dogs were already quite intelligent. Upon reaching the second level, their intelligence would increase correspondingly. The 2 second-level mutated dogs growled softly as they slowly advanced toward Lin Bei and Lin Weiner, while the other dogs spread out, forming a tightening circle around them. Damn it! Lin Bei cursed and fired 3 shots in quick succession at the one on the right. However, the moment Lin Bei pulled the trigger, the mutated dog had already begun to dodge. In the end, only 1 bullet struck its body, and it seemed uninjured. Yet that shot seemed to enrage it. With a roar, the surrounding first-level mutated dogs swarmed in. Special skill shield. Lin Weiner expanded her heavy sword's surface and swung it in a half circle, sending the leaping dogs flying away. On the other side, Lin Bei fired several shots, then holstered his gun and drew his Tang Dao. Under the dim light, a trail of flame arced through the air as the 2 of them worked together to eliminate the surrounding first-level mutated dogs. The 2 second-level mutated dogs seized the opportunity, baring their fangs and charging at them. Lin Weiner immediately shifted her heavy sword's form and swung it down at the mouth of the charging dog. Just then the mutated dog suddenly spat a shockwave from its mouth, striking the sword blade. What is that? The collision between the heavy sword and the shockwave generated a powerful force that nearly made her lose her grip on the sword. Derived equipment card Night Shroud. After steadying herself, Lin Weiner activated the Night Shroud skill. Turning invisible in the darkness, she quickly used cat steps to approach the mutated dog. However, as she neared it, the dog seemed to sense something and opened its mouth again in her direction. Thanks to the night vision ability of the Night Shroud equipment card, Lin Weiner saw a blade of compressed air forming at the mutated beast's mouth. She quickly raised her heavy sword to block the attack. Meanwhile, the other second-level mutated dog, which had been hit by a bullet earlier, lunged at Lin Bai. He sidestepped, his Tang Dao blazing with fire, and as he evaded the lunge, he swung the blade toward the dog's back. The dog failed to dodge, and the blade struck its back, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. The fur on its back instantly caught fire, spreading to its entire body. The second-level mutated dog writhed in pain, rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bai launched a barrage of attacks, each slash landing on its lower back. After several strikes, the dog was clearly failing, and Lin Bai finished it off with a fatal blow. Seeing Lin Weiner struggling, Lin Bai quickly moved to assist her. Evidently, the mutated canine attacking Lin Weiner was far stronger than the one that had assaulted Lin Bai, and it had already suffered a gunshot wound from Lin Bai earlier. Upon seeing the flames dancing on Lin Bai's blade, the creature appeared wary, as the beast's fire has always been a source of primal dread. Though evolution might have tempered some of that fear, Lin Bai's recent use of flames to slay its companion had rekindled this deep-seated terror. After retreating a certain distance, the mutated canine opened its maw toward Lin Bai. As a sharp whistling sound tore through the air, Lin Bai raised his blade to block. "Be careful," Lin Weiner immediately warned. Lin Bai had not seen the substance of the wolf's attack. He had only sensed something hurtling toward him through the movement of the wind. After raising his blade to parry, he stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before leaning against a pillar to steady himself. "Damn, that fierce. What the hell was that? An air cannon." Lin Bai knew Lin Weiner's strength well. The fact that she had been unable to subdue this wolf for so long meant its power was not to be underestimated. Thus he had put all his might into that block. "It must be a wind-type ability or something related to wind-based skills," Lin Weiner said, quickly approaching. In truth, Lin Bai's guess was accurate. A wind-type ability could compress air to form air cannons or wind blades. Such an ability was manageable during the day, as compressed air had a different density than its surroundings, making it faintly visible through light refraction. But at night this attack became extremely covert, impossible to see. Lin Bai had only detected it through instinct and the rush of displaced air. Most critically, likely due to its wind-type ability, the mutated canine was also exceptionally fast. Even with Lin Weiner enhancing her speed with the Nightshade card, she could barely match its pace. Now, with the beast capable of both ranged attacks and high speed, even their combined efforts were of little use. With this in mind, a card slowly materialized and floated out from Lin Weiner's body. "Shall Bai catch me in a moment." Saying this, she reached out a finger to touch the card. In that instant, a brilliant white light burst forth from Lin Weiner. After the radiance faded, Lin Weiner, now clad in a white feathered celestial robe, floated in the air. Witnessing this, the mutated canine seemed unsettled and once again opened its maw, firing a wind blade at her. Yet before the blade struck, Lin Weiner rode the currents generated by the incoming attack, drifting with the wind. The closer the wind blade came, the stronger the resulting airflow. At that moment, Lin Weiner was like a snowflake carried aloft by a gale, soaring with the wind. As the wind blade drew near, she lightly stepped upon it with one foot, and then flew toward the mutated canine. Special technique: snow dance. During her flight, Lin Weiner danced, her robe fluttering as she parted her lips. The temperature around them plummeted instantly, and snowflakes condensed from the air, drifting all around. Sensing the danger, the mutated canine stared at the airborne dancer and began to retreat slowly. Before it could take 2 steps back, a thin layer of ice formed on its body. Though the ice was thin, the persistent cold seeped into the beast's muscles and blood, rendering its limbs stiff and immobile. Special technique: 6-flower instant kill. In the air, Lin Weiner ceased her dance. The falling snowflakes around her froze in midair, as if time itself had stopped. With a single pointed finger from Lin Weiner, the surrounding snowflakes surged madly toward the mutated canine. At this moment, had one observed these snowflakes under a magnifying glass, they would have seen them spinning at a terrifying velocity. As the blizzard of snowflakes engulfed the mutated canine, all the supernatural phenomena vanished. Then Lin Weiner's feathered robe disappeared, and she plummeted straight down like a kite with a broken string. Lin Bai, who had been prepared, dashed over, leaped lightly, and caught her in his arms. "Are you all right?" Holding Lin Weiner after landing, Lin Bai looked at her exhausted face, strained from overexerting her mental energy. I'm fine, just a little dizzy, she replied, gently shaking her head against his chest. That's good. Cradling Lin Weiner, Lin Bai turned his gaze to the mutated canine. After being sliced by countless snowflakes, nothing remained of the beast but white bones on the ground. Not even a speck of flesh. Have them pack up the mutated canine's remains. The meat is very useful for evolvers, and don't forget the crystal core, Lin Weiner murmured softly, her eyes closed, as she was held in Lin Bei's arms in a princess carry. I know. After a night passed, the team regrouped and set off once more toward launching settlement. By noon, they finally reached the outskirts of the settlement, the so-called refugee camp. Is this where they live? Lin Bai asked, driving and looking at the people lying in crude shelters on both sides of the road, emaciated, their faces gaunt with hunger, lacking even the strength to lift their heads. Lin Weiner had told him about the conditions in the refugee camp, but now that he was here, he realized it was nothing short of a living hell on earth. Seeing their vehicle pass by, those who still had some strength knelt on the ground, begging incessantly, hoping Lin Bai and his group would take pity and offer some food. Seeing these refugees gaunt and utterly devoid of any spark of life in their eyes, the people on the bus couldn't bear to look at them anymore. This was only because Lin Weiner had warned them beforehand never to give any food to these people. If anyone offered alms, those around would ignite with the hope of survival and swarm forward in droves. At that point, these people would be even more frenzied than the zombies. The only way to leave would be to resort to mass slaughter. To be honest, Lin Weiner couldn't bring herself to lay a hand on them, for she too had once been one of these refugees in the camp. But fortunately, she was young and strong, and when the settlement recruited workers, she could still find a job. Lin Bai drove the bus, heading straight toward launching settlement. Why are there so many refugees? There must be at least 100,000 people, right? After driving for nearly 2 minutes, Lin Bai and the others still hadn't seen the settlement's gate. How did you survive back then? Lin Bai turned his head to glance at Lin Weiner in the passenger seat. A lot of us came together back then, all from our school. At first we stuck together pretty well and could always find some work to do, Lin Weiner said, recounting her past life. Before long, the convoy finally arrived at the entrance of launching settlement. The entrance of launching settlement had a massive city gate, which had been expanded later on, originally intended to create a so-called ancient launching town. Surrounding the settlement were tall walls, and now they could see many people constantly working along the walls. Most of the work involved raising the walls or digging moats. In front of the gate lay a large square paved with stone slabs where many vehicles were parked and various groups of people gathered, talking among themselves. Upon reaching the city gate, several guards stopped them and demanded to see their passes. We don't have passes. Can we get them issued now? Lin Bai rolled down the window and asked. Hearing that Lin Bai wanted to get documents, the guard he spoke to immediately beamed with joy. Their wages for guarding the gate weren't high, but whenever someone came to apply for a pass, they could earn a commission. Are those vehicles behind you all with your group? The guard asked with a delighted smile. Lin Bai nodded and said, yes, there are about 50 or 60 of us in total. Good. The guard nodded repeatedly and pointed to a small toll booth nearby. Come with me over there to process it. Then he leaned in very quietly and said, since there are so many of you, I can give you a discount. Thank you very much, Lin Bai said with a grateful smile, opened the car door, got out, and followed the guard to the toll booth. At the toll booth, the guard first went in and exchanged a few words with the person inside before calling Lin Bai over. So you said you have about 60 people. Our standard fee here is 3 crystal cores per person. It'll count you as 50 people and waive the fee for the other 10. But for those 10 you should have paid 30 crystal cores. Just give me 10 extra, and we're good. How about that? The guard said to Lin Bai in one long spiel. Alright, that works, no problem. Along the way they had killed quite a few zombies, so they had enough to cover the entry fees. Seeing how agreeable Lin Bai was, the guard warned him not to breathe a word about this, or else both parties would be in trouble. Lin Bai naturally agreed readily. Finally, there were also vehicle passes, 10 crystal cores for a large vehicle, and 3 for a small one, the same as for a person. The guard simply waived the fees for the 2 small cars. By the way, is this your first time here? Do you have a place to stay inside? While waiting for the passes to be printed, the guard continued to pry for information from Lin Bai. Lin Bai shook his head, about to say he had never been there, but then remembered that Lin Weiner had lived here in her past life, so he said, someone in our group has been here before, but we don't have a place to live. That's a problem. If you don't have a house in the city, you'll be kicked out during curfew at night. As the guard spoke, he secretly grew pleased again. If he could also sell a few houses, wouldn't that mean another commission? Brother, can you help us out? You've been here so long, you must know the place well. Can you find us a few big houses? We don't necessarily need to buy, a renting would be fine. As he spoke, Lin Bai pulled out a few more crystal cores and handed them over. The guard took the crystal cores, frowning. Over 50 people and on a budget. This was hard to arrange. Most of the houses here were like inns. Then he looked at Lin Bai, noticing he was young and dressed cleanly. He then asked, "Are you an evolver?" Lin Bai nodded. "How many?" "2." The guard glanced toward their bus. "Make it 5," Lin Bai said with a smile. 5. Hearing this number, the guard was taken aback. A team with 5 evolvers wasn't a particularly large faction, but they could definitely make it in the city. Moreover, evolvers didn't have to pay to enter the city, and each could bring 3 family members for free. That meant he had overcharged them just now. If they realized it later, wouldn't they come looking for trouble? So the guard quickly spoke to the person in the toll booth to refund some crystal cores. "No need, brother guard. Keep the extra as a token of our friendship. Can you find us a place big enough for everyone to stay?" Lin Bai refused the refund and said with a smile. The guard was stunned. An evolver was spending money to befriend him. More friends, more paths. That worked, but since he was an evolver, taking the money meant he had to deliver. "All right, brother. Wait a moment, let me ask around." With that, the guard walked over to a few other colleagues and discussed for a while. Soon he came back and said, "There really is a place that can hold over 50 people, but I'm afraid you might not." "It's fine, just say it. There used to be a big greenhouse here for selling potted plants. It's just a large shed completely empty inside with nothing at all. There are no partitions, so it might be inconvenient with so many of you. And the main thing is there's nothing, not even beds." The guard repeated the conditions inside. "Can we drive the bus inside and sleep in it?" Lin Bai asked. "That's actually a good idea," the guard said, giving him a thumbs up. "If you parked the bus on the street and slept in it, that wouldn't work. But inside the greenhouse it's fine. Still, it's not a long-term solution. Things like bathing and privacy." As he spoke, the guard was already starting to think about Lin Bai's needs. "If we buy it and renovate it ourselves, would that be allowed?" Lin Bai asked. Yes, as long as you buy it, it's yours. But besides the purchase price, you'd have to pay a tax. And supposedly, just supposedly, you'd have to pay taxes every year from now on." Saying this, the guard laughed and mocked himself. In this world, who knows if we'll even live another year. "Thanks, brother. By the way, my name is Lin Bai. What's yours?" "Oh, my surname is Shui Wenba." Shui Wenba also chuckled. These days, evolvers were the big shots, and it was rare for one to befriend him like this, and even ask for his name. "Oh, and brother Lin Bai, that girl in the passenger seat earlier. Is she your girlfriend?" "She's really beautiful. So beautiful that I only dared to glance at her once, and didn't dare look again." "Haha, yes, she's my girlfriend." Lin Bai laughed heartily. As they chatted, the passes were soon all printed. Lin Bai walked to the window to pick them up. But just as the toll booth clerk was packaging the passes, Shui Wenba suddenly tugged at his sleeve. "Brother Lin Bai, look over there. Your convoy might be in trouble." Hearing Shui Wenba's words, Lin Bai quickly turned around and saw a young man in his 20s standing beside the passenger side of their off-road vehicle. At that moment, Liang Xiaosong and the others got out of the car and walked over. Who are those people? Before approaching, Lin Bai decided to first ascertain their identity. "Brother Lin Bai, see that 20-something in the leather jacket? That's Jin Ruixin. Like you, he's an evolved being." Shui Wenba pointed over and continued. "You might not know, but this place used to be a scenic area. Later it was expanded. That kid's parents were the contractors for the expansion. They already had an advantage, and with numbers on their side, more and more people have been flocking to their family these days. I hear they already have a dozen or so evolved beings. The key thing is that kid is extremely lecherous and greedy. Seeing him standing there, I'd say 80% chance he's got his eye on your wife, and the other 20% is for your 2 trucks of supplies." "Thanks, brother. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Please hold on to that pass for me first." Lin Bai patted him on the shoulder, then quickly ran over. On Lin Weiner's side, not long after Lin Bai had gone to get the pass, a young man in his 20s approached her car, followed by a few lackeys. Seeing them coming, Lin Weiner thought her group's car was blocking their way. She immediately rolled down the window, intending to apologize and move the vehicle. The moment she opened the window and revealed her face, the approaching Jin Ruixin's eyes lit up instantly. Thanks to his family's influence in the days since the apocalypse began, he had indulged in all sorts of women within the settlement, even trying every depraved pleasure imaginable. Originally, he had just come out of the city, having heard from the guards that this group was applying for a pass. Seeing 2 large trucks, he suspected they were carrying supplies. Since they were applying for a pass, it meant this team wasn't originally from the settlement. He decided to go check them out, planning to fleece them if they lacked strength. But when Lin Weiner's window rolled down at that moment, he felt he had fallen in love. In all his life, he had never seen such a beautiful woman. The women he had played with these past days were all carefully selected beauties, not inferior to big-name celebrities by much. Yet compared to the woman sitting in this car, they were as different as heaven and earth. "Beautiful lady, can we be friends?" For a woman of Lin Weiner's unparalleled beauty, Jin Ruixin felt he was showing her the utmost respect. Lin Weiner wasn't foolish. Having once been a man herself, she naturally knew what he was after. Indeed, beauty is a curse. Being too attractive truly wasn't a good thing. An innocent man may be blamed for the treasure he possesses. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Lin Weiner refused Jean Ruixin bluntly. The moment she said this, one of Jean Ruixin's lackeys immediately stepped forward intending to berate her. However, Jean Ruixin quickly raised a hand to stop his underling and continued, "Beautiful lady, you might not know who I am. I'm the young master of Xinshin Real Estate. In this settlement, am not just anyone. Xinshin Real Estate." Hearing that name, Lin Weiner instantly remembered who this person was. In her past life, this young master, named Jean Ruixin, was notorious as a lecher. Lin Weiner had witnessed with her own eyes how his men forcibly took away the mistress of a perfectly fine family. After toying with her for a few days, they threw her back like a dead pig. During that time, they even invited the woman's husband to watch. He was nothing but a scumbag. Just then Liang Xiaosong and the others saw people gathered around Lin Weiner's car and immediately walked over. "Who are you? What do you want?" After approaching Liang Xiaosong and his group, tried to make Jean Ruixin and his men stay away from Lin Weiner. Any man could see what Jean Ruixin was after given Lin Weiner's stunning beauty. "Get lost if you don't want to die. Don't spoil our young master's fun." Several of Jean Ruixin's lackeys immediately stepped forward, blocking Liang Xiaosong and the others. At this point, Lin Weiner pushed open the car door and stepped out. She said to Jean Ruixin, "I know who you are and what kind of person you are. I have no interest in being friends with you. You'd better stay far away from us." Facing the threats from Jean Ruixin's lackeys, Liang Xiaosong and the others showed no fear. The tension in the air thickened instantly. "Is that so? You know me. If you know me, then you should also know what happens when you refuse me, right?" Hearing Lin Weiner's words, Jean Ruixin let out a dark chuckle, his tone laced with obvious threat. Just then a booming voice rang out from nearby. "Oh really? Please, young Master Jean, enlighten me. What happens when you refuse?" Hearing this voice, Jean Ruixin turned around and saw a tall, handsome man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, dressed in pure cotton sportswear, walking slowly toward them with his hands in his pockets. Seeing this man, Jean Ruixin felt extremely displeased. People naturally compare themselves to others, and compared to this man, he was inferior in height, looks, temperament, and aura. Jean Ruixin turned around, squinted, and said in a low voice, "Kid, are you trying to show off or playing the hero saving the damsel in distress?" "Excuse me, let me through." Lin Bai walked toward the crowd. Seeing they had no intention of moving aside, he smirked, and in an instant blazing flames erupted all over his body. Seeing the fire on Lin Bai, those blocking the way quickly scattered to both sides. Then Lin Bai walked over to Lin Weiner, wrapped an arm around her shoulder, and pulled her close. He said to Jean Ruixin, "Saving a damsel in distress? Not quite, but she is my woman. If you want her, you'll have to die. Don't believe me? Feel free to try. Who's your woman?" In public, Lin Bai draped his arm over her shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. Lin Weiner's face instantly turned crimson, especially at the words, "She is my woman." Fine. She admitted that Lin Bai had looked incredibly handsome when he strode over just now. Of course, with his height of 188 centimeters and a physique honed by years of playing basketball, that went without saying. Yet in that moment when he thrust his hands into his pockets, flames suddenly erupting from his body, and the lackeys hastily made way, Lin Weiner felt he resembled the male lead from some anime. Domineering and protective of his wife. No wait. If I think that way, doesn't that make me his wife? Bah. Who wants to be his wife? I must be losing my mind from this big jerk. An evolved, and with fire ability. Jean Ruixin stared at Lin Bai, thinking that this guy dared to oppose him because he had some skill. But there were plenty of capable people in this city. The Jean family had also recruited some evolved recently. Abilities were nothing special to them. What irked him more was that the ethereally beautiful Lin Weiner was now leaning against Lin Bai's chest. In this settlement, any woman he set his eyes on instantly belonged to him. Yet now his woman was being held in another man's arms. This was something he could not tolerate. Pointing at Lin Bai, he said furiously, "Kid, do you know who I am? You're challenging me. I know, aren't you just a lecher?" Lin Bai shrugged as he looked at him. Seeing Lin Bai's utterly dismissive attitude, Jean Ruixin was about to explode with rage. Before the apocalypse, his family was one of the wealthiest. As the crown prince of the Jean family, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. After the apocalypse, he did whatever he pleased. Now he was being publicly humiliated. "Are you sure you want to be an enemy of the Jean family?" Jean Ruixin gritted his teeth. Enemy is a strong word, but you can try. Lin Bai still wore that expression of not taking him seriously. "Damn it. Get him. Kill him." After Lin Bai said that, Jean Ruixin completely lost his temper. He had been somewhat wary of Lin Bai's displayed strength, but he couldn't endure repeated provocations, especially in front of the city gate with so many onlookers. If he swallowed this insult, how could he hold his head up in launching? Seeing Jean Ruixin about to act, Lin Bai released Lin Weiner from his embrace and drew the Tang saber at his waist, saying, If you want to fight, I advise you to think carefully. Once the blades are drawn, you will die today. As he spoke, Lin Bai swung his right hand, and the Tang saber cut through the air with a sharp whistle. The last time he had failed to kill that evolved with the cloning ability, and that near mistake had almost cost him and Lin Weiner their lives. So Lin Bei's current principle was if no one starts a fight, words are fine, but once blades are drawn, he shows no mercy, striking until the enemy is dead. But Jin Ruixin, already blinded by rage, couldn't hear Lin Bei's words. He shouted again at his hesitant underlings, "If you don't move now, I'll kill you first." Hearing this, the lackeys steeled themselves and charged at Lin Bai with weapons. "He'll handle it," Lin Bai said to Liang Shaosong and the others. At this moment, he sought a one-hit kill and would not let a single one leave alive. Although these men were also first-tier evolved, Lin Bai had evolved longer. After more than half a month of training, his strength had reached the peak of the first tier. With his Tang Saber fire ability and pistol, he could easily kill even ordinary second-tier mutant beasts. So when Lin Bei's Tang Saber burst into flames, the heads of those evolved dropped without a doubt. The wounds were even completely carbonized, not a single drop of blood splattered. Only after they fell to the ground, eyes wide open, did a torrent of blood gush from the severed necks. Good. Seeing this, Jin Ruixin clapped and laughed in fury. "You actually dare to oppose my Jin family? Just wait, you won't live long." With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Lin Bai wasted no words and swung his Tang Saber straight at him. Seeing Lin Bai attacking him, Jin Ruixin was startled and dodged in a bizarre manner. Lin Bai hadn't expected that the guy could evade that strike, especially since he hadn't held back. After dodging, Jin Ruixin, still shaken, pointed at Lin Bai and cursed, "You son of a bitch. You killed my men, and now you dare to attack me. Didn't I say, once the fight starts you die? You chose this, blame no one else." As he spoke, Lin Bai charged again at Jin Ruixin, and the flames on his Tang Saber visibly intensified. Seeing this, Jin Ruixin grew afraid. He hadn't expected this man would actually try to kill him. The lackey's lives were worthless, but how dare he intend to kill him? "Weapon, right, my weapon." Jin Ruixin patted his body, then remembered that his lackey always carried his weapon. But now Lin Bai stood between him and those lackeys. He couldn't possibly retrieve his weapon, especially with Lin Bai already chasing him. So he sprinted toward the city gate. Thank goodness these shoes were a treasure, bought at a huge price from the mysterious shop. Lin Bai swung his blade, but found the kid running faster than a rabbit. Seeing Jin Ruixin dash toward the city gate, Lin Bai decisively drew his pistol. Bang! One shot hit him in the back. In truth, with Jin Ruixin's speed, if he hadn't run in a straight line, Lin Bai would have found it hard to aim. Just as he entered the city gate, Jin Ruixin felt as if a huge hammer had slammed into his back. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. "What? Who hit me?" He stopped, turning his head with difficulty. The next second, another gunshot rang out. Bang! A bullet of concentrated energy pierced through his forehead instantly. "Dead. She's dead." Seeing Jin Ruixin killed, the onlookers around were instantly stunned, staring at Lin Bai in shock. At the same time, some applauded Lin Bai, hailing him for ridding the settlement of this menace. "Are you sure it's okay to kill him?" After Lin Bai holstered his gun, Liang Shaosong and the others grew worried. Though they didn't know Jin Ruixin, he had repeatedly emphasized his family's influence, suggesting they likely held some power in the settlement. "Don't worry. He's dead anyway. If we let him go back, he'd come after us, just the same. Since the outcome is the same, better to finish them all off. No need to give them an extra chance to target us." With that, Lin Bai pointed at the toll booth. "He'll go get the passes first. I've also found a place to stay. We'll talk later." Just as Lin Bai was about to head over, he saw Shui Wenba approaching with a plastic bag containing their passes. "So you're this formidable brother. I was worried for nothing." Shui Wenba handed over the bag. "You killed Jin Ruixin, the house I mentioned earlier." Hearing this, Lin Bai thought Shui Wenba was afraid of getting into trouble, so he cut him off. "No big deal. We'll find a place later." No, brother, you misunderstood." Shui Wenba paused, then quickly clarified. He waved over an elderly man who looked over 60. When the man approached, Shui Wenba introduced him. "Brother, this is Shi Mingwei. Thanks to him I got this job. The house I mentioned earlier belongs to his family." Big brother, hello. Lin Bai. Lin Bai quickly extended his hand to shake the 60-something man's hand. He had been about to call him uncle, but since Shui Wenba called him big brother, Lin Bai followed suit. Still, Lin Bai was puzzled. How could a gatekeeper own such a large greenhouse? And from the looks of it, even after Lin Bai killed Jin Ruixin, this old man was still willing to let him use the greenhouse. That meant he wasn't afraid of getting into trouble. Young man, well done. That brat deserved to die long ago. Shi Minghui shook his hand and patted Lin Bai on the shoulder. "Tell you what, they'll go back and talk to my family. We'll let you stay in that greenhouse for free for a few months. If you want to buy it, I'll give you half the price." Lin Bai was delighted. Did this old man have that much say? Shui Wenba chimed in from the side. Brother Sure has 7 or 8 evolvers in his family. But he felt he was too old, so he gave the evolution potions to the younger generation and took a job as a gatekeeper here. Oh, I see. Lin Bai nodded. But why would he offer the greenhouse for free? Wouldn't that also make them enemies of Shinshin Group? Come on, old man, let me take you to see it first. Then, big brother want to ride in our car? Sure, I'll take your car. With that, Lin Bai opened the rear door and let Shi Minghui in. After Shi Minghui got in, Shui Wenba quietly whispered to Lin Bai, the Shi family has a conflict with Shinshin Group. They've had several brawls, but they've been restrained. No one has died yet. Lin Bai was startled. So that's it. The old man wanted to recruit him. Thanks. You know where I live. If anything comes up, come find me. With that, Lin Bai patted Shui Wenba's arm, got into the car, and under Shi Minghui's directions slowly drove into the city. As Lin Weiner stepped through the gates of Lanqing again, 1,000 emotions swirled within her. This was the place where she had lived for over 2 years in her past life. Back then, because they arrived first, they managed to grab a guest room. A cramped space less than 10 square meters. 8 of them lived there. At the time, the surrounding buildings were filled with students and teachers from their university. Later, some of them became evolvers and took care of their fellow schoolmates, at least giving them jobs to keep them from starving. But eventually, they stopped looking after them. The 8 of them decided to sell the room to get some food. Later, one of them pocketed all the money and Lin Weiner was forced to become a refugee, ultimately dying in the apocalypse. The car drove into the city and Lin Bai chatted with the old man in the back seat while driving. Ever since they arrived at Lanqing settlement, Lin Bai had handled everything, solving problems, finding a place to stay, all by himself. Even if Lin Bai couldn't secure the house, she had some backup plans. But still, she willingly stayed behind Lin Bai, playing the role of a little woman. Though Lin Weiner didn't want to admit it, it was Lin Bai who actively communicated with others and managed relationships. She just had to watch quietly. It was like having a man in the household who arranged everything for her. She just needed to follow his lead without using her brain. This feeling was actually quite nice. Thinking about it, being a woman wasn't so bad, especially when there was a man shielding her from the storms. What are you thinking about? Lin Bai, chatting with the old man in the back, noticed Lin Weiner lost in thought and called out to her. Nothing, just feeling nostalgic seeing this place. Lin Weiner smiled. The old man, Shi Minghui, leaned over to glance at Lin Weiner in the front. Is this girl also an evolver? Sort of. Lin Weiner turned back with a smile. Good. Shi Minghui nodded. As long as she's an evolver, at least half the people who might have designs on her will back off. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Weiner smiled wryly. If she weren't an evolver now and hadn't teamed up with Lin Bai, she would have been captured long ago, forced to endure the torment of greasy, disgusting men. A fate worse than death. By the way, brother Sure, what's the grudge between you and Shinshin Group? Seeing that they were almost at their destination, Lin Bai decided to clarify their relationship first. Lin Bai's inquiry revealed that the Sure family and Shinshin Group had been at odds even before the apocalypse. Initially, Shinshin Group had contracted the entire Lanqing expansion project, acting as the general contractor. The Sure family, specializing in landscaping, was subcontracted by Shinshin Group for the greenery work. Thus, the Sure siblings recruited a group of workers and began their tasks. As previously agreed, Shinshin Group was to pay them progress payments at 20, 40, and 60 completion milestones. However, Shinshin Group persistently delayed payments, offering various excuses that distressed the Sure family. With workers' wages to cover and no progress payments in sight, they were forced to dip into their own funds. By the time the apocalypse struck, the project was 80 to 90 complete, and the conflict between the two families had intensified. Post-apocalypse, their disputes grew fiercer, though under the mediation of the settlement's joint authorities they remained relatively restrained, with only a few ordinary deaths in several skirmishes. Nevertheless, the Sure family was smaller than Shinshin Group and consistently at a disadvantage in conflicts. The Lanqing settlement, with its influx of refugees forming alliances, had a complex power structure. The strongest faction was the initial group of armed police officers, though even they were not entirely unified. Still, they represented the most authoritative official force in Lanqing. Under their leadership, a joint official body was established. However, most key departments remained under their control, while other factions vied only for minor positions and benefits. Later, Lin Weiner's school also emerged as a faction. Some former streetwise youths quickly organized their own groups. Additionally, villagers from various counties banded together under certain leaders, forming their own factions. In summary, the Lanqing settlement now hosted dozens to hundreds of factions of varying sizes. The Sure family and Shinshin Group ranked in the middle to upper tier. With Lin Bai's elimination of several Shinshin Group evolvers, including the group's young master, the two families were now evenly matched. If they could win Lin Bai's allegiance, they would gain the upper hand and force Shinshin Group to repay their debts. Soon guided by Shi Minghui, the convoy halted before a large blue steel shed. This steel shed is spacious, but it gets scorching hot during the day under the sun, and it'll be freezing in winter, Shi Minghui remarked after they got out. If you're willing, you can dismantle the steel and build proper houses. Shi Minghui led Lin Bai and Lin Weiner around the shed, adding, "There's no electricity here, but if you're bold, you can scavenge solar panels from outside. Our people are construction workers. They can handle installation if you bring the panels back." "Thanks, brother," Shi, Lin Bai said with a grateful smile. On the way, Shi Minghui had decided to gift them the shed. "Oh, it's nothing. We don't need it, and with your group, buying or renting would cost a fortune." Pointing to a nearby building, Shi Minghui asked, "How about stopping by our place?" "No need, brother Shi. We'll tidy up here first and visit you once we're settled," Lin Bai replied with a smile. "All right, take your time," Shi Minghui nodded. "My sons will be back later. He'll introduce you all so we can look out for each other in the future." With a farewell, Shi Minghui left the shed. After his departure, Zhang Qinyan led the others in cleaning the shed and unloading supplies from the trucks. In the core area of the Lanqing settlement, Commander Chen the lab requested 500 people today. What do you think? Inside the office, Chen Xinghua, the highest authority of the Lanqing settlement, sat at his desk reviewing documents from his secretary. "So many," he frowned. The female secretary across the desk promptly replied, "Yes, Professor Kong Yujie personally requested it." Chen Xinghua fell silent, tapping his fingers on the desk in contemplation. "How's the lab progressing? Any breakthroughs?" he asked after a pause. "Professor Kong says the success rate for this batch of potions is estimated at 1 in 10,000. A breakthrough from nothing." Chen Xinghua nodded. Since their arrival, the discovery of items sold in the mysterious shop had shocked everyone. The evolution potion in particular sparked his immediate thought, could they mass produce it? If mass production were possible, humanity might have a chance at survival. He promptly ordered experts and professors to be gathered from refugees for experiments. Soon good news arrived. The evolution potion from the mysterious shop bore a striking resemblance to spinal fluid extracted from zombies. With official cooperation, the lab recruited refugees for trials, injecting them with the spinal fluid. Invariably, all subjects turned into zombies. Comparing experimental data, the lab began isolating components from zombie spinal fluid, diluting or adding other substances to replicate the evolution potion from the mysterious shop. Yet after over 20 days and thousands of test subjects, success remained elusive. "Go get the people to the lab immediately. Tell them to spare no expense and accelerate the potion development." "Yes, sir." After the secretary left, Chen Xinghua stood by the window muttering to himself, "What nonsense is 1 in 10,000? They haven't even tested it. Where did that figure come from? A bunch of useless gluttons." By a little past 4 in the afternoon, Shi Minghui arrived at the greenhouse with 7 or 8 people. "This is my eldest son, Shi Jiwei. This is my second son, Shi Jizong. This is my daughter, Shi Jimei. This is my nephew, Shi." Once inside the greenhouse, Shi Minghui introduced each member of his family one by one. They were either his son's son-in-law, nephews, or brothers. 8 people in total. Subsequently, Lin Bai also introduced the 5 evolvers from his own team. After the introductions, Shi Jiwei pointed at the others and said to Lin Bai, "Brother, let them stay here. We still have a few empty rooms upstairs. You all can move in there." Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lin Bai felt that he had already taken such a big advantage from them that it wouldn't be right to impose further. Moreover, in this world, free things often came with the highest price. Nothing was ever truly given away for nothing. If you don't stay, those rooms will just be empty. I've heard about your deeds. You've avenged us in a way. Consider this our family's token of gratitude." Shi Jiwei said with a smile. Since they had put it that way, Lin Bai and Lin Weiner had no choice but to agree. As they were leaving, Lin Weiner whispered something to Zhang Xiaolong, who then led some people to the truck. The greenhouse was less than 30 meters from the Shi family's residential building, just a short walk away. The building housed not only the Shi family, but also the workers who had once labored for them. Upon reaching the building, Shi Jiwei led them to the underground garage. "How about it? Isn't it much cooler here than upstairs?" Shi Jiwei said with a smile once they were inside. Lin Bai and Lin Weiner surveyed the garage, which had been converted into livable rooms, including the reception hall, where they now stood. "It's not bad at all. Cool in summer, and warm in winter, very suitable." Lin Bai smiled. After a few minutes of conversation, Shi Jimei brought over a pot of tea and poured a cup for everyone. "Brother, you're truly fortunate. A woman as beautiful as your wife is a rare sight." Shi Jizong took a sip of tea and said with a grin. Lin Bai glanced at Lin Weiner and couldn't help but laugh. "We've known each other since childhood. We grew up together." "That's wonderful. Childhood sweethearts indeed." Shi Jimei added some water to the teapot and chimed in. At this point, Lin Weiner was utterly speechless. Well, now everyone assumed she was Lin Bai's woman. She would never be able to clear up this misunderstanding. She couldn't very well retort now and say that Lin Bai was just her good buddy, not her boyfriend. If she said that, the others would only tease and laugh even more. Before long, Zheng Xiaolong and a few others carried in the 2 first-tier mutant canines they had killed at the gas station. Before anyone could ask, Lin Weiner explained, "These are mutant canines. Eating their meat won't let you advance, but it can enhance your strength." However, before she could finish, the men stood up and walked over to the canines. "Thighs is a mutated beast." Shi Jiwei and the others were overjoyed. Just a few days ago, the laboratory had relayed some news regarding mutated beasts. As evolvers, they could consume the meat of mutated beasts to boost the energy within them, potentially reaching the peak of the first tier, the so-called first-tier pinnacle. Since receiving that news, they had been lying in wait for these so-called mutated beasts, as consuming their meat was the only way to enhance their strength before second-tier evolution serums became available. They had indeed spotted some mutated beasts, but most traveled in packs, making them too risky to engage. The one time they encountered a lone mutated boar, it escaped, and someone in their team was even injured. Thus, the sight of the mutant canines filled them with intense excitement. Lin Weiner had initially thought they might not yet understand the benefits of mutated beasts, but their reaction showed they were clearly aware. Since they already knew, she didn't need to elaborate. So she simply said to Zheng Xiaolong, "Brother Xiaolong, have them carry these 2 mutant canines to the kitchen, prepare them, and we'll cook them for dinner tonight." Zheng Xiaolong nodded and asked Shi Jiwei where the kitchen was. "Sister, such a valuable gift, and you're just sharing it with us." Shi Jiwei approached Lin Weiner and took her hand. "Sister, didn't you also offer us a place to stay?" Lin Weiner felt a bit awkward, as it was the first time someone had held her hand like that. No, to be precise, as a woman, it was the first time another woman had held her hand, the only other person being Lin Bai. It's a matter of reciprocity. Let's not be polite about it. At that moment, Lin Bai stepped in and said. Of course, Shi Jiwei and the others had no intention of refusing, it was merely a polite gesture. After Zheng Xiaolong and his men took the mutant canines to the kitchen, the atmosphere between the 2 groups grew noticeably warmer, and the initial formality completely dissolved. Lin Weiner and the others sat in the living room, chatting naturally, splitting into 2 groups. Lin Bai and the men sat together, while Lin Weiner and the women gathered in another. As soon as they sat down, the conversation turned to Lin Weiner. "Sister, how do you maintain your skin? It's absolutely flawless." Shi Jiwei held Lin Weiner's hand, playing with her fair, slender fingers. Lin Weiner tried several times to pull her hand back, but felt it would be rude, so she let it be. It was then she realized that women's conversations were this intimate. "It's natural," Lin Weiner replied, not knowing what else to say, though it was the truth. "Ah, how wonderful." Shi Jiwei then turned her attention to Yi Qingyan, showering her with compliments as well. The 2 girls who had rarely left campus were blushing profusely under Shi Jiwei's praise. As the conversation drifted, it eventually landed on Lin Bai and the others. Shi Jiwei glanced at the group of men on the other side and asked curiously, "Sister, I heard you and your boyfriend are childhood sweethearts. When did you 2 get together? Did he pursue you?" Lin Weiner was utterly exasperated by this question. What was all this? They weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend. If they kept this up, it might actually become true one day. Ahem. She cleared her throat and said, "Well, I suppose so. Childhood sweethearts attending the same school. How wonderful. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match." Lin Weiner and the others found it quite peculiar. Even when they sat down to eat, no one from Xinxin Group had come to confront them. Logically, if one's son had been beaten to death at the city gate, who wouldn't be furious and seek vengeance? Yet until now, Xinxin Group remained utterly silent. Perhaps it was for the best that they hadn't come. After their long journey, Lin Weiner and her companions could finally take a moment to rest. During the meal, Lin Weiner instructed the chef to boil several large buckets of broth using the stripped bones, then distributed a bowl to each ordinary person. It wasn't that Lin Weiner was being stingy, unwilling to give them meat. The carriage held 21st-tier mutated hounds and 1 second-tier mutated hound. Even if everyone ate, there would still be leftovers. The real reason was that ordinary people simply couldn't consume this meat. They were incapable of absorbing the energy within it. Diarrhea would be the least of their concerns. This was akin to refugees who had endured prolonged starvation. They couldn't be suddenly indulged with rich foods. If those who had long gone hungry, emaciated, and gaunt were to feast on meat and fish for days on end, they would suffer from metabolic disorders, respiratory failure, and heart failure. Although these people hadn't starved, the principle was similar when it came to high-energy mutated beast meat. Drinking only the bone broth from the mutated beasts was something their bodies could tolerate. Lin Weiner wondered if over time these ordinary people might eventually become able to consume the meat itself. Of course, this was merely her speculation. In truth, in the post-apocalyptic environment, it was nearly impossible for ordinary people to eat such meat. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the Shi family was thoroughly content. Just as Lin Weiner and her group were about to leave, the Shi family exchanged glances and called out to Lin Weiner and Lin Bai. Finally, Shi Jimei stepped forward with some embarrassment and asked, Sister, do you have any more of that mutated beast meat? Before Lin Weiner could respond, Shi Jimei quickly added, Don't worry, sister, we won't take it for free. We can trade with equipment. There's no need for a trade. They'll have someone send 2 carcasses over to you later, Lin Weiner said with a smile. At this moment, aside from a second-tier evolution potion, there was almost nothing she desired. No, sister. You've just arrived and haven't secured your footing. We can't accept your things for nothing. As she spoke, Shi Jimei led Lin Weiner deeper into the garage. When a steel door creaked open, a high-tier mystery shop appeared before them. Seeing the shop, Lin Weiner thought to herself that it was only natural. For a faction like theirs with 8 or 9 evolvers, they would certainly control a high-tier mystery shop. If it were only an ordinary mystery shop, they wouldn't have been able to produce so many evolvers. Come, sister, let's go in. I recall there being some equipment inside that should suit you, Shi Jimei said, pulling Lin Weiner and Lin Bai into the mystery shop. Once inside, Shi Jimei pointed at the refresh countdown and said, We're out of luck this time. The next refresh is over 10 days away. We've already purchased the evolution potion, but there are still some items left. See if there's anything you want. Lin Weiner nodded. Since she was already inside, she might as well take a look. Before she could even start browsing, Lin Bai was already rummaging through the shelves. Xiaowan, let's take this. I think it's perfect for you. Just as Lin Weiner was about to look, Lin Bai handed her a square package. When she took it and saw what it was, she nearly wanted to beat Lin Bai to death. For no other reason. It was a pair of stockings. And black ones at that. She would rather die than wear black stockings. It was too shameful. No, absolutely not. She would never wear them. Why don't you wear them? Lin Weiner hurled the packaging at Lin Bai. I'm a guy? Why would I wear something like this? They'd suit you perfectly. Long, beautiful legs. Hey, don't hit me. First check the stats, Lin Bai said, handing the stockings back to her. Item name: ultra-thin, sheer black stockings. Item type: apparel set. Item price: 99 crystals, tier 1. Item attribute: leg strength 2. Attribute activation conditions: 1. The user must be female. 2. The user must not be an evolver. Item description: heaven pities the common folk, enhancing their chances of survival in the apocalypse. Watching Lin Weiner and Lin Bai bicker, Shi Jimei couldn't help but laugh. She then advised, I've seen these stockings before. Since you're both evolvers, they're useless to you. Perhaps you should look at something else. Isn't there an Aline pleated skirt here? They'd make a perfect set together, Lin Bai said, seizing the opportunity while Shi Jimei was speaking. He found a skirt without even glancing at the weapons or other equipment. Item name: Aline pleated skirt. Item type: apparel set. Item price: 78 crystals, tier 1. Item attribute: constitution 2. Attribute activation conditions: 1. Must be worn with the ultra-thin sheer black stockings set. 2. The user must not be an evolver. Item description: custom equipment designed for ordinary people, enhancing their chances of survival in the apocalypse. We'll take this set. It's a shame there are no shoes or a top to match. This mystery shop is such a scam. Why sell only half a set? Lin Bai said, picking up both items, completely ignoring Lin Weiner's exasperation. Shi Jimei had nothing to say. She had seen these 2 pieces before. They were not only useless, but also overpriced. For the Shi family to spend a fortune on equipment for ordinary people was not something they could afford to do. Most importantly, even if an ordinary person wore this equipment and could fight zombies, a single scratch would still mean death. Because of this, anyone wearing this set would be overly cautious, afraid of injury. Moreover, it was women's clothing. Most women would just scream at the sight of a zombie and couldn't fight freely. So buying it would be a waste. Better to save the crystals for other things. But since Lin Bai wanted it, that was his business. Perhaps it was a little romantic game between the 2 lovers. Thus, Shi Jimei happily paid for it. After confirming they had no other needs, she excused herself from the mystery shop. Wear them yourself. Lin Weiner gritted her teeth, glaring at Lin Bai. But I think they really suit you. Think about it. When you haven't transformed, you're vulnerable to ambushes. Wearing this set would be perfect for you, Lin Bai argued earnestly. Lin Weiner knew Lin Bai was right, but wearing black stockings was absolutely out of the question. She stared at him, eyes wide with fury. Moreover, she knew Lin Bai was definitely up to no good. Ahem. Lin Bai felt uncomfortable under her gaze and muttered to himself. I'll tell them later. If the other 2 pieces of the set appear on the next refresh, they must save them for us. Lin Weiner reached out, pinched a chunk of flesh on his waist, and twisted hard. At the same time, under Lin Bai's control, the 2 of them exited the mystery shop. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. The next second, in front of everyone, the entire room echoed with Lin Bai's agonized screams like a pig being slaughtered. The Shi family had allocated 3 rooms to them. Coincidentally, Liang Xiaosong and Yi Qingyan shared one. Jing Xiaolong brought his mother to stay in another, and Lin Weiner lodged with Lin Bai in the 3rd. After returning to their room, Lin Bai persistently urged Lin Weiner to don the black stockings and pleated skirt for his viewing pleasure, but she resolutely refused. In the end, after Lin Bai's relentless coaxing, Lin Weiner finally agreed to wear them the next morning. As they settled in for sleep, Lin Bai toyed with the two second-order mutated canine spirit crystals in his hands like walnuts while discussing their future plans. Gradually, they drifted off to sleep. After both had fallen asleep, the black card within Lin Weiner's body autonomously emerged, silently floating to the bedside table beside the spirit crystals. It began to absorb the energy within the crystals, and within minutes the crystals turned into a pile of powder. Afterward, the black card returned to Lin Weiner's body. The next morning, Lin Bai woke to this bizarre scene. The spirit crystals he had placed on the bedside table were gone, leaving only a fine dust behind. After a moment of stunned silence, once Lin Weiner emerged from the bathroom after washing up, he pointed at the powder and asked about it. He didn't care about two crystals, even second-order ones. But if Lin Weiner hadn't done it, it meant someone had entered during the night. Since this was the Sure family's territory, they must be involved. Seeing the powder, Lin Weiner immediately thought of the Qiongfei fairy card and the black card named Linmu. Because she had previously fed these two cards with first-order spirit crystals, she took them out to inspect. The Qiongfei fairy card's upgrade progress showed no change, while she could clearly sense that the black card's color had grown noticeably deeper. Unexpectedly, it had even learned to steal food. What kind of card was this? Knowing it was due to Lin Weiner's card, Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief. However, he immediately retrieved the black stockings and a lean pleated skirt he had bought the day before. The moment Lin Weiner saw these items, she felt a headache coming on. She had originally thought that after waking up, Lin Bai would forget about the matter, but he remembered it all too clearly. You know, we've offended the people from Xinshin Group. The Sure family has a secret shop, so Xinshin Group must have one too. They didn't retaliate yesterday. Maybe they're plotting something. If they come up with a scheme to ambush us and you don't have time to strengthen your transformation, wouldn't that be disastrous? Lin Bai laid out all these pros and cons with great eloquence. I refuse. Lin Weiner quickly stepped back 2 paces. Didn't we agree yesterday? The world is dangerous. If you want, I'll help you put them on. Saying this, Lin Bai got up from the bed to assist. No. Stay away. I'll do it myself. Lin Weiner grabbed the black stockings and pleated skirt and headed into the bathroom. Wait. Just as she entered, Lin Bai caught up and held the door. What do you want now? If you keep this up, I won't wear them. Lin Weiner glared at Lin Bai, fuming. She knew, of course, that on one hand Lin Bai genuinely cared about her well-being. On the other hand, it was purely because he wanted to see her in black stockings. Originally, if she didn't want to wear them, no amount of urging from Lin Bai would work. But facing his anticipation, she felt a strange impulse. An inexpressible urge to wear them for him. Having such an impulse already made her blush, for she had once been a boy. But now Lin Bai was holding the door to prevent her from closing it. Was it not enough to wear them for him to see? Did he also want to watch her change? Wasn't that going too far? Wait, you forgot to take the clothes. I think this shirt goes well with it. Saying this, Lin Bai handed a white fitted shirt through the gap in the door. Most of these clothes had come from the packages they had unboxed at that villa. Seeing the shirt, Lin Bai offered Lin Weiner, opened the door, snatched it, and then slammed the bathroom door shut, locking it. Shedding her pajamas, she took out the black stockings. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and bent over to slip her legs into them. So soft, so smooth. After putting them on, a pair of straight, long legs appeared before her eyes. The stockings were sheer, not like thick black ones that were completely opaque. Instead, they seemed to blend with her skin, creating a very appealing look. Then Lin Weiner put on the pleated skirt. But she felt the skirt was a bit short, like a JK uniform. Was it really okay to wear this? After putting on the shirt Lin Bai had given her, she almost couldn't button it due to her full bust. She had to take a deep breath and fasten the buttons, hoping they wouldn't pop. Finally, she put on a pair of Nike sneakers. After checking herself in the mirror and turning around to confirm everything was fine, Lin Weiner nervously opened the bathroom door. At that moment, her heart was filled with conflict. She knew that once she opened it, Lin Bai would be right there. So at that instant, she wondered what he would think of her. Would he like this outfit? Would he compliment her beauty? Would he praise her figure? Wait. No. Why should she care about his opinion? Why should she care whether he thought she looked good? And besides, it didn't matter, did it? Had she completely turned into a girl? No, she must have been brainwashed by him. The fleeting thoughts vanished as the door opened, and upon seeing Lin Bai's face, Lin Weiner's mind went completely blank. As Lin Weiner pulled open the door, Lin Bai, who had been waiting outside, was instantly stunned. At that moment, he found himself utterly incapable of summoning any words to describe her beauty. Every adjective that existed in the world to depict loveliness seemed to pale and lose its luster before her. Standing before him, Lin Weiner did not receive the praise she had anticipated. A flicker of disappointment subtly emerged across her face. See, I told you it didn't look good, yet you insisted I wear it. With that, she turned to retreat, and change out of the outfit. Just then Lin Bai reached out and grasped her arm, speaking hurriedly. Beautiful, you look beautiful. I was just so overwhelmed by your beauty that I was left speechless. You're just spouting nonsense. Lin Weiner's cheeks flushed crimson as she forcefully pulled her wrist free from his grasp. You and your silver tongue. Men are all no goo. She abruptly stopped herself mid-sentence, then swiftly changed the subject, urging Lin Bai to wash up. After both had freshened up, they opened the door, only to find someone seated at the top of the stairs. The moment he saw Lin Weiner emerge, the man promptly said, You two haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Boss sure sent me to wait for you. Our breakfast is ready downstairs. Why don't you come down and join us? Seeing this, Lin Weiner did not decline. After expressing her thanks, she followed Lin Bai downstairs to eat. They had also agreed to head out together today to search for supplies and gather crystal cores. After breakfast, Lin Bai and Lin Weiner drove their own off-road vehicle, while Liang Xiaosong and his two companions followed in a pickup truck. This expedition comprised the 5 members of the Flower Guardian squad and 9 from the Sure family, totaling 14 evolvers. Since they were scavenging for supplies, the Sure family had also brought along 2 large trucks. After leaving the city, the battle at the city gate the previous day seemed like a thing of the past. Besides, their convoy vehicles from many other factions were also steadily streaming out of the city. Today we have 500 slots to enter the city. We need an equal number of men and women. Only those in good physical condition will be accepted. Anyone who is sick is out. Beside the refugee camp, a man who appeared to be an officer stood atop a vehicle holding a megaphone and shouting to the crowd. Hearing about the slots to enter the city, the crowd immediately erupted into chaos. Line up, one by one. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will face my wrath. By this time the officer had put down his megaphone, but his voice remained thunderous. Some refugees nearby found their ears ringing from the noise. Soon after the refugees had formed a long line, some of the relatively stronger individuals were selected. Once chosen, they were immediately given 2 white flour steamed buns. One man, upon receiving his buns, promptly stuffed them into the hands of his wife, standing beside him. Smack! Just then a man maintaining order nearby lashed a whip across the man's body, cursing angrily. Who allowed you to give your food to someone else? Struck by the whip, the man trembled in pain. He did not argue, but only looked urgently at his wife and said, Quick, eat it. Eat it quickly. Hearing his words, the woman hastily shoved the bun into her mouth, devouring it ravenously. Just as the man with the whip was about to strike again, another person beside him intervened. Forget it, it's just one bun. Let it go. Let's finish the task early and get back. The lab is pressing us. Upon hearing this, the man with the whip snorted coldly. He then gave the man another bun and reiterated the warning to the selected individuals, forbidding them from giving away their food. What is this all about? As their vehicle passed the refugee camp, Lin Bai and Lin Weiner happened to witness this scene. Frowning, Lin Weiner pondered for a moment before saying, I've heard before that the settlement's lab needs people for drug trials. I'm not sure if that's the case. Even as she spoke, she was uncertain. In her past life, she had been at the very bottom of society. Although she eventually became a refugee, she had no knowledge of the affairs of the upper echelons. Much of what she knew was merely hearsay. Just then, as Shi Jiwei's vehicle passed by, he exchanged greetings with the officers who were selecting people. Lin Bai asked him about it again. Alas, they are all pitiful souls, Shi Jiwei said, shaking his head regretfully. After leaving the refugee camp, Lin Weiner and the others followed Shi Jiwei's vehicle as they journeyed onward. The roads Shi Jiwei chose had been cleared of abandoned vehicles, a result of the past half-month of effort. With the addition of Lin Weiner's team, Shi Jiwei decided to venture farther as the closer areas had already been thoroughly scavenged. Thus a place called Shuyuan Town became their target for this trip. Unlike some smaller towns, Shuyuan Town had a permanent population of around 200,000 before the apocalypse, surpassing even some small counties in terms of population. Upon arriving at Shuyuan Town, Shi Jiwei and his group were extremely cautious. A town of this size would have a terrifying number of zombies. Of course, the permanent population of 200,000 was scattered across various villages and other areas. Not everyone was concentrated in the town center. However, this time their luck seemed to have run out early. After entering the town, they swiftly cleared the surrounding zombies and entered a supermarket called Good Luck to begin loading supplies. But they had only just filled one truck when a massive horde of zombies surged in from all sides. Among them, several zombies were visibly different from the rest, clearly indicating they were at least second tier. One particularly menacing zombie with a greenish hue and towering over 4 meters tall possessed 3 heads, an unmistakable sign of danger. Furthermore, surrounding these 3-headed zombies were hundreds of first-tier zombies. This is trouble, Shi Jitsung muttered, his face pale as he watched the zombies flooding in from the road outside the supermarket. First-tier zombies were manageable, but those distinctly different ones were undoubtedly second-tier. A quick count revealed at least 5 second-tier zombies. With only 14 evolvers in total, even if 3 of them ganged up on one, it wouldn't be enough, especially with the countless first-tier zombies to contend with. Weiner and I will deal with the second-tier ones first, Lin Bai suddenly announced to Shi and the others. If you encounter any, stick together and try to hold them off until we finish and come to help you. The two of you, going after second-tier zombies. Shi and his companions were taken aback. They had encountered second-tier zombies before. The biggest difference between second-tier and first-tier zombies lay in their agility. First-tier zombies had many weaknesses. They were often missing limbs, a result of being torn apart by other zombies while still human. More importantly, first-tier zombies were essentially dead. Their bodies' infected muscles hardened and blood coagulated. Consequently, their movements were extremely rigid like puppets, earning them the name Walking Dead. Second-tier zombies, however, were a different story. They were products of evolution. During their transformation, the virus altered their muscles, and they developed a form of zombie blood within their bodies. In short, a first-tier zombie was like a lifeless puppet, but a second-tier zombie already exhibited signs of life. This meant that while a first-tier mutated beast could easily kill a first-tier zombie, once a zombie evolved to the second tier, even a second-tier mutated beast had to tread carefully. No time to explain. Weiner and I will go first. Organize yourselves and stall for time if you encounter a second-tier zombie. With that, Lin Bai drew his Tang sword, and a scorching flame instantly coated its blade. Lin Weiner quickly produced her card. Derivative card Enhance. A cascade of silver-white hair unfurled across her back, drawing everyone's gaze. After all, these were second-tier zombies. The 2 pieces of equipment bought yesterday would hardly suffice. Derivative equipment card Greatsword. As the Shi family watched in stunned silence, a 2-handed greatsword materialized in midair. Lin Weiner grasped it, and the 2 of them dashed out of the supermarket. Can they really handle this? Shi frowned at Liang Xiaosong. Relax, just do as they say. Liang Xiaosong drew his own weapon. Seeing no other option, Shi and the others resolved to fight for their lives. Meanwhile, Lin Weiner and Lin Bai each singled out a second-tier zombie. Skill Shield. Lin Weiner enlarged the greatsword and swung it in a wide arc, sending a swarm of first-tier zombies flying. In an instant, a vacant circle formed around her. Seeing Lin Weiner clear the area, Lin Bai sheathed his Tang sword. Raising his right hand, he made a grasping motion and intoned Flame Domain of Fire. In a flash, flames erupted outward, incinerating every zombie within a 5-meter radius of his palm. Even Lin Weiner was puzzled. Hadn't Lin Bai's fire always been limited to his body or weapons? How could it now project outward? She would have to ask him later. Items from the Mystic Shop had fixed properties that couldn't be altered, but there was no time to dwell on it. A hideous second-tier zombie was charging straight at her. For Lin Weiner, such a common second-tier zombie was no real threat, but she sought to conserve energy. She drove the great sword into the ground. Skill Shield. Instantly, the weapon morphed again, extending a nearly 2-meter-long spike toward the oncoming zombie. The zombie's momentum impaled it directly on the spike. Lin Weiner mused that she might need to rename this skill. Though called shield, it could assume any shape. Could a spike be called a shield? Perhaps it could, as it was still for defense. As she pondered, she reshaped the great sword, retracted the spike, and decapitated the zombie with a single stroke. On the other side, sweat beaded on Lin Bai's brow. He could have fought more efficiently, but his self-created domain of fire had drained much of his energy. The principle behind it was simple. The Mystic Shop's flame rune allowed the user to attach fire to themselves or their weapon. So he wondered, what if he used a handful of air as his weapon? If air could be his weapon, could he then set it ablaze? Thus, to use this self-created ability, Lin Bai first had to grasp a handful of air, treating it as his weapon, hence the gesture. But the vast area his flames covered rapidly depleted his internal energy. Fist of Fire. Spotting a second-tier zombie, Lin Bai punched the air. A blazing fist rocketed forward and slammed into the zombie's face with a thunderous boom. Yet the damage was minimal. The zombie, over 3 meters tall, retaliated with a massive iron fist. At that moment, Lin Bai leaped high, his feet rapidly stamping the air. With each step, a burst of flame erupted, propelling him through the sky, like walking on air, until he landed behind the zombie. As the towering zombie's punch met empty air, Lin Bai seized the chance. Extending his right hand, a blade of condensed flame formed in his grip. With a swift downward swing, he severed the zombie's head, which tumbled to the ground. Letting out a long breath after killing the zombie, Lin Bai faced the horde charging toward him. He resisted the urge to use another wide area attack, as his energy was more than half depleted. Setting fire to the air over a large radius would drain him dry. Instead, he drew his pistol, firing and dodging in a bid to catch his breath and recover both stamina and energy. Nearby, Shi and his group held their ground together. With over a dozen evolvers united and no second-tier zombies in sight, their situation was relatively manageable. Watching Lin Bai and Lin Weiner each effortlessly dispatch a second-tier zombie left them utterly astounded. Lin Bai in particular drew their attention with his spectacular display of flames and mid-air maneuvers. In that moment, everyone wondered how such a gap could exist between them all being first-tier. No wonder he had dared to kill the young master of Xinshin Group without hesitation at the city gate. As things stood, even if Jin Shanghai brought his entire Xinshin Group force, they would all perish in Lin Bai's flames. As Shi Jiwei and the others watched Lin Weiner and Lin Bai each take down a second-tier zombie, another zombie, roughly the size of a monkey, charged toward the crowd with lightning speed. Initially, everyone's attention was drawn to Lin Bai and the others, and this small-statured zombie blending into the horde went unnoticed. When it swiftly flashed before Shi Jizong, he realized that this zombie's speed was beyond compare. Its palms extended claws a full 10 centimeters long. As the short, shaggy zombie swiped its claws at Shi Jizong, he was completely unable to react. With a single scratch, his face was marked with several gashes of varying depths. In an instant, Shi Jizong felt a searing pain across his face and let out a scream. Seeing this, the others quickly gathered to help. However, as they moved in, the small zombie immediately retreated back into the horde. When they resumed killing the first-tier zombies before them, the small zombie would emerge from somewhere unknown to attack them again. Thus, back and forth, the 12-member squad was worn down both physically and mentally, with several sustaining injuries of varying degrees. Meanwhile, Lin Weiner and Lin Bai were engaged with a giant, three-headed zombie. Clearly, this second-tier zombie was a cut above the previous two. Lin Bai drew his pistol, choosing to expend all the energy from an entire crystal core in the magazine in one go. With a bang, a beam of energy bullets shot from the muzzle, striking the right head of the giant zombie, which was instantly obliterated into paste. Just as Lin Bai thought he had succeeded, a new head grew back from the zombie's neck. Damn, it can do that. As Lin Bai prepared to fire a second shot, the middle head of the giant zombie opened its mouth and spat an energy beam back at him. Skill shield. Lin Weiner swiftly thrust her greatsword into the ground, transforming it into a conical shield to block the attack. The impact of the energy wave against the shield sent a shockwave that knocked down a large number of the charging first-tier zombies. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bai peered out from behind the shield and fired 2 shots at the middle head. After firing without a second glance, he quickly pulled out a few crystal cores and reloaded them into the pistol's magazine. When Lin Weiner withdrew the shield, sure enough, the blasted head had regenerated. Of course, Lin Bai knew that second-tier zombies were not so easily killed, especially this elite among them. When he faced the second-tier mutated dog, his shot might have affected its internal body, but the bullet hadn't penetrated. This zombie seemed utterly indifferent to its heads, offering no defense, suggesting its weakness might not lie there. Just then, the zombie casually swung a street lamp pole over 10 meters long, smashing it down at them. Lin Weiner blocked with her sword, then ran along the pole, grinding its blade against it as she charged toward the zombie. Lin Bai quickly fired 2 more shots at the zombie to cover her, aiming not at its head, but at its body. As expected, the bullets hitting the zombie's body didn't cause the explosive effect seen on the head. They only created pits, revealing a thick layer of bone armor beneath. Lin Weiner used her greatsword to parry the poles, swiftly reaching the zombie, then with all her might slammed the flat of the blade heavily into its stomach. The greatsword itself weighed nearly 1,000 jin. Combined with Lin Weiner's strength, this strike caused a pained roar from within the giant zombie's belly. Hearing this, Lin Weiner was startled. She had thought that since the head wasn't a weak point, she'd start with the largest target, the stomach. Unexpectedly, she had discovered something. Could there be a living being inside this zombie's stomach? Was it parasitized by another creature? Had the vibration from her greatsword strike affected whatever was inside? Moreover, after being struck in the stomach, the zombie became less active. If her guess was correct, the previous blow had injured the parasitic entity within. With this in mind, Lin Weiner again struck the zombie's stomach fiercely with her greatsword. After just 2 strikes, the stomach area was a bloody mess, oozing a greenish fluid. On the 4th strike, cracks appeared in the bone armor over the stomach. Given Lin Weiner's strength and the nearly 1,000 jin greatsword, it took 4 strikes to crack it, highlighting the terrifying toughness of the bone armor. After the 5th strike, a piece of the bone armor shattered, falling directly into its stomach. Lin Bai, who had been waiting nearby, wasted no time and thrust his gun into the opening, firing several shots. Then, with another strike from Lin Weiner, a large chunk of armor broke off. The two peered inside. To their surprise, inside the giant zombie's belly was a small zombie connected to the larger body by a fleshy tube. They had initially thought it was parasitized by something, but it turned out to be a mother-child linked zombie. After Lin Bai extracted its crystal core, Lin Weiner took out another second-tier crystal core from her person and handed it to Lin by telling him to keep it lest that black card secretly absorb it again. Second-tier crystal cores were now extremely precious. As for the black card and the Cheongfei fairy card, Lin Weiner had them absorb energy from some first-tier crystal cores at regular intervals since they had plenty of those. After dealing with this zombie, Lin Weiner turned to look at Liang Xiaosong and the others, noticing the predicament they were in. "They'll go. You rest." With that, Lin Bai leaped high into the air, running through the sky with flames occasionally spurting from his feet. From above, he spotted the small, agile zombie hiding in the horde. Then he dove headfirst in free fall. With flames propelling his feet, Lin Bai's descent speed increased rapidly. Just then, the small zombie lurking in the crowd ready to ambush Liang Xiaosong and the others seemed to sense something. As it looked up, Lin Bai was already upon it. Instinctively, the zombie swiped a claw at Lin Bai. Flame fist. Lin Bai swung his fist downward, igniting the surrounding air, and delivered a punch. With a bang like a massive explosion, a wave of fiery shock swept the area. The small zombie was burned to a crisp, and the surrounding zombies within several meters were also caught in the blast. "The rest is up to you." Lin Bai was exhausted, his internal energy nearly depleted. Seeing Lin Bai kill the zombie that had been plaguing them, Shi Zhuwei and the others' morale soared. Only 100 or so first-tier zombies remained. Each of them handling 10 was manageable. Before long, the surrounding zombies were all cleared. Lin Weiner and Lin Bai pulled up stools to rest while the others either carried goods into the vehicles or pried open the zombies' skulls to collect the crystals. After this battle, the Shi family was thoroughly convinced by Lin Bai and Lin Weiner. They began to voluntarily take on all the menial tasks. Even when Lin Bai, having rested enough, wanted to help with the cargo, they insisted he continue resting, saying they would handle it. "By the way, Dad mentioned yesterday about installing some solar panels for the greenhouse." After most of the supermarket goods had been moved, Shi Zhuwei pointed to a row of houses across the street and spoke to his siblings. Hearing this, they immediately recalled the matter and climbed onto the roof to dismantle the solar panels one by one. Lin Bai and Lin Weiner noticed and quickly went over to help catch the panels and load them into the truck. This way they would have electricity at the greenhouse. Besides the solar panels, they also dismantled several air conditioners and loaded them into the truck. It was a fruitful haul. Just as they were about to leave, the sound of vehicle engines came from afar. Soon 5 or 6 modified off-road vehicles and several large trucks arrived. Seeing Lin Weiner and the others, the vehicles stopped and a few people got out. They're from the official faction, Shi Zhuwei immediately told Lin Weiner upon seeing the arrivals. "Huh?" Lin Weiner asked in confusion. "Official faction? Aren't you part of the official faction too? Isn't the official faction a coalition of all you forces?" Hearing this, Shi Zhuwei gave a helpless smile. "A coalition of forces, that sounds nice. But the important positions in the settlement never go to us. My father, for instance, only managed to get a gatekeeper role." Then Shi Zhuwei gestured with his eyes toward a man approaching and said, "That man is Yan Xingqiang. I heard he was some kind of free-fighting coach before the apocalypse. He later joined the official faction. His strength is terrifying. He might have already reached the second tier." "Second tier? Have they unlocked the second tier evolution serum?" Lin Weiner asked, frowning. "No," Shi Zhiyong said with a curl of his lip. "He's different from us. People like him don't need evolution serums to advance. In the settlement, they call them awakened." Hearing this, Lin Weiner understood. She knew about awakened, but she hadn't known they could advance without evolution serums. After all, in her past life, she had been at the very bottom of society, living only to find her next meal. How could she have known such things? Seeing Yan Xingqiang approaching, Lin Weiner stepped back, trying to let the Shi siblings shield her from view. She didn't want to cause any more conflict over her appearance. "So it's you Shi family folks here. Did you do all this?" Yan Xingqiang, whom Shi Zhuwei had called an awakened, walked over and surveyed the mess on the road and around them before asking Shi Zhuwei. Though the man's attitude was poor, Shi Zhuwei knew he couldn't afford to offend someone like him. So he replied with a forced smile, "Yet unlucky to run into so many zombies." Yan Xingqiang then glanced at their trucks and casually remarked, "Looks like a good haul. We've got over 100 mouths to feed back home. Can't manage otherwise," Shi Zhuwei replied, still smiling ingratiatingly. Just then 2 other evolved approached and said to Yan Xingqiang, "Brother Chang, there were a few second-tier zombies, but their crystals are all gone." "My." Hearing his subordinates report, Yan Xingqiang looked at Shi Zhuwei's group and frowned. "Did you kill those second-tier zombies too?" "Yes, we did," Shi Zhuwei nodded repeatedly. When he heard that the second-tier zombies' crystals were missing, a sense of dread rose in his heart. Hearing this, one of Yan Xingqiang's subordinates sneered disdainfully, "Kill several second-tier zombies." Well, Shi Zhuwei didn't know what to say, but he still didn't expose Lin Bai and the others. However, Yan Xingqiang no longer cared whether they had killed them or not, and didn't want to waste more words. He said, whether you killed them or not doesn't matter. I don't want anything else. Just hand over the second-tier crystals. I won't take them for nothing. 1 second-tier crystal for 50 first-tier ones. Hearing this, the Sure siblings were put in a difficult position. First, the exchange was completely unfair. 50 first-tier crystals could be obtained by killing 50 first-tier zombies, which posed little danger to them. But killing a single second-tier zombie, even if they fought together, would be extremely hard, especially since second-tier zombies were usually surrounded by hordes of first-tier ones, making it even more treacherous. So not even 200 first-tier crystals for 1 second-tier crystal would be a trade they'd accept. Second, the second-tier crystals were all with Lin Bai. Even if the siblings felt pressured to accept this unequal exchange, they had no second-tier crystals to give. What? Not willing? Seeing Shi Jiwei's troubled expression, Yan Xinqiang's face darkened, and his tone grew heavier. We. At this moment, Shi Jiwei was at his wit's end. He didn't know what to do. He didn't want to offend this man, but he also didn't want to expose Lin Bai and the others. Especially since Lin Weiner had stepped back, he thought she might be afraid of Yan Xinqiang. After all, the man was from the official faction. Whether they could beat him or not, they couldn't afford to offend him or fight him. Besides, Lin Weiner and Lin Bai had just fought a long battle and were exhausted. Lin Bai had nearly collapsed, and though they had rested a bit, they surely hadn't fully recovered. But just then Lin Bai stood up from a nearby chair, slung an arm over Shi Jiwei's shoulder, and put on a cheeky grin as he said to Yan Xinqiang, "The second-tier crystals are with me. Why are you asking Wei Go? If you want them, beg me. Who the hell do you think you were talking to our brother Chong like that? You looking for death?" Seeing Lin Bai casually draping his arm over Shi Jiwei's shoulder and speaking insolently to Yan Xinqiang, a knife-wielding thug beside, Yan pointed his blade at Lin Bai and barked. Shi Jiwei hadn't expected Lin Bai to suddenly step forward and say such things. His expression turned visibly awkward as he couldn't afford to offend either side. But Lin Bai was after all one of his own, and from his words it was clear he had no intention of handing over the second-tier crystal core. So Shi gritted his teeth and replied, "Brother Lin Bai just arrived at our settlement and isn't familiar with the ways of the world here. He thought you were trying to rob us. My apologies." Shi Jiwei's words seemed to make excuses for Lin Bai, but in truth they mocked Yan's group for throwing their weight around and trying to freeload their second-tier crystal core. However, Yan Xinqiang's men had no patience for such subtleties. The same thug immediately shot back, "Stop your damn blabbering. Either hand it over, or well, take it by force." "What then?" "Take it by force. What then?" Lin Bai glanced at the man, then turned to Yan Xinqiang and asked, "Is your lackey serious?" Hearing himself called a lackey, the thug flew into a rage and reached for his blade, ready to strike. Don't, let's all talk this out." Shi Jiwei was startled. If a fight broke out, they'd all suffer. He quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "I've never seen you before. There's no one like you in the Shi family. Who are you?" Seeing Lin Bai so assertive, and Shi Jiwei daring to protect him despite the risk of offending his group, Yan Xinqiang grew curious. He raised a hand to stop his men and asked Lin Bai, "Brother Wei just said we just arrived at the settlement. I'm no superstar. It's only natural you don't recognize me, isn't it?" Lin Bai drawled lazily. "Just arrived?" Yan Xinqiang frowned, sizing up Lin Bai. He could clearly sense that the energy fluctuations within Lin Bai were weaker than his own, meaning Lin Bai was merely a first-tier evolver. Yet Shi Jiwei was so protective of him and hadn't even mentioned that the second-tier crystal core was in his hands from the start. Besides, with the whole Shi family here, why would they let this kid hold on to the second-tier crystal core? Was this kid playing the fool? Pretending to be weak? No, definitely not. This kid had been aggressive from the start. Playing the fool meant showing weakness, not strength. Unless the kid was an idiot who couldn't read the room. But that didn't fit either. If he were that stupid, Shi Jiwei and his people wouldn't bother playing along. So Yan Xinqiang decided to use official pressure to test Lin Bai's response. "So you're saying you want to be our enemy?" Yan stared hard at Lin Bai. At this, Lin Bai suddenly laughed and said, "That line sounds so familiar. Yesterday at the city gate, that Jean guy, whatever his name was, said something similar, didn't he, Weiner?" With that, Lin Bai turned his head toward Lin Weiner, who was sitting nearby. Lin Weiner smiled, stepped forward, and nodded. There was no point in hiding anymore since the dispute now centered on the second-tier crystal core. The moment he saw Lin Weiner, Yan Xinqiang's brow furrowed deeply. "Are you saying you're the ones who caused the trouble at the city gate yesterday and killed 5 or 6 of Xinxin Group's men?" Lin Bai grinned and replied, "Yeah. I warned him not to make a move. If he did, he'd die. Of course the same goes for you. I'll give you the same warning now. If you try to take my things by force, you will die." "Is that so? I'm not like that kid from Xinxin Group." With that, Yan Xinxiang unleashed the energy fluctuations of a second-tier awakener. Lin Weiner glanced at the men behind Yan Xinxiang and said, "So there are no other second-tier evolvers on your side, right? That means we just need to deal with you, correct?" Hearing her words, Yin Xingxiang suddenly sensed a thick, murderous intent emanating from her. He studied her carefully. For some reason, he couldn't detect a single trace of evolver energy fluctuations from Lin Weiner, yet he had an inexplicable feeling that this woman, as ethereal as a celestial being, was extremely dangerous. He had heard about the city gate incident yesterday, but it seemed only one man had acted, likely the kid in front of him. Who was this woman? Even with his second-tier awakener strength, he couldn't sense even a hint of her aura. But the murderous intent she had just released was unmistakable, sending a chill down his spine. Unless she was a third-tier evolver. But that was impossible. Yin Xingqiang frowned. Whatever the case, he didn't want to take the risk. Did you kill those second-tier zombies? Lin Weiner nodded and asked, so are you going to rob us or not? Her question caught Yin off guard, almost making him feel like she was hoping they would attack. We're all just trying to scrape by in this apocalypse. There's no robbery about it. We only wanted to trade. Since you're not interested, forget it. Yin Xingqiang forced a smile, giving himself an out. As a second-tier awakener, he held a high status in the settlement. Eating well, drinking well, and having everything he wanted. There was no need to take such a risk here. Brother Chong. Seeing Yin about to leave, one of his men looked confused. Yin Xingqiang said nothing, just shot him a hard glare before bidding farewell to Lin Bai and the Shi family. Oh, they're not robbing us. Lin Weiner blinked as she watched them turn away, then said regretfully, they must have a lot of crystal cores on them, right? Hearing that, Yin Xingqiang nearly stumbled. So this woman was actually eyeing their crystal cores. Damn, good thing they hadn't made a move. He quickened his pace, urging his men to leave immediately. Seeing this, Lin Weiner let out a soft laugh. She had said that deliberately to tease them. If Yin Xingqiang had actually attacked, she wouldn't have minded reaping the rewards. Robbing people was far faster than hunting zombies. After all, killing a zombie only yielded one crystal core, while taking down an evolver could net many. But since they hadn't made a move, she and Lin Bai had no reason to rob them. After Yin Xingqiang and his group departed, Lin Weiner and her team rested for a while until the large trucks were fully loaded. Since it was still early, they decided not to search for supplies any further and instead headed to other areas to hunt zombies for their cores. It wasn't until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon that they drove back to the city. As luck would have it, just as they were nearing the city gates, they crossed paths with Yin Xingqiang's group again. After exchanging greetings, Yin Xingqiang expressed his desire to introduce Lin Weiner and Lin Bai to some key figures in the settlement. Lin Bai was indifferent, making some acquaintances might prevent future conflicts. Upon returning to the greenhouse, Lin Weiner found it empty. She learned that Zhang Qinyan had taken everyone to work. The authorities were planning to expand the settlement, which required building a perimeter wall before constructing houses and other structures. Moreover, constantly scavenging for supplies outside was unsustainable. Eventually, nearby resources would be depleted, forcing them to venture farther and face greater dangers. Thus, farming became a necessity. To ensure the safety of the fields, more work lay ahead. For the vast farmlands, those closer were fenced with wire mesh. For the more distant ones, people were assigned to cut trees, build fences, and sharpen wooden stakes as barricades around the fields. This would protect both the farmers and the crops from other threats. Lin Weiner recalled that in her past life, the settlement had planted large quantities of high-yield crops like sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes. Initially, even the refugees benefited, receiving food distributions from time to time. However, later on, some of those in charge of distributing food began to exploit the system, leading to dwindling supplies for the refugees. As dusk approached, Zhang Qinyan returned with the workers. Lin Weiner appreciated their initiative. Ushi and Lin Bai hadn't instructed them to find work on their own before leaving the settlement that day. Yet Zhang Qinyan had led the group to join Shi's men in seeking tasks outside. Even if they hadn't worked, the food Lin Weiner and her team gathered daily would have been enough for everyone. This showed that Zhang Qinyan and his people were reliable. That evening, Lin Weiner had them cook some mutated dog bone soup. Thinking about the bitter cold of the approaching winter, she realized the iron sheet greenhouse wouldn't retain heat. So she instructed them to dismantle the greenhouse and build proper houses in the coming days. Even simple mudan straw thatched huts would be far warmer than the metal shelter. Since these people were her own and had proven decent, Lin Weiner didn't want them to suffer. She planned to provide them with evolution serums when available. Half a month later. As usual, Lin Weiner and her team returned to the outskirts of the settlement around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. As their vehicles drove through the heart of the refugee camp, they saw a crowd gathered. Just then a voice rang out from Shi Zikong's vehicle on the right flank. Look over there. It looks like a mystic shop has spawned, and it has a scrolling marquee. Hearing this, Lin Bai and Lin Weiner quickly got out of their car. They had encountered a few mystic shops over the past days, but their offerings were unremarkable. Only common weapons and first-tier evolution serums. Lin Weiner didn't claim much from these finds, usually splitting them evenly with the Shi family. She gave Zhang Qinyan 2 serums for him to distribute, while the weapons went to Liang Xiaosong, Yi Qingyan, and the others. Move aside, move aside. The Shi family members rushed to the mystic shop, driving away the surrounding refugees. In this area, such shops were first come, first served. Once inside, they realized this mystic shop wasn't the permanent high-tier kind. It was a one-time shop that would vanish after purchases. Yet its external marquee suggested it was more advanced than ordinary one-time mystic shops. Lin Weiner's eyes immediately locked onto a test tube filled with a white liquid on the top shelf. Gray, white, blue, green, purple, orange. White signified a second-tier evolution serum. Without hesitation, she reached out and claimed it. Item name: Evolution Serum Tier 2. Item type: medicine. Contraindications for first tier and above evolvers only. Price: 6 tier 2 cores, 200 tier 1 cores. Seeing the price, Lin Weiner understood why Yin Xingqiang had tried to seize their tier 2 cores earlier. Initially, a first-tier evolution serum cost just over a dozen first-tier cores, but now it had risen to over 30. As for the second-tier serum, besides 200 first-tier cores, it also required 6 second-tier cores. The authorities had likely already exchanged for second-tier serums at other mystic shops. This meant the price had already increased. Whenever someone bought an item from any mystic shop, the price of that item would rise everywhere else. Of course, there was a cap. First-tier serums, for instance, had stopped rising after reaching over 30 cores. Xiaobai, this is for you. Lin Weiner had no intention of letting the Shi family have the second-tier serum. Lin Bai must evolve to tier 2 first. The Shi family raised no objections, as Lin Weiner and Lin Bai had killed most of the second-tier zombies and mutated beasts over the past half-month. Lin Bai took the serum, ruffled Lin Weiner's hair, and said with a grin, "My Weiner is so good to me. Just drink it already." She slapped his hand away and rolled her eyes. "As you command." With that, he uncorked the bottle and downed the serum in one gulp. The moment he swallowed it, Lin Bai felt his internal energy surge several times over, and its quality had also significantly improved. Lately, Lin Bai had faced an awkward problem. His attack power was sufficient, but energy consumption was a major issue. Especially when using his self-created large-scale AoE flame skills, his evolutionary energy would deplete after just a few uses. Now, having evolved to tier 2, the higher quality of his energy meant he consumed less when using the same skills. Plus, his total energy reserves were several times greater than before. This evolution effectively filled the gap of insufficient energy. After Lin Bai advanced to the second rank, his equipment now included a white Tang Saber, a special ungraded pistol, and the purple flame inscription that had merged with him. He found the Tang Saber quite handy and had no intention of replacing it. As for the pistol, crafted by a mysterious merchant, it bore no grade designation, yet it had always proven reliable. When loaded with a first-rank core, it could unleash all the energy in a single shot, equivalent to a full-powered strike from a first-rank evolutionist. A first-rank human or monster struck at a vital point would have no chance of survival. When a second-rank core was loaded into the magazine, it could only release about 1/5 of its energy at once, but the power was still formidable. A second-rank evolutionist would inevitably be injured if they took such a shot hidden. But that was when Lin Bai was at the first rank. Now that he had advanced to the second, he had yet to test how much energy from a second-rank core could be released in a single shot when loaded into the magazine. In this mysterious shop, besides the second-rank evolution potion, the weapons included a blue warblade, a blue bow, a blue hammer, and a blue longsword. The rest were white and gray weapons. Since Lin Bai took the evolution potion, he allocated 3 weapons to the Shi family, a blue warblade for Liang Xiaosong, while they chose the remaining white and gray ones themselves. Apart from weapons, there were 2 upgrade blueprints, one to upgrade gray weapons to white, and another to upgrade white weapons to blue. Thus, Lin Bai took the blueprint to upgrade white to blue and enhanced his Tang Saber. After the upgrade, the saber's attributes were as follows: item name, exquisite Tang Saber. Item type, item, weapon grade, blue weapon trait. / deals additional slashing damage to targets. If the target has armor, inflicts extra damage to the armor. Description, a relatively exquisite Tang Saber custom made for a select few. Additionally, there was a card exclusive to Lin Weiner. Card name, spiritual energy recovery card. Card type, derivative card. Passive card, grade blue. Card effect, continuously restores the user's spiritual energy. Card price 0. Card description, with this card, perhaps you can stay up all night. At this point, Lin Weiner realized that aside from the card obtained by defeating monsters in the 8th universe, every card she had acquired seemed to be from mysterious shops that no one else had used before. The discovery of this mysterious shop delighted the Shi family as well. Although the second-rank evolution potion went to Lin Bai, the 3 blue weapons significantly boosted their team's strength. After leaving the mysterious shop, the Shi family tossed half a cart of food near it before departing. This was a tradition in the refugee camp. Whenever a mysterious shop was discovered, the evolutionists who benefited would distribute some food to the surrounding refugees. On the way back, an expanding wall under construction around the settlement could be seen. Due to the vast area to enclose and the scarcity of materials like bricks and cement, most walls were built using rammed earth techniques. Through the car window, excavators could be seen digging up large amounts of yellow clay, mixing it with water into mud. Workers then combined the mud with straw, layering it one upon another. It was said that upon completion these walls would be at least 2 meters thick and 6 meters high. Back at the settlement, the original greenhouse had long been dismantled. Using the same method as the outer walls, over 20 rows of thatched cottages were more than half finished. To brace for the cold winter, Lin Weiner instructed them to make the walls as thick as possible. Over this period, due to consistently drinking mutated beast bone soup, Lin Weiner and the ordinary people under the Sher family had indeed grown much stronger. Tang Yinyan, originally a sophomore majoring in Chinese literature, had fled to Lanxing settlement with her schoolmates after the apocalypse. Arriving early, they secured a room on the 3rd floor of a place called Xinxin Homestay. After many twists and turns, this room, less than 10 square meters, now housed 7 people. Though cramped, it was heaven compared to the refugees outside. During this time, some who escaped from the school became high and mighty evolutionists. These evolutionists from the same school took care of them, occasionally assigning tasks. Though they often went hungry, at least they could survive. Having worked for the past 2 days, she was given a day off to let other jobless classmates survive. Though she still had 3 Jin of food coupons left, she planned to endure hunger since she had no work today. So she lay still on the bed, trying not to move and conserve energy. As she drifted off to sleep, the door creaked open and the aroma of corn wafted into her nostrils. The scent of food jolted her awake. The door opened to reveal a gaudily dressed girl holding a half-eaten corn cob. This girl, named Lu Wenxian, was a junior in the foreign languages department from the same school. Like her, Lu Wenxian had no work today. Lu Wenxian saw Tang Yinyan lying weakly on the bed, and as if showing off, waved the gnawed corn cob in her hand. Then she said, "Yinyan, at a time like this, what's the harm in selling your body? Stop being stubborn." With that, Lu Wenxian sat beside her, the scent of the cooked corn growing stronger. "How about considering my advice? If you agree, I can arrange it now. With your looks, any man would fight over you." Hearing Lu Wenxian's words, Tang Yinyan bit her lip hard. Since childhood, she had been the pride of her parents and teachers. From middle school to college, countless boys had pursued her, but she had never fancied any. In her freshman year, she had a brief romance with a tall, handsome, and brilliant student. His only flaw was that he rarely paid attention to her or took her out. She sensed he came from a poor family, but didn't care. To make him spend more time with her, Tang Yinyan proposed a breakup to provoke him, but to her surprise, he agreed. It had been over a month since the apocalypse, nearly 2 months. She felt she couldn't hold on much longer. This wasn't the first time Lu Wenxian had suggested this. Initially, she had been firm, but lately she had begun to waver. Yes, when survival was at stake, what did selling her body matter? All right. Tang Yinyan bit her lower lip tightly, turned her head away, and a tear slowly slid from the corner of her eye. She knew that once she uttered that word, she would no longer be herself, no longer be Tang Yinyan. Hearing that word, Lu Wenxian's eyes lit up. "You agree? It's fine, everyone is doing this kind of thing nowadays. Don't be upset, we're all just trying to survive. It's no big deal." As Lu Wenxian pulled Tang Yinxin downstairs, she secretly rejoiced inside. A woman as beautiful as Tang Yinxin. If she could recommend her, the commission would be substantial. Perhaps if the benefactor was pleased, she might even be rewarded with dozens of caddies of food coupons. After being dragged downstairs and walking along the street, Tang Yinxin felt as if everyone's gaze was fixed upon her, as though they all knew what she was about to do. Slowly, a sense of regret began to creep into her heart. So she forcefully pulled her hand free from Lu Wenxian's grip and said nervously, Qianjie, let's go back." "I'm not ready yet." "Absolutely not." Hearing that she wanted to go back, Lu Wenxian immediately turned around and grabbed her hand tightly. How could she possibly let Tang Yinxin go back now? If she did, what would happen to her commission? "Qianjie, please let me go. I don't want to go anymore." Tang Yinxin struggled desperately, but having not eaten for days, she had no strength to break free. However, at this moment, Lu Wenxian was also growing anxious. She had finally managed to bring Tang Yinxin out of their school's territory, and she had no intention of letting her renege. "Tang Yinxin, stop making a scene." Lu Wenxian tugged at her while scolding. "I've already made an appointment with them. If you leave now, what am I supposed to do? Besides, do you still think you're that favored daughter of heaven? Can you stop pretending to be innocent? You should be happy that someone is willing to pay for you. How many women would love to earn money this easily, but can't? Do you understand? I don't want to go. I beg you, Qianjie, please let me go." Tang Yinxin, her arms still in Lu Wenxian's grasp, crouched down on the ground and began to cry. Lu Wenxian held her tightly and was about to continue her tirade when 7 or 8 middle-aged men descended from the building in front of them. The oldest appeared to be in his 50s or 60s while the youngest looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Stop fussing there here. I'm warning you, these people are evolvers. If you offend them, you're finished. Lu Wenxian warned Tang Yanxin. Then turning to face the group of middle-aged men, her expression instantly shifted into a fawning smile. Pointing at Tang Yanxin, who was sitting on the ground with a terrified look, she said, "Boss Zhao, Boss Li, Boss Chun. I've brought the girl as promised. Take a look. Are you satisfied?" Gazing at these unfamiliar middle-aged men, Tang Yanxin trembled uncontrollably. At that moment she regretted everything. A profound regret washed over her. She didn't know why she had been so foolish as to agree to come here with Lu Wenxian. "Quick, lift your head, and let the bosses have a look." Tang Yanxin sat on the ground, hugging her knees, burying her head in fear. But Lu Wenxian had no intention of letting her off as she walked over and forced her to raise her head. "Lu, let me. He'll do it." The middle-aged man whom Lu Wenxian had called Boss Zhao seemed to have a stutter. He walked over, motioned for Lu Wenxian to step aside, and then approached Tang Yanxin. Reaching out, he touched her face and forced her head up. As her head was lifted, it was clear that Tang Yanxin's eyes were completely red from crying. Her face is indeed lovely, much better than the previous ones. After Tang Yanxin was forced to look up, another middle-aged man nearby chuckled in admiration. Yes indeed. Boss Zhao also appeared very pleased. Rest assured, esteemed bosses, not only is she beautiful, but she is also a virgin. Seeing that the middle-aged men seemed quite satisfied, Lu Wenxian quickly stepped forward to claim credit. Still a virgin, eh? The several middle-aged men exchanged lecherous glances. Then Boss Li pulled a stack of food coupons from his pocket and tossed them at Lu Wenxian, saying, "We'll take her. Any issues with your academy?" Lu Wenxian was overjoyed. Crouching down, she frantically picked up the money while saying, "Don't worry, esteemed bosses. There are so many people at our academy, no one will notice if one goes missing." Qianjia, what do you mean by this?" Hearing their conversation, Tang Yanxin suppressed her fear and confronted Lu Wenxian. "Oh, from now on you'll be with these bosses, eating well and living lavishly. I'm almost jealous of you," Lu Wenxian said, clutching the food coupons, her expression somewhat unnatural. It was then that Tang Yanxin realized she had been completely and utterly sold out by Lu Wenxian. "Let's go, what are we waiting for?" One of the bosses, surnamed Chun, who was behind, clearly couldn't wait any longer and began to urge them on. "Old Chun, you just came down, you're not already worn out, are you?" "Bullshit. Me worn out? Ha 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 ha." Hearing his impatience, the other middle-aged men burst into crude laughter. "It's over, I'm finished." Witnessing this scene, a wave of desolation surged through Tang Yanxin's heart. She never imagined she would end up like this. How could this be? Why had it come to this? "Please let me go, I beg you, please. Uncles, I implore you, have mercy and let me go." Tang Yanxin's tears had nearly dried up. She could only hope that these men might suddenly take pity on her and set her free. "Let you go?" A middle-aged man with a quivering fat face glanced at her, then pointed at Lu Wenxian, who had already run far away, and said, "I spent a lot of money to buy you. You think he'll just let you go? Please, uncle, he'll find a way to pay you back. Uncle, I beg you." Tang Yanxin's body shook uncontrollably. Staring at these men with malicious intent, her spirit was on the verge of collapse. "Pay me back? With what? Exactly? I've never had such an innocent female college student in my life. You think we'll just let you go? Let's go." With that, one of them grabbed her arm and forcibly dragged her toward the stairwell. "Don't touch me. Get away. Someone help me. I want go, let me go." Tang Yanxin struggled with all her might, crying out in heart-wrenching sobs. She twisted her head around, desperately hoping to see someone on the street behind her who could save her from this abyss. In a fleeting moment, through the tears in the corner of her eye, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a very familiar figure. "Help me. Come save me. Lin Bai." At that instant, Tang Yanxin summoned every ounce of her strength to cry out the name that had always remained deep in her heart. Lin Bai had advanced to the second tier, and the two finally decided to take a couple of days off to rest. Having spent so much time mingling with zombies recently, Lin Weiner felt as though her entire body reeked of their stench. With no tasks assigned, and no need to go out, Lin Weiner slept until broad daylight. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, boredom set in at home, so they decided to wander around the settlement. Having been here for so long, they had never truly explored the settlement. Though it was the apocalypse, the interior of the settlement and the refugee camp outside seemed like two entirely different worlds. Particularly on the settlement's most bustling street, neon lights flickered, and everything one could desire was available, rivaling even some city centers from before the apocalypse. They walked side by side along the street, observing the bustling crowds and the array of shops. Suddenly, Lin Bai crooked his left arm and extended it in front of Lin Weiner. "What are you doing?" "Hold my arm," Lin Bai said with a straight face. "Who wants to hold your arm?" Lin Weiner replied somewhat exasperated and walked around him. Lin Bai quickly took 2 big strides to catch up, then pointed at the crowd and said, "Look at them, aren't they all holding arms? They're couples, husbands and wives." "We're not." Lin Weiner shot him a glance. "Oh, come on." Lin Bai persisted with a playful grin. "Just hold it once, okay?" Fine, I'll hold it." With that, Lin Weiner reluctantly linked her arm through his. Once she held his arm, Lin Bai's face lit up with joy, and he teased smugly, "With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for?" "Get lost." Lin Weiner pinched his waist hard. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Lin Bai quickly shifted his waist to the right to evade, then complained, "How do you women all know this trick?" "What do you mean you women all know this trick? Sounds like you've experienced it with many." No. Just a slip of the tongue. Don't be jealous." Lin Bai quickly tried to soothe her. "Get lost, you're always trying to trap me with my words." As they bantered and playfully scuffled, some men on the street looked at Lin Weiner and cast envious glances at Lin Bai. "Want to check out a clothing store? They'll buy you some nice clothes." "No." Lin Weiner gently shook her head while still holding Lin Bai's arm. During this time, the supplies they had gathered from outside included a mountain of clothes. "How about some candied hawthorn skewers?" Lin Bai pointed at a stall ahead. Lin Weiner was about to refuse again, but she thought that since they finally had a chance to relax and stroll around, and Xiao Bai had been asking her if she wanted this, or that the whole time constantly saying no would be too dull. So she nodded. Let's get 2 skewers. I haven't had them in a long time." Having asked about everything once, Lin Bai finally found something Lin Weiner wanted, so he immediately pulled her to the stall and bought 2 skewers. After paying and receiving the candied hawthorns, Lin Bai handed one to Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner took it and took a gentle bite. "Is it good?" Lin Bai asked from beside her. It's pretty good." Lin Weiner smiled. In truth, the candied hawthorn wasn't as delicious as she had imagined. There was too little sugar. Perhaps it was because of the apocalypse. Sugar was precious, yet the skewer wasn't cheap either. As she spoke, Lin Weiner held the candied hawthorn in one hand and naturally linked her other arm through Lin Bai's. They walked along, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, the sound of crying and shouting reached their ears. The voice seemed familiar to Lin Bai, so he said to Lin Weiner, "Let's go check it out." They passed through a narrow alley and arrived at an adjacent street. A dozen meters away, several middle-aged men were surrounding a young woman, laughing loudly. "Is that Tang Yanxin?" Lin Weiner immediately looked at Lin Bai. She had met Tang Yanxin a few times during their freshman year, but wasn't entirely sure. From those few encounters, Lin Weiner had a fairly good impression of her. In an era that valued wealth over virtue, she hadn't looked down on Lin Bai's poverty and was a very kind girl. It's her." Lin Bai frowned at the group of middle-aged men. "Aren't you going to help her?" Lin Weiner asked, swallowing the last bite of her candied hawthorn. Lin Bai had just started to speak when he saw the men grab Tang Yanxin's arm, seemingly trying to drag her upstairs while she struggled and begged for mercy. "Go on quickly." As soon as Lin Bai uttered the word, Lin Weiner released his arm and gave him a push. Having grown up together, she knew exactly what was on his mind. At that moment, Tang Yanxin, while being dragged, turned her tear-streaked face and seemed to spot him, then cried out in anguish. "Save me. Please save me. Lin Bai." In that cry of Lin Bai, Lin Weiner could hear the sliver of hope Tang Yanxin had grasped in her despair. "She's calling you. Go on." Lin Weiner urged him from behind, then added, "I don't mind." As soon as she added that, Lin Weiner immediately covered her mouth. At that moment, her mind was screaming in frenzy. What did I just say? Saying that makes it sound like I'm his girlfriend. Spit. Loose lips sink ships. On the other side, the middle-aged man, hearing Tang Yanxin call for help, raised his hand and slapped her across the face, cursing, "Damn it, you're asking for death." As the slap came down, Tang Yanxin closed her eyes in despair. But at that moment, a gunshot rang out. Bang! A bullet made of energy instantly struck the middle-aged man's elbow. Upon impact, his arm snapped into 2 pieces. The lower half, severed from muscle and bone, was flung by the bullet's force against the wall, gushing a torrent of blood. My hand. The middle-aged man was stunned by the sight, then clutched the stump of his right arm with his left hand, screaming in agony. Who did that? Who? The other men, snapping out of their shock, looked around and spotted a young man in his late teens or early 20s about a dozen meters away, holding a gun aimed at them. After firing that shot, Lin Bai turned back to Lin Weiner and said, "Well, he'll go help first. Wait here. Go ahead." Lin Weiner nodded. Lin Bai, it's really you." Tang Yanxin opened her eyes and immediately spotted Lin Bai walking toward her. Earlier, when she turned around and saw that familiar silhouette, she wasn't sure it was Lin Bai. The shout she let out was merely a desperate cry in her hopelessness. Moreover, even if it were Lin Bai, what could he do? After all, these people were all evolvers. It's me." Lin Bai flashed a smile at Tang Yanxin, then walked slowly toward the group, gun in hand. "Which faction are you from, you bastard?" Stop right there. A middle-aged man barked, pointing at Lin Bai as he approached. The others also drew their weapons and swiftly surrounded him. Seeing this, Tang Yanxin grew anxious and quickly warned Lin Bai, "They're all evolvers, you." "Shut up." The man who had lost an arm earlier erupted in fury, grabbing Tang Yanxin by the hair with his remaining hand and yanking her up. As her hair was pulled, a sharp pain shot through her scalp, yet she remained silent. Unlike before, she didn't want Lin Bai to worry, so she bit her lower lip tightly, trying not to distract him. "You son of a..." Bang! Lin Bai halted and fired a shot at the man's head. As brains splattered, the words died abruptly. "Attack! Don't let him fire again." A quick-witted middle-aged man shouted, and the remaining few charged at Lin Bai with lightning speed. But the next second, a blaze erupted from Lin Bai's body, instantly incinerating the evolvers who had closed in. Only one man remained, the one who had ordered the assault. Lin Bai stared at him expressionlessly, slowly raising the gun to aim at him. "Don't. You can't kill me. I'm one of Colonel Yang's men. If you do, you're dead." The man trembled, his legs shaking, yet he tried to threaten Lin Bai with words. Bang! Before the words faded, a bullet pierced his forehead, and he collapsed. Lin Bai had waited for that very statement. He allowed the man to finish speaking because he wanted to know who his backer was, so that if retaliation came, he would know whom to blame. Now that he had revealed it, he could die. Murders on the settlement streets were rare, but not unheard of. However, the last time 5 or 6 evolvers were killed at once was over half a month ago at the city gate. Murder. Murder. It's him. I remember. He's the one who killed at the city gate last time. That gun. Let's go. Get out of here. Don't get caught in the crossfire. The onlookers in the distance hurriedly fled. Lin Bai looked up at the buildings, and those who had been peeking out quickly withdrew their heads. Lin Bai, seeing him kill so many people for her, Tang Yanxin sat on the ground at a loss. "It's all right now." Lin Bai walked over and pulled her to her feet. Once standing, Tang Yanxin's pent-up emotions burst forth. She threw herself into Lin Bai's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. There, it's okay." Lin Bai patted her back, soothing her gently. But no matter how he comforted her, she clung to him, crying incessantly. Helpless, Lin Bai turned his gaze to Lin Weiner, seeking her help. Meeting his eyes, Lin Weiner pouted and reluctantly walked over, muttering, "Can't you handle your own little flame? Why drag me into this?" Standing before them, Lin Weiner cleared her throat and said, "How about we head back first?" Hearing this, Tang Yanxin, who had been sobbing in Lin Bai's arms, looked up. Seeing Lin Weiner, she quickly stepped back. You two, are you together?" Tang Yanxin looked at Lin Weiner. As a girl confident in her own beauty, she felt a pang of inferiority facing Lin Weiner. She couldn't fathom how someone so stunning could exist in this world. Even as a fellow woman, she could find no flaw in Lin Weiner. Let's go? Come back with us first," Lin Bai replied. "What about them?" Tang Yanxin pointed at the corpses on the ground as Lin Bai offered to take her away. "They're dead. Leave them," Lin Bai said with a shrug, and the two led her back. Noticing Tang Yanxin's pale face, unsteady gait, and emaciated frame, clear signs of severe malnutrition from prolonged hunger, Lin Weiner handed her the remaining candied hawthorn stick and said, "Here, have this for now." Seeing the offered treat, Tang Yanxin reached out, but then withdrew her hand. She was a sensitive soul. In her mind, such sweets were rarely bought alone. Aside from children, they were mostly sold to couples. Of course, that was her own assumption. Since Lin Weiner and Lin Bai were together, the treat was likely bought by Lin Bai. Taking it would feel wrong. Though she wasn't sure if they were a couple, she assumed so. How could she accept something bought for a pair of lovers? Additionally, candied hawthorn was precious. Extremely so, because sugar was exorbitantly expensive in the post-apocalyptic world beyond the reach of someone like her. Seeing her hand reach out and then retreat, Lin Weiner felt a pang of pity. She grabbed Tang Yanxin's hand, pressed the treat into it, and said, "Eat up. It's fine. Get some sugar into your system." Tang Yanxin took the candied hawthorn, her eyes glistening. She wanted to say thank you, but the word wouldn't come. Not because she was unwilling, but because she felt that a mere thank you could never repay such a precious gift. She didn't want Lin Weiner to think she could settle today's kindness with just 2 words. Great kindness needs no words of thanks. Lin Weiner watched as Tang Yanxin took a gentle bite of the candied hawthorn, then noticed her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Seeing this, Lin Weiner immediately winked at Lin Bai, signaling him to comfort her. Yet Lin Bai felt helpless. He had no idea how to console her. He had little experience in romance, and his only relationship had been with Tang Yanxin. Moreover, it was precisely his lack of understanding and love that had led to their breakup. In other words, he simply didn't know how to interact with women. Of course, Lin Weiner was an exception. Although she was now a girl, and their relationship was somewhat ambiguous, she was still the childhood playmate he had grown up with, and their interactions had always been natural and harmonious. Seeing Lin Bai's utterly helpless expression, Lin Weiner felt both amused and exasperated. So your little lover needs me to comfort her on your behalf. Fine, there was no helping it. She rolled her eyes at him, and then struck up a conversation with Tang Yanxin. Soon the three arrived at their residence. The workers repairing the house greeted Lin Weiner and Lin Bai as they returned. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Weiner decided to have someone prepare some food for Tang Yanxin, so she told Lin Bai to take her upstairs to the room. No sooner had Lin Bai left than Zhang Chunyan approached. Seeing him, Lin Weiner stepped forward and said, "Uncle Zhang, have someone prepare some broth or something to eat, and bring it to our room when it's ready." Zhang Chunyan readily agreed, then pointed at Tang Yanxin, who had already walked off, and asked, "Who is that girl?" "An ex-girlfriend," Lin Weiner replied. "Huh." Zhang Chunyan was taken aback, a strange expression crossing his face. "Is she Lin Bai's ex-girlfriend?" Lin Weiner nodded and followed after them. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Chunyan murmured to himself, "It's probably going to get complicated." As Lin Weiner reached the stairwell, she ran into Shi Zhimei from the Shi family. Seeing Lin Weiner return with Lin Bai and Tang Yanxin one after the other, especially with Lin Bai leading Tang Yanxin ahead while Lin Weiner walked alone behind, her mind immediately began to weave countless scenarios. "Weiner, did you and Lin Bai have a falling out?" "No, not at all," Lin Weiner replied, puzzled by the question. Shi Zhimei thought Lin Weiner was lying, having just passed by Lin Bai and Tang Yanxin and noticed how attentive Lin Bai seemed toward the woman. Though that woman's looks and figure couldn't compare to Lin Weiner's, she was still a beauty in her own right. Which man wouldn't be tempted? So she took Lin Weiner's hand and said sympathetically, "Sister, I've been through this. In terms of martial prowess, I'm no match for you, but when it comes to dealing with mistresses, I have more experience. Listen to me, the more you sulk alone, the more that mistress will gloat." After hearing Shi Zhimei's words, Lin Weiner found it both amusing and exasperating. So she was just letting her imagination run wild. She explained, "Sister May, it's not what you think. That girl was Lin Bai's girlfriend during his freshman year. They broke up later. She was just being bullied, and since she's been living poorly, he brought her back." No, Shi Zhimei said after Lin Weiner finished shaking her head. "Sister, I know you have a kind heart. But let me tell you, men always have their eyes on the bowl while looking at the pot. Especially with an ex-girlfriend. It's easier for old flames to reignite. And she's still young and pretty." She paused, then glanced at Lin Weiner and quickly added, "Of course, she's nowhere near your level, but with looks like hers, as long as she's willing, she could easily find someone to latch onto in the settlement. I suspect she might have staged that scene on purpose." Lin Weiner was speechless. Sister May really had an overactive imagination. "It's fine, Sister May, it's not what you think. And Lin Bai and I." She trailed off, originally intending to say that she and Lin Bai were nothing special, but she knew no one would believe her. Besides, they had been living together for so long that everyone around them already assumed they were a couple. If she said that, Shi Zhimei would probably think she was angry and saying it out of spite. "Alright, I hope I'm overthinking it," Shi Zhimei said, taking Lin Weiner's hand. "If Lin Bai dares to wrong you, come find me, and I'll help you deal with her." Fine, thank you, Sister May." Lin Weiner had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Then I'll head upstairs now. Go, try not to leave them alone together," Shi Zhimei said, releasing her hand and urging her to hurry. Realizing the matter was beyond explanation, Lin Weiner could only smile helplessly and went upstairs to the room. When she entered, Tang Yanxin, who had been sitting on the sofa, quickly stood up. "It's fine, just sit," Lin Weiner said hastily. Then she looked at Lin Bai and said, "Isn't there beef jerky and other snacks on the table? Why didn't you offer her some? If you don't offer, how can she help herself?" "I did offer, but she refused," Lin Bai replied with a helpless tone. He had indeed brought some snacks for Tang Yanxin when they first entered, but she had declined. At this, Tang Yanxin nervously spoke up for him. He did offer me some." After more than a month of apocalyptic life, Tang Yanxin understood how precious such items were. It wasn't that she didn't want them, she was already grateful to have been rescued by Lin Bai and not fallen into the hands of those men. Moreover, when Lin Bai had offered her food, Lin Weiner hadn't returned yet. She knew that being Lin Bai's ex-girlfriend was a sensitive position. Although they had chatted cheerfully on the way back, and she felt that Lin Weiner wasn't a petty person, she still didn't want Lin Weiner to come back and find her eating and drinking heartily in the room. She feared making Lin Weiner unhappy, so she kept reminding herself not to overstep any boundaries. Being cautious was surely the right approach. "Go ahead and eat, there's plenty. The garage downstairs is full of supplies," Lin Weiner said, picking up a pack of beef jerky, tearing it open, and handing it over. Tang Yanxin took the jerky, but held it without eating. Seeing this, Lin Weiner said, "Don't be so formal. From now on, if Xiao Bai offers you anything, just take it. There's no need to be shy with him. Consider this place your home." Lin Weiner's casual remarks, spoken without much thought, caused Tang Yanxin to overthink. She bit her lower lip, then mustered her courage, and said, "Sister Weiner, what happened between Lin Bai and me is in the past. Now I..." "Stop." Lin Weiner knew exactly what she was about to say and cut her off. She said bluntly, "Have a meal first and rest well. I don't mind your relationship with Lin Bai at all. If I did, I wouldn't have let him save you and bring you back. Hearing Lin Weiner say this, Tang Yinxin realized she had been overthinking. But was there really a current girlfriend in this world who would be so at ease with her boyfriend being alone with his ex? Tang Yinxin looked at Lin Weiner, then thought to herself, with her, perhaps one could feel at ease. After all, who in this world could surpass her beauty? Before long, Zhang Chun entered with a few people carefully carrying bowls of meat soup and some dishes. Seeing the room filled with laughter and conversation, Zhang Chunyin breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the unpleasant scene he had imagined was not unfolding. Had it been otherwise, his entrance might have been somewhat awkward. This is Uncle Zhang, who handles all the major and minor matters for our team, Lin Weiner introduced with a smile. Uncle Zhang. Hearing Lin Weiner's introduction, Tang Yinxin greeted him. Ah. Zhang Chunyin responded, then said with a smile, this young lady is truly beautiful. As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at Lin Weiner's expression and only relaxed when he saw no change on her face. After exchanging a few casual words, Zhang Chunyin found an excuse to leave, saying, there are still some matters downstairs. You all chatted, just call me if you need anything. Watching Zhang Chunyin leave, Tang Yinxin looked at the meat soup and other dishes before her realizing that Lin Weiner had just arranged for someone to prepare the meal for her. At that moment, Tang Yinxin felt that the phrase beautiful and kind-hearted seemed tailor-made for Lin Weiner. People like this truly existed in the world. Inhaling the aroma of the meat soup in the bowl, Tang Yinxin finally couldn't resist and began to eat bite by bite. As she ate, her tears began to fall uncontrollably again. Seeing her like this, Lin Weiner understood her completely. Hadn't she herself gone through the same in her past life? Lin Weiner and Lin Bai sat together quietly watching Tang Yinxin finish her meal. After finishing, Tang Yinxin looked up and saw the two staring at her. Having spent this time together, she had opened up a bit, so she smiled, wiped her tears, and said somewhat sheepishly, was my table manner that unsightly? Not at all, it was fine. Asked Lin Bai. Lin Weiner smiled and glanced at Lin Bai. Suddenly put on the spot, Lin Bai was dumbfounded, unsure of what to say in front of these two women. If it came to choosing between Lin Weiner and Tang Yinxin, he would unhesitatingly choose Lin Weiner. But could he say he had no feelings for Tang Yinxin? Certainly not. At the very least, he felt he owed her. When they were dating first, Lin Bai simply didn't understand romance, or a woman's heart, nor how to nurture a relationship. Second, he had no money back then. Even for a date, he could only take her to places that cost nothing. He couldn't afford a nice meal or a gift. Although Lin Weiner's family had provided him with some living expenses, it was barely enough for his daily needs, as her family wasn't particularly wealthy either. So later, he was deeply regretful. Every weekend, he would find odd jobs like tutoring children near the school, hoping to earn some money to make amends. He had also thought about seeking a reconciliation with Tang Yinxin, but his family background couldn't compare to hers, and he feared holding her back, so he refrained from disturbing her. Seeing Lin Bai in a daze, Tang Yinxin, having dried her tears, complained to Lin Weiner, Sister Weiner, see how wooden he is. He doesn't even know what to say. After saying this, Tang Yinxin felt she might have been too forward, as if she and Lin Bai were overly familiar. Lin Weiner burst out laughing. She probably knew what Lin Bai was thinking. Remembering how Lin Bai could be annoyingly cheeky when alone with her, seeing him tongue-tied now was rather amusing. In the room, Lin Weiner and Tang Yinxin chatted on while Lin Bai barely managed to squeeze out a few words. After about half an hour, Lin Weiner, worried that Tang Yinxin hadn't rested well, suggested she lie down on the bed for a while. Tang Yinxin, however, said somewhat embarrassed, I haven't bathed in a while. Hearing this, Lin Weiner understood that she was afraid of dirtying the bed. Go heat some water. Can't you see what's needed? No wonder she dumped you. Lin Weiner glanced at Lin Bai and ordered him to fetch water from the well downstairs. At Lin Weiner's words, Lin Bai quickly grabbed 2 buckets and headed downstairs, eager to escape the scene. After he left, Tang Yinxin said to Lin Weiner somewhat shyly, maybe Xiao Bai was afraid you'd be jealous. Do you think I look like the jealous type, eh? Lin Weiner blinked. Tang Yinxin shook her head and said, this is the first time I've met someone as kind as Sister Weiner, and so beautiful too. You're beautiful too. Oh, otherwise how could Xiao Bai have been so infatuated with you back then? He even insisted on bringing me to see. Lin Weiner stopped mid-sentence, realizing that if she continued, her identity might be exposed. She didn't want another person to know her secret. But Tang Yinxin had heard clearly and asked curiously, Sister Weiner, have you known him for a long time? Are you from our school too? Tang Yinxin was very curious. Someone as beautiful as Lin Weiner, if she were from their school, should have been quite famous. Lin Weiner understood her implication, but afraid of revealing herself through lies, only answered the first question, saying half-jokingly, we grew up together, so you could say we've known each other for a long time. So you were childhood sweethearts. No wonder he was never attentive to me when we were dating. Tang Yinxin complained. Hearing her complaint, Lin Weiner realized she might have misspoken. It sounded as if she had intruded on their relationship, or as if Tang Yinxin had intruded on hers and Lin Bai's. Either way it felt off. Whatever. Let Lin Bai take the blame. Yes, let him deal with the consequences of his philandering. Serves him right. Before long, Lin Bai carried up 2 large buckets of water. They're mixed with cold and hot water ready to use. After setting the buckets down in the bathroom, he said to Tang Yinxin, Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Tang Yinxin asked with some embarrassment, Weiner, do you have a change of clothes? Hearing this, Lin Weiner merely glanced at Lin Bai, who then swiftly scurried downstairs to the storeroom to find clothes. As soon as Lin Bai left, the 2 women looked at each other and burst into laughter. After a while, Lin Bai returned with a large bundle of clothes. I wasn't sure of your size, so I grabbed a few. Let me see. After Lin Bai placed the bundle on the ground, Tang Yinxin opened it to pick out clothes. Spotting several pieces of underwear inside, her face instantly flushed. Witnessing this, Lin Weiner teased Lin Bai, quite thoughtful, even remembering the underwear. Because I've brought them for you before, so. Lin Bai replied. Ahem. Lin Weiner quickly coughed, signaling him to stop. After finding clothes that fit her size, Tang Yinxin went into the bathroom to shower. Lin Weiner and Lin Bai sat idly outside, listening to the sound of water. Glancing toward the bathroom, Lin Weiner said to Lin Bai, Don't you have any thoughts? No. Lin Bai answered decisively, then leaned in and whispered with a playful grin, I only have thoughts about you. Get lost. As usual, Lin Bai received a harsh kick. You're never this talkative in front of your ex-girlfriend, you only act shamelessly with me. After the kick, Lin Weiner shot him a glare. Just as Lin Bai was about to speak, a sudden thud echoed from the bathroom, followed by Tang Yinxin's pained cry, Ah! They both sprang up from their seats and rushed to the bathroom door. Lin Weiner asked, Yinxin, are you okay? I can't stand up. Tang Yinxin's voice came through, tinged with pain. Unable to see what was happening behind the door, Lin Weiner immediately said to Lin Bai, What are you waiting for? Go in and check. Me? I should go. Lin Bai was stunned by her request. Shouldn't you go? You're a woman too. I can't go, that's your ex-girlfriend. Stop stalling, hurry up. Lin Weiner pulled the door handle and pushed Lin Bai inside. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but she felt it was inappropriate. If she went in, wouldn't she be seeing another woman completely exposed? Of course she was a woman now, but Tang Yinxin didn't know her true identity. Lin Weiner felt it would be taking advantage of the situation. Moreover, there was another crucial point. If she were still Lin Mu from the past, aside from Tang Yinxin being Lin Bai's ex-girlfriend, she might have been eager to sneak a peek. But now Lin Weiner realized she felt no attraction to women whatsoever, not even the slightest urge to look. This realization made Lin Weiner feel embarrassed to admit. She even began to wonder if she now liked men, especially given her complicated, indescribable relationship with Lin Bai. The bathroom door opened, and after Lin Weiner pushed him, Lin Bai stepped inside. Then Lin Weiner heard Tang Yinxin scream from outside. You? Why is it you? Seeing Lin Bai, Tang Yinxin sat on the floor, her expression shocked, and quickly crossed her arms over her chest to cover herself. She had assumed Lin Weiner would come to help her, never expecting Lin Bai to enter. The key question was, why did Lin Bai come in? Where was Lin Weiner? Didn't she object to Lin Bai entering? Or did Lin Bai come in on his own? But, in an instant, a myriad of possibilities flashed through Tang Yinxin's mind, yet none could explain why Lin Bai had barged in. Lin Bai was equally helpless, but since he was already inside, he turned his head away and asked, Did you hurt somewhere? After hesitating for 2 seconds, Tang Yinxin looked at Lin Bai with a complex expression and said, My foot. I sprained it. Her ankle had already been injured earlier that day when those middle-aged men dragged her. Just now, as she tried to move the other bucket, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to fall. The fall aggravated the injury to her ankle. Hearing it was her ankle, Lin Bai frowned and asked, Can't you get up? Tang Yinxin replied. Then Lin Bai grabbed a towel from the rack behind the door and said, How about you wrap yourself in this towel, and it'll carry you out. At that moment, Tang Yinxin whispered, I haven't rinsed off yet. Lin Bai felt a headache coming on. From the brief glance earlier, he had indeed seen that there was still a lot of foam on her body. One of the 2 buckets had spilled, and the other was in front of him, far from her. Making up his mind, he turned his head back. You? What are you doing? Seeing Lin Bai turn back, Tang Yinxin was startled. Helping you rinse off, Lin Bai said helplessly. Since he had already seen everything and Lin Weiner had insisted he come in, there was no turning back. With that, Lin Bai picked up the ladle from the floor and scooped water to wash the foam off Tang Yinxin. At this moment, Tang Yinxin was deeply conflicted. She still had feelings for Lin Bai. If it were just the 2 of them, it would be fine, and she wouldn't mind. But Lin Weiner was waiting outside. She was his real girlfriend. After a while, Lin Weiner saw Lin Bai carrying Tang Yinxin wrapped in a towel out of the bathroom. He placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. How is it? Are you alright? Lin Weiner approached with concern. Just a sprain, Tang Yinxin replied softly. Let me see. Saying this, Lin Weiner lifted a corner of the blanket and saw that her entire ankle was swollen. She then said to Lin Bai, "Stay with her, I'll get some ointment." Lin Bai quickly said, "Let me go instead." "As you wish," Lin Weiner replied casually. After Lin Bai left, Tang Yinxin hesitated for a long time before finally asking Lin Weiner, "Why did you let Lin Bai come in? You two used to date, so it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Besides, he's a man with more strength to carry you." Lin Weiner winked at her. That was in the past, and we never went that far." Tang Yinxin turned her head away, unsure how to explain to Lin Weiner. "Oh, it's fine, same thing.